is now. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We hope you had a good holiday break, but the European Championship Series is here in Birmingham. Welcome to the Pokemon Go broadcast. My name's Fareed, and I'm joined this weekend by Lou, Jay, and Eric.
Thanks for having us, of course, and we are so excited to bring you the first tournament of the 2026 calendar year here in Europe. A new meta has set upon us. What do we all think?
Well, for the first time, it's actually going to be the North Americans that had the first stab at this new Precious Paths meta. And Birmingham here is following up, and we're very excited to see how our European cohort can adapt.
That's always the exciting thing, is comparing the meta from, across the various ponds, as it were. And I think having an insight into Toronto has given our trainers for this particular tournament a lot of inspiration. And I wonder if we're going to see trends or counter meta calls this weekend.
So we are about halfway through the schedule. These players will be adapting this weekend, but they've been playing in so many tournaments already and still have so many tournaments left to come.
As you can see, we're currently in Birmingham, the first event in Europe of this new year. Coming up in a couple of weeks' time, we've got EUIC, very exciting, and it brings trainers from near and far to try and compete for one of those big trophies. But all roads lead to San Francisco, the place where I left my heart, don't you know? And I'm very excited to see all the trainers that are going to win coming up to that event.
I think every single trainer really excited to do what they can to get their place in San Francisco in the summer. And the players here want to get started straight away, but we want you involved. And so we have a community choice option to kick things off here in Birmingham. These are the first matches that are available to be played, and you can select them by voting now in the Twitch chat.
We've got a lot of great matches here. A couple of trainers who have qualified for the World Championships, like the Gengar Life, but of course, other trainers to watch out for are Fontiga Fryan, who have been to a lot of tournaments this year and are kind of looking to break out of the scene, get that first top cut.
All of these players really eager to get some momentum early on here in Birmingham. There are so many things available. We know championship points and prizes, but sometimes just getting a victory on the board to kick things off can be really important.
It definitely can, and as we were looking at that kind of location graphic, they're being grayed out as we go along. So time is the
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Top of the morning, indeed. It is the Birmingham Regional Championships here of the 2026 season, and we are your casters for the weekend. We've got Ben Kiriakou, Zoe Liu, Charlie Merriman, and myself, David Partington. Charlie, come on. Are you quite ready here?
No, I'm not. I'm enjoying my tea time, David. What else do you expect? We're in the UK, the home of... It's not the home of tea, but you know what I mean.
I'm glad you've enjoyed it so far, Charlie, because there's not just going to be cups of tea that we're going to be having this weekend. It's going to be plenty of beverages of spicy action for sure. And how are you feeling about this weekend?
I'm feeling pretty good, David.
Excellent. Zoe.
I'm absolutely excited. We had an absolute treat of a show at Stuttgart last year, and I'm expecting all the great action to continue this weekend.
And Charlie, any amazing words of yours from that wonderful mouth?
About 5 out of 10. No, I'm very excited indeed. It's our first EU event of the new year, of course, and I don't know, it just feels like it's about time that we were back, you know, especially after Toronto last week. Oh, I've just been raring to go, David. Hold me back, someone.
Well, it looks like someone has held you back, obviously. Yeah, there's a significant gap there.
Yeah.
So let's see where we are currently in the season. We're about midway at the moment here in Birmingham for the whole 2026 season leading up to Worlds. But Ben, take us through it, will you?
Well, we're here at Birmingham just before EUIC. That's going to be in a few weeks' time, where our international competitors are going to be joining us in London, of course. Then we go through a little bit more of the season, some regional and special championships, of course, in Seville, Prague and Utrecht, Turin, before we go to NAIC and, of course, Pokemon World Championships in San Francisco with Pokemon XP along for the ride.
So many fantastic locations for all of our trainers and spectators to come and check out across the globe here too. Now, of course, for this regional championship, we of course have CP, all those championship points on the line for our trainers who do particularly well here this weekend.
Yeah, there's so many championship points on the line here. If you get first place, you get 350 championship points, as well as a direct invite to the World Championships. But the prizes continue all the way down to the top 64. And of course, if you're in the top 80 in the NA or EU regions of your region, then you will get that invite to the Pokemon World Championships.
And don't forget about those prizes as well here at the Regional Championship. If CP's just not enough, then why don't you take a look at what else you can get here?
Yeah, what does Uncle Golden Go have in store for a $6,000 on the line if you win in the Masters division? Even $4,000 if you're second. Juniors and seniors, $1,000. That's just mind-blowing. And, of course, those sweet, sweet booster packs. 108 of them. More than you can shake a stick at. Try and shake a stick at that. You can't. Physically impossible.
I don't know. I'd have to put down my cup of tea to be able to do that.
Yeah, you're not even holding a cup of tea.
I know. That's how hard it is.
Wow.
Well, let's have a look at the EU leaderboard as we've been talking about tea, because those are definitely linked. Now, here are the championship points that all of the players in the EU region have got, and the ones who have the most at the moment. Look at those big names.
Yeah, tier team here with 1348 championship points, and
wow.
I think that's probably enough for a couple of invites there already, if tier team didn't already have a direct invitation already. And just looking down the list, so many wonderful names that we've got on display here.
Yeah, in addition to tier team, we've got also, Oliver Escolin, Eduardo Cunha, world champion. So a lot of really well-known names. Marco Silva, I could go on and on, but you can see those 4 golden tickets. These are players who have already qualified for Worlds.
And they're all Italian. So is that going to be a repeated story this weekend? But not just that, of course. Victor Medina, a trainer who's been looking for that first big win for a very long time now. I believe that this is Victor's season.
Well, only time will tell, Charlie. We'll have to see. But even though a lot of those trainers have already got that direct invite, they've still got a lot on the line to be able to earn that travel award to the NAIC in New Orleans this year as well. So if you are in that first to fourth leaderboard placement in your region, for instance, the EU region, then you get, as you can see, that in region 3,500 if you're already in the region of the international, or if you're out of region, say if you're going to the NAIC from the EU, then it's still another $3,500 as well if you're in that first to fourth. And fifth to sixth, for instance, get $1,000 too. So there's still so much on the line that keeps even our top trainers who keep winning coming back for more.
I mean, to be honest, I just take priority registration at this point to make sure that you get into one of those big ICs. That's where the most championship points are on the line. And so not only that, there's also bigger prizing at the internationals as well. Really valuable thing to have in your back pocket.
100% is, Ben. Now, obviously, we're here at the 5th EU Regional, but we can't talk about the 5th EU Regional without talking about what just happened in Stuttgart as well last year at the tail end of the 2025 year, where, of course, we had the incredible Luca Cherubelli take that amazing win over Eric Rios in the final. So take a look at this little recap video. For some reason, you've forgotten.
Hi trainers, Marcus Hamann here, and I'm bringing you the story of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. For the final tournament of the year, trainers, judges and fans gathered in Stuttgart, Germany to crown the last regional champion of the Regulation H rule set. A massive field of 661 Master Division players entered the arena, all chasing one final title. The tournament kicked off with an early statement. Davide Carrer stunned the crowd by taking down local favorite Fabian Braun using an unorthodox team built around Blaziken, Golduck and Espathra. A reminder that creativity still had a place in this format. But as the rounds went on, the metagame began to show its shape. Pokemon like Incineroar, Ursaluna Bloodmoon and Rillaboom rose to the top of the usage charts. Familiar tools refined over weeks of competition. The finals were set. Luca against Eric, two of the best players the game has ever seen, and only one could win this Tournament of Champions. Game 1 opened with immediate tension. Luca targeted down Primarina with Final Gambit and set up Trick Room. This decision opened the door for Ursaluna, and Luca never gave that advantage back, taking Game 1 and the early lead. Game 2 was something else entirely. Eric struck first, using Terra, Fire, Rillaboom and Primarina to remove Typhlosion before it could take over, something it had done all tournament long. But with only 2 Pokemon remaining, Luca fought back. He went for Fake Out plus Protect, removed Smeargle and set up Trick Room while his own Tailwind was still active. In the end, it came down to one last standoff. Luca's Grass Terra Incineroar versus Eric's Terra Fire Rillaboom. And in the final turn, Eric just had one out. He needed a critical hit Grassy Glide. The move came out and didn't get the knockout. And with that, Luca Cherubelli is your Stuttgart Regional Champion. What an extraordinary way to close out not only this tournament, but the Regulation H format itself. Congratulations to Luca, who adds another title to his already legendary career. What happens next? Stay tuned, as the next chapter of Pokemon competition is just getting started.
I love the duality at the end there, where you've got the Terra Grass Incineroar versus the Terra Fire Rillaboom. They'd even switch types around, and yet it was still the Incineroar that came out on top, even though it was suddenly at a type disadvantage after all of it. What a weekend, Ben.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. I mean, the end of our second go round at Regulation Set H as well, and then 2 of the best players in the world in the finals, finishing things off. What an absolute culmination of all of their efforts over the season, and so good to see Luca Cherubelli, after the last tournament win was the World Championships in 2024, taking a regional championship to his name as well.
Yeah, it was such an incredible finals. Luca Cherubelli versus Eric Rios. Luca running that hyper-offensive Hisuian Typhlosion Sun team versus Eric's a little bit more of a setup-based team with that Como-O and Golden Go, supported by that cheeky little Smeargle, which has very versatile support moves.
I do miss Regulation Set H, but I'm very excited that we're now in Regulation Set F and all of the new tools that gives us access to. But to see Pokemon thrive that might not have such a place in this meta game. For example, the Sneasler, we still see it around a little bit in Reg F, but Ursaluna and Bloodmoon was rampant. Hisuian Typhlosion, I'm a big fan of. Those big eruptions, you can't fake it out. Oh yeah, give me more.
Oh yeah, and we had more of that, obviously, if you went and saw LAIC just a week before Stuttgart, where Yuma Kinugawa won with, again, that Hisuian Typhlosion, almost the exact same team that Luca Cherubelli won. But it did actually turn out that Luca was kind of working on the same team separately to Yuma, but they just both came to the idea quite separately, and obviously they both won their respective tournaments, just to show the power of the trainers, but also the power of that Pokemon and the incredible power you could just get with not even bothering to set up, just click the move that's really good.
Yeah, I mean, that is the way that VGC tends to work, isn't it, David? Click the good moves, like knockoff into a Rillaboom, sealing the way. I just want to shout out the celebration there from Luca. You can see how much this means to him. And even though he's now got his direct invite, as well as already having a healthy amount of championship points to his name, now he, along with all of our other regional championship winners, our players that got top 4 at the internationals in LAIC, they have the whole of the rest of the season to start thinking and mentally preparing at the very least until we know what Champions is going to be looking like for the World Championships in San Francisco.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Ben. Once you've got that direct invite, you can kind of relax. There's not not fully relaxed, obviously, but there is a lot.
Feet up. Cup of tea, feet up. Yeah, absolutely.
But there's not as much pressure to perform, to need to place really highly at the tournaments. You can experiment around a bit more with different play styles, with different Pokemon, and see maybe if there's something else that's better than what you've used previously. And not having that pressure to need to perform at, I have to get top 32, I have to get top 16, can really make it a lot more easier, more versatile to experiment around a bit and just have a bit of fun.
Yeah, 100% there, Zoe. Now, obviously, we've talked about the finalists of Stuttgart, but let's have a look at the top 8 there as well. So, see if any of our trainers that we might even see this weekend have even saw featured in that top arena too. And yes, I think there are a few names that we have definitely recognized, not only from that we'll see this weekend, but also from many previous tournaments in the past.
Eduardo Cunha, of course, our world champion from 2022 in London, but of course also the finalist at the Lille Regional Championship that Marco Silva went and won. Rocking that beret because Smeargle was on his team then, and it was on his team in Stuttgart as well, believing that to the end in regulation set H. And Golden Go plenty, and I think there'll be Golden Go plenty here in Birmingham too.
I think so. And we've also got William Basilino there, who was our previous Birmingham Regional Champion here last year too. Unfortunately, not here this weekend, but really kind of getting a really good finish out of the way, I suppose, in the previous regional.
And looking a bit further down the list, Nils Dunlop there, who was our EUIC champion in 2024, also in the regulation set F format, most recently now still using that Ursaluna that he was able to, in combination with Porygon 2, win EUIC with. It's a Pokemon he's very, very familiar with, has been using it in regulation set H. The natural progression, you see him using things that he's really experienced with coming back into regulation set F.
We can't talk about the EU region without talking about Mikhail Kelch as well, and getting a top 4 there too with Ursaluna, Porygon 2, a duo that could be very good in regulation set F as well. And I imagine he's here this weekend as well to maybe try and even better that.
Yeah, I remember I was kind of going around yesterday just seeing which players had arrived early and had checked in, and I did come across Nils and I was speaking to him and he said, yeah, he really loved that team that he won EUIC with, but he said this weekend he didn't feel that the team was quite as, strong in the current meta, but so he was working on something different. And Nils is a player with a really creative team, so I'm really looking forward to what he's got this weekend.
Not only that, but Nils is here with his brother Daniel this weekend, and Daniel was such a strong support to him over the course of EOIC 2024 as well. And Daniel is competing, so could we see an all Dunlop final? Yes, please.
That would be amazing to see. But of course, we've got to get through the Italian scene first. And if you have a look at our EU champion leaderboard at the moment to see who has won all the seasons, there's a big ask if anybody else is going to be able to try and take Birmingham Regional Championships as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, take you back to now, trainers. Which Italian trainer is going to make it to the finals and therefore win the Birmingham Regional Championships? I mean, maybe somebody else has got what it takes to take a regional championship. It's not often that we get this sort of streak coming along from a particular set of trainers, but it's all to play for here. There's nearly 700 players that are going to be playing this weekend. Every single one of them has got a shot.
100% there, Ben. Yeah, who is going to take that 5th one and be then over halfway through the EU regional calendar as well and fill out that top row as well, which would be really kind of satisfying to look at, I think, too. Zoe, have you got any thoughts as to who, if anyone you could guess, might take the win this weekend?
Well, there's so many really, really good players. I also saw a sneak peek of Shohei yesterday. Said a quick hi to him. He looked quite busy, so I was a bit too shy to, fully go to him and be like, hey, I'm such a big fan. But Shohei is here this weekend, and my goodness, we've got such a strong caliber of players. And also just on UK home turf, there's a lot of really strong UK players. In fact, last weekend at Toronto, we had a lot of UK players running Okie Dokie and did really well, like Jack Clark, Costa, and Ben yourself. You were also there day 2 as well, playing really, really well.
Right in Toronto you were, Ben, and of course we need to talk about that because that was only last week and it was the regulation set F that we'll be playing this weekend, and I'm sure so many players are taking a lot of influence from what has happened across the pond here. Our 2 finalists and our winner, of course, Carrie Diortona, taking his first regional win here with a really cool team. That Roaring Moon, not so popular, and Paul Chewer just not quite making it yet again for another regional win.
Maybe not quite making it yet again, but he's got plenty of fantastic wins under his belt. And Paul just is a believer in these balanced teams, the tried and tested Pokemon that will always do well in Regulations F. Something tells me we'll see approximately 350% Fluttermane this weekend, as well as, of course, that Urshifu hitting right through Protect. It's interesting that both of these teams have the Roaring Moon on them as well, a Pokemon that, as you said, wasn't so much backed heading into Regulations F.
And I believe there was a Raging Bolt on Paul's Chewer's team there at some point as well. But yeah, Carrie's team was able to really show off the support that the Breaking Swipe Roaring Moon, for instance, was actually using here, rather than something like the Acrobatics, which we can more commonly see. So that really literally broke through the meta, to be honest. And we saw it on stream how it really slowed down Jack Clark's team, for instance, where he was trying to set up with Ogerpon Wellspring, for instance, and it just couldn't get past the damage mitigation that Carrie's team was really kind of putting out.
It's funny because it seems to always happen in Toronto that Breaking Swipe Roaring Moon comes back in full force. I mean, last year, our own Jamie Boyd got to top 4 with a Breaking Swipe Roaring Moon, and then the meta completely changed after that when people actually got on board with that particular set. And then we come back to Regulation Set F. People go back to the Terra Flying Acrobatics sets. It's like, oh wait, hang on, Breaking Swipe. It's still here. It's still really, really good.
Yeah, and it definitely doesn't miss either, unlike something like Icy Wind. So anyway, it's a good move, right?
There was real malice behind what you said there. We could hear the bitterness, Dave.
I don't want to get into it. Right.
Bitter malice.
Yeah. Let's look at our top 8.
We'll talk about it later.
Exactly. Let's look at our top 8 here at Toronto last week, because it's not just our finalists. Plenty of other trainers have reached stardom there and having an amazing finish into our top 8, given the hundreds of players that were there in Toronto. Zoe, any standout teams or even players there for you?
Yeah, a lot of really cool creative Pokemon and creative teams. Justin Tang rocking that Regidrago team. You know, that Regidrago, a Pokemon with Dragon Energy. It's like a Dragon-type water spell. It just does so much spread damage right off the bat. And then Dorian Kang with that Galarian Moltres. And we've also got a Dondozo Tatsugiri team. Now, that is a team archetype I have not seen in a long time that's being used by Kylan. So a lot of really cool Pokemon and really cool selections that weekend.
I'm looking at Jack Clark's team there again, and I'm realizing that Okidogi is just a less hairy Grimmsnarl, isn't it? They're both black and green, and Grimmsnarl is just a little bit more overgrown. Yeah, exactly, yeah. But Okidogi, phenomenal Pokemon, and one that we're very excited to see this weekend as well. The UK Dogies, that's right.
We accidentally I think we had 8 of us there, and half of us were using Okidogi.
Like accidentally as well.
Yeah, accidentally. None of us talked about this specifically. I mean, like, we were all kind of a little bit on the Okidogi train, but we all independently just decided that it was the core, and some of us were right, and some of us, you know, we had a little bit of a different tournament, so. Yeah, it was a little bit of an up and down for the UK in Toronto. Hopefully Birmingham is a little bit more of a show for us.
You did us somewhat proud, Ben.
Somewhat proud. I love that. I love being decidedly average. That's my favourite thing.
And more than average, Ben. Right. Let's have a look at the NA champions across. Because that would be incredible to see. But of course, if we kind of head on to our headlines first, though, and have a look at see what we were kind of thinking about this weekend instead, because we've got plenty of time to catch up on that as well. Now, Charlie, you had a little bit of a think about this weekend. What was kind of your main thought going to this weekend?
The UK Dogies are raising the woof. That's right, heading into Birmingham, and of course we're on UK turf now. Yeah, we relocated to Toronto last weekend, and all those Woki Dogies were coming out in force, but here, even more so, and Jack Clark will be here this weekend, repping that team. So, yeah, we'll be barking all the way to the future. Let's see.
Can't wait, Charlie. We're going to be getting really shortly into our round 1. But first of all, make sure you were following along on Pokemon.com/broadcast, where you will see all of our broadcasts there for this weekend and the following events as well there. So we'll also be streaming on Twitch if you're watching on YouTube, and if you're watching on YouTube, we're streaming on Twitch, by the way. So you can follow us along there as well and join in with our poll if you're on Twitch as well. And of course, follow along on the channels too, with that hashtag #PlayPokemon on Instagram, that @PlayPokemon on YouTube, and that /PlayPokemon on Facebook, and of course the hashtag or the on X too, where if we sometimes might feature some of your socials. If you post them in and use that hashtag, we might be able to feature them. Now, just like our good friend Incineroar, we're going to be going with a fake out and a parting shot over to the desk, and we'll be back with round 1 real soon. Let's go.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This 2-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Benny Boo Boo.
Charlie Choo Choo.
That's the one. I'm trying to remember what the first form of Haxorus is called.
Oh, I know.
I didn't ask you. Welcome, trainers, to the Birmingham Regional Championships. That was good, wasn't it?
That was good. I got a little bit of direction there, and it was worth it, Charlie. This time round, you've managed. It's been a few one-liners, but this time you've managed to really.
This one. Mate.
This one.
That's not fair.
It's only upwards from here.
I had you in stitches with the not Ben Kiriakou.
Oh,
remember that?
yeah,
Good
I do
times,
remember that,
good times. That was nearly a year ago.
It
now.
was.
EUIC. Well, that's a few weeks away, but yeah, it's going to be the Valentine's weekend as well. And hey, can't think of a better partner to share it with than my little Venonat over there.
Oh. All right, then. Well.
How are you doing this weekend, traders? You looking forward to the Birmingham Regional Championships? We cannot wait. And Ben, of course, you were in Toronto last weekend. What are you expecting coming into this weekend?
Do you know what? I saw quite a lot of things that I wasn't expecting at Toronto. The resurgence and the rise of Iron Crown Indeedee as a combination, just like expanding force and really trying to go on the offensive. And a lot of more powerful strategies like that really wanted to take advantage of these balance-based cores that are a little bit more slow to set up, and maybe you want to be a little bit more front-footed in your approach to the game there. But actually, to be honest, even still, players like Paul Chua with the balance team that he piloted all the way to the final still managed to find a way through all of that sort of thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a really nice, healthy mix here in Birmingham after seeing what did well in Toronto.
Well, you couldn't have queued us up better into seeing what matches we have on our menu to present to you today. Let's take a look at the round 2 matches that are happening in the venue right now, or about to start, and let's see which match we'll be bringing to you. Our first EU regional level event of the not 2026 season, but 2026 calendar year, and of the Regulation Set F 2.0. How is EU reacting to Regulation Set F? Is it going to be a different tear on the meta game to what they have over there in NA? We are very shortly about to find out.
We are very short about it. And that is the big difference. And I know that, you know, we had a little bit of a UK expedition over to Toronto to be able to play in the NA metagame. It was quite a bit different to playing in Europe. I know that there are some players here making the trip from the NA region over to EU as well. So we get them, they then have a chance to see the little bit of a difference and see if they can still have what it takes to make it all the way.
Very exciting, and even Shohei Kimura all the way from Japan heading over here. And now it's time we can see what those players are up to and what teams they will be running and what we will be bringing to you. UK Dogi fans, rejoice.
Okay.
And if you're tuning in from across the pond at some ungodly hour that time, rejoice as well. We've got Stefan Malt going off against Aurelian Sula, but we'll be talking a lot more about that match in just a moment's time because we have so many more fascinating matchups in the venue.
Marco Silva also made Phase 2 in Toronto, going X3 overall, or X4, against Marcus Ko there with a Dondozo Tatsugiri team, but with a little bit of a wheezing mix-up there, trying to turn off all of those abilities. Might be quite influential into an Ursaluna. Javier versus Ryan, that's going to be a fantastic match. And well, I saw this morning that Jamie was running locked in Monkey Dory to his team. It's a Pokemon that he's famously been a big supporter of. We basically never see it. It's one of those loyal free that doesn't get to see the light of day too often, but Jamie's a fantastic builder. Against Lorenzo, he's going to need to have built his team very well because that match is going to be very spicy.
Yeah, Lorenzo, a previous regional champion from just the past couple of years. Yeah, Jamie sees your Okidogis and thinks, no, mate, you're backing the wrong horse there. You're backing the wrong dog. It's time for Monkey Dory. We did see some Pheasantipede as well, the third member of the Loyal Three, back in the first version of Regulations at F, and I think it's only a matter of time before we see it again. But it will be an okie dokie matchup that we're bringing to you. Stefan Mott there on the stage. We saw him on stream in the Toronto Regional Championships as well. We see you, Stefan. Hello. We love you too, my friend. Thank you so much. He can't hear us, honest. But going up against Aurelian Sula, there's no plushie metagame to speak of on the stage yet, Ben. That's very disappointing.
Unfortunately. Well, you know what? I think there's going to be enough Pokemon action to tide us over until our next round. Stefan, I was having dinner with him in Toronto, and he was talking about the team that he's run. It's a sort of adaptation from what he won regionals with, that Garganackle and Cypher team that he became quite infamous with. But Garganackle is a Pokemon that he really does find a lot of value in, and a lot of what he was talking about was making some changes from the team that he used in Toronto to what he's going to be using this weekend in Birmingham. And I'm really excited to see if those little tweaks allow him to go just that little bit further.
Yeah, I think we have an Entei mirror at least here. That Pokemon is on both of these trainers' teams, and it's a Pokemon that you really can't ignore. Give it a choice ban, and it's dishing out massive damage, especially with something like extreme speed. As long as there's no Psychic Terrain up or Farigiraf over on the other side of the field, then you can pick off targets with some relative ease, especially with the Terranormal. But this is the fascinating thing about Pokemon, of course. They might have trained their Entei, might have trained any similar Pokemon to be totally different, and now we see their accomplishments littering the screen.
Yeah, Monterey Regional Champion, that was where Stefan used his Garganackle Cypher team to win, but it was also the Indianapolis Regional Champion with I think it was a Kyogre-based team, the sort of Kyogre balance team from back in that format. Of course, Aurelian, many finalist positions, just like Victor Medina, still searching for that tournament win. We know Aurelian is more than capable of taking the crown in any given event, but just hasn't managed to do it yet. Both of these trainers at 1-0. having a nice, strong start to their tournament, but one of these players will be going 1-1 after this round is complete.
I think it must be such a psychological barrier if you're a finalist so many times, just trying to convert it to that big win. But the more times you get that finalist position, the more likely it is to come around that win. And here we go, Stefan Mott, famous for this Garganackle alongside Grimsnarl. Gastrodon, shout out to you, Lou. Unfortunately, it's not the blue one. Fluttermane, Chien Pao, and this Entei. And it is indeed this choice band Terra Normal Entei with extreme speed, pairing so nicely with the Chien Pao, dropping the defenses of everything around on the field so that both the Chien Pao and the Entei, the dog and the cat, can hit all the harder.
It's just like playing a Dragonite paired along with Chien Pao. You get that Terra Normal extreme speed with the choice band boosted up. Now, Entei is a little bit weaker, but at its disposal, it has fire coverage as well. And that's something that Dragonite doesn't really do so well. So it's really just a test of typing there. Plus, Sacred Fire is a totally crazy move, having a 50% chance to get a burn on your opponent.
We have to give a shout out to that Garganackle as well, a Pokemon that really wants to slow down the playstyle and just getting that chip damage off, able to go for a cover 2 to give it even more longevity on the field. Stefan really is Garganackle's strongest soldier.
I think so. I mean, yeah, we had a period where Garganackle in certain formats was really, really good, and it's fallen off of favor. But with the Moranga Berry, very, very difficult to take down. Now it is Aurelion piloting Entei, Goldengo, Okidogi upon Grimsnarl, Roaring Moon. And if you thought that was familiar, that's because it absolutely is. This is the composition that Jack Clark used to get top 4 in Toronto last weekend. And I'm glad to see Aurelion has actually kept the Hex.
Yes.
On the Golden Go, combined with the Thunder Wave on the Grimsnarl, you get speed control, but that Hex actually doubles in power if it targets down a Pokemon that's got a status condition. And so Golden Go turns from, you know, Shadow Ball, yeah, it's good, but it doesn't really get any KOs. Hex, on the other hand, really does get a lot of KOs.
And you mentioned Sacred Fire earlier, Ben. That's another move that's going to pair so nicely with Hex, because Sacred Fire has a 50% chance to burn. It's not 100% accurate, but when it hits, there is a good old chance you'll be burning your opponent. Not only is that going to mitigate your opponent's physical attack damage, but again, it's going to mean that Hex is hitting all the harder.
Now, one of the things we've got to look out for in this matchup as we see the pairings between them is the Ogerpon on Aurelion's side. Now, that is carrying Sword Stance and not Follow Me. It is going to take a lot more damage from Salt Cure Recoil if Stefan is able to get the Garganackle into place, get the Salt Cure up. But moves like Sword Stance and other boosting moves are really something that Garganackle does not like to see too often.
Now, Salt Cure, yeah, it will chip away at your Pokemon at the end of each turn. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ben, I believe it does more damage to Water and Steel types.
Water and Steel types, yeah.
So Golden Go and Ogerpon are going to be really threatened there. And you might be wondering, what on earth is a Moranga Berry? And that's fair enough. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, Ben. I believe when the Garganackle's lower health, it gets a boost to its special defense.
When it gets hit by a special type move.
A special type move, a boost to its special defense. Well, there we go. And we've got special type moves on the field there in the form of Golden Go. There is that shiny Garganackle. I think if you're known for a particular Pokemon, you're going to have to shiny hunt it. So props to you, Stefan, for doing that.
And so immediately we get Stefan trying to get this Salt Cure going. The Grimsnarl's going to be supporting the Garganackle there, but make it rain. Just going straight off the bat there. Big damage from Aurelion into Stefan's team, but that Moranga Berry is now going to activate. If this Garganackle is going on the defensive, going for a cover, it's going to be so much more difficult to take down.
Oh my goodness, couldn't have been a better advert for Moranga if we tried, but the Spirit Break now from the opposing Grimsnarl, and Stefan's Grimsnarl has a taste of its own medicine. Goodbye, see ya, cheers, make it rain. Aurelion's laughing all the way to the bank, but now Stefan is able to get this chip damage racking up and up with the Salt Cure.
I think Stefan was going for the idea that maybe Aurelion was going to go for the nasty plot, get the Golden Go boosting up, and then start to deal the damage before that Moranga Berry activates. But Aurelion's saying, hang on a second, if I just take the Garganackle down to low HP, something else will be able to do the final bit of damage. Worth noting as well, Garganackle's ability makes it take half damage from Ghost-type attacks, so only really Make It Rain is going to be relevant in this part of the matchup.
Yeah, wisely considering a protect here in this situation is Stefan on that Garganackle. Another Make It Rain, even with that special attack drop. And that Garganackle's off the field. This is another Steel weak Pokemon, Ben, that Stefan has brought out in the form of the Chien Pao. So Aurelion is looking really good with this Golden Go.
Yes, like this is the real strength of Stefan's team, is because if you manage to get those Salt Cures down and the Garganacle in a pretty healthy spot. It's so difficult to take down. You can just wait for it to be over. Now Icicle Crash misses on the Entei on the switch in. There's the Spirit Bake from the Garganacle.
Okay.
Going into it, and it's surviving on just 10 hit points.
10 HP. Is it going to be a recover? It certainly is. Okay, so Stefan has a little bit more breathing room here. Went from nearly 2 Pokemon down in as many turns to just the 1 loss, and this Garganacle looking healthier, not than ever, but certainly much more so than the previous turn.
Aurelion got off to a really good start here, a really powerful start, but now it looks like Stefan's in the driving seat again because of the fact that the Garganacle has its berry activated, but it's also now got a good chance to recover lots of HP. Entei comes in for Stefan.
Entei and, of course, Aurelion facing down with their own Entei here as well. The Sacred Fire, of course, is not going to be any burns onto the Entei. You can't burn a fire type, but Entei takes a good amount of damage from that. Now Garganacle, here we go, trainers. And my health bar goes all the way back up to full. Yes, there was the Icicle Crash miss before on the Entei, which wasn't ruinous for Stefan by any means, but every bit of chip damage can count.
It certainly can. It's just one less turn that Garganacle's Salt Cure needs to go off. I mean, Grimmsnarl's not offering too much on Aurelion's side, and the Entei coming in will put some pressure on. I think Aurelion's playing this longer-term game plan of isolate the Garganacle by knocking out all of the partners, and then we'll deal with the Garganacle in the endgame. I think that's the only option here for Aurelion.
Thunderwave, which is fast becoming the status move de rigueur of this format. Will this Entei be able to move? First, can it take another Sacred Fire? Yes, it can. And it can't. The full paralysis. Stefan is not having the luck go their way this game. What with the full paralysis, the Icicle Crash miss, and here comes now that Salt Cure that can start racking up on this Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, the paralysis there, not really too nice for Stefan. He needs to play back aggressively into Aurelion's team, but this is the yellow magic that comes out from Thunderwave here. Not only is it dropping the speed of the Entei, but it also gives an opportunity for Entei not to be able to move this turn. Certainly not going to be able to move in this game as Sacred Fire knocks it out.
What a great move animation that is, but Stefan is going to have to rise the chi and power from the ashes here. Will this Garganacle have what it takes to turn the game around? And to be honest, if there's one Pokemon that can do it, it is Garganacle. Just sitting here, racking this damage up and up and up. Of course, the Salt Cure in itself doesn't do that much damage, but with every Pokemon Salt Cure taking that chip, Aurelion will be saying goodbye to some of them relatively soon.
The important thing about that full paralysis here on Stefan's side is because Salt Cure doesn't have a lot of PP. That means Stefan still has to do a little bit of work making sure that the Pokemon can't switch out and remove that status. It's not like something like Fire Spin where it does residual damage every turn but then traps the Pokemon in. As you're seeing here, Grimmsnarl can switch out and any of the other Pokemon can switch out while Aurelion has those resources in the back.
Okay, so Okidogi is barking all the way out of its kennel and it's hit the field. I wonder how many of them we will see this weekend as Chi and Power just scouts out. Sacred Fire targeted down into that Protect Shield, of course taking no damage there. It's worth noting too that Sacred Fire not 100% accurate anyway. Salt Cure, it's a good thing it's super effective against this Entei because that's respectable damage, and combined with this chip that it's about to take, this Entei might be barking all the way back to Johto very soon. Couple of dogs staring down a rock in a hard place over on Stefan's side of the field.
And Chien-Pao looking like it's in finally a good situation to actually start going on the offensive here, even in front of the Okidogi. Now, Stefan does have to be a little bit wary of going for a move like Sucker Punch because Okidogi carries that upper hand that can block priority attacks. But if Stefan can get some attacks off here, try to knock out a Pokemon, restrict the ability for Aurelion to switch, this Garganacle still can take things home for him.
And Terra Dragon is so nice for Garganacle here. Of course, it means it's going to be resisting those elemental Fire, Water, Grass moves. And the Sacred Fire just misses the KO onto the Entei. But Chien Power's brought down to a Focus Sash. Is there going to be a residual burn here, though, from the Sacred Fire? Fortunately not, but the follow-up from the high horsepower Reino. So now it really is this Draconian Garganacle against the world.
Wow. That is a big survival. Really, Stefan wanted to have that Entei knocked out that turn, not only because of the damage that it can do, but also more crucially because of the fact that it restricts Aurelion's switching options. Now, Salt Cure does finish the job there. The Salt Cure goes down onto the Okidogi, so there is the Golden Go in the back that's still going to be affected by it. But equally, I mean, I think it's still going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for Stefan if there is enough turns left in the game for this Salt Cure to be able to take it all the way.
Yeah, well, at least you're no longer taking super effective damage from the Make It Rain here. It's now time for Aurelion to go all sparkly, and it's going to be going all the chips into this Golden Go now, which is going to be becoming a Terror Dragon of its own.
And not taking as much damage from the Salt Cure. You know, I did make a little mistake earlier. I thought Salt Cure had a lot less PP than it has, but with 24 total, yeah, I think the Skarganackle is going to be able to go all the way unless Aurelion's able to get the boosts up with the nasty plot and get one big Make It Rain down into this Garganackle.
Yeah, nasty plot is certainly what you need to counteract this Moranga Berry Garganackle, and yeah, Salt Cure no longer doing that additional residual damage because Golden Go is no longer a steel type here. So, is Stefan going to be able to stalemate this one out, or is Aurelion going to be heating things up? This battle is slowly, with the emphasis on slowly, but surely coming to a wrap.
You know what, Charlie? I don't even think it's going to be that slow. I think one more nasty plot is all that this Golden Go needs. The fact that it's Terra Dragon and Citrus Berry, getting more of its HP back and taking less damage from Salt Cure puts it in a great position.
This will be really interesting.
It's enough.
It is enough, even with that special defense boost, and that wasn't even a crit, so that just goes to show how unbulky Garganackle is on its special defensive side. Now, there was a lot that went wrong for Stefan in that game. There was a full paralysis, there was a miss on the Icicle Crash, there was the fact that Sacred Sword did not KO the Entei over on Aurelion's side.
Which it would have KO'd the Entei if the Icicle Crash had connected.
If it had connected, exactly that. That's exactly what we mean when we say all this damage can rack up, even if in the moment it looks like a tiny bit of chip. But we're heading into game 2. Aurelion has claimed that first game. And Ben, of course, what adaptations do you want to see, but also what do you think Aurelion did right in that game?
Well, I think the isolation of the Garganackle, deal with it later. First, make it rain into the leads was great from Aurelion. Put the Garganackle into a spot where it had to go for recover. That slows it down. That's 2 more turns where the Garganackle didn't go for the Salt Cure. That's 2 more turns where it didn't rack up the damage on Aurelion's side, and Aurelion used that time so well to be able to target down Stefan's Pokemon, other than the Garganackle getting that Golden Go into a spot where it was really able to shine. Now I think Stefan's got to figure out a way of maybe playing the early game a little bit more proactively. I don't think Stefan was expecting the Make It Rain on turn 1. I think he was expecting Aurelion to play that little bit more defensively. And now that they've had this game won, they've sort of felt out exactly what the strategies are for each of their opponents. I'm expecting Stefan to make a big adjustment here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if a late-game Garganackle would look quite nice for Stefan here, especially if you've been able to conserve the Terror with the Dragon, just in case Aurelion has that Okie Dokie lurking in the back as well. Maybe the opening with the Garganackle isn't what worked out so well for him there, but let's see what Stefan's thinking. Of course, he knows his team far better than Ben and I. Exactly. It's going to be exactly the same lead. The Garganackle and the Grimmsnarl going up against Grimmsnarl and Entei for Aurelion, but crucially, there's no Golden Go in the lead there.
There's not, and now I think Stefan's got a good opportunity here to start getting those screens up that he didn't in game 1. That's going to start with the Reflect there, making sure that this Grimmsnarl is going to take the Sacred Fire relatively well, but still get burnt for its troubles. I think the big thing here is that the Garganackle is not getting a lot of damage taken on turn 1, as the Grimmsnarl actually does go down even through the Reflect.
Yeah, of course, the disadvantage of keeping Garganackle in the back is that it can't start racking up the Salt Cure early, and this is something that Stefan wants to do. Get that revolving door going over on Aurelion's side, so they have to switch out. Stefan can predict a little bit better, as now Entei takes that chip damage. So Stefan already lost 1 Pokemon, but crucially got the 1 screen up.
Now Entei coming in, and I think Stefan really wants to try to press the advantage in this spot, try to get that Garganackle into a great spot, try to really use that Salt Cure value that he's accrued. But Aurelion's tactic seems to be completely different in this game. Instead of trying to get that early damage on the Garganackle, it looks like Aurelion's pretty content to actually just maybe go for that endgame Golden Go that won him game 1.
It's what I said in the intro, but Grimmsnarl really is just a Hero Okie Dokie, isn't it? Look at that, look at that. They're essentially the same Pokemon there. As the high horsepower, super effective into the Okie Dokie. Of course, being a part poison type, and now Grimmsnarl is going to be taking that sweet, sweet salt as well.
Okay, so the Okie Dokie coming in is still going to be now under pressure. Stefan played the prediction game really, really well. If you hit the Entei with a super effective move, it goes down. If the Okie Dokie switches in, it takes super effective damage. I think Stefan's identified something here. If that last Pokemon on Aurelian's side is the Golden Go, everything's weak to ground.
Yeah, that's a really excellent point. You've got to conserve that Stomping Tantrum, and of course all the better if it fails somehow the previous turn, because it's going to get double power heading into the next one. The Thunder Wave, it is going to connect. There's always that little delay that makes us very nervous, but the Entei will be paralyzed. But this game, will it be able to stay limber enough to be able to move on this turn? The Drain Punch targeted into the Entei's direction. A little bit of recovery. Drain Punch, such a powerful move, and one that Okie Dokie makes it all the more relevant. Is Entei going to be moving here? It is. The Stomping Tantrum is going to be the super effective hit again into Okie Dokie here. And now another Salt Cure. Not very effective in itself, but again, here comes that residual salt in the wound damage.
Yeah, there's definitely the residual damage. Nobody's really too worried, although Salt Cure did do quite a bit of damage to that Entei on turn 1 and sort of speeds up the process of it being knocked out, especially since there's no Intimidate on either side of the field here to speak of. So now Aurelian's got a decision to make. Do you go a little bit more on the defensive, try to play some screens, try to play some pivoting? And is Stefan able to capitalize on those switch-ins and keep that Salt Cure damage going?
Okay, Spirit Break is not very effective into the Entei, and the 9 HP, so can Entei move here with the special attack drop? That doesn't matter, physical attacker. The Stomping Tantrum once more. Okay, that's going to be the Okie Dokie now taken care of, which is something you definitely want to deal with sooner rather than later, so that Drain Punch can't just heal that Okie Dokie right the way back up to full.
Now we're in a different spot to game 1, where Stefan's able to take a lot more early KO, keep that Salt Cure going, but also that's going to restrict Aurelian's switching potential. That's going to make it much easier for Garganacl on Stefan's side to just keep that residual damage going over and over again. And not just that, while Aurelian has to think more about switching because they can only switch one Pokemon at a time, that gives the Garganacl more space to recover its HP as well. But important to note, as this Golden Go has entered the fray, that the Moranga Berry has yet to be activated. And based on in game 1, one nasty plot would probably be enough to get this Golden Go into a position where it could maybe even just knock out the Garganacl clean.
Garganacl, Regisalt, whatever you want to call it, it's very threatened by this Golden Go here. Going for his Terra Dragon, meaning that it's no longer taking super effective damage. Chien-Pao is going to be reducing the defenses of everything around it on the field, but can the Garganacl have what it takes in the face of another Gen 9 counterpart Pokemon, this Golden Go? Well, for now, it's just gone for the Protect. Aurelian knows Golden Go has a target on its back. It's a Pokemon that Stefan wants to remove as quickly as possible, but the Spirit Break targeted now into Chien-Pao. Crucially, the Focus Sash broken here. Special attack drop once again, not mattering. Another physical attacker, but the Salt Cure again targeted down into this Golden Go would have been doing more residual damage over the course of time. Stefan really wants to get Aurelian down to just the final 2 Pokemon. That is the board state that Stefan loves to see using this team.
I love the way that Aurelian's playing this as well. Actually slow-playing the slow-playing team and protecting on the Golden Go, making sure that it's not targeted down this turn, just to get that crucial either KO on the Entei on Stefan's side, but if Stefan did switch in the Chien-Pao that he brought in game 1 as well, breaking that Focus Sash with the Grimmsnarl, there's kind of low value in this environment until the Garganacl goes to Terra Dragon. Then you want to preserve it for the super effective Spirit Break damage.
No miss from the Icicle Crash this time, right into Aurelian's Entei, saying, I can play at your own game, I can catch on the switch in. These make it rain. You can see the dividends that Terra Dragon pays onto this Garganacl. Now Aurelian has done to Stefan exactly what Stefan wanted to do to Aurelian and got him down to his final 2 Pokemon. But the health bars are dwindling over on Aurelian's side of the field, and now Garganacl, having been hit by that special attack, has the boost from its Moranga Berry and is able to get off this bigger Salt Cure into the Golden Go.
Look at the amount of damage that this.
Yeah, I say bigger.
Bigger, not that much damage. But this is the damage that really matters. I mean, a Rock type move into the Golden Go doing that much is a pretty nice to see here. But Aurelian, again, does have the Pokemon advantage here now and can really use it. Aurelian only has Salt Cure on the Golden Go, which means that can switch out. The Enteis are facing each other down, but one of them is paralyzed, and Entei on Aurelian's side could just go for an extreme speed to make sure that Stefan doesn't get an opportunity to go for extreme speed of his own, which will bypass that paralysis speed drop.
This could be Swiss round 2 coming to a wrap, and yeah, that will be extreme speed taking out Stefan's Entei. So once again, it's Garganackle against the world. Let's see if it has what it takes this time. It's certainly closer than it was in game 1. Super effective Salt Cure here, and yeah, again, you just want that revolving door of Pokemon, and the Salt Cure is not quite going to KO the Entei here, but one more active Salt Cure, one more click of the move Salt Cure and it would. But again, Stefan can now recover too. I think Stefan is all too familiar with this board state of having just Garganackle alone and then being able to keep getting Salt Cures. But now Spirit Break super effective. You can see how bulky Garganackle is in its physical defense.
Yeah, this is the really difficult thing about these end games is you've got to be confident about when and how you're going to click the recover button. Sometimes it's right to actually just go for Assault Cure again on Pokemon that are going to be switching out so you can recover the next turn. Those small intricacies is something that Stefan's really, really familiar with, and I'm not surprised to see him, clicking the right button at the right point in time here.
The Spirit Break into the Garganackle, of course, it did even less damage because the Reflect was still up, and it's just expired now. Goldingo, a special attacker, but the Grimmsnarl, now the Spirit Breaks will be doing all the more damage. It's time for Aurelion to go for their own Terror here again, so that Goldingo doesn't take as much residual damage from this Salt Cure, and it looks like we could well be coming down to a Garganackle versus Goldingo endgame. Salt versus Gold, which is going to be the superior element. The coins are going all over on the field, and crucially, the Goldingo is going to be reducing its special attack too. The follow-up Spirit Break, how much damage is it going to do this time? The 10 HP, but was it a recover locked into by this Garganackle? It was, but it could just be a mountain that's too steep to climb, this Garganackle, not able to cash in those checks against Goldingo.
Yeah, so I think this is definitely difficult for Stefan here, but the time that it takes to go for the recover will have that residual chip damage on onto the... Actually, is there any Salt Cure in play right now? I don't think there is there?
Salt Cure, I feel like maybe it's been switched out this time around, so Stefan has even more of a steep climb ahead, especially as a Nasty Plot is able to be set up by the Goldingo. Another Spirit Break in there. Garganackle is just taking too much damage before it can deal it in this situation. Only able to go for another recover here, really, but you're so right, Ben. Stefan is going to have to find a way to weave in these Salt Cures to be able to get the chip damage going, and it looks like chip is exactly what's down, as Aurelion is going to be stabbing their ticket with an undefeated record into round 3.
Yeah, really great positional game for Aurelion played there. Garganackle is one of those Pokemon that's really difficult to be able to take down, not least in the hands of someone that's very experienced with it. But I think Aurelion had such a great strategy going from game 1, where they played so far on the offensive to be able to put that Garganackle into range, make it take time to recover, have to not Salt Cure straight away and get all of that residual chip damage going, but then was able to switch it up in game 2, actually start targeting down the partners a little bit more, just say, hey, this Garganackle's not doing so much.
Yeah.
Maybe my strategy instead should be to focus on the partners a little bit earlier and then be able to have an end game with Terra Dragon, Nasty Plot, Goldingo against this Garganackle. And even with its Moranga Berry defenses in play, just not quite enough defenses to be able to deal with it solo.
You kind of want to run 5 moves on that Garganackle, I feel like. The move that we didn't see there that I believe it has access to was Helping Hand, and I can obviously see why that's very useful, but you want a move that also just does good damage. You want, like, I don't know, a Rock Blast, Rock Slide, God forbid, should it miss, but just so that you can deal some respectable damage as well.
Even just Wide Guard.
Yeah, sure.
On that set. I mean, think about, especially with Purifying Salt as the ability, that would stop this Goldingo taking really too much damage at all in this matchup. I mean, here's the replay. I mean, we saw many situations where it was just Aurelion's Pokemon taking down the partner to Garganackle before the Garganackle went down in the endgame.
And went down as exactly what it did in both those games, a 2-0 victory for Aurelion here. Going into this tournament, I wouldn't be surprised if Aurelion hadn't had much practice at all against Garganackle teams, but just identifying, as you said, Ben, that Garganackle, if you target it down too much, if you put too many eggs in that basket, it's all too easy to just have all of that work undone by a simple recover. And so Aurelion identifying that, yeah, the best way is to get this Garganackle isolated, I guess. kind of works?
We'll go with it.
Yeah, sure.
We'll go
For now,
with it.
we'll workshop it.
Yeah, we'll come back to that a little bit later on. We'll see if Stefan makes it into phase 2 because he's very, very good with that team and it's very strong in the current format. But maybe these regional differences between North America and the EU region could be too much for this Garganacle to take. We'll have to see as the tournament progresses. One other thing that I think Aurelian did really well in that game that we haven't really talked about through the match is actually just knocking out the Grimmsnarl so early, really focusing it down and targeting into it. Game 1, it was obviously the Make It Rain that was able to do that. But in Game 2, it was a combination of Sacred Fire plus the Spirit Break, even through Reflect, was able to pick up that KO onto the Grimmsnarl. And that removed a lot of Stefan's opportunity to play on the defensive, get the light screen up as well. That would have been really helpful in the end game against the Golden Go to have that light screen in play alongside the Morangaberry. Those things combine to make Garganacle really difficult to take down. So Aurelian identified that so early in the set. I was just like, do you know what? I don't mind if the Morangaberry activated. Just get that Grimmsnarl out of here.
Yeah, exactly. It's really interesting talking about Morangaberry when it comes to Open Team Sheet, because it's one of those items where, yeah, sure, you can see that it has a Morangaberry, but many trainers out there will be thinking, and what is that? what does that mean? What do I have to... Yeah, well, I'll tell you, if you get hit by a special move, then you get a boost to your special defense, my friend.
There you go. There you go.
Not just a
we're
pretty
all,
face,
we're all learning here.
Arguably not that either.
In fact, something I was speaking to... And sorry, Stefan, in advance for this, because I'm going to reveal something that maybe is best left unrevealed. But since it's uncommon as an item, I just want to broach it. If a Landorus, Incarnate specifically with Sheer Force, uses Earth Power onto the Morangaberry Garganacle, even though it's a special move, there's some interaction with Sheer Force that actually means the Morangaberry does not activate.
Oh.
Really interesting little piece of tech there.
Yeah, because Sheer Force ordinarily, of course, removes the secondary effects of moves and channels it all into more power on whatever damaging move that Pokemon locks into. So I guess it's something to do with that. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, Stefan is going to be hoping that no one who's out there playing against him was watching that segment just then.
Well, this is it. I'm just protecting it for the moment for Stefan's tournament run. But yeah, really interesting. And I didn't actually know that until Stefan told me about it last week. So there you go.
Thank you for illuminating us, indeed. But I think we're ready to hear from Aurelian. So, with an undefeated record heading into Swiss Round 3 locked in, it's time to talk to Aurelian Sula, who, of course, got the win.
Nice little rhyme, Charlie. Very nice. Of course, Aurelian, it's a pleasure to have you back on the couch here at Birmingham as well. How are you feeling after an incredible win there?
I'm feeling pretty great. Honestly, it's great to be back here too, playing an event again, going on stream again. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, and you were putting on quite a show there for us with an incredible team too. So, going up against Garganacle Soulcure Stool Stuff, was that a matchup that you'd practiced going into this?
So it's not a matchup I practiced a lot of time, but when I saw the pairing, I did expect Stefan to be running something similar to what he was running in Toronto. So I did start thinking about my Garganacle matchup as soon as I saw the pairing,
It looks like you used that Golden Go really nicely as well, but like a really scary turn in that game too, though, where you were like you left it open for a sucker punch from Chen Pao that could have just been clicked in and your Golden Go would have gone down. Why did you feel like you could click Make It Rain in that situation?
Yeah, I don't think Sucker Punch will have quite KO'd, and it's always a mind game where if it clicks Sucker Punch and I Terra, it doesn't do that much, but obviously it will also click Icicle Crash. So I expected him to protect, and I was thinking next turn I can probably protect, maybe, and get away with wait, does it equal? Yeah, no, I don't think Ace Field will have KO'd with Reflect. Yeah. I think it was most of my game. I didn't expect him to target next to Goldengo. Yeah, I think I was mostly expecting Protect and then play from there. But Sucker Punch would have been bad. I'm not sure it would have been game over per se.
Yeah, fair enough. The Reflect can really pay dividends, can't it? It's hugely a useful move. And that was something that always seems to be a theme in a lot of your teams is Grimmsnarl, right? With Thunder Wave especially. You love that Pokemon, right?
Yeah, I really do. Yeah, in fact, I originally didn't plan on bringing this team. At first, I was practicing a bit. I didn't have much time to practice out of the event, but I like the little practice I had with a team that also had Goldengo, but a more offensive set, and Whimsicott and all and Instant, and I realized I wasn't actually a big fan of that team not too long before the event, so I was like looking for something that I could like pick up quickly that would fit my style, and so I saw the team that Jack Clark used in Toronto, and I gave it a try, and it was the best out of the teams I tried. I figured that with Grimstall and all, it could fit my style, and it's only been 2 rounds, but so far I'm happy with that team choice.
Great, yeah, that was my next question as well as to why you picked it. So yeah, thank you for answering us that there. So exactly, it does fit your style very nicely too, given the number of teams that we've seen you use, especially with that Grim style. Of course, at NAIC in 2024 as well, you got all the way to the final with that sort of team too, but obviously with Terapagos instead of your other kind of setup Pokemon like Golden Go as well. So Aurelion, what is your goal for this weekend?
I guess my goal for this weekend would be going as far as possible. Obviously, winning would be great because that would give me like a world invite, and I won't be able to go to UIC. Not sure if I'll be able to go to NAIC. So my season will just be like some regional, some like European regionals here and there, and like locals and GCs. So I need to do either like really well, like well consistently to qualify or win an event. So I'd like to either win or at least do well enough to keep my season alive.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And coming into like regulation set F again here, I'm really interested to hear your perspective on this. How do you feel like things are different, if at all, this time compared to when we had the format last time in 2024?
Honestly, I feel like we're seeing like a lot of new teams. It's like last time around, like as people have said, like the format was kind of dominated by the Japan balanced like style of team with like the Combined Raging Bolt and all that was like still really common even at like UIC, which no, UIC was the last event of the format. That would have been the like NA regional that Wolf won, I think. But like it was still like those balanced team. I think Wolfie used something like pretty different, but from the like Japan balance style. But I believe his finals opponent did have Combined Raging Bolt. I'm not sure. But yeah, and anyway, we really haven't seen like much of that at all this time around. And yeah, like we've been seeing like new teams competition. I feel like it's quite different as often happens when the format comes back. Like I feel like when Reg came back, when Regish came back, the format was always quite different from what we saw the first time around.
Okay, yeah, it's good insight. Thank you, Aurelion. Now, finally, any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Yes, so yeah, like as always, like shout out to all the people supporting me, especially my parents. So like the people who I talk to about teams, even if I don't have much time. All my friends from my school, Epita, who always support me, including Rafael, who's here today too, is competing in VGC as well. And finally, shout outs to the society, the company I'm currently doing my internship at Agos, for letting me leave early on Friday to make it to the tournament.
That's huge. Thank you so much, Aurelion. Hopefully we'll see you later in the tournament. For now, we're going to be cutting really shortly to a break, and we'll be getting into round 3 real soon.
I would call my partner Rosemary. Well, she'd also be there, so she would know. So I guess the first person I'd call would be my dad and my sister, probably. I have 3 answers for this. So Corviknight's my OG favorite Pokemon from when I started playing. I used him a lot. He was always really good for me in Sword and Shield. Not so good anymore. I've kind of grown to really love Golden Go over the last couple of years. And Kyogre, of course, is my favorite restricted Pokemon. It's given me a lot of success. Probably the World Championships in Yokohama. Or Hawaii. Those are both pretty far located. Or OCIC in Melbourne. I've gone to a lot of places. I look up to people who are just consistently really good players. Obviously, Wolf Glick would be one of those people. Marco Silva, Joe Ugarte. I really have a lot of admiration for the players who can consistently do super well. And, you know, in a game with this much volatility, those kinds of players prove that even though Pokemon has a lot of elements of things that sometimes feel like they're out of your control, the fact that these players can consistently do so well means that, you know, there's always a higher level of skill to be chasing. I've usually been a night owl, but I'm also getting older now, and I find myself waking up in the morning, and it's weird. So I guess, like, I'm, like, in the middle of shifting from being a night owl to a morning person. My favorite event food is no food, actually. I think, I eat like protein bars, and nuts, things that are high in protein, but I don't usually like to have a full meal during a tournament day because I don't want to risk a crash. So usually we end the day pretty early these days, so it's nice. I get through the day, and then I'm real hungry, work up a good appetite to go and just eat some great local food wherever we are. It's a cheap answer to say a legendary Pokemon, so I'm just gonna go with Goldengo. I like my Goldengo. Gimmighoul's such a cute little first form, so I guess we'll go with Gimmighoul. My favorite city to travel to for a Pokemon event has probably been Yokohama. The way that everything around Yokohama was so sort of Pokemon up for the World Championships was just such an amazing experience. Being able to just kind of look around Yokohama and kind of go on this little treasure hunt of finding all the little various Pokemon things, the big murals. There was just so much cool stuff around there. I thought it was an amazing destination. At events, I really like listening to power metal. It kind of like gets me focused up. I went to school for musical theater, so I like musical theater. I like everything. But right now, at an event, it's usually going to be power metal. Maybe K-pop, but we'll go with power metal for today. Flying Gyarados, because that thing needs more flying moves. Like, we just need Gyarados to have a little bit more love in the flying department. He's so reliant on the generational mechanics to have same type attack bonus flying moves, so just give him something.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center?
Yeah! What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Yeah, let's go! Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Oh, Psyduck, Quagsire, Tatsugiri. Oh! It's a Pikachu.
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you. That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you.
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have? Too many. Can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Iggly Biggly Bob.
Kevin Hahn, this is his first year in the seniors division. One game away from being a world champion for the second time. Double KO!
Absolutely incredible!
My name is Kevin Hahn, and I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'd like to say that my first game was Sword and Shield, because my brother didn't play for me. Not my first tournament. It was more of a family vacation. I got top 8, but it was a 7-player regional, and my only win was the bye. I put that experience on the side. Until 2022, tournaments were starting to pop up again, and my brother really wanted to go to Secaucus. Then we made it a family trip. I actually made top 8, and it wasn't a 7-player regional this time. When my brother won NESC, that's when it really kicked in. I was like, wow, that's so cool. I want to be just like that. That World Championship, my parents convinced me to go. I ended up making it to top cut. I think that was the beginning of my Pokemon era. My brother helped me with every move. But after that, I started to practice on my own, and I kept pushing and pushing, and here I am today. During 2023, I put high expectations on myself. It didn't end up working out the way I expected. I got second at Orlando, which is really good. I was just so focused and tunnel visioned on just winning. I even threw my medal on the floor, which is really, really bad. In the moment, I was just so sad because I was so close. At Worlds that year, I didn't do very well. It was very tough for me. Seeing my brother so happy felt a little weird because I felt like I couldn't enjoy competitive Pokemon like others did. I talked with therapists and family members about it. They all told me to keep going. There's always next year. Try to put less pressure on yourself. and I did. The 2024 season was amazing for me. Don't overwork yourself. Don't force yourself to practice. You should really enjoy it. That gave me a new sense of fun and enjoyment from the game, and then that's what pushed me through. At UIC, NEIC, and even Worlds, I won them all, which is insane to me. My #1 goal this season, I thought was pretty ambitious, was to win a regional. After Atlanta, I was like, okay, I can enjoy my first year of being a senior. My team has not an amazing matchup spread into most of the field, but it gives you a lot of options, and there's never an unwinnable matchup. You have Toy Scarf Miraidon, which can make a sort of speed sandwich. You're faster with your Miraidon outside of Trick Room, and you're faster with your Calyrex Ice inside of Trick Room.
Kevin Hahn is undefeated and now just one match away. The energy here has just been electric.
My toughest match is probably finals. There's so much nerve up on the stage.
He was the junior world champion. So much pressure to come now into this new age group.
It's one of the matchups where playing safe doesn't get you anywhere, and it's the easiest way to lose. I had to get a lot of predictions right. Whenever I practiced it with my friends and my brother's friends, I got destroyed. The most memorable moment was when Calyrex picked up the 2 KOs at the end.
That is the Glacial Land!
Wow, flawless victory from Kevin!
So much noise, so much screaming. It felt unreal. I had done it. I had become a back-to-back world champion. It still hasn't sunk in, but I feel like I've done something amazing.
Hey trainers, we're back. We'll really be getting soon into round 3 of the Birmingham Regional Championships. But Charlie, I have a burning question, honestly.
Yeah.
Why do we never see Stantler in VGC?
No idea. Welcome to Swiss round 3, trainers. Get it right?
Okay, right. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. It's a deer.
Yeah,
No idea.
No idea.
Yeah.
It's, yeah. 'Cause usually it's with the other joke that's with when you. Why is there no iron team or something? And then it's.
I see. Right. Sure. Yeah. I'm making what I can make work. The Pokemon we have available. But yeah, good. That was. I don't think I've ever seen such a deadpan reaction as that. But sometimes it's what I deserve. David, you were able to talk to Aurelian just then, having won. What's Aurelian thinking heading into this tournament? Are they feeling confident? Do you reckon?
Seems like, yeah, cautiously optimistic, I would put it.
Okay.
And Aurelian kind of always is, though. Kind of really much an underdog and doesn't really sell themselves as much as I think they probably should, given the incredible feats that they've been able to accomplish.
Sure.
Multiple finals across the board. Obviously, can't talk about Aurelian without saying that they are kind of one of the ultimate underdogs because they've consistently gotten to the final without quite getting that win so many times, right? So he's... they're a person who is who's so incredibly good and I think really deserves that win at some point. Kind of like Carrie at Toronto, really. Like, so consistently good for a while, and he's finally gotten that win.
Yeah.
Aurelian needs that time as well.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen, we believe. Aurelian is one of the players out there, but there are so many other ones and so many others that we have our eyes on as well. Which players to watch do we have this weekend? Well, we've got quite the smorgasbord for you here. Jack Clark, of course, top 4 in Toronto. We're also so proud of Jack Clark here in the UK. I mean, clearly a lot of love for Umbreon, but it's not one that unfortunately made an appearance on their team. Really repping the Okie Dokie, flying that flag proud. But we've got to talk about Taya Team Masso as well. This is possibly the trainer I'm most excited about the future of. Just someone who really roared into action last season and now just keeps winning things left and right, including a grassroots tournament just last weekend. And still searching for that big major win, but so many top cuts, including top 8 at the Europe International Championships last year.
Yeah, an incredible trainer, honestly, and someone who at every single EU regional has been doing so well, as you said, Charlie. And of course, on the far right there is our 2023 world champion, Shohei Kimura, all the way over from Japan, who we actually only saw a few weeks ago in Frankfurt, I believe, and got all the way to top 4, I believe.
I think that's right.
Yeah, so with an interesting kind of Mousehold Annihilate team. So you're really interested to see what he's kind of running for Regulation Set F.
Yeah, absolutely. We just attract all of this talent from all over the globe here, Shohei Kimura. And of course, it goes the other way around as well. In Toronto last weekend, you'd have been forgiven for thinking it was an EU regional, with not with only the UK players over there, but Alex Gomez as well, and so many other EU players too. But will they have that run just because they've had a good record recently? Doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to go all the way. But we believe, and I wonder how their tournaments are going so far. I'm sure we'll be able to bring that information to you.
Oh yeah, we definitely will. But I do want to see, though, how popular some of our Pokemon are, though, this time. And see it. Definitely comparing that to Toronto specifically as well. Like, you said on the couch earlier, Charlie, I think you were predicting, what, 350% for Platinum?
Yes, I think so, roughly. Yeah. When you think about it, it doesn't make sense. Like, what is 350% Platinum? That would mean, like, we'd have to have a 7-day regional with Fluttermane appearing because, like, lots of people are going to have Fluttermane. But speaking of Pokemon, let's take a look at the ones that are doing particularly well. Which are the Pokemon that trainers have brought to Birmingham? What is being represented most highly? And would you look at that? It's not quite 350%, but it is 47.4. Right in the lead, it is going to be that Fluttermane. And behind it, it's a Pokemon I personally have never heard of, David. What is that Pokemon in number 2?
Is that Stantler?
Nah, good point. It's not a deer. I think that might be in Incineroar. Incineroar, that's it. I think that's what it's called, yeah. And then Urshifu, of course, number 3. Urshifu that can so famously hit through Protect. So it's just always going to be good, but a perfect counter to it. Down in 5th position with Ogerpon Wellspring, the water absorbability at Surging Strikes. Not going to be doing anything into that, but a smorgasbord of other Regulation Set F favorites here.
Yeah, there is. Ogerpon Halflame, a hugely offensively aggressive Pokemon, doing so much damage, often seen on the more hyper-offensive teams alongside Regidrago, for instance, which interestingly is not on this graphic, but Farigiraf is, for instance. So maybe more of a kind of bulky sort of balanced composition we've got over here in EU at the moment. But to say that, yeah, there is still a Chempao, there's still a Landorus, and Fluttermane can be any of those things. It can be bulky support, it can go on the offensive choice specs, booster energy, but also booster energy boosting your speed or your special attack. And that's not even to mention Raging Bolt.
Raging Bolt, yes. Raising its head above the clouds, but it's got to get out of them sometime and look lively on the field. But if you're going for those calm minds, then that's exactly what Raging Bolt is going to be doing. It's going to be chilling out and getting a boost to its special attack and special defense. And yes, it's something that people were talking about, theorizing heading into the return of Regulation Set F. Those Raging Bolt mirrors, the calm mind setups, and which one is going to be doing more damage. Is it going to be Dragon Pulse? Is it going to be Draco Meteor? Is it going to be Snarl? It could even be Assault Vest. Yeah, they are omnipresent.
They certainly are, yeah. And Pulchua almost took it all the way as well. All of our trainers were fearing when Regulation Set F was announced again, would it be the Raging Bolt again? Raging through all the tournaments with that calm mindset. And yeah, it was Carridiotona who put a stop to that very firmly with kind of a Landorus and Moongus duo, which seemed very strong into just the whole position.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Moongus, you just cannot understate it. Yes, it's known as the annoying thing that puts your Pokemon asleep, but also, of course, it can redirect things so masterfully going for that Rage Powder as long as the target is not a Grass-type Pokemon, just to enable those heavy hitters like your Landorus. And, of course, the Swords Dance on Ogerpon is something that's been rising up, too. We sometimes see Focus Energy on Ogerpon as well. Of course, Ivy Cudgel has a boosted critical hit chance as it is, but then with Focus Energy, all the more so. But Swords Dance means that you're getting more reliable big damage turn after turn, as long as you can find the position to be able to weave it in, set it up.
And a lot of them have been pairing up with that Rillaboom to get that Grassy Train online so you can use those Grassy Glides. And with enough investment, enough attack investment, you can like one-hit KO Fluttermanes with Grassy Glide, which is quite something, right? So it's those Fluttermanes have to watch out, especially if kind of those grass types are coming up, which is not something, normally you worry about what's super effective against you, right? But if you've just got raw stats and just raw attacking power, then that's enough of a super effective hit for me.
Yeah, that's exactly my mentality heading into future tournaments and Regulations there, F. David. I'm really loving this Chiyu Fluttermane combination, just reducing the special defense for everything around it and hit hard. Iron Crown in DD. Just click buttons, don't think too much, just big damage, good. That's my play style. Yeah.
I love it, Charlie.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, right.
I'm not about this slowing the board state down. Yeah, Incineroar's great and Polishot's great, but listen, that's just a few of the Pokemon, and I tell you right now, Rillaboom and Incineroar, they are not on my caster predictions, but I've got some spicy Pokemon for you, David. Oh, yes. I would argue probably the spiciest of the four of us, but we've got some interesting diversity going on here.
We do, exactly. So I thought, I've got all dark types, yes, but I just thought there was just a bit too much Golden Go for my liking in Toronto.
Right,
It should have stayed in Reg F where it is, and yet it's back again. So much Make It Rain. So here are 4 Pokemon that do well into Golden Go, okay? Do you want a Moltres? That's pretty good. Snarl, spread damage, good special defensive bulk. Tinglu, lowering the special attack. Super effective moves on dark and ground options. Chiyu's a Chiyu, and of course there's King Gambit as well. Oh yeah, do you want to lower its damage with Intimidate? No, you can't. Defiant says no, and yet you can still hit those Golden Goes back for really good damage. So there's your answers there. I've got slight bee in my bonnet, I think.
Clearly. Yeah, also about Icy Wind, clearly, from the couch earlier, too. What I like is that between our predictions here, David, we've covered the legendary birds in some way, shape, or form. Because I've also got Galarian Zapdos there, as well as Cantonian Articuno. So, hey, shout out to you, Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres. We see you all the way from Pokemon Red and Blue, even if you're looking a little bit different these days. Galarian Zapdos, of course, a fighting flying rather than electric flying type, which is so nice into a metagame that has Urshifu and the Ogerpon so omnipresent, the flying type damage great into grass and fighting type Pokemon, and just like with you in King Gambit, the Defiant ability as well. Articuno, David, of course, we've got to cast our minds back a couple of years to Utrecht, where we were casting over the finals that Nikhil Reddy won with that Articuno and the Alolan Ninetales composition. So much fun. The sheer colds, the blizzards, oh my goodness gracious me. And there was an Articuno that made day 2 in Toronto. I hasten to add, all of the Pokemon on my predictions there, they all made day 2, yes, including Iron Boulder. You might be thinking, what on earth is this washing machine? It's actually a Pokemon, and it's called Iron Boulder, and it can hit through Protect with its Mighty Cleave move. It's not just Urshifu that can do that. Oh no, and Mighty Cleave, a rock-type move. Rock is really good offensively. Think of the things you're hitting for super effective. The flying, the ice, the fire, what with all the Ogerpon half flames around. Rock and Psychic is a really interesting combination there. But anyway, I'm waxing lyrical about that. We had a couple of Roaring Moons from Ben and Zoe there, and yeah, I can see that. I can see why that's got potential. Yeah.
You kind of convinced me actually on the Iron Boulder, really.
Have I?
Yeah.
Hey, good job done. I'm off. I'm glad.
Yeah, I mean, and I'd love to see an Articuno actually.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be maybe not so great for the person who's facing the Articuno potentially, but for us at home, we love it, don't we?
Yeah.
So,
David, we're not at home. I guess we're in Birmingham, so we're on a home turf. But yeah, true. Yeah. Home sweet UK home. Reggie Drago.
Just go down for a nap here.
Is that how you nap?
Yes, it is. I don't actually nap. I don't know how you do it.
I've never napped in my life. Here we've got Iron Boulder on the screen for you. It's surprisingly speedy as well. Of course, this is the future paradox form of Terrakion, which is another Pokemon which is a lot of fun in Regulation Set F if you can get it set up with its justified ability. But of course, Iron Boulder has Quark Drive, activating the same as any other past or future paradox Pokemon ability, giving a boost to its most proficient stat. And again, if you can hit through Protect, the problem is, of course, Rock and Psychic, you have a good number of weaknesses.
Yeah, it is a bit of a problem for Iron Boulder. So you really want to rely on its offenses if when you're using it. As you said, Charlie, Rock is really good offensively there, and you're suddenly swapping Fighting for Psychic, but compared to Terrakion, right? And Fighting is typically also a very good complementary and good offensively type to Rock, whereas Psychic is hitting your fighting types, sure, and you're hitting your poison types, sure, it's all right, but both are kind of resisted by steel, for instance. So it's never good when you've got one type that resists both of your sort of same type attack bonus stats.
That's true.
So getting around that is something that then the rest of your team kind of needs to support it with, but in the right conditions, Iron Boulder can definitely punch through.
I mean, against an Okie Dokie, if you have, you can have Psycho Cut on your Iron Boulder as well. That would be fantastic. Yeah, just could one-shot that because, of course, it takes double super effective from those Psychic type moves being a poison and fighting type. Yeah, we'd love to see it more. I believe we had another UK player doing pretty well in the last Regulations at F with Iron Boulder. Oliver Gousden, I think, was running Iron Boulder. In fact, at that very Utrecht Special Championships, I believe Oliver came 9th, so just missed out on the top 8 there. And I tell you what, if it made the finals, it would have been great into the Articuno. Double super effective with your Rock into the ice and flying.
And then it would have just missed.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, unfortunate. But I tell you what's not going to miss, and that's a big old dragon energy. I do love me a Regidrago, David. I think it's my favorite of the Regi Titans that we have, and it's why I've got this beautiful Regidrago plush here. And we've got its stat distribution on screen for you now. Massive HP, and of course Dragon Energy does damage based on the amount of HP that it has remaining. Oh, it feels so good clicking that button when it works.
Yeah, kind of similar to the Typhlosion teams you saw at the end of Regulation Set H, right? That Lucas Cherryblade was using, Yuma Kinugawa was using. You just click that big funny button, and yeah, you've got that in Regidrago too, with Dragon Energy. And arguably an attack that is not as resisted as well, given the eruption, and you can't neuter with Rain either. Dragon Energy is just raw dragon power, right? So with the right support and that life orb that is typically run on Regidrago, then it does so much damage just across the board. And we're in a regulation where not many trainers run wide guard to block it.
Yes, exactly that. Wide guard will go a long way in this format, but it's interesting the life orb dragon energy thing, because they could be seen as kind of anti-synergistic. Because life orb, of course, you're going to take a little bit of recall damage at the end of each turn, and of course, dragon energy does damage based on the amount of HP Regidrago has remaining. But I think a lot of players are just saying, listen, a big life orb boosted full health dragon energy, I just need one, that's all I need. Let me just carve a hole through, let me just sweep through, and then you can follow up with an earth power Draco Meteor that it also has access to. You don't necessarily have to rely on it, but of course the dragon's more ability as well boosts the power of dragon type moves. It's just dragon, 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 and it's an amazing design. Well done, Regidrago, 10 out of 10, recommended 5 stars.
Okay, well, that's the second Pokemon on my team then. Iron Boulder Regidrago.
There you go, perfect.
Thank you, all right.
We could theory craft this. I'd be interested to try and build an Iron Boulder Regidrago with you. Yeah.
That would be a lot of offense, honestly. Maybe
a lot of offense.
A lot of offense. I can't think about that too much, though, because like, there's a lot of Pokemon to think about.
There are.
Now I've got Stantler on the brain as well from earlier.
Yeah, exactly. We've got another dragon, actually, that we can talk about, and it's a past Paradox Dragon. We've got the Roaring Moon, of course, and this was a Pokemon that was on the Toronto Regional Championships winning team last weekend, piloted by Kerry D. Ortona. And it's interesting because back a year or so ago in Regulation Set, what would it have been? The G. Yeah, I think Regulation Set G. We had, for example, Justin Tang winning in San Antonio with this Roaring Moon that was Terra Flying, acrobatics that synergized so nicely with the booster energy. But actually, it was a different kind of Roaring Moon in Toronto, wasn't it, David?
Yes, it was. So it had that breaking swipe and knockoff with the Tailwind to protect. So, but very fast still, though, to kind of make sure it's outspeeding as much as possible. Because if you're suddenly going first in the turn before you use breaking swipe, for instance, you're getting a lot more use out of that move rather than if you're going before everything in the turn, right? So that makes a lot of sense for that perspective. And so, obviously, Tailwind as well, because you're not Prankster Tailwind. You need that actual natural speed to be able to go for that Tailwind instantly. And then you're able to get up the speed for your partner instantly as well. Whereas something like Whimsicott doesn't need to rely on that speed as much if they're already going to go first because of their ability giving them that speed.
Exactly that. It's such a cool design as well, isn't it, David? Goodness gracious me. Possibly my favorite Paradox design. Okay, yeah. Nice.
That's how it does it.
That's the Roaring Moon dance. Fantastic, yeah. Get your Pokemon impressions. Post them. We'd love to see them. You hashtag play Pokemon. Film yourself doing those where you've got the Incineroar going as well. Yeah, very nice. Good. But, Dave, what's that? What's that?
Go on, you got it. You know this.
Looking like a space hopper. What is that? Oh, Rillaboom. It's Rillaboom.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
I just need that drum. But, David, we've been waxing lyrical about Articuno as well. I love me an Ice Time. Articuno, I think, is my favorite legendary. A lot of players are running it with the Snow Cloak so that when the snow weather condition is set up, Articuno is all the harder to hit. Some, particularly cheeky ones, might even run it with a Bright Powder to make it even harder to hit too. You know, you can have powerful moves all you want, but if they're not connecting, then you're not going to be doing much health bar mitigation there, are you?
Typically not. And often, obviously, combined with the Alolan Ninetales to set up that snow so you can obviously make the use of it. And then, typically, Articuno then carries Terra Ice as well.
Yes.
So that you can maintain that defense boost that the Ice gives you when you then still go for the Terra. And then that obviously boosts up your Ice-type moves, which often it only just uses Ice moves. Usually Blizzard, Freeze Dry, Icy Wind, and, of course, Sheer Cold.
Sheer Cold, yeah. The more times that you don't want to see it, but the more times you click it, the more likely it is to hit. Yeah, it's just a one-hit KO move. If it hits, that Pokemon is going down. Boosted Garganackle, no problem. I don't know, an Alolan Muck that's minimized to Oblivion, as long as it connects, it's gone. That's right, Sheer Cold. It's just that big old delete button. And yeah, again, a Pokemon that when it did win in Regulation Set F 1.0 back a couple of years ago, no one saw it coming. And that's exactly what these Pokemon regulations can do. Just a bolt from the blue.
Lovely. We're going to get really quickly into round 3 super shortly, but grab a drink and we'll be right back. Let's go.
The 2025 European International Championships was the largest VG event to date. Let's take a look back at what went down during this historic event. It was a champion showdown to start off the day in the juniors division, with previous LASC champions Fabian Musicant and Ismail Ogi taking the stage. This was the 8th time these two have faced off at a major event, and everything was on the line. Calyrex Shadow Rider for Fabian was a strong pick across divisions, and it would prove to reign supreme once again as it took down Ismail's Calyrex Ice Rider in 2-0 fashion, earning Fabian his 2nd international title. In the seniors division, Louis Fonvier was on a tear, winning 3 regionals back-to-back and looking to earn another title. On the opposing end was Ian Larson, who had beaten Louis in Swiss and was looking to defeat him once again. Miraidon for Ian, Calyrex Ice Rider for Louis, and an exciting 3-match series ahead. Draco Meteor from Ian was key, taking massive KOs in games 1 and 3 and brought Ian to victory. In the Masters Division Finals, history would be made either way. After 6 years, Wolf Click was in the finals of an international yet again, and was coming off not 1 but 2 major title wins, having revealed himself to be the Global Challenge 1 champion. Dill Yeomans was the hometown hero, the underdog looking to keep the trophy in the UK, with the crowd standing firmly behind them. Electric duo Miraidon and Furgraph paved a path of victory in the first game of the set, and Wolf was down but not out, utilizing Miraidon to great effect to even the score. In the final game, Miraidon was taken out early for Wolf, and the match was closer than ever. In the end, Dill brought Wolf down to his final Pokemon, Incineroar, but it was just the perfect piece, being able to 1v2 the endgame and make Wolf Click your EUIC champion.
1,400 people showed up to this tournament, hoping and dreaming to win the entire thing. But it wasn't enough!
With history made and new stories always emerging, you could be next. Check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information and see if it could be you as our next Pokemon champion.
David, I've competed in EUIC before, but the prep I did, it wasn't enough! And I tell you what else, being in that venue when Wolf won the Europe International Championships last year, my goodness gracious me, EUIC 2025 was one, every IC is one for the history books, but EUIC 2025 par excellence was one for the history books. My goodness me, I've never heard a crowd go so crazy for one competitor as they did for Dill Yeomans in the EUIC last year. The chant of "Let's go Dylan." And I think just for Wolf and for any opponent in that situation, hearing basically everyone being on the side of the other person, to have to try and shut that down and keep your mentality strong and firm is just what Wolf was able to achieve there, especially because it was a 3-game set. I believe it was Wolf who lost the first game, lost game 1, I believe, and then to come back and end up winning the entire tournament. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's a movie. EUIC 2025 is a movie, and that's just one storyline. We heard about the juniors and seniors there as well. Ismail Ogi and Fabian Musicant. The 8th time they went up against each other, and it was a fairly even record between them, and then Fabian went ahead and won and wasn't able to use the Indeedee in their game, and so I'm monologuing now, wasn't able to use the Indeedee in their game, and still with a 5 Pokemon to the 6 that Ismail was able to use, went ahead and won the entire thing. Mate, oh, cinema, I believe the kids say.
No. Yeah, it sounded incredible, honestly. I was at home watching, and it was, a final to behold. I wish I was there. And you had front row seat, which must have been incredible. The moments and everything from that final, and just the whole tournament, honestly.
I wish you were there as well, to be honest. I had Ben yapping in my ear, as always.
It's all right, Charlie.
Oh, Charlie. Thank you, yeah. David, we haven't casted together since Lille October 2024, so Lille 2025 season. What? Unbelievable. Totally, and it feels so good to be back on the desk with you. And yeah, absolutely. I always enjoy our height difference as well, so much. I can't wait to be casting with you very shortly. Of course, it's always the way, trainers. Earlier on in the day, the rounds will take longer to complete. All of the trainers are out there, and listen, we've been talking about it. Regulation set F, the Raging Bolt mirrors going crazy in the venue, potentially, who knows. Listen, we'll be bringing round 3 to you very shortly, but we've got so much more that we can digest.
Exactly. For instance, I have another Pokemon for you to guess.
Oh, yeah? That's Urshifu.
Yeah,
Urshifu Rapid
okay.
Strike.
I need to find something
good.
harder than that.
No, it was good. No, because last year we played this game, Costa and I thought that Charlie Donnelly, the person I was playing with, was going for an Urshifu, but it was actually Dragapult, because Dragapult is kind of like this. And Urshifu is more like that.
Oh, okay, that kind of would put you off, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
It's hard to kind of like do justice for the huge, wide head that Dragapult has.
Exactly that. Yeah. Perfect. Someone. Make a meme out of that, or make a react or something, an emoji. But we don't have any Dragapults on the team we're about to show you. We certainly do have an Urshifu. There's a team that's been doing fantastically in Regulation Set F, and it's a fairly balance-orientated one, and it's, of course, the one that Paul Stewart used to reach the second position at Toronto just last weekend. Ogabon Half Flame, Flutter Mane, Incineroar, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Rillaboom, and Raging Bolt.
You can see all the different modes that you've kind of got on this team. Often people will call this like the Carmine Raging Bolt kind of squad, basically, because you've got double fake out, which is usually quite critical if you've got any sort of setup, and especially if you've got those 2 Pokemon available in Incineroar and Rillaboom, then you've already got a good foundation for that. But you don't obviously have to go with Raging Bolt all the time. Ogapon is a kind of another raid boss that you can kind of create out of this team, right? Where you could, as soon as you've got that support, you can get it into a position where you get an body aspect once you've gone for that Terra, that super powerful attack boost, and even into things that resist it. It's taking so much damage sometimes, often usually 2-hit KOs. Especially into like Incineroar, for instance, as well. You kind of bypass the Intimidate with that attack boost, but you can also flip it around completely with Ogapon and use Follow Me to actually then use that to support the Raging Bolt at the same time. So that's not even talking about Urshifu as a Pokemon, which we, of course, we can always talk about, but like day in, day out.
Yeah.
But it just makes this a really rounded team and something that everyone needs to prepare for when you're going into a Regulation F tournament.
And just notice here, trainers, the 2024 usages of this team as well, from Tim Edwards, the finalist, of course, at EUIC, then losing to Nils Dunlop, and Yujian Wang in Perth too. It's a team that's always going to be good because it has the tools it needs to succeed. Now, as you say, David, Urshifu we could talk about forever in terms of how it can hit through protects, and that's, of course, what it's most known for. But, for example, Surging Strikes as well, guaranteed critical hit, so it doesn't matter if you have a Reflect set up on the other side of the field, for example, you're still going to be getting the same amount of damage, but, of course, that can also be a drawback. Surging Strikes is never going to do more damage than you're expecting. You're never going to be clicking that move thinking, oh, well, if I just get a crit, then I win in this situation, because it's always going to crit. Yeah. You always know that you're just going to fall short if you're in a situation like that.
What's interesting about this team, though, is because it's so prevalent, and obviously Paul Chu has shone the spotlight on it yet again from last week, is that I'm thinking that we're probably going to see a little bit more few answers to it this weekend as well. So, like, for instance, Reign could be on the cards for a lot of trainers this weekend as well, which we've seen hardly any of in Toronto, because suddenly you can shut down the fire options that the Incineroar and the Ogapon provide, and none of this team has a way of actually setting up the Sun or denying that Reign as well. Obviously, Raging Bolt has a fairly good matchup into that, but often these Reign teams don't actually have lots of Pokemon weak to water, because often it's just Archaladon and maybe that you're kind of using a lot, which obviously resists electric and isn't weak to dragon either. So Raging Bolt, even though you might want to bring it into Rain, isn't going to have the greatest time when the rest of its support can't do a whole lot.
Yeah, of course, the Pokemon that's most likely setting up that Rain would be Pelipper, that's taking double super effective from electric, but then Pelipper provides a tool that you mentioned before as one that could be very useful in Regulation Set F, and any regulation really, and that is Wide Guard. All the Make It Rains around, all the Dragon energies around from Regidrago, having access to that move, wonderful. Now, I personally am more of a Politoed enjoyer when it comes to the Drizzle ability, but it doesn't quite have the move pool that Pelipper gets. It's good, don't get me wrong. A bit of a Perisong goes a long way. But yeah, Pelipper does have not only the Wide Guard, but also the Tailwind, so you can get the speed advantage. And yeah, I wonder if we'll see more.
Let's see, though. So it's time for you at home to tell us who you want to see for our next round.
That's right.
It's community choice time. So here are your options.
Oh, speaking of Pelipper, there we go. Flavio Del Pidio up there against Simone Sanvito. Of course, Simone already a regional champion so far this season. Francesco Magurno running this Orthworm team. If you missed that game at Toronto, everybody, definitely vote for that. Orthworm has a place in this meta game versus Ryan Guezi. Federico Camporesi, NAIC champion from 2025 season with Ndidi and Iron Crown. I love that combination. Me going up against Paul Hinter with a gouging fire that we rarely see. Eden Bachelor of the UK on home turf going up against Barish Akshos. Eden with that Galeria Moltres that you chose as one of your caster predictions, David.
Yeah, I did, and that's the team I think Dorian Kang was using, and got to top 8 at the Toronto Regional Championships just last weekend, using that Moltres specifically as well. Perhaps with a different kind of supporting cast, but otherwise Eden making sure that they are making their mark again here, being our Stuttgart Regional Championship from last season, trying to run it back here in Birmingham.
Yeah, well, your sport for choice, frankly, trainers. Whichever one of these you pick will be a winner. Are you going to go more for the unconventional Pokemon pick in the Orthworm there, or are you going to go more for the big names like, Federico Camparesis and beyond? Well, it's all up to you. Get on over to the Twitch chat. If you're watching on YouTube, then hop on over to Twitch. You can vote in that chat for which of these matches you would like to see for Swiss Round 3. And bear in mind, it's only Swiss Round 3. All of these are such exciting matches, and we've got so many more of them to show you later today. But cast your vote. We don't want you to be disappointed if the one you want to see doesn't make it up.
Exactly. Hometown heroes as well in Eden from the UK too. And of course at the top we've got the Italian showdown from Simone and Flavio. Simone already being one of our regional champions as well from this season too. Can he do it again? He's got a strong team, as we've been talking about it. Like, you've got Chen Pao there maybe over like what is usually that Flutter main slot, as you can see on Barish's team, which is running the same sticks as what Paul Chua used. So that interesting switch up there, going for that more ice type, could be very interesting as well. But up against Rain, as we were talking about, maybe that's the cool versus that sort of composition. There is so much to talk about here, and I can't wait to see who you pick.
Yeah, we trust your chat, we trust you. I mean, you can't really go wrong with a selection like this. And such a diverse array of teams, too. I mean, Galarian Zapdos, again, that is a Pokemon that was on my caster predictions. And I believe in Toronto, we saw Galarian Zapdos on stream get paralyzed a lot. And unfortunately not be able to act through. But maybe there'll be no paralysis in play here. Of course, Galarian Zapdos, you can also set up a coaching to give your allied Pokemon a boost to its attack and its defense, as well as going on the offense. So, yeah, a Pokemon to be explored, for sure. David, what's your thoughts on Orthworm in this meta?
I love it. Yeah. Maybe not in this meta, but I love it.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, if you don't like Landorus, then Orthworm's your worm.
Yeah,
like
100%.
Earth Eater will eat up those Earth Powers on those Sandstone Storms, and you're already immune to Sludge Bomb. You just completely wall it.
Bob is your uncle. Do you have an uncle called Bob?
Actually, an uncle-in-law. I do, actually.
You do?
Yes.
Hey.
Yeah, so...
Well, okay, well, let me rephrase that. Bob's your uncle-in-law. Bob's your uncle-in-law trainers. Fantastic. Which of those? Get on over to Twitch. Vote for which of those matches you want to see. We can't wait to bring any one of those to you. Yeah, I myself, I'd love to get Orthworm a little go, because not only is the Earth Eater ability so fantastic, we get access to Shed Tail too. And it's a Pokemon that gets access to Iron Defense and Body Press. Set up those defense boosts with Iron Defense. Shed Tail, pass the defense boosts on and behind a substitute to boot to the Pokemon that's coming in. The creativity. Get in the kitchen, stir up those pots. Chef's kiss.
You have me convinced again. Okay.
Regidrago. Iron Boulder, Regidrago.
Okay, all right.
Orthworm kind of does quite well with that composition.
Yeah, if you kind of get up that Shed Tail and then get, say, that Iron Boulder in under that substitute, you can mitigate
delectable. And then if you get Orthworm in back next to it, then of course they're disincentivized from going for Earthquake, because then the Orthworm heals up, even though Iron Boulder will be taking that super effective damage.
There you go. Okay, half the team already. And we're only in the morning still in Birmingham.
There we go. Let's see how that develops for the rest of the day. But for now, let's see which one of those matches you chose. Was it the Orthworm team, or was it not? Did we sway you? No, we did not. But we did sway you with our chat about Rain. It'll be Flavio Del Pidio going up against Simone Sanvito.
That is a great match, chat. Fantastic choice there. We've got some incredible trainers for you and some incredible teams too. A previous champion, can they do the two-peat as well? And Flavio Del Pidio with that really interesting Rain team, which we've really seen not a lot of here, but very appropriate for where we are in the world.
I guess so, but actually I think the weather's been pretty clement of late. It doesn't rain all the time here in the UK. This is something I get to be in my bonnet about. Sometimes the weather's nice, quite often actually. Sometimes the summers are even hot. But anyway, most summer is just frame that Flavio is bringing with the Pelipper. And yeah, Archaludon, a Pokemon that still has a place for sure in Regulations at F. It's one that we're more likely to see more prevalently in Regulations at H, where the power level is that much lower. So, very interesting. Let's see how it fares. Now, looking at these 6 Pokemon, David, obviously we'll take a deeper dive into the TC, but overall impressions about how Flavio and Simone's teams match up into each other.
A lot of it's going to depend on the speed interactions, because we've got 2 Urshifus there, right? And obviously the faster Urshifu is going to have a natural advantage, especially given that Simone doesn't have Trick Room, for instance, or any other kind of obvious speed control, whereas Flavio probably has Tailwind on that Pelipper, for instance. So even if his own Urshifu is naturally slower, he can bring the speed back up again. And Archaludon looks generally quite good into the rest of that team with Under Rain. So on paper right now, just seeing the 6, Flavio is probably my pick right now to potentially take this win. But not knowing much at the moment.
Only time will tell, exactly. Who knows? Maybe Flavio's accidentally got Splash on one of his Pokemon, you know? Does nothing.
Yeah, true, but what a flex that would be.
There would be a flex.
Select Splash would still win.
Oh, I tell you what, that should be on someone's bingo card. If I bring a Pokemon that has Splash to a tournament, can I still win? It's not like you have to use it, but it just has to be there.
Well, back in the Z-move days of Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, you could run Z-Splash.
Yeah.
Which would give you +3 attack.
That is so good.
You would sometimes see that on Solgaleo, of all Pokemon.
That is so
as well,
good.
Which was so cool. So you would see this kind of like huge lion flopping around for a bit, and then get this huge attack boost. Then you could use like Flame Charge and get a speed boost.
Yeah,
of
course.
Yeah.
You've reminded me. I love the fact that Z-Splash was a thing, and the fact that it had as much of an effect as it did. That's so funny. Z-Splash +3 to your attack. Not often that we get a +3 to your attack move. Speaking of that, Simple. What an ability that is. I tell you, double boosts and double drops for sure. But if you use Sword Stance with like a Bibarel that has Simple, you got +4 attack, my friend. You just sweep through. Phalanx.
Okay.
Back in the day,
right.
I say back in the day, in a previous regulation, you could have Latios next to Phalanx, Simple, beam it, give it Simple, use no retreat and get +2 to all of your stats. And then you can sweep through there as well. Stat boost goes such a long way in a playthrough. Casual playthrough of Pokemon. In a regional championship, it's all about finding the space to be able to weave it in. And of course, we see some Ogerpon with Swords Dance and so on. But again, that's taking the place of another move like Follow Me, for example, that could provide more support to the rest of your team. So all of these calculations, team building decisions, they have to be made very carefully.
Yes, you do. Very well put, exactly.
Bom dia, chat. Como é que vocês estão? Desculpe. A demora. Acabei sendo ocupado. A live tá em 3 horas já, mas o negócio praticamente começou às 6 e pouco, eu acho. Salve, peraí, deixa eu ver aqui, quem falou aqui no chat. Lourinho da farmácia, salve Anônima, não sei se você ainda tá aí. Salve Alexandre, salve Flamengo, bom dia aí, desde já um ótimo sábado pra vocês, como vocês estão, gente? Bom dia, bom dia, bom dia! Bom dia, bom dia. Vamos começando os trabalhos aqui. Já estamos no, se eu não me engano, no round 2 ou 3, eu acho, né? Dá uma olhada aqui. A gente já tá no 3. Já tá no terceiro round. Já teve Garganaco, que eu gostei, né? Já teve um Garganaco aí. Já achei maneirinho. Eu gostei de ter aparecido um Garganaco. Já apareceu o Tei, já apareceu o Chimpaô. O Rorimu já apareceu também. Vamos indo agora pra segunda partida, né? Oficial, né? Caraca, deu um BO muito grande. Lindras, hoje vou fazer uma zoeira nível hardcore. O que você vai fazer? Olha lá, hein? Cuidado pra não ser uma coisa mirabolante demais. Chat, vou tomar um cafezinho aqui, né? Fui lá comprar pão. Ó, pelo menos, esse atraso do regional não foi em vão. porque eu tava jogando Pokémon Leaf Green off. Eu tava jogando Pokémon Leaf Green off e eu consegui um Monkey Shine. No meio da jornada, eu tava upando os meus Pokémon já. Eu já tinha passado do Brock, né? Aí eu tô fazendo a jornada devagar, né? Tô indo atrás dos Pokémons e tal. Aí eu já tinha um Monkey no time. Só que do nada eu tô treinando ali no matinho, né? Tô querendo pegar um Nidoran macho, um Nidoran fêmea, né? Uma Nidoran fêmea. Do nada apareceu um Monkey, né? Aí apareceu e ele fica meio cinza, né? Ele fica apagado. Aí eu falei, pô, beleza, é mais um Monkey, né? Aí eu vou derrotar esse Monkey aqui. Do nada ele brilha, eu falei, caraca, Shine, que massa! Mano, eu consegui um Monkey Shine no Pokémon Leaf Green. Eu vou postar a foto lá no grupo depois. Ah, caraca, é muito legal. Vou falar pra minha amiga, eu gosto dela, essa noveira. Tô com medo, meu Deus do céu, cuidado, hein? Cuidado pra ela acabar não gostando disso, Alexandre. Ah, eu vou comer um pãozinho aqui. Espero que vocês também estejam tomando o café de vocês, beleza? Mais uma vez, um ótimo sábado e let's go. Em teoria, é pra essa live ir pelo menos até as 2h30 no máximo. Ontem eu fiz até um texto, meu Deus do céu.
No, I think it's 2. It is 2. Yeah. Okay, it is 2. All right, includes a regional and a special. So Flavio has won a regional and a special. Got it. Okay.
Inclusive, deixa eu postar aqui, ó. Lá no grupo.
And a top 16 at Gdansk, which is where Simone went ahead of 1. Exactly. Yeah. And I'm sure Simone have done well at Worlds as well. Yeah. Definitely. Top 16 in 2022. Unbelievable. And that was in London too, on home turf. It's all coming back to the UK this weekend, isn't it, trainers? But they're only going to be meeting in Swiss round 3. I mean, this could be a final in itself. And yet one of them is going to have to proceed into the rest of the day with 1 loss on their record. But, of course, in case you know around these path trainers, don't worry, we got you covered, because we will explain that if you take 2 losses, you can still progress through today too. More than 2 losses, and unfortunately, you are out of contention. So there is still a little bit of wiggle room here.
It certainly is. You've got a lot of time to kind of work that out right as well, where you're kind of going over multiple rounds, you're kind of playing multiple people as well. You kind of get to know your team a little bit too as to how well the meta has matched your expectations too. That's kind of a big thing going into, right? Like, has the team that you've got, are people preparing for it? And so you've got to bring a team that you know people are going to have a good matchup into or are prepared for? Or do you switch to a team that's going to be a little bit more unusual that someone hasn't prepared for? In Flavio's case, obviously, that's probably what he's hoping, right? He's hoping that not everyone's kind of prepared for our child on Reign going into this. And obviously, he's undefeated so far. So
eu espero muito ter essa sorte de achar Shine nos outros jogos aí. Cara, agora, ontem eu fiz um texto, a minha amiga falando também. De fato você de fato tem esse medo aí também, né?
Ultra braiding their way through the tournament. Our Childon has such utility in this regulation, and we'll be able to talk about that very shortly, because we've got the trainers on stage, and David, I'm delighted to inform you.
Deixa eu mandar aqui no chat geral do grupo lá.
Simone Sanvito has ridden his Chien Pao steed all the way onto the stage here in Birmingham. Let's hope that Chien Pao plushie doesn't have the sort of irritability in itself. Let's hope that Flavio's defenses aren't being caught off guard, because he's going to have
deu mó BO. Tava programado para 5 da manhã. Aí ficou até às 6 praticamente sem transmissão. Nossa!
I was trying to actually see the plushies actually when you first mentioned it there, because they're so well camouflaged.
No cloak, I tell you.
O do Pokémon GO começou a transmitir, mas o VG não tava transmitindo.
Well, Raging Bolt balance, I suppose, but with a cheeky Chien Pao there, which actually Simone is rocking there as the main difference on this core composition on 6 as well. Might as well get hydrated, Simone. Great plan here. Get an advantage where you can, especially when Flavio is just sitting there not drinking.
But Flavio's bringing the rain, so he's going to be plenty hydrated enough in just a moment's time. And in case you missed us taking a digest of some of Flavio's achievements before, there they are on screen for you again. Far more accomplishments than we can show here. I'm sure that would extend off the screen. But yeah, needless to say, these are trainers who are very well versed in competitive Pokemon.
100% there. So if you only just joined us, we're getting here into Swiss round 3 at the Birmingham Regional Championships day 1, and we have very talented trainers already on the screen at the moment. Plenty of champions to go around here too. I wonder at what point you start
mandei lá no
number of wins that you've got.
mandei lá no grupo.
I've definitely asked a few trainers, and they were like, "Oh, when was it that you won that
E
regional?"
sabe, ô Alexandre, sabe o engraçado? Eu tava falando pra mim mesmo enquanto eu tava jogando. Pô, seria legal eu ter um pouco assim, né? Ó, o time do Simone, sabe? Incinerote, Citrus Berry, Chimpaú, Fox Sash, Shifu de Mishkiwara, Orgepon de Fogo, Máscara de Fogo, Reagindo de os Energy e Rillaboom de Assault Vest. Eu falei, pô, cara, eu queria muito um Shine. Eu até falava assim, jogo, se for me dar um Shine, me dá um Shine de um pouco que eu vá usar, né? Aí, quando eu peguei, eu falei, cara, eu vou, com certeza vou usar o Monkey o Primate na minha jornada. E sabe o melhor? Então, né, eu fiz um acordo que minha amiga falou também gosta de mim. Eu não vou poder falar que é zoeira. Menino, esse seu Monkey Shine tá maduro, então, né? Ô, Alexandre, sabe o melhor de tudo? Eu tô torcendo pra eu conseguir passar ele futuramente pro Scarlet Violet. Olha o Shine. Olha como é que é o Shine do Annihilate. É a última evolução dele. Se tu ver a última evolução do Annihilate, nossa. Cara, se eu conseguir vai ser muito da hora. Foi o primeiro Shine basicamente que eu consegui no Leaf Green, porque eu sempre joguei Fire Red, né? E no Fire Red eu consegui um Geodude de Shine há muito tempo atrás. Só que infelizmente ficou no outro telefone e eu acabei perdendo esse Shine, né? Aí eu fui jogar o Leaf Green e falei, pô, vou jogar o Leaf Green. Aí eu tô tipo assim, eu tô jogando devagar e tô montando times pra cada ginásio, né? Usei o Monkey eu comecei com o Squirtle, né? Aí usei o Monkey e o Squirtle no ginásio do Brock. O Brock mais apanhou pro Monkey do que pro Squirtle, né? Mas eu tava fazendo os times aqui. O time do Flávio Delpidio. O Chimpaú de Fox Sash, o Shifu de Choice Scarf, PLP de Rock Helmet, Fluttermane de Fairy Feather, Among Us de Citrus Berry e Archalodon de Assault Vest. Leaf Red ou Fire Green. Vai ser Cinema Extreme. Não, foi o Leaf Green, não foi o Leaf Red, não. Aí eu não sei, eu acho que eu tenho que passar esse Monkey pro Ruby, Safira ou Emerald. Aí desse do Ruby, Safira e Emerald eu posso passar, acho que depois eu tenho que passar, acho que pra Pokémon Black and White, eu acho que um dos dois. Aí a partir dele, né, se eu tiver um 3DS, eu consigo passar pra 6ª geração, entendeu? Aí é só passar pro Pokébank, do Bank passar pro Home, aí do Home eu consigo passar pro Brilliant Diamond Shiny Pearl ou pro Scarlet Violet, entendeu? Mas assim, se eu conseguir passar esse Monkey como Primate no Emerald, vai ser muito legal, porque eu acho que dá pra usar ele lá. Ok, você já volta, beleza. Tá, o Flávio começou de Among Us e o Shifu. Enquanto o Sargento começou de Reagindo e Reagindo, ok. Enquanto isso eu vou tomando meu café.
Now you are actually threatening it, which means that Flavio needs to make sure that the Ocean stays safe, especially one that can't protect given that choice scarf, and use that
Cara, como é que deixa a
redirect things
tela
away.
normal?
But right
Na
now,
moral.
Fake Out plus Thunderclap is pretty safe. Let's see if that comes out.
Fake Out to resent any swooping onto the Raging Bolt, and it's just going to be the big one-hit KO from a priority boosted Thunderclap from the Raging Bolt. Head well and truly out of the clouds, and Ursvin well and truly back into the dojo.
Looks like Flavio maybe tried to overextend a little bit there, going, surely you just don't go for the opposite way. And then Simone using that regional championship difference to be able to just go for that obvious play.
Pronto, agora eu consigo colocar vocês aqui.
They might try to go for something a little bit more complicated than that. But that is the power of booster energy. You can suddenly get those immediate KOs here. And you've still got the healing in the grassy terrain that Rillaboom's provided as well. You've got a really nice one too. But Amoonguss is still sitting there right now, and it's definitely threading us forward to the Raging Bolt pretty hard. So you've got to think about how you're going to get around that this time, because there's nothing you can really do to stop it unless you're trying to slow down the pace of this game with, say, trying to just boost up and then outlast the sleep once it kind of goes into that slot. And with the Terra Fairy on that Raging Bolt, you can suddenly take the Archalon attacks.
And right now, Simone just doesn't have the damage on the field that they would like against this Archalon. Steel and Dragon type, it's very difficult to remove. You have the high horsepower that's super effective into the Archalon, but very physically defensive. And Amoonguss can just redirect should it choose. Simone is targeting down the partner of the Archalon, because Amoonguss too is one that you want to remove sooner rather than later, especially because it can put some plug on a sleep, and lo and behold, that is going to be Raging Bolt going off to the land of Nod on Cloud 9.
Okay, so yeah, there's a Raging Bolt asleep, obviously, and no Calm Mind has come out though. It is just that Dragon Pulse instead. So a little bit on the
Eu
back
quero
foot
ver
at
se eu
the moment
consigo
when
passar
it comes to Simone's team.
esse
Flavio still has the
Monkey
Dragon move on that Archalon, and critically it's Dragon
pro Emerald.
Pulse, not Draco Meteor.
Se eu
So you can
conseguir
just
passar,
consistently keep going for Dragon moves and not
eu
lower
tenho
your
o
own special
Emerald
attack,
no
so stay on the
telefone.
field. Whereas if Draco Meteor gets whiffed into another slot or gets wasted, then you can't go for other Dragon moves and kind of maintain your offensive presence here. So Flavio's, despite losing Ocean,
Aí eu
still in a
consigo,
really decent position here. Like,
se pausar. Eu não sei como é que ele tá competitivamente, né? Porque eu... Nossa, ia ser legal se eu usasse ele na Batalha da Fronteira. Ia ser legal. Eu tenho... Eu tô tendo que rezar que a minha amiga falha. Eu também, mas como a minha. Ué, por que você não gosta dela? Tu manda brincadeira, mas não gosta dela? Aí complica, pô. Nossa, a PLP sobreviveu ainda. Nossa, o recoil foi bom.
So there was quite an interesting play there actually, because obviously Raging Bolt doesn't want to take a dragon move, right?
É aquele famoso, Alexandre, não sabe brincar, não deve play, entendeu?
It's not a booster item there, so Flavio kind of covers the fact that it could go for the Terra Fairy, because if you go Dragon Ball, you do absolutely nothing. Whereas at least, even if Raging Bolt doesn't Terra, you go for Electroshock, at least you're then boosted for the next turn either way. So now you're suddenly threatening a lot more damage with Dragon Ball.
Se eu não me engano, inclusive, eu peguei esse Shine com uma Butterfree. Eu tenho uma Butterfree no time, né? E ela tem a habilidade com Palm de Aios, que ela aumenta a chance de aparecer Pokémons, né? Mais raros de certa forma.
Switch it out and back in, it would still be asleep lurking in the back. Maybe it's time just for a fresh start, and you do have some heavy hitters lurking in the back.
Yeah, you do actually, to be fair. I mean, it's a really strong Pokemon, that Chen Pao. That shiny looks so beautiful, actually. Loving those colours there. So, reading this, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because this is a Chen Pao, and it does have the Sacred Sword. So, it is something that can deal a lot of damage to this Archalon, which is damage you really need, given that your Raging Bolt has now gone down. So, a nice target into that slot, but you've still got an Amoonguss in front of you.
Não sai vencedor. Opa, bom dia, Ellison. Salve, como é que você tá, cara? Tranquilo? Estamos aqui pra... Estamos aqui no dia 1 do regional de Birmingham, no Reino Unido, né? Estamos aqui já no terceiro round. Estamos aqui conversando um pouquinho.
slot. Whether Amuga switches out or not, Flavio's going to have to think very hard about whether the Pelipper comes back in and you sacrifice it, but no, deciding that it's too important. The rain must come again another day, as now our Chalodon going for its Terra Plug.
Terra Bug.
Resisted damage from Simone's Chien Pao Sacred Sword. But is that what Simone was thinking? The Icicle Crash, and it is going to whiff into the Amoongus there. That is so unfortunate, because now Spore can just run rampant. The Electro Shot, so another boost to this now antennaed Archalodon. And where is it going to be targeting? Breaking the focus sash onto this Chien Pao here. This is probably one of the reasons why Flavio is running Ice Spinner instead of Icicle Crash on their own Chien Pao. 100% accurate, but just not quite as powerful. Woodhammer and Bonk. The Amoongus takes it gleefully.
He does, yeah. So obviously Simone knowing the calcs there, most likely big enough with that combination, but Sludgebomb following up from Zamungus now, dealing a lot of damage to that Rillaboom, but crucially no poison.
Poison that would have been ticking away at this Rillaboom. Of course, the grassy terrain means that it would have held it back up a little bit, sort of mitigated that poison damage.
Yeah, it definitely would have. So at least you can still stick around and either way still get off further attacks, right? And But here though, obviously Rillaboom has now no grassy terrain to speak of either. But Simone needs to think about now, with such low health Pokemon, what do you need to save? Because Pelipper has taken a little bit of damage in the back, but you do need something to be able to KO it in the end here. And Rillaboom with Grassy Glide with the priority is a lot more useful than one without it at all. So you might want to consider switching out this Rillaboom here, but then what do you bring it in to perhaps take a +2 special attack move from an Archalodon? And again, this Amoongus is still sitting here, not doing a whole lot, but at least it cannot Terra in this position. So Simone does have a safe target of that Icicle Crash into there, and may even KO Pelipper if it decides to switch.
If the Icicle Crash hits again, but the Urshifu, the Tower Master, have been rising through the ranks and is joining us on the field here. The reveal of Simone's final Pokemon boost is indeed switching out, getting some Regenerator active to boot, but Pelipper is joining the fray once more. This means that if Pelipper goes down on one of these turns, Reino won't be on the field anymore, and that's it. Flavio deciding that, yeah, I've got my 2 Electro Shots off, I've got my 2 special attack
que é isso que o Linda está assistindo? Eu estou assistindo um campeonato de Pokémon, onde as pessoas se inscrevem, né, para um campeonato. Aí acontece aí são 2 dias, Wellington. O primeiro dia você tem que acumular o máximo de vitórias possíveis. No caso, são 8 a 9 vitórias. E nesse campeonato você só pode perder 3. Se você perdeu a terceira, tá fora. Se você conseguiu 8 vitórias, tá ótimo. Se você pode parar no... Você pode parar na 5. Você pode, por exemplo, jogar 5, ganhou as 5, se quiser parar, pode parar. Aí você passa pro dia 2. No dia 2 vão ter mais 2 batalhas, onde quem perder meio que tá fora. E aí eles vão fazendo eliminatórias. Vão pegando... Eles pegam os 16 melhores colocados, colocam para se enfrentar, né, o top 8. Aí desses 16, sobram 8, vai pro top 4. Aí do top 4 vai pro... do top 8, né? Ou de 16 vão sobrar 8, de 8 vão sobrar 4, de 4 vão sobrar 2, e desses 2, quem ganhar leva uma quantia em dinheiro e a classificação pro Mundial de Pokémon que acontece em agosto, entendeu? Eu fui dormir cedo e acordei às 8h25 da manhã, caraca. Aí é isso, esse é o regional de Pokémon. No caso, a gente, até agosto, a gente vai estar acompanhando vários, porque os regionais, né, os campeonatos de Pokémon para classificar para o Mundial, eles acontecem de setembro até julho, né? De setembro de um mês até julho do outro mês. Então, no caso, esse é o segundo regional que a gente está acompanhando desse ano, mas esse regional começou ano passado, entendeu? Interessante que esse campeonato usa uns Pokémons que não são raros, mas dão trabalho. Sim, e eles, o Ellison, eles têm um regulamento para jogar. No caso, o regulamento que o campeonato exige é o regulamento F, onde os lendários são proibidos, né, os lendários de capa, da capa dos jogos, né, os lendários mais que a gente chama de lendário restrito, né? E aí vai dar criatividade do pessoal, entendeu? De montar um time e pegar pokémons que sejam bons para fazer esse time e construir um bom time para tentar avançar o mais longe possível. Basicamente é isso.
Doesn't have body press, so Terra Steel is actually quite strong once the rain has gone, or the Urshifu there. So, unfortunately, the electric shot had already risen twice earlier in the game, so it was definitely not going to win the 1v1, especially with the Mugas taking at least another load of surging strikes there as well.
Eu
So,
sei
well
um
played to
Pokémon
Flavia there, honestly.
que dá uma boa destruída em campo de batalha.
And then
Não.
still bringing that back was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it really was.
Se te interessar, talvez aprender sobre o Marlon, o moderador aqui da minha live, ele tem um grupo no Discord, mas ele tá lá no meu grupo. Se você procurar ele lá, falar com ele, quiser aprender, eu acho que esse pai ele te ensina, entendeu? Aí você fala lá com ele depois, se você quiser aprender.
How do I deal with this Archaladon effectively? And what are your thoughts on that, David?
It might not be as much as how do I deal with this Archaladon, but how do I deal with this Amoongus as well.
Se quiser saber mais a fundo como jogar e tal, entendeu? Eu sou completamente noob nisso aqui, entendeu? Eu entendo uma coisa ou outra, mas o Marlon ele manja bastante do jogo, de como funciona. Porque aqui, diferente de normalmente como a gente joga, não é só jogar Pokémon, entendeu? Tu conhece aquele Pokémon que parece uma tartaruga, mas o casco dela é vermelho e o corpo amarelo? É o Shuckle, eu sei, eu tô ligado. Ele é bom pra caramba, tô ligado qual é. Tô ligado qual é. Sim, ele é bem chatinho. Ele é bem chatinho de fazer. Bem chatinho de enfrentar mesmo.
And those are also in alphabetical order as well.
Yeah, and Raging Bolt, Rillaboom. Wow. Anyway, that's the
Ele dá uma
linguistic side of
desprezo.
things,
Então,
David. Let's go
aí se te interessar, tu fala com o Marlon.
I like the switch up in Flavio, obviously.
Fala assim, Marlon, eu queria aprender o competitivo do Pokémon e tal. Aí você fala, poxa, eu queria montar um time em cima do Shuckle. Aí pede pra ele te ajudar, entendeu?
There's unlikely to be a grass type move into that slot, but instead we just see the raw fake out here, playing it safe to start with.
A raw fake out followed up by the Snarl. The crit on the Rillaboom, that doesn't matter so much. It's the special attack drop onto the Raging Bolt that you're really looking for
Eu sei
here.
bastante coisa
Flavio's
sobre
identified
Pokémon.
that one way the Raging Bolt can
Acredite,
deal with this Archaladon is by setting up
eu
these
também
calm
sei,
mines.
eu
That
tô
might
nessa
be
aí
my
há
favourite
muito tempo,
animation,
mas
move animation in the whole of Pokemon,
sobre
David.
Pokémon
That
competitivo
drop
a
in the
gente
ocean,
não
making sure that Raging Bolt is seeing all the
não sabe nem 1%, tá, Ellison? O Pokémon competitivo ele é uma complexidade ainda maior. A gente acha que sabe de alguma coisa, mas não sabe de nada. Eu tô ligado no Pixelmon Brasil, eu já joguei um pouco. Eu pretendo jogar um dia em live, mas quando eu conseguir jogar, entendeu? Quando eu conseguir jogar, com certeza eu vou trazer. Aí a gente vai ter que fazer uma vila só nossa, ó. A Vila dos Espíritos do Lindra. A Vila Lindra joga. O Alexandre eu tô ligado que joga também.
Sooner rather than later is certainly on Simone's to-do list for this game, and of course getting it munching through that citrus berry early too, so that you don't have to contend with that later as well, just when you no longer have the damage resources available.
Yeah, that's a good point. Once you're going to get it
O Alexandre eu tô ligado que joga, inclusive, não sei se ele ainda joga. Mas se pá, fala com ele aí também, vai que ele joga contigo, Ellison.
goes around the citrus berry and still just KOs it instead of having to get it activated. But at the moment, given the speed as well, you could get that KO, as we can see at the moment. But that's trusting the Flavio does not go for the Terra Fairy on this Amoongus yet either. But let's see.
Voltou aí, ó. Alexandre. O Ellison joga Pixelmon Brasil, ó. Vê se tu joga com ele. Agora é Pokémon Salto de Paterai é o Mega Lucario. O Mega Lucario, ele é lutador e metal, né? Pega um pouco de fogo, um pouco que... Peraí, bata em... Cara, metal? Deixa eu dar uma olhada aqui. Metal é... Cadê metal? Ó, metal é... Lutador, né? Lutador, fogo e ground. Cara... Garchomp. Garchomp.
Simone thinking, okay, I'm going to have to try a different tactic against this Archaldon unless my Raging Bolt wakes up soon. Yeah, burning at least this
Garchomp resolve. Garchomp, ele não... Ele... Como ele é dragão... Como ele é dragão, ele não toma super efetivo, né? É, Tiranitar também é interessante. Entendeu? Dá pra fazer, dá pra pegar uns pouquinho interessantes, pô. Já te falei dois aí, ó. Deixa eu ver. Eu já consegui a terceira mega evolução no Pixelmon Brasil. Eu tô atrás da terceira Gigantamax. Da Gigantamax eu acho que é um pouquinho mais difícil. Eu não sei como é que funciona normalmente. Porque eu tô ligado que quando você joga, não sei como é que é no Pixelmon Brasil, mas normalmente você tem que fazer umas missões com um NPC que tem uma exclamação roxa na cabeça pra conseguir a pulseira. E é chatinho as missões. Os que me falaram, tem que chegar no level 20. Level 20 o quê? O teu personagem do Mine tem que chegar level 20? Eu já tenho um time pronto? Qual é o teu time? Só pra eu saber.
Yeah, unfortunately it is. And another unfortunate second turn of sleep for the Raging Bolt there. So your average number of turns of sleep, I'm sure Simone does not want any more of those either. But what he is able to now get in is a Pokemon that can start making use of their own damage without Amoonguss being on the field as well. But bringing the Chien-Pao instead here though, which is a nice call. Outspeed both of the Pokemon on the other side, threatening a lot of damage from Sacred Sword as well. And you can't be Snarl Drop, for instance, quite a lot too. So I really like this play, and particularly as Pelipper does not have Protect either. So it's kind of just a sitting duck, literally, in front of what Simone has. And Raging Bolt is still a +1 special defense as well. And looking at Flavio's team so far, special defense boosts could help last out this game. The other thing to contend with is Rillaboom is not here. Ratingboom does wake up though. Wake up, but attempts the Thunderclap into Pelipper. It looked like, but it failed because Pelipper does have access to non-damaging move as well. Nice Sacred Sword here, and it's a fantastic move.
Teu time tá legalzinho, mas vou ser sincero. Se pá, só o Garchomp se dá bem de todo mundo aí. Porque o Tiranitar, ele coloca areia em campo. Essa areia dá dano, né? Só que essa areia também bufa a especial defesa dos Pokémons do tipo Pedra, que é Pedra, Metal e Ground, eu acho. Ou seja, só o teu Garchomp se beneficia. Todo o resto do teu time, se o Tiranitar entrou em campo e saiu e colocou a tempestade de areia, tirando o Garchomp, o resto tudo toma dano. E às vezes esse dano que você toma é o suficiente pro teu adversário conseguir te derrotar. Entendeu?
Just going to be revealed instead. So Flavio wanted to keep their cards close to their chest in that regard. Chien-Pao will be stalling out. I don't blame you, my friend. You literally have a sliver of HP remaining. Just past Snarl though here, so as you say, Devin, yes, this Raging Bolt is looking lucky, but it's not looking offensive. That's exactly
tem que ver direitinho, mas eu acho que De todos aí que eu acho que poderia trocar, eu acho que o Milotic se pá. Eu não sei o que você quer fazer com o Milotic, mas ó, você tem a Barrascuda já, que ela é água e ela é rápida pra caramba. Eu acho que é o teu Pokémon mais rápido que tem aí, entendeu? Ó, o Lucario eu acho que se beneficia do... Tem que ver direito, mas eu acho que ele se beneficia por ser metal. Ele toma o dano de Sandstorm, né, da tempestade de areia, mas ele se beneficia, eu acho que, do buff da especial defesa que a tempestade de areia dá. Ou como, querendo ou não, é um dragão parrudo que bate bastante. Você tem o Garchomp e o Kommo pra bater, né? Chitar também. Entendeu? Então assim, teu time tá bem... O teu time tá bem pra bater. O problema é o dar o suporte, entendeu? Porque todos que tu tem aí bate, mas nenhum deles é, assim, se pá tanto o suficiente dependendo do que for colocado contra ele. Sim, eu tenho o Blaziken. Cara, mas o Blaziken, nessa composição aí, eu não sei se vai fazer muita diferença. Porque, a não ser que você queira jogar pra ser rápido e bater, porque o Blaziken ele tem o, acho que é Speed Boost, se eu não me engano, que é, cada vez que ele fica em campo, ele vai aumentando a velocidade dele, entendeu? Então ele vai estar sempre atacando primeiro. Ou seja, você tem que ser, o teu Blaziken tem que ser aquele Pokémon que entrou em campo, vai ficar em campo constantemente e tem que estar levando, entendeu? Eu tenho as duas evoluções do Applin. Cara, eu recomendo o Appleton. O bolinho, não o morcego, a torta de maçã. Porque ela tem uma habilidade que ele é dragão e... Acho que ele é dragão e planta, né, se eu não me engano. Ele é dragão e planta. E ele toma vezes 4 pra gelo, né? Pera aí, rapidinho, gente.
It's now immune to the Dragon-type moves that our Chaldon has access to. Does have Flash Cannon though, so it would be super effective there. No Terror still from Flavio. That could have been a great opportunity just to close combat the Chaldon. Get rid of it. The Thunderclap though into the Choice Scarf Urshifu, calling it, and the Urshifu down really low. Could have been a switch into Pelipper to avoid all that damage, and then no, nothing would happen because Thunderclap...
Aí, voltei. É como eu tava dizendo, o Ellison, eu te recomendo a torta. O Appleton, né, a tortinha, porque ele é dragão e planta. Aí você pensa, pô, mas ele perde pra gelo, ele toma vezes 4 de gelo. Mas ele tem uma habilidade chamada Tic Fat, que tanto golpes de fogo e de gelo causam dano neutro nele. Ou seja, você só tomaria... Eu acho que pra fada, entendeu? A tua única fraqueza seria fada, só. Ou seja, você vai de um Poké que tem fraqueza pra gelo, fada e fogo pra só fada, entendeu? Você reduz todos os super efetivos para um só. E tu ainda não toma nem tanto, entendeu? Ah, chat, bebam água, não esqueçam de se hidratar.
Right, time for Terra Bug once more onto the Archaladon. And Flavio, it worked so well for him in game 1, but Simone has done such a masterful job of adapting to what seemed to be such an unbreakable team from the previous game.
Cara, eu tô pensando em pegar o Dragonite pro meu time. Cara, o Dragonite aqui no Pixelmon Brasil ainda tá... Não chegou esses Pokés que estão na tela, né? Os paradoxos, os Pokémons teralizados, né? Porque assim, o Dragonite ele cai muito fácil, cara. Tu toma vezes... tu toma vezes 4 pra gelo, entendeu? Tu toma vezes 4 pra gelo e tu toma vezes 2 pra fada.
guaranteed, of
seja,
course. And look at the health bars over on Flavio's side of the field. All of a sudden, it's looking like this Raging Bolt has given the Archalon a taste of its own medicine.
Tô repensando nas minhas escolhas do quê? Do Pokémon também, Alexandre? Ou de outra coisa?
Raging Bolt is just not going to be touched by much right now. Thunderclap is just a guaranteed KO into that Urshifu. Unless the Aquajet comes out, I suppose, because it's priority versus priority.
Very nice. That's Urshifu going down, and now Raging Bolt, Terra Fairy, exactly the Pokemon you want in this situation. Hurricane isn't going to be connected this time. No, that's the thing. Only 70% accurate outside of the rain.
Mas aí também tu quer ir na onda do Satoru, pô. Aí dá nisso. Isso vale a pena mesmo. Então, né? Quer ir na onda do Satoru, pô. Aí fica aí agora pensando. Ficar se martirizando aí.
Raging Bolt, a night Raging Bolt that I couldn't deal with in the end game, because now Simone's taken us to a game 3 in this fascinating Swiss round 3. Again, I just think it's so masterfully done from Simone, because watching that game 1, Flavio gave us a clinic as to how to deal with Simone's team and how to keep their own team so very safe. But Simone realizing that, listen, our Childon can boost up, I'm going to have to go some boost up my Raging Bolt as well, and that was the piece. So says Simone is how you break through the Amogus and the Childon. For Flavio, it's how you break through the Raging Bolt.
It is, exactly, and I think we saw there that the fact that Simone was able to get up a Calm Mind early on, and therefore that special defensive boost, means that versus what Flavio brought, it just really wasn't going to be enough. I mean, yes, you brought the physical attacker in that for Urshifu, but Raging Bolt's typing combined with its Terra typing means it can resist both of the same type attack bonus attacks that Urshifu loves to go for. And whilst the Raiden also expired because you've got a team that's quite bulky and it can last a long time, then the damage mitigation also just completely went out the window too. And so once the Archalon was dealt with,
servidor que tá pra chegar esses Pokémons agora, cara, que eu
again, it
esqueci.
is that Chien-Pao which we've not seen come yet. And with that Ice Spinner, can hit on the
É no
physical
Pixelmon
side,
Brasil
high
também?
roll,
Eu não lembro
do a
agora.
lot of physical damage and special attack damage, and also critically remove the grass
Porque
terrain,
tem um servidor
which
de
would
Pokémon
otherwise
que
kind of heal up the Raging Bolt
vergonha
around for
gratuita,
longer,
mas
and
entretenimento
also
é
get rid of the
mais.
grass type priority
Meu
with
Deus
Rillaboom.
do céu.
So that would be my prediction for Flavio to kind of switch up in this match. We'll have to see if he does it, because it means you do have to give up something that you were otherwise relying on. I mean, Scarf Urshifu wasn't doing a whole lot, to be honest, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that maybe switch out.
Conhecido como Reagindo,
Flavio's Chien-Pao's rocking that Terra Ice too, so it's guaranteed fantastic fighting type damage that Simone can go
Ah,
for
tá.
into that slot. And I
Os
mean,
paradoxos vão
Chien-Pao is
chegar?
frail as anything as well, so it's
Não,
not a decision to be
o
taken
Ellison, acho que eles vão colocar todos os pokés de pau dela. Eu acho que eles estão querendo colocar todos os pokés de pau dela. Se for, não vai ser só dois. Não vai ser só esses dois, vai ser muito mais. Então assim, o meta vai mudar muito, tá? Já te adianto que o meta vai mudar completamente.
And being that Terra Fairy, which is a little bit more unusual, unlike something like Fire or Water, means that it's a lot weaker in front of Ogerpon, which is on the field right now. It's a really safe slot where usually Amogus runs a Terra that resists fire instead. So a really nice bring here for Simone, which has a lot of opportunity to dish out the
Aí
damage that
vocês
needs
vão
to.
jogar
With a
pique
high
assim,
critical
ó.
hit ratio, it might even get behind the stamina boosts
Nossa,
that this
esse
Archalon can provide as well. But obviously you're bringing a
Pokémon
Fire type
Ponte aqui
into a
então,
rain
meu
team,
Deus do
right?
céu.
So at some point Pelipper's going to come in. So it could be that Simone's want to use this Ogerpon maybe more
Esse
as a
Pokémon
defensive
que parece
piece
uma
of
ponte aí, ó, que acabou de sair, o Ellison, só pra tu ter noção. Ele tem uma habilidade chamada Stamina. Se ele tomar qualquer golpe, ele aumenta em um estágio a defesa dele. Ou seja, dá pra ele ficar mais 6 de defesa e tancar muita coisa. O cara deu um predict bonito agora.
It's just switched into massive damage and brought down low very early on. But the Sludge Bomb now super effective. The Open, look at how much damage that's doing. This Amogus, you cannot ignore its damage output as much as people would like to.
Yeah, you really can't actually. And like if you're using Ogerpon to kind of follow me away spores, then yeah, you're just leaving yourself open to just being sludge bombed, which another one obviously will just KO. So a really nice play there. Unfortunately for Flavio, 3 for 3 on no poison for sludge bomb as well, unfortunately. But dealing the damage just seemed to be all that
Já tem as outra vez que eu tô ligado. Quando chegar os paradoxos, você vai ver o que é apelão, tá? Os paradoxos são bem chatos de lidar. Ah, tem pelo menos tem pelo menos um aqui. Ele cai, né? Cai. Horário Mirage, eu tô ligado. Se chegar com as habilidades novas, vai ser interessante, porque o Coraidon ele coloca sol em campo e o Miraidon coloca terreno elétrico. E é bom para fazer bastante estratégia. Com o Coraidon colocando sol em campo, você consegue fazer um time de sol. E com o Miraidon colocando terreno elétrico, ele impede de você dormir. Então o golpe para tentar fazer o adversário dormir já complica. Entendeu? O terreno do Miraidon é bom pra caramba.
So our challenge is in a very nice position now to start throwing out electric shots, start boosting up, and start becoming the raid boss that it was in game 1 as well.
Tem que colocar a habilidade do Riladum também, que coloca o terreno de grama em campo, é bom pra caramba. Um exemplo disso, Ellison, é esse Poké que o cara vai colocar em campo agora. Tá vendo esse tigre dentista, sabe que vai entrar? Tá vendo esse aí? Esse bicho aí? Quando ele tá em campo, ele diminui todo especial ataque, entendeu? Em um estágio. Ou seja, se o oponente ia te levar, por exemplo, não, abaixa a defesa. Ele abaixa a defesa em um estágio. Se faltava, sei lá, se você precisava que a defesa do seu oponente tivesse baixa para conseguir levar, esse Pokémon entrando em campo, ele já abaixa a defesa e já ajuda bastante. Entendeu?
The Electro Shot now targeted into the Ogerpon. It does indeed claim that KO. That mask has gone from big to going home. Unfortunately, that's the Terra option spent for Simone here as well. Really love that adaptation of bringing the Ogerpon, but given that Fabio did bring the Chien Pao in the back, it's one mark against it. The Amoonguss in the rain all the safer as well. And now Simone really has to wonder how about keeping the Chien Pao safer to be able to deal with the Amoonguss effectively that's lurking in the back. Yeah, it's a really good point. The Amoonguss is it's healthier, right, as well as just in the back still. And given that your Ogerpon is down, it's do really the job it needs to do here. Like, as in dealing with that Amoonguss, right? That's probably the main reason why somebody wanted to bring it. And he put so much effort into like just going for that Terra, going for the call that the Amoonguss was saying, and it didn't. Great play from Flavio, great defensive positioning here. Now because this is a Virtue is here, and not the Chien Pao as I was suggesting, it's actually looking at a decent spot. Because we saw how the Ocean was actually able to survive the Thunderclap at some point in the match when with enough kind of drops on this Raging Bolt. So it is probably pressured to go for that Terra, but with Surging Strikes it most likely can KO that Chien Pao. Yeah, but Chien Pao this time just going to be switching out. Urgefu is going to emerge once more from the Isle of Armor, and now the Terrestrialization coming out from Flavio. The Archaeolodon is so much safer to go with this Terra Bug now that the Overwhelm Half Flame has been removed from contention. But let's see if it has enough going for it as those antennae crown its head. Reino will just be scanning out this turn, of course. Whoever wins this game will be progressing through Swiss Round 4 with an undefeated record. The loser will have to take one of those losses. The Aquajet dealing meaningful damage in the rain here, boosted, of course, by that weather effect. The Dragon Pulse just trying to be connected into that Rage Bond and get the Archaeolodon +1, so dealing all the more damage than it would have done otherwise. So really good information for Simone there, and a good switch too from then the Earthfish and Shabu, which has kind of gone to sleep, not really doing a whole lot. So, but it can do something if it's switching into attacks to kind of take hits from the Pokemon that don't want to take, right? It's still doing something there.
So
fada.
with it on the
Sempre
field now,
dá
you can try and wake
fada.
up, obviously. And if it does, great. But if not, it's okay.
Tá,
But
relador,
Raging Bot is now a little
ok.
bit left open, but at least Flavio
Ok,
is
aqui
committed
é
again to that
floater,
out project
talvez.
instead, and you know it has to.
E
So Dragon
Dark,
Ball is looking a little bit
se
safer
for
into that slot now
o-
to be able to deal with it. But you
o
obviously
Dark,
can't go for
será?
Thunderclap either, so you're not going to get
Não sei,
getting a KO.
sinceramente, por
So
que
Flavio
que o
playing
cara
nice and safe. That project
colocou
can also KO
Terapia.
this Urshifu in return.
And it does indeed, yes. Urshifu being a faster
Na
Pokemon,
real,
Aquajet being a
realmente
priority
não
move,
sei.
Thunderclap only damages the opponent if the opponent's going for a damaging move, but
É,
if the
aqui
damage has
ajudou
gone faster
pouquinho.
than the Thunderclap, then it's not doing anything. Well, I hope that quick
Nossa, taxa
explanation
de
was
fraco leva,
understandable
né?
for you trainers that the Raging Bolt is brought down to just 6 HP. But again, 6 HP, infinitely more than 0-2, and the responding Dragon Pulse able to get rid of the Urshifu. It's 2
Só
Pokemon
que o
apiece
Raging
for
Bolt
Flavio
agora...
and Simone, even if one of them
Tá,
is
ele não consegue
literally
mais usar o
living on a
Electro
hope and a
Shot.
prayer. Okay, Mugus is in again, so healthy. And Chempao coming in as well. So, most likely,
Os
this
Pokés
Mugus can
estão
take
com a
the double
defesa
up, basically.
dropada, então
Going for that Rage Powder,
dá pra
keep
levar
this
alguém
Archalon
dependendo
safe
do
again
golpe.
from the Ice Kill Crash plus another move. Question is around the Space.
Será que ele vai arriscar um Sleep Powder? Um Among de bater Flash Cannon com
And then Archalon can kind of go on the offense and start dealing the rest of the damage that it needs to.
o Archalon?
Because we've seen this Archalon outspeed the Raging
Vamos
Bolt.
ver.
In theory, the Amogus only needs to take a Chempao attack, and being that Terra bug, it's not going to be taking a lot of damage either. So you're also in a position where Amogus might not even need to go for the Rage Powder either. The only thing it does do is keep the Archalon safe from Thunderclap specifically, if you are worried about that. But a Spore could come out just as easily into either of these targets too. It's kind of poetic that Flavio is ending Game 3 in the way that Game 1 was so dominant with the Amogus and Archalon next to it and Terra Bug to boot. The Ice Cold Crash does connect this time. Not enough to take the KO onto Amogus, just as you said, David. Some of these Amogus are trained to be able to take that hit, but it could still get a flinch, and that could well be the pivotal factor in the game. Snarl is going to be dodged or protected by the Raging Bolt. It could still go into the Chempao, and it does, crucially breaking that focus sash. The special attack drop doesn't matter into this physical attacker. Spore, the Amogus does not flinch, and that looks like the headset's removed. That looks like Simone knows that the
Não
writing
tem
is
muito o que fazer.
yeah, that is the game lock there. Needing that flinch there from Simone unfolding that Chempao.
Ele
Unfortunately,
ter acertado o
Flavio's
Spore no
dominance
Chimpao,
with
é,
that
acabou.
Archalon
Porque o Chimpao não ia atacar no próximo turno, ele não tinha mais Protect, então levava o Raging Bolt, e aí ia ficar só o Chimpao. É. Se bem que eu acho que ainda dava pra ele ganhar. Ele tinha que torcer pro Chimpao acordar, não, mas aí o Chimpao ia tomar um Flash Cannon na cabeça, né? Podia, de qualquer, se pá de qualquer jeito ele ia cair. Se pá não tinha muito o cara fazendo, né?
David, we were talking before the game about how potentially Archalon is a good call heading into this meta game. It'll be interesting to see which kind of Raging Bolt that Simone is running, for example. I gotta say, I don't think we could have treated the viewers better to all of the ins and outs that the Regulation ZF meta game has to offer right now in its current state with this Raging Bolt versus the Archalon. Let's not forget that it was you that chose that game. So thank you so much, viewers, for that community choice. Thank you indeed. Yeah, I think very well put, Charlie. It was kind of a really good position where you could see how an adaptation really counter the meta, or what could be you might see right, or what could be common coming out. And so we can see how Simone needed to make quite a few calls there in that matchup to be able to kind of bring it up against Flavio, especially in that game 2, you know, kind of going for those calm modes,
Enquanto eles estão conversando aqui, eu já volto, tá?
calling the Terra Bug as well, that Archalon at the end of game 2 to be able to
as well. Yeah. Whereas Flavio was able to play that relatively safely. Weren't a lot of calls going around. He could just kind of safely snarl, or he could safely electro shot just to boost up. Wasn't getting threatened quite a lot. And also, you know you've got a good team matchup when you don't need to rely on Protect very much either. And you could see both of the Mungus and this Archalon didn't have Protect, and didn't really need it either. Just great natural bulk, great natural typing into what Simone wants us to bring.
Yeah. Really good call. And of course, that also meant that Simone was able to just target that Amoonga slot so safely, because you're not going to be whiffing into any of those pesky protects here. So the way that Simone was able to adapt was so fantastic in Game 2, David. And again, because Flavio made it seem so dominant in Game 1, like Flavio just had this on lock, this matchup. What do you think? Looking at this sort of from a zoomed-out perspective, coming into this match, do you think that Simone had the tougher matchup?
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely. Like, that rain shutting down the Ogerpon, which is otherwise quite a good option into Amoongus, was pretty huge, honestly. And you could see how somebody needed to commit Terra Fire on the Ogerpon to try and KO this Amoongus through rain, right?
Yeah.
Like, and Flavor just switched it out.
Yeah.
You know? Like, it's just that simple, right?
Yeah.
Like, and that's what Simone felt that he had to do to try and get rid of it, given the rest of the team composition that he had. Like, and he still brought Xian Pao as well, and that's still, Amoongus still survives it as well.
Yeah.
And so we saw how Paul Chua in last week in Toronto also kind of struggled with the Amoongus on Carrie's team for a similar reason. Like, and you need to kind of otherwise bring things that can shut it down. So Simone obviously had Taunt, for instance, that could kind of help with that Amoongus matchup, but then you're bringing Sonora into a rain matchup, right?
Right, yeah.
Again, is so tricky. So you've got that duality where you're kind of punished for the options that you have for other Pokemon when it's supported in a way that you don't want it to be. And that's why that kind of makes a bad matchup, basically.
Yeah, well, very well summarized, David. Thank you very much for that. What did you think of that matchup? Use #PlayPokemon, let us know. It was absolutely fascinating, I thought, between these trainers. And again, it's only Swiss Round 3. We've got so many more rounds of fantastic Pokemon action to bring to you. So whatever else you've got on this weekend, cancel it. Cancel it. Maybe you'll have some important stuff. Don't cancel that. But cancel everything else, because this is going to be such a hype tournament here in the UK. And I tell you, they bring the spice to UK players. They also bring the hype. They bring that energy. So wonderful that we had so many of them in Toronto last weekend, and most of them are here again this weekend. They're just so committed to this Pokemon action. They want to go for that win, and it's all going on here in Birmingham.
But also, you've got to shout out the Italians, right? Can they do it a fifth time?
True. Yeah.
Can they win a fifth regional? Yes, we've had 4 regionals in the EU season. All of them have been won by an Italian player as well. And we've obviously just featured one of them on stream already. That's Simone Sanvito. And Flavio Tilpidio is not one of those 4 yet. Here he is, doing very well with a team that could be very good into the meta and a great team call. What if he's our champion?
I know. What if, David? Well, if he's our champion, then he's our champion.
I guess he is.
There's no 2 ways about it, but it would again mean another Italian having a fantastic performance at a regional, another regional winner. Of course, Italy had such an incredible season last season as well, what with Federico Camporesi winning NAIC, just to name one achievement that the Italians gained. But how did they prove their mettle? How did they get their training, David?
Well, there's plenty of opportunities that you can do to kind of get their training in, right? It's not just the regional level, but you can also do that at the local level as well, right? Just around the corner, or maybe a kind of a couple of hours drive or train or something, could be a local near you where there are little lower numbers of people and a more casual sort of environment where you can kind of play test and practice your team that you will be wanting to bring to that bigger event, and also great time to kind of meet other players as well.
And here's what's in store for you if you do choose to attend one of those locals.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
It gets me every time, that. Great game, guys. We all need that paternal figure leaning over us at a local. Wonderful scenes, yeah. Make sure you go and attend one of those local tournaments. As you say, David, it's not only, you know, just to get the lay of the land and see what other trainers are bringing and use that QR code, scan it right now on screen to find your nearest local. But it's a place to practice with some teams that maybe you're not sure if they fully work or not. Just put that team together, bring it along to the locals, see how it fares up against the meta game, and of course, you'll get a good idea from other people there. You say, oh, that's a good idea, I should run that on my team. It's a fantastic way to just double the efficiency with which you practice.
What I love is what can happen sometimes at locals is you create your own locals metagame.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Often you have the same sort of people who come to the local, right? And so you've got a lot of people who just love to use one specific Pokemon, you know?
Yeah.
Like someone who just loves Iron Boulder, you know?
Yeah.
Or someone who loves using Stantler. They'll always bring it. And so then you want to know you need to counter that for your team for that specific local. And then there's a counter for that as well. How do they adapt to that? And so you have this whole like goofy, completely different meta going on that's really fun to play in. And that kind of enlightens you as to like what other Pokemon are actually out there that you can use. And sometimes you go, actually, this isn't just a little local favorite. I can maybe bring this to a regional.
Exactly. I love that you call that out, David, because it may well be that through developing that local meta game, you realize, hang on a sec, this team is so well placed into whatever won the previous regional championship. This is what I should be bringing to the next regional because I think it counters things perfectly. Yeah, so much fun is in store. Make sure you go along. Ben Kiriakou and I went to definitely not a local in the literal sense for us. We went to Belgium to play in a local a couple of years ago when we had regulations at F the first time around. Very much enjoyed using a Frostmoth team. Yeah, we don't see it so often, but Frostmoth, Tinglu, Oregon 2, definitely not the playstyle I tend to go for, which is just hyper offense, let's hit things hard and fast. It was very bulky and pivoty, and you know, I ended up third at that local, which I was pleased with. Yeah, thank you very much indeed. But again, Frostmoth, maybe it wouldn't have had a place in the regional level stage, but it's something you can bring to the local, and then maybe you come away thinking, that Pokemon would do better as an XYZ, and then you fill in that slot there, and you, yeah, attend the local that way. What about your local run, David?
I haven't been to like a local recently, but over a few months ago though I did, and it was a really interesting one with a Sisuian Braviary.
Nice.
With expanding force, so you go for the Terra Psychic to put yourself on the ground, so you benefit from that Psychic terrain suddenly.
Yeah.
And then you can go for this expanding force. And what's even better is that you can use Tinted Lens, and therefore your not very effective attacks are just not very effective. And then suddenly you're doing double damage to those targets and everything just wipes off the board.
Expanding Force, what a lovely, lovely move that is. Yes, RK9 Labs, that's where you want to be going if you want to be signing up for any of these tournaments and getting involved in the scene. And we'd love to have you. Come on down. Come on down. RK9 Labs, you can search that, you can put it into your web search bar as well. Would love to see you here. And something tells me that if you do join us, if you attend your first regional, it will not be your last.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you get the bug, the terror bug, you could say, when you kind of come here, to be honest, because you meet so many people and you realize, like, after, you might not get the greatest of Swiss round scores generally over the course of the tournament, but it's kind of to be expected if it's your first, for instance.
Yeah.
But you now know what to do. Like, oh, if I just changed that about that match, I would be, 4-4 instead of 3-5, for instance. Or if I just did that slightly differently. And then you realize, actually, there's only just a few tweaks or just a few different things you can do to suddenly win an entire match. And that's where it comes. That's when you can realize that actually it is very doable to get into that day 2 slots. Once you've practiced enough, once you've got the good team, you can do it.
Well, speaking of day 2, Flavio Del Pidio had a fantastic showing there. May well just be stamping their ticket in. We won't be able to have an interview with them because they gave us such a treat in that previous match. I know, David, I know. But listen, trainers, what's that I hear you cry? You're wanting more? Well, don't you worry, because we'll be back very shortly with Swiss Round 4.
You know what's coming. Woodhammer goes down into Rillaboom. That's a knockout. And Simone Sanvito with Rillaboom by his side with Alone and Ninetales in the team is your 2026 Gdansk Regional Champion.
Hello, my name is Simone Sanvito. I'm your 2025 Gdansk Regional Champions, and honestly, winning feels amazing. My biggest obstacle for this tournament was, if I had to pick one, it's probably my top 4 match, as I played my opponent in Swiss. I also won there, but the game was super close, and even after my win, I didn't feel as good about that win because I think that if I had to play him again, I would have lost. So winning there in top 4 gave me a big confidence boost. To prepare for this tournament, I just tried different kind of teams, and when I landed on this one and when I was practicing, I felt like I could play this team better than the others. So I said, okay, this is gonna be my pick for the tournament, and I went with it. Oh, Ninetales, the Pokemon that helped me in every situation this tournament, despite not appearing in finals, was Ninetales. With Anchor, Disable, and Blizzard, if you get what I'm saying, she bailed me out of a lot of very difficult situations. I just played versus my friends and versus other people just to get a better feeling of the team. Learn how to approach different matchups, how to win them. Also, it's important how to to lose them, so you don't repeat those mistakes or those positions in tournament. My advice to one day win a regional champion or even something bigger is to get out there, play, lose, learn from your mistakes, try harder next time, and if you still lose, then try harder the next time, and so on, until at one point you got it. The community is amazing, and Pokemon VGC is a beautiful game. Also the other TCG and Go as well. But I've been a mainstay in the Italian community for VGC for a very long time. For more than 10 years, I saw the community be born and grow, and the community is amazing. I'm happy to be a part of it, and I'm very grateful for that.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Lawrence's team that he used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first two matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
Hey, Pokemon trainers, thanks for joining us here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. And we've got, for the first time today, Zoe on the desk. How are you doing?
I'm absolutely thrilled. That was such a great set of 3 games. A last match between Simona and Flavio. Just, an absolute masterclass. And Flavio showing why maybe our Chaladon is quite a bit of a nice position right now in the meta to counter all these Raging Bolts and all of these other Pokemon that's, just getting boosted up by the rain and just rolling out of control, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, who'd have thought of it? Just this hugely powerful bridge Pokemon that we've seen terrorize tournaments in past of Regulation Set H. Who'd have thought it'd still be good now, right? I mean, you've got other dragons, of course, Walking Lake, Gouging Fire, Raging Bolt, Roaring Moon, but why not go for the big old bridge again? Why not?
Steel Dragon is such a great typing. It has so many great resistances, and it's only really hit super effectively by ground and fighting, which is also why Landorus and Urshifu are such popular Pokemon in this format. But outside of ground and fighting, there really isn't that much you can hit the Archaladon with for super effective damage. Not to mention the fact that each time it gets hit, it gets a stamina boost or gets a defense boost because of its ability Stamina. And it just, as time goes on, the more you try to knock out this Archaladon, the harder it becomes to knock out.
It really does. It just becomes that huge raid boss, doesn't it? Where, you need to have the answers for it, otherwise it will just roll you, right? I think Raging Bolt at least has often some recovery on it, often maybe leftovers or some grassy terrain to help heal it up. Our Chaladon also can benefit from that grassy terrain if that's going to be there too. So it's something that you really need to get rid of quickly before it starts boosting up, which it can even do without a boosting move, can't it? It's got that stamina ability. So just physical hits will just boost it up without you even needing to like use a move to do it either. So that means you can afford to use that Assault Vest and use 4 attacks instead, making it such a powerful Pokemon.
Yeah, and you can also just boost up Archaludon with Electro Shot, which boosts special attack each time it goes for the move. Even if that move goes into a Protect or into a Ground type, it doesn't really matter because it still gets the boost, and that's why it's so easy to use and so difficult to punish as well. So, you know, Archaludon showing maybe it is the Pokemon to go this weekend. Did any of us have Archaludon as our caster position?
No, we did not, I don't think. I think something I was thinking of going into this weekend was the fact that we really have a lack of weather teams going around in Regulation ZF, right?
Yeah.
I think you don't really have any rain teams other than what we just saw right now. Not really any sun teams. Torkoal seems to have kind of fallen by the wayside a bit. Often, sometimes manual rain, right? Sometimes Tornadus often has Rain Dance or Sunny Day, but nothing with like a dedicated team, you know? Nothing with like Pelipper or Torkoal that really wants to set it up. And also, no Trantor, and barely any Ninetales either. Only kind of one snowy team making day 2 in Toronto as well. So, I don't know, weather may have had its day, but then again, we've just had a round where it really shone.
Yeah, with a rocky helmet as well. That's not the most common move you see on a Pelipper. It's normally, you know, holding something like a Focus Sash to increase that longevity. But in that Game 3, we saw how pivotal it was in dealing chip damage to the Urshifu. Each hit of the Surging Strikes gave it so much recoil that the Urshifu was eventually whittled down.
Yeah, it definitely was. So it made a lot of sense to kind of bring that too, didn't it? And it's interestingly that the Raging Bolt versus Archaludon, a lot of the time that you wanted bringing your Urshifu into it to kind of get around the boost that it might get or make use of the rain, yet both resist Surging Strikes as well on top of it. Yet it's still such a good Pokemon to bring. So it makes a lot of sense, right, that you want to bring it. And something that Toronto showed us as well is that generally Urshifu just had more usage in day 2 than in day 1, showing that our trainers are still getting so much value from Urshifu Rapid Strike specifically at the moment. Like Urshifu Dark doesn't seem to be going around quite a lot, but it's still just a good Pokemon that no one's seeming to reliably be able to KO, and therefore maybe it's just a staple of this meta.
Yeah, we haven't seen quite that much Urshifu Dark. I think it is one of those Pokemon that's a little bit more situational depending on the team composition, because Dark typing isn't the greatest offensive typing, but it's, and also defensive as well. With all the Fluttermangs that's running around, it really struggles with dealing really big damage. But on the right teams, especially against Psy Spam, which isn't also quite as popular, I don't think I've seen much Psy Spam teams in this regulation, but it is one of the things that Dark, the single strike Urshifu, is most well known for, just being so threatening against those kinds of teams.
So true. Those Psy Spam teams often consisting of Iron Crown that we have to see at the moment, being the notable expanding force user that really then benefits from the Indeedee that we often see as well, that sets that psychic terrain. And it was also so great at supporting the Iron Crown and setting off those expanding forces, right? With the Follow Me and the Helping Hand at the same time. So it makes a lot of sense that people want to use those Pokemon, right? But when Incineroar's around and just any Dark type can shut it down, then it can be hard to bring. But of course, that's where the rest of the supporting cast comes in. So yeah, we'll have to see if we see it later on in our day today, or even day 2 as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited for a lot of, I think, when Regulation F came right around, everyone thought, oh, you know, we've had this format before, we've all solved it, but then everyone came right out with those okie dokies in Toronto, so I'm really excited to see if our trainers are going to surprise us this weekend with some even more, you know, spicy picks or other techs that's really just going to show that the meta is far from being solved, and there are really fun and really creative ways to get around all the popular Pokemon in this format.
I do like that, actually. Yeah, because you've got to look to the Pokemon that have a lot more stats, right, when you're in Regulation ZF, because that's where we are at the moment. You are allowed to use all the Paradox Pokemon at the moment and kind of the lower-powered legendaries that, like, you know, like Articuno or Zapdos, for instance. So it's often looking to those sort of Pokemon that to kind of throw onto your team rather than some of the more lower-powered Pokemon. And that's where, like, Okidogi has really shone, right? It's got great stats, but has been overlooked in the past. And so maybe we'll see something similar to that. Like maybe some of the other loyal 3 we might see, you know, Pheasantipity or Monkey Dory, who knows?
Well, there is a Monkey Dory that Jamie Boyd is running.
Of course he is.
That's really... And Monkey Dory, I think it's it's quite an interesting Pokemon. It gets Fake Out. Its ability Toxic Chain is actually really annoying for the opponents to face, because in combination with Fake Out, not only are you getting flinched, there's that chance of getting badly poisoned, and then slowly over the course of the game, that Pokemon or that poison status is just going to take away your health, and it just makes it really difficult for the player to stay on the field, and means that you're really on a timer and you really have to work hard to get those knockouts before your own Pokemon get knocked out from poison.
Ooh, recommending Toxic Stool to our players. I don't know, Zoe. Don't we want to see that? But it's a good strategy, though. It is a good one. That's the problem with it. But yeah, I'm really excited to see who we will be featuring, though, for our round 4 Swiss match here at Birmingham Regionals in our phase 1 at the moment, because we've already had such great matches already. Multiple regional champions already on our screen. And of course, even though one of them did lose last round, they can still go on and win it. You can afford to lose a couple of matches here and there across our tournament.
Wow, look at all these notable matches. We will be featuring Eric Rios up against Henwei Zhang, but there's also Ryan Gezi versus Naoka Takasago, Barish Ekosh and Stefano Greppi, and Florian Hoffman versus Eduardo Cunha. So a lot of really fantastic matches up on the screen right now. And we're seeing a Porygon 2 that we talked about a bit earlier, but haven't really seen quite that often in this current format.
We haven't, no. And despite Porygon 2 being a EUIC champion winning in the same regulation by Nils Dunlop in 2024 season as well, but it just doesn't seem to be around at the moment. But here is Eric bringing it back, trusting in it there versus Henwei Zhang there, which would be really cool to see. But yeah, got to obviously shout out the other matches that are going on there too. A lot of Raging Bolt balance stuff going on at the moment. It does seem it is quite consistent. Eduardo Cunha, another world champion on the bottom there too. And then Ryan Guedzi, a French player who has a lot of championship points right now as well. Definitely up in the upper echelons of our leaderboard at the moment. Running back the Golden Go there too, alongside Eduardo as well.
Golden Go is just such a great Pokemon in this format. Fantastic typing, Ghost and Steel, and also a fantastic ability. It means that he's completely immune to all those spores that so many Amoonguses in this format are running. In fact, if you're running an Amoongus, it's guaranteed to be carrying Spore, because why else would you be carrying that Amoongus? Which, of course, Eric is running. And you can see Eric has this very heavily Trick Room-centric team, but it is also supported by a speedy Fluttermane and a Wellspring Ogerpon. And his opponent, Henwei, on the other side, does have that Indeedee, and we haven't seen that much Indeedee in this current format, but it's got a fantastic ability setting the Psychic Terrain, and also, most crucially, has Follow Me. In fact, Henwei also has an Ogerpon, which potentially has a Follow Me, so I'm not sure if he's got double Follow Me on his team, but you can see that Size Spam and that Regidrago, so much spread moves coming out on that team.
Yeah, really, really strong team there from Henwei, so it makes a lot of sense. We've seen Henwei before on stream. He's always running really interesting teams that also have like so much offense behind them as well. I believe back in the regulation set I and maybe regulation set G, when the legendaries around, he was bringing the Ho-Oh stuff as well, which was really cool to see, getting all the way to the upper echelons of day 2 to it too. So we'll have to see how this matchup goes, though. We've just been talking about that Psychic Terrain, Zoe, and how powerful it can be, and that spread damage into something that really wants to set Trick Room as well could be very strong, but often those Trick Room setters are resistant to Psychic themselves, making it a little bit dicier. But we've got Porygon 2 here instead, so maybe that's something that could drop.
Yeah, this is going to be such a cool matchup. You've got really strong spread moves, hyper offense coming from one side. And then Eric is a player that's quite well known for having really balanced teams, very defensive. He's a bit more of a positional player, likes to get his Pokemon into the position before they can do damage. And you can see this is the perfect team for him. And Eric's achievements up on the screen right there. We've seen him up on stream time and again. EUIC champion, Stuttgart regional finalist, world's top 8, and 4-time regional and special champion.
Yeah, that's an incredible feat there. Again, very similar to the accolades that we saw in our previous round, where we had 2 EUIC champions facing off each other. Here is a 3rd EUIC champion for you at home, trainers, for our round 4 as well. Not facing a 4th EUIC champion, unfortunately. But who knows, maybe in the future Henwei will be too. But either way, Eric is such a talented player there. And we saw how close he got to taking the win in Stuttgart just last month versus Luca Charibelli as well, with that amazing Komodo team.
Yeah, I have no doubt he's going to go very, very far in this tournament. But his opponent, Henwei, on the other side, is also a very consistent player. Hasn't quite got that, champion title just yet, but he's gotten quite a few top 8. I believe top 16s, top 8s, so quite a lot of consistent achievements. And he's also a player that plays a lot of the UK regionals. So he's a player that's maybe quite familiar with a lot of the players this weekend here, because of course we're in Birmingham and we've got a lot of UK players.
We certainly do, yeah. There's always a strong home turf that we have here at UK, and of course at any of the other EU regionals as well. There's always plenty of people from the local scene coming to these huge events here. So a really good opportunity for the UK players specifically to travel not quite as far and show what we've got.
Yeah, I took a train here. That's how far I've had to travel.
Fantastic, Zoe.
I think you drove here.
Yes, I drove. Yeah. Ben's a good driver.
I see. Well, now we can see our players up on the screen. Once again, let's go through their accolades. Eric Rios, whom we've just gone through, and Henway, Utrecht top 8, NAIC top 16, Turin top 8, and the DC Open top 4. So a lot of really consistent achievements. So this is also a player, that's, I wouldn't be surprised, take a championship title at some point in the future. And this is going to be such a awesome match. I always love seeing Side Spam teams. Iron Crown, such a good, fantastic Paradox Pokemon. I love all the Paradox Pokemon. And let's have a look now at Eric's team up on the screen. So Eric will be using that Incineroar, Porygon 2, Fluttermane, Ogerpon, Amoonguss, and Ursaluna. What a fantastic Trick Room team.
It really is, yeah. So very reminiscent of Nils Dunlop's winning EUIC team, with just a couple of changes there here and there as well. Interestingly, you've got the Fluttermane with that substitute, which is really cool to see. So as soon as you play defense in front of this Fluttermane, you risk it just going for that substitute and just capitalizing on a free hit onto it at a later point. Now, Ursaluna, though, we do have to focus on at the moment. Really strong option once you've got that Trick Room up. And with that Flame Orb means that you can suddenly activate that Guts boosting move, and then suddenly you can't be statused by other Pokemon that would want to status you, like Amoonguss, for instance, as well, which is a really strong option too. That option isn't on Hengwei's team, unfortunately, so not hugely useful from that point, but what is there is that Expanding Force that we've been talking about, supported by that in DD. And if that wasn't enough spread damage, you've got the Dragon Fan Dragon Energy from Regidrago.
Yeah, wow, look at this hyper-offensive team on Henwei's side. Urshifu, Indeedee, Tornadus, Iron Crown, Ogerpon, and Regidrago. That Tornadus with the Prankster Tailwind means that if there's no Fairy types or Dragon resists on the opponent's side, you can just immediately go for that Tailwind, and then Regidrago holding that Dragon Fang, boosting the power of its Dragon-type moves, and then suddenly firing off a super powerful full-powered Dragon Energy. That's basically a Dragon-type water spell, and everyone who's played in formats with Kyogres know just how much damage a really strong, full health water spell can do, and this is exactly the same, but with a Dragon-type move. And if you try to, use a Steel-type to try and counter those Dragon types, well, there's an Urshifu with Fighting-type moves, and there's an Ogerpon with Fire-type moves. So a really nice, offensively balanced team, and you can see our trainers, all the very different teams. I don't think there's a single repeat Pokemon on either side, unless you count the Ogerpons, but they're both holding different masks. So Eric's Ogerpon is the Wellspring form, and Henwei's Ogerpon is the Hearthflame. So actually, I would say they're completely different teams, and that is a first, I believe, because I don't think there's been a time this weekend on stream yet where we've had two trainers facing off against each other with two completely different set of 6 Pokemon. So, oh my goodness, we're going to get started straight into this match. It's going to be Ogerpon, Hearthflame, and Regidrago immediately up against this Incineroar and Porygon 2.
Okay, so a really interesting matchup here that we've got. Incineroar, Porygon 2, really defensive, really wanting to support and get up that Trick Room as soon as possible. And the attack boost as well, not wanting the special attack boost if you're Hengwei, so a really good lead from that perspective. So we've got defense versus massive offense, right? You've got to respect both the Ogerpon's massive ability to do damage with those Ivy Cudgels boosted with the body aspect, and you've also got to respect the Regidrago with those dragon moves as well. Now, this Regidrago is not Terra Ghost though, so it can't get around a fake out. Neither obviously can the Ogerpon either, being locked into a Terra and an item as well. So Eric has a fairly safe kind of fake out Regidrago and kind of Trick Room play here, as most likely as the Intimidate on the Ogerpon, you're not going to be able to get any one-hit KOs here. So depending on how this rest of the turn goes, Eric may, capitalize on this position, but Hengwei looking to switch out that Ogerpon now.
Yeah, Ogerpon just wants to reset that attack drop, and in place is going to be that Indeedee switching in with the Psychic Terrain active, which means it's going to be blocking any fake out. That immediate Dragon Energy coming off does so much damage, but is not enough to get the knockout on either of these two Pokemon. And looks like Eric has called the switch in and gone for the U-turn on this Incineroar, so refreshing that potential fake out and Intimidate for a future turn. And also is going to bring in, I believe, probably the Ursaluna, which means it's going to get its Guts activated this turn. And if the Porygon 2 went for the Trick Room, that means, oh, there we go, there's the Trick Room, and now this Ursaluna is ready to rumble with this Trick Room set up at full health and with Guts boosted. And there is no Intimidate on Hengwei's side, so there's nothing really able to reduce this Ursaluna's attack.
Yeah, that is just the classic play here of just getting in your Ursaluna as quick as you can as Trick Room goes up to make the most of the 4 more turns of Trick Room that are here. And that's the beauty of the Terra flying on this Porygon 2 as well. You can just go for those spread type damage. Your Porygon 2 can survive the attack, recover up, complement the damage with Ice Beam as well. So you've got that ice and ground coverage, which is so strong into pretty much everything that anybody can ever have. And so Hengwei's super on the back foot right now. You say no Intimidate can come in, at least you do have Follow Me. But yeah, if you're hitting with Earthquake, it's spread damage.
Yeah, now that's Porygon 2 going for that Terra flying with those balloons on its head, just celebrating the fact that its partner Ursaluna is just so free to be able to get those Earthquakes off. And now that's Indeedee going for the Follow Me, just trying to keep its partner safe. But we all saw that Ursaluna went for, actually first, Porygon is just going to recover first, so get the health all the way back to almost 4 HP. But the Ursaluna is now going to fire off a super powerful Earthquake. How much damage does this do? It's going to knock out this Indeedee, but it brings the Regidrago down so low. What did this Regidrago go for? It is a Draco Meteor. Dragon Fang boosted Draco Meteor is not enough to get the knockout. Ursaluna hangs on with 11 HP, but it's probably going to go down to the burn damage this turn, and Ursaluna is down, which means all of a sudden Eric has lost his premier Trick Room hitter.
Yeah, I did think that recovery was a little bit greedy there, actually. Not being able to complement the Earthquake damage and go for an Ice Beam there. So potentially Eric trying to predict this Regidrago to go on the defensive, go for a Protect, for instance, as it might have just gone down to a Facade or that Headlong Rush as well, but instead, Hengwei making the perfect play there. Draco Meteor instead, just doing enough, plus that extra chip from the burn there was perfect to delete this massive offensive threat that Eric had. But obviously, Trick Room is still up, and Porygon 2 is a... We've been talking about raid bosses, haven't we? Regibolt and this Archalon. Porygon 2 is one of them too, right? It's so bulky, and it can do so much healing with that recover too. So Hengwei's got to think about how to deal with this Porygon 2 at some point and deal enough damage to do it. But one thing that can do that is Iron Crown, boosted by the Psychic Terrain as well, doing a lot of damage. And Incineroar very well positioned right now too to make use of that, as we've got only Steel and Psychic type moves on this Iron Crown. Unless, of course, it goes for that Terra Water, where it has Terra Blast that it can use to kind of dish out the damage that it needs to on things that resist its 2-stab attacks.
Yeah, Regidrago first is going to swap out, wants to reset that special attack drop, and in its place is going to come the Ogerpon, which is a really nice switch in. But first, it looks like we're going to get the Terastallization on Hengwei's side. It is going to be on that Iron Crown into the Terra Water, so not only is it going to take neutral damage to all of the Dark-type moves from Eric's Incineroar, it's also going to be able to threaten the Incineroar super effectively with a Terra Blast. First, Porygon 2 now goes for the Terra Flying, which is no longer resistant, but that doesn't do very much to this Iron Crown, and the knockoff also coming off. But of course, because Iron Crown has already used the booster energy, that's not going to do very much, and now this Terra Water Terra Blast onto this Incineroar is going to be easily enough to get the knockout, and all of a sudden, Eric is forced down to his final 2 Pokemon, and that is a Fluttermane. That is not a Pokemon that enjoys being under Trick Room.
No, it's not actually. Let's see what the booster energy gives it. Most likely special attack, I would guess, if you are using the set that you are. Yeah, which it certainly is. So there is a chance that it is slower still than the Ogerpon and the Regidrago here. Probably unlikely, given it's just blisteringly high natural speed stat. But looking like Eric might be going on the defensive here, given that it's most likely still slower. And yeah, Porygon 2 is very bulky, but you can see the damage that it deals, just not very much at all. So Hengwei's doing a really good job here of actually stalling out the Trick Room and deleting Eric's offensive options to actually make use of the Trick Room itself here. And so there's the Protect from Fluttermane, now on the defensive in Eric's own Trick Room.
Yeah, I think also Porygon 2 got the attack boost, not the special attack, so that's why its Terra Blast just isn't doing quite as much. And you can see actually it's doing a decent amount to this Ogerpon, but I say decent, it almost knocked it out. But the Flutter Mane, a very nice protect from that expanding force off of the Actually, no, it's the Ivy Cudgel that's going to be coming off first onto this Porygon 2. So it looks like the Iron Crown went for the Tachyon Cutter onto this Flutter Mane. So very nice protect, but there is still one more turn of Trick Room to stall out. And the question, as you called out earlier, David, who's going to be faster?
Well, we know the Porygon 2 at least is going to be the fastest in the Trick Room, right? So at least you can deny the Ogerpon from going for an attack. But most likely the Tachyon Cutter is going to be enough to actually KO the Flutter Mane, unfortunately. So, like, unless Eric gets a double protect here, it's looking pretty dicey, really. But if Flutter Mane can come out of this turn alive, then at least it can probably KO everything that Hengwei has, because everything is so chipped down.
Yeah, now Ogerpon going for the spiky shield, just trying to stall out the final turn of Trick Room. Flutter Mane goes for the protect, but fails the double protect, which gives the Iron Crown space. First, Porygon is just going to recover, get back all the way back to full health, and now we're going to see the damage from this Tachyon Cutter easily enough, super effective, onto this Flutter Mane, and Flutter Mane is down, so it is with a very unnecessary critical hit there. And now it's going to be this Porygon 2 trying to clutch out the 2v1. Now, it is going to be able to knock out the Ogerpon with the Terra Blast.
Yes, but now the Trick Room has unfortunately expired. And so this Ogerpon can still go on the offense at least for one turn here and deal the damage that it needs to. I think if you're trying to play for an endgame here, if you're Hengwei, is to get your Reagidrago into a position where it can just go for that Draco Meteor. But there's
critical hit!
That will help.
Yeah, critical hit from the... Now the Tachyon Cutter is not going to be enough to get the knockout. It is not enough! Porygon survives on the 6 health, which means the Trick Room is going to go up. But at this stage, is Recover going to be enough to save this Porygon 2?
Yeah, like, unfortunately, you're not a Garganackle, like, with something that has Salt Cured on it, or you're not a Dondozo where you've got Toxic Spikes in the opposing team. You can't heal and deal damage at the same time, and Eric realizes that.
Yeah, Eric, maybe wanting to conserve all of that thinking for the next game. And it was actually quite close, I would say. There were several moments, had the Flutter Mane managed to get that double protect off, it would have been a very different endgame. But, of course, that was just such a thrilling game. And David, if you were the players, what kind of adjustments would you want to see in Game 2?
Well, I think we saw from Eric the misplay that he maybe did in that first kind of couple of turns, really, was just not respecting the Regidrago enough to kind of deal the damage into Ursaluna that it needed to. Now, that could have been a damage roll, because obviously if Draco Meteor does slightly less damage...
Or if it missed.
Or if it even missed, obviously. Then Ursaluna survives the burn tick of damage and can do another round of attacks. And so that's still pretty good, right? But it's not something you want to rely on. So you've just got to be basically playing more carefully, and maybe Eric's got a bit more of a read on how Hengwei plays. Maybe they've not played each other too often, whereas Hengwei might be familiar with how Eric plays, given all of his accolades. So he might want to play less aggressive, a little bit more safe play, a bit more pivoting, and maybe even use that Amoonguss to kind of support the team a little bit more with that Rage Power that looks quite strong into Regidrago as well, but not obviously so strong into Ogerpon and Iron Crown at the same time, but with a Terra Fire can definitely turn things around. So I think there's still a lot of options that Eric can go for here. In Sin, Porygon 2 is still a very strong lead. I think it's just the way he plays it that could be a little bit different.
Yeah, I agree. There was a lot of different options for Eric and also for his opponent Hengwei. So, taking all of that into account, I think our players maybe doing something a little bit more differently. But I really like how, that turn 1, that Regidrago was just able to dish out so much damage, and all of that residual damage that the Regidrago was able to do then kind of put Eric on the back foot, and he wasn't really able to position his way out of it. So that being said, I think in this game too, Eric is going to be a lot more careful with that Ursaluna if he does choose to go with that mode. So this is so tight and so close. I'm really, really excited. I think our players are almost ready to be getting into this game too. So it is going to be Iron Crown versus Regidrago versus Incineroar and Porygon 2. So same leads from Eric, but a little bit of a switch up on Hengwei's side.
Yeah, you definitely still want to apply the offensive pressure if you're Hengwei, right? And Regidrago obviously was a great job at doing that. Just kind of really puts everything in range of everything else. And then you've got Iron Crown that can actually do the same here. Now, that Terra Water looked really strong on Iron Crown once it was committed, but if you want to commit it this early, I don't know if you're Hengwei, but like a switch to Indeedee plus that Dragon Energy really worked out well for him last time. Even though Eric, in theory, got the perfect play, right? going for the super effective U-turn into the switch in Ndidi, and the Trick Room went up, Henway was still put in a decent position to get that KO on Ursaluna. So there's not a lot of reason to go for anything different right now if it plays out the same way. So Eric might want to kind of switch things up a little bit here, and I think we do see him do that.
Yeah, it looks like the Iron Crown is actually just going to sacrifice the boost from that boosted energy, and it's going to swap in the Ndidi to try and block a potential fake out. So now the battlefield gets weird. Of course, Psychic Terrain is set up, but Porygon 2 also gets swapped out. This time it's going to be for that Flutter Mane. So no Trick Room first off the bat, and you know, maybe Eric deciding I don't need Trick Room just yet. I can save that for in the late game where all the options on Henway's side has been whittled down, and now we're going to see what this is. No, the fake out onto the Regidrago. So a fantastic switch in, and now this Dragon Energy is going to come in. Flutter Mane absorbs that easily because of course it's a fairy type, but Incineroar is not going to enjoy taking that and loses nearly over half of its health from that powerful Dragon Energy.
Yeah, it looks great that Flutter Mane has switched in on Dragon Energy there, but because of Flutter Mane's moveset, it doesn't have Dazzling Gleam. So now it's Regidrago supported by the Ndidi, just can't be touched by Flutter Mane still. So even though Flutter Mane can't really be damaged by it in return either. So this Hangway's Drago can just still do another Dragon Energy and KO this Incineroar, which can't do anything about it.
And that's exactly what Ndidi does, just tries to keep its partner safe with a Follow Me, but Flutter Mane does not fall for that. He is going to put in a substitute, which makes it even harder to knock out in subsequent turns. First, another Dragon Energy coming out. Henway just wanting to prioritize getting rid of that Incineroar. So Incineroar goes down, but Flutter Mane does manage to go through this turn fully healthy, well, almost fully healthy, just lost a little bit of its health to that substitute, but now it's in a very nice position. Neither the Regidrago or the Ndidi can really touch this substitute Flutter Mane.
No, it's true, but Flutter Mane isn't actually supporting what's next to it either, so you could get to the point where Hengway can just eventually just bring in the Iron Crown in the back and just deal with it, right? Like, there's not a lot that this Flutter Mane can really do. Like, it can Shadow Ball once the Iron Crown comes in, but again, they're all single target attacks. So Eric needs to get into a position where this Ndidi can be dealt with so that the Flutter Mane's really freed up to actually do the damage that it wants to, because Ndidi can just sit there at the moment, taking hits left, right, and center with its pretty good special defensive bulk. Porygon 2 is also not going to do a whole lot of damage either, unfortunately, but at least what it can do is start forcing this Ndidi to start going for Follow Me, so this Regidrago can start to run out of Dragon Energy, basically.
Yes, and run out of energy for the Dragon Energy. But once again, this Ndidi is going to go for the Follow Me. He's just wanting to keep his partner safe. That Moonblast now will be coming off from this Flutter Mane. Does quite a bit to this Ndidi. This Ndidi is not going to be able to take another Moonblast. But first, another Dragon Energy from this Regidrago does so much damage to this Porygon 2. The Porygon 2, of course, just going to shrug it off and recover all the way back up to almost full health. So I think that was quite a good turn for Eric there, just, you know, getting that Ndidi super whittled down.
Yeah, I didn't realize how much damage Flutter Mane would actually do there. Doing over half again to this Ndidi is a really big deal, because now you can Moonblast plus do something with Porygon 2, and that could theoretically be that Ice Beam into the Regidrago to start dealing out that damage that will then lower the power of future Dragon Energies coming out. Because obviously you don't want to Trick Room with your Flutter Mane on the field, right? So that's probably the main play you want to do.
Yeah, now Ndidi once again just going for the last hurrah, Follow Me. So it is going to be absorbing that Moonblast from this Flutter Mane. It's going to go down heroically for all of its efforts. And now all the following turns, this Regidrago is no longer safe from those Moonblasts. First, we're going to see just how much damage this Porygon 2 is going to be able to dish out. But let's see the Dragon Energy. Now, once again, I think this Porygon is going to survive it quite comfortably, and it's going to return back with another recover. So this Porygon 2 is just very content to sit on the field over and over again and go for those recovers, whilst the Regidrago is really just struggling to break through that substitute on Flutter Mane. But of course, there is the Iron Crown hiding in the back.
Yeah, given that this Regidrago is Dragon Fang and not the usual Life Orb, I would imagine that maybe in Earth Power is still not enough to actually KO the substitute on the Flutter Mane's end. And Hengway most probably likely knows that too. So now Ndidi being down, the support obviously being down as well, and as we can see, one turn left of Psychic Terrain means that the offense on Hengway's end might be starting to run out pretty soon. And Eric's Flutter Mane is in a fantastic position now to target super effectively into either of those targets. Of course, either can protect, and either can also Terror out of that weakness too, which will most likely see this turn. And Flutter Mane obviously has to watch out for the Tachyon Cutter as well. But given the damage that we saw last time, it should survive if one of those Tachyon Cutter hits the substitute first, and then the other one then still hits it. But if that plus an Earth Power, that might not be enough.
Well, it looks like we're going to get a terrestrialization on Henway's side. It is going to be that Iron Crown going into Terra Water, so wanting to remove that weakness to Shadow Ball from the Fluttermane. So we're going to see whether or not this was the correct terrestrialization from the Fluttermane. Fluttermane goes for the Moonblast onto, is this the Regidrago? Yes, it is. Regidrago goes down in one hit, and that means the Iron Crown is probably not going to be able to knock out this Fluttermane if it went for the Tachyon Cutter. So now let's take a look. Actually, it's going to be the Expanding Force. So a nice bit of spread damage. It doesn't do quite that much to the Porygon, unfortunately, but does crucially break the substitute, which means that the Fluttermane is in danger of getting knocked out from a Tachyon Cutter. And now Porygon 2 has settled the Trick Room, which means actually the Fluttermane is now the fastest Pokemon on the field. But the Psychic Terrain does expire, which means no more spread expanding forces.
Yeah, that's a really critical thing here. Whittling down the offense now, so this Porygon 2 can kind of stall out a few more turns of Hengway's overall damage potential. So there was a really nice overall safe play from Eric there, actually, to kind of go for the attack. Even if Regidrago survives that attack because it went for the Terra or if it protected, at least you've still got Trick Room up for the Ursaluna that's most likely lurking in the back. And now Porygon 2 can safely go for recovers before anything attacks either. So now Eric probably just wants to recover and just wait for Fluttermane to go down so you can bring in Ursaluna safely. And in the meantime, Hengway still needs to respect the Fluttermane, right? You can't ignore it. It's got a special attack booster energy on it and could do a lot of damage. So Eric's in a decent position here, actually, as long as he can keep the Porygon 2 on the field, keep it healthy as well, so that when Ursaluna comes in, it can support it properly.
Yeah, Porygon 2, once again, I think it's done nothing but click Trick Room and recover so far, but it's just so healthy. And now the Tachyon Cutter does come off, but it is onto the Porygon. So Porygon is going to take that so nicely. And the Wood Hammer now coming off onto the Fluttermane. So Fluttermane is going to be knocked out, but I think actually Eric is quite happy with that because he gets a free switch into this Ursaluna. And Ogerpon, of course, does take quite a bit of recoil from that Wood Hammer.
Yeah, so 3 more turns of Trick Room now for this Ursaluna to make use of now. So, unfortunately, because it has just switched in at the start of the turn, it doesn't have the Flame Orb activation, so it isn't anywhere near as powerful as it otherwise would be. And that means the Iron Crown will probably survive any hit, and depending on the training of this Ogerpon, that may also survive any hit too. Because a lot of them want to be quite bulky on this team, for instance, because Tailwind is already there to make you quite speedy. So it definitely depends on the training of that Ogerpon, whether it can survive or not. But Porygon 2 can obviously complement things with the extra damage it can provide, with that Ice Beam that it can do too. And of course, we've not seen a Terra yet either. So Porygon 2 can still go for that Terra Flying Terra Blast to deal the damage that it needs to on that Ogerpon, which we've seen do about 90%. And we've seen a bit of chip on that Ogerpon too, and so that might just be enough for a KO on that slot as well.
Yeah, Ursaluna now just wanting to activate that Guts boost very safely with a Protect, and Porygon, actually Ogerpon first goes for the Spiky Shield, just as you called it earlier. It doesn't want to put itself at risk of that Terra Blast, but Porygon 2, once again, playing very defensively, going for the recover, so it is now going to be fully healthy. We're going to see where the Tachyon Cutter goes into. It is going to be into the Porygon 2, which takes it so nicely. But now, Guts is activated on the Ursaluna, and this Ogerpon just went for the Spiky Shield, so it's not going to have a very successful chance of protecting a second turn, and I don't think this Iron Crown's able to knock it out.
Yeah, most likely not. Ursaluna's a bulky Pokemon right now. And yeah, Ogerpon, especially with that chip, will just drop to any sort of facade at this point. So the question is, Hengway probably needs to go for that double Spiky Shield, honestly, to try and get something out of this Iron Crown, deal more damage. But as we can see, in a 1v1 with Iron Crown and Porygon 2 is most likely going to win this outright, because this Tachyon Cutter is not doing a 2-hit KO in damage. So it's most likely just going to be able to free up Eric to kind of go for an attack and recover the next turn. Go for an attack, recover the next turn. And now, just to be safe, Eric's going for that Terra Ghost there as well to avoid the super effective damage from a Wood Hammer.
Yeah, or from a Terra Blast from this Iron Crown. But first, the Ogerpon now, recognizing that it's probably going to get knocked out this turn, may as well keep its partner safe with a Follow Me. But Porygon 2 is like, I wasn't even targeting you. I'm just going to get my health right back up to full once again. So this Ursaluna now is going to get a super powerful facade off onto this Ogerpon and knocks it out and leaves this Iron Crown all on its lonesome self to go for a Terra Blast that's going to be neutral now onto this Ursaluna, and that does it decent amount, but not quite enough. And at this stage, maybe, I don't know, Henwei wants to go for a double protect to try and stall out the Trick Room triple protect.
I mean, this is the last turn of Trick Room, so it will be able to just go for that safe protect there. And yeah, given the Flame Orb chip damage now, like, with enough of those, another Terra Water, Terra Blast, then this Ursaluna might only be able to get one more attack, or maybe even none, depending on any sort of damage rolls that we will see here. Because it looks really close. Yeah, look at that Flame Orb damage. Not quite getting it below half, but yeah, damage from moves is not guaranteed for a specific amount. So we may well see this Ursaluna go down to another Terra Blast.
Yeah, but there's nothing stopping the Protect plus Trick Room, right? There's Iron Crown cannot knock out this Porygon 2 at all, even with a critical hit. So Eric is just very safe to set up Trick Room once again. And in a 1v1 situation, I think this Porygon's even going to come out on top, even if Henwei somehow manages to get the Ursaluna's burn damage whittled down. And there we go, we see the Protect coming off. Iron Crown attempts the Tachyon Cutter into this Ursaluna, which means the Porygon is now at full HP, very free to set up a second Trick Room in this battle.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, Zoe. Yeah, it's just a really safe option to be able to go for that, isn't it? Now, Ursaluna has 4 opportunities to start going for an attack this time, and that's 4 times that Henwei probably needs to go for a Protect to kind of eke this win out here. So we might see Henwei try and attempt that, but then there's also then nothing stopping the whole thing happening all over again, right?
Yeah.
You can just Protect, and then you can Trick Room again.
Yeah, it looks like Henwei does not want to take the chance of Protect. Maybe just wanted to see how much damage that Terra Blast neutral does. But now this Iron Crown is going to get knocked out by the Facade from this Ursaluna, and we are going to go into a Game 3. What a treat, viewers. I am so excited to see a Game 3 play out.
That was a really cool set from Eric, honestly, because you could see he wanted the game plan of Porygon 2 and Ursaluna in Trick Room. And going in for it quite early doors in Game 1 obviously didn't quite work out, but actually going for it late game there was amazingly well done when the Regidrago had just been dispatched of, and that was the main thing that was threatening this Ursaluna with a lot of damage. And so with getting it out of the way from the early Flutter Mane, it just like freed up so much room for the Ursaluna to do what it needs to do. And as we saw, the Porygon 2 wasn't really threatened by anything either, to be honest. Because with the amount of recovers that it was going for, yes, it wasn't doing any damage, but it was still stalling out the psychic terrain that Henwei Zhang had going too. And that was what was boosting up the damage of the Iron Crown and preventing any kind of fake outs as well. So Eric did a really good job. As you said, Zoe, I think earlier, Eric needs to play it a little bit slower, bit more switching around, bit more slower. And that's exactly what he did, and it worked.
Yeah, fantastic adjustments. And, you know, Henwei, I think when he swapped out his Iron Crown turn 1, of course, it lost the booster energy, which was why those expanding forces and Tachyon Cutters weren't quite doing quite as much damage. And this Indeedee, of course, because it's the Rocky Helmet set, not the Psychic Seed set, it wasn't getting that special defense boost from the Psychic terrain, which meant that the Flutter Mane just had a really easy time going for the Moonblast, and he was really, you know, Henwei was really forced to go for the Follow Me because the Regidrago was just so frail and in danger of getting knocked out in one hit by the Moonblast. So that was just a fantastic adjustment from Eric, recognizing I don't need Trick Room immediately. I can just save it for the late game, and then when the time is right, when the position is right, then that's when I'm going to go for that Trick Room. And it worked out beautifully for him in that game too. So we're going to have to see now whether or not in this Game 3 between our trainers, it's going to be Urshifu and Regidrago against the Porygon 2 and Incineroar. Eric just going for the same lead all 3 games.
Yeah, it's a really flexible lead, really safe, but it does mean the special attack boost now. So Henwei most likely knowing that, but worth the trade to get Urshifu Rapid Strike back in here. And yeah, knowing that Henwei most likely needs some super effective damage into Porygon 2, I think Urshifu is definitely a Pokemon that can help with that. Now, obviously being Choice Scarf and not being Terra Ghost either, it's the Terra Water instead. So it is just a kind of free fake out into that slot, to be honest. But we've seen Henwei both games switching the Indeedee to kind of block that so you can do the damage that you want to do. But Porygon 2 is very bulky. It can survive that attack anyway. So I wouldn't be surprised to just see Eric just still go for the same fake out play anyway, because if it's blocked by Indeedee, then it's not two Pokemon attacking.
Yeah, exactly. And now this Incineroar going for the Terra Grass, so wanting to resist all those surging strikes that may potentially be coming its way, indicating that he did not go for that fake out onto the Urshifu. It's onto the Regidrago, so just mitigating the damage of those super powerful Dragon Energy. But first, you can see now how crucial that Terra Grass was on this Incineroar, taking those surging strikes so well and allowing its partner, the Porygon 2, to now get an attack off, which is going to be probably the Trick Room, I would believe. Yes, it is going to be the Trick Room. And now both the Regidrago and the Urshifu are in a bit of a sticky spot. They're too fast and they can't really get the knockout on either of these two.
Yeah, this is a fantastic turn for Eric. Yeah, just getting a free fake out of, even though an Indeedee switch in would have been fine for Eric still, this is still an even better outcome for him, because now you're threatening that Regidrago with a knockoff to get rid of the Dragon Fang, lowering the health, so Dragon Energy's can't do much damage. Ice Beam super effective too. And yeah, Urshifu is locked into the move it doesn't want to be locked into, and it can't protect either. Eric is just so much in the driver's seat right now, but Hengwei can still do things. Two more Pokemon in the back means Indeedee can most likely switch in, and that can help support and help sponge up some more attacks.
Yep, there we go. Urshifu does not want to be on the field, wants to reset those moves. Indeedee now coming in to set up those Psychic Terrains, maybe potentially also reverse the Trick Room, because of course Indeedee is also carrying Trick Room itself. But first, the Regidrago now is going to be the Terra Fairy type, so maybe wanting to get rid of that weakness to Ice Beam from this special attack boosted Porygon 2. And also, it's going to resist those knockoffs coming from this Incineroar. So first, actually, a neutral Terra Blast is going to come into the Indeedee. Does so much damage, nearly half, but the knockoff, Regidrago taking it very nicely. But here's going to be, well, first the Dragon Fang goes off. So Dragon Energy really is not going to be doing very much. And yet you see just how well both the Porygon 2 and the Incineroar are taking with the 75% health Regidrago.
Yeah, that's a fantastic play there. Yeah, again, nice and safe for Eric too. Dealing some damage into the Urshifu slot if it kind of stays there, and always securing a knockoff into that slot there. Even if it's resisted, you have that extra utility of the knockoff to remove the item here. So, 3 more turns of Trick Room now, and it's still looking really strong for Eric. He's not got a lot of reason to kind of switch things around too much. Incineroar can knock off this Indeedee to kind of get the KO. It can't tear it out of its weakness either. And we can see the damage that this Porygon 2, this Regidrago is doing is also not very much, especially into an Assault Vest Incineroar. And a Porygon 2 that's so bulky, it can take another hit and then just recover off all the damage yet again. So Hengwei really needs to start pivoting around, start sorting out this Trick Room together, get this game back under control.
Yeah, Indeedee so threatened by the knockoff. He's going to swap out in place of the Iron Crown, which means that if the knockoff went into that Iron Crown set, there'll be nothing to knock off, so at least he won't be taking that much damage. The first Porygon 2 doing what it does best, getting those recovers, getting itself back up to full health. Meanwhile, the knockoff now still super effective. Oof. Onto this Iron Crown. That's a lot of damage, and how the Draco Meteor is going to come off is going to be enough to knock out this Incineroar. That's been such a thorn in Hengwei's side. But under Trick Room, if Eric's got that Ursaluna hiding in the back, this might be a very good opportunity to bring in that Ursaluna and just start all over again what happened in Game 2.
Yeah, it definitely is. So 2 more turns of Trick Room now. Oh, and yeah, 3 more turns of Psych Terrain looks like too. And it's going to be putting in the work right now. Good thing is that Hengwei can do, though, is kind of switch out the Regidrago to reset its special attack drop and get in the Indeedee yet again to help support this Iron Crown as well. But what you might want to do is actually just sack the Regidrago instead and just protect Iron Crown, allowing Regidrago to go down, so you can then have an opportunity to stall up the last turn of Trick Room with a Follow Me instead. But the tricky thing is, because Ursaluna is here, Indeedee isn't going to be enough support from an Earthquake, however. But the downside from Eric's point of view is because if you are Earthquaking your own Porygon 2, Terra has already been spent, but at this point it might actually be worth it.
Yeah, I agree, but now it looks like the Regidrago actually does not want to stay on the field, wants to reset the special attack drop, and Iron Crown going for the Protector, a nice, safe, defensive play. The Terra Blast now is going to be going onto this Indeedee, and it's going to be a critical hit, so it looks like a damage roll previously, so we'll never know whether or not that critical hit mattered. But the Indeedee does go down, which means no more Psychic Terrain. The Earthquake, non-Guts boosted onto its own Porygon 2. I don't think it'll do too much, so yeah, a nice bit of chip. So Porygon 2 can just recover that off at a future time.
Indeed, and yeah, most likely a critical hit that doesn't really matter either. Earthquake most likely still getting the KO on the Iron Crown, as well as the Indeedee, obviously. in that turn too. So not a bad option, to be honest. And Eric now going into the final turn of Trick Room, looking pretty happy, honestly, because the Iron Crown is also just protected, so it's just an open slot to be able to KO. So again, Hengwei probably needing to rely on a double protect to be able to get rid of that. But if Eric has Fluttermane in the back, it's looking pretty strong still anyway. I mean, Porygon 2 can be that raid boss, it can sit there, it can recover up as well, and Fluttermane can deal with the rest of the damage that it needs to in this final turn. So Eric should be able to kind of close this out unless anything crazy kind of happens.
Yeah, Eric is in a very strong position with that unrevealed Pokemon in the back. And now we can see trainers are really taking their time. This is such a critical turn. Regidrago, of course, is going to protect on the final turn of Trick Room. Porygon 2, maybe reading that a bit and just going for the recover, so to make sure that it's able to take those really powerful spread moves. But Facade Burst comes up onto this Iron Crown, and even though it is resisted, Iron Crown is a little bit too frail, and at such low health, it is going to be knocked out, which means that the choice Scarf Urshifu is now going to be forced to come out this turn. But of course, this is a fantastic turn to come out of because Trick Room has just expired, so you've got the speed advantage, and because Eric has gone for the Terra, that Ursaluna will be hit super effectively.
Yeah, so it's a great Pokemon to have in the back right now. So Eric is a little bit more on the back foot, obviously, but with both an Ursaluna and the Porygon 2, you still have a lot of offensive pressure here. And Hengwei most likely can't get a KO on both at the same time. He's going to need to target one over the other. So most likely Eric is going to want to target down this Urshifu though, because it's probably the main threat for any sort of Fluttermane that could be in the back instead, because it will outspeed it and may even just KO it with a Surging Strikes as well, given the frailty that Fluttermane often is. So if you can target into that slot though with the Ursaluna and get away with it, it goes down obviously. In trade for your Porygon 2, you're probably okay with that. But if you go into, if the Ursaluna does get KO'd, then it's looking pretty dicey. But it looks like no protect on Ursaluna.
Yeah, it looks like Eric reading that. Henwei's really in a bit of a sticky spot. He's going to force Henwei to target the Porygon 2 to deny that Trick Room setup. And now a Dragon Energy is going to be fired off, but without the Dragon Fang and with a little bit of a chipped health, it doesn't really do very much. And now this Urshifu is going to be knocked out in one hit from this Facade, which leaves the Porygon 2 very, very free to set up a Trick Room once again. And now it looks like it's really over for Henwei. That Regidrago can't even touch the Fluttermane that he's got hiding in the back as well. So fantastic play there from Eric, just, getting all the great board positioning.
Yeah, really fantastic play there. And Henwei probably was banking on, probably expected Fluttermane in the back there. But yeah, congratulations to Eric for a terrific win.
And Eric Rios has done it once again. What a masterclass, showing us in all three games why he's such a great player. That really great defensive play, never rushing. Of course, in that game one, I think he rushed a little bit and then he lost the game one, but then just adapted so beautifully. And in the games 2 and games 3, he was just really in the driving seat. And I really wanted to call out that final turn where he didn't protect the Ursaluna right in front of an Urshifu. I think a lot of trainers, oh, why would you leave that Urshifu wide open? The thing is, that is a scarfed Ursaluna wide open. It was a scarfed Urshifu on Henwei's side, which meant that it had to lock into something. And if it locks into Surging Strikes, that's not going to knock out the Porygon 2. And the Porygon 2 can probably, once the Trick Room set up, is going to be able to deal with the Urshifu one-on-one. And then there's the Regidrago that just couldn't really touch the Fluttermane that was in the back, which, because of booster energy special attack, was going to be faster than the Urshifu.
Yeah, exactly. It's tricky, and especially if Fluttermane is in the back, you don't want to lock into close combat because then you can't actually touch it, assuming you get any KO. So Surging Strikes kind of needs to be locked into there, which makes it really tricky to kind of close this game out. So we saw players left and right, as you can see. Regidrago doing the business in game 1, but not quite in future games. Ogerpon also, really not the play once the Trick Room had got up either. Just drops to so many attacks. And the Iron Crown coming to every game as well. Doing a lot of damage, a lot of work with that Terra Water was a really cool bring, but unfortunately the offense that Eric provided with that Ursaluna was just too much Hengwei's to weather.
Yeah, that was such a thrilling game to watch. And, you know, Porygon 2 just actually dealt really significant damage once it got that special attack boost. And it's one of the things I really like about Porygon 2. It's one of those Pokemon that can run Terra Blast really, really efficiently. Most special attackers don't really, or physical attackers, don't really enjoy running Terra Blasts without going for the Terastallization. But Porygon 2, actually, being a normal type, doesn't actually mind not Terastallizing. You can just go for the same type attack bonus, and if it gets the special attack boost, like we saw in that game 3, suddenly it's doing a lot of damage, even with the Terra Blast that normally outside of Terra you don't expect doing too much.
Yeah, definitely. It's like flying coverage seems to be on non-flying types these days, right? You got Roaring Moon with Acrobatics, Porygon 2 with Terra Blast. Like, where are the actual flying types? I mean, like, there is
Pelipper.
Oh, Pelipper, there you go. Yeah, okay, there's Pelipper.
and yeah, I was going to say Terra Flying Porygon 2, but you just said that, so
yeah.
not that one.
Or Terra Flying Iron Crown, or Terra Flying Indeedee, or Terra Flying Incineroar.
Well, I remember Niels Dunlop's EUIC winning team that was very similar to Eric's team, and weren't like 3 of the Pokemon Terra Flying from memory? I can't remember. Or was that his Dance Lil winning team? I can't remember which team he had, but there were 3 Terra Flying types. It was like a Terra Flying Tyranitar. That must have been Lil, because that was the Sand team with Corviknight.
Okay, yeah, that must have been him. Yeah, it is a good typing, isn't it, right? It's got 3 weaknesses, but they're not all common typings to have, actually. Like, Rock is not often everywhere on every team, and same with Ice as well, especially when the most used water type is Urshifu, which doesn't really carry ice moves. So, actually, like, electric moves are pretty common, but otherwise flying is quite good defensively.
Yeah.
And we saw, of course, how useful Eric was to be able to do that. Just the classic Terra Flying and then something to Earthquake next to. And when so much of the team relies on follow me redirection, suddenly when you're facing spread moves, it is just going to dismantle that team.
Such a pleasure to watch that match. And now our interview is ready, so we're going to throw it over to the couch and hear from Eric Rios.
David, thank you, Zoe. We are here on the couch with Eric Rios, the winner from our Swiss round 4. And that was a pretty crazy match, Eric.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And you were saying just before we went live that this was not a great matchup for you. Tell us about how you navigated it.
When I prepared this team, I tried first Reagindo, but then I go back to Among Us because I want to beat all the standard things, the balance teams, because I didn't face any side spam in Toronto. Last week.
I faced all of it for you.
So then I switched back to Among Us, and then I was thinking, okay, I think I'm not gonna face any side spam here in Europe. I don't expect that. Then round 3. I think it was round 4. Side spam. So yeah, I think this is the worst matchup for me. I have to play around in AB Insyn. But yeah, he can lead with Ogre Pawn like he did in game 1.
Yep.
Crown Regidrago and play some mind games with the switchings. It's really difficult, but if you play well, I think you can win it.
It looked like a lot of the games were decided kind of on turn 1. Do you get the call right with a fake out or do you not? Like, even though you got it wrong on game 2, you still managed to recover it.
Yeah. I fake out Crown. I was thinking, okay, I think he's gonna attack with both. I was expecting that because he can Dragon Energy, Terra Blast, Terra War into Insyn. I think it could be safe. And if you expect Insyn to U-turn, game 2 is over. So I was thinking, okay, I think I can fake out Crown to prevent the Taichun Cutter, and then I can switch out Porygon and put Fluttermane, will be safe in front of Regidrago. If he switch out the Crown, Flutter is fine. I can substitute.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And stall some turns, take Indeedee, and then try to win with Porygon 2 and Rosaluna.
Yeah, well, like Porygon 2 did a lot of work in that set. But, Eric, last weekend you were playing Toronto.
Yes.
That went pretty well for you. You had a good result.
Yeah.
How has it been different going from Toronto to now back in Europe, your sort of home territory for regionals? It's like, was Toronto much different for you in terms of what you played against, what the metagame will look like?
I was expecting more hyper offense in Toronto, and I didn't face that. So that's the reason of Raging Ball on the team and the first version of the team. And then I didn't have
too much time to test here because, yeah, Toronto, next week Birmingham. So I played some games and I saw, okay, I think nobody's running. Like, somebody plays Crown in DD, but it's not that popular. I think I want to win against the standard teams, the balanced teams, and that's why I have Among Us. And Among Us was the MVP of the last round, so...
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
You heard it here first, trainers. Well, Eric, we're going to let you get prepared. We've got the tournament running on. We're going into Swiss round 5 very, very soon. But before we let you go, have you got any shout-outs that you've got for people at home that have supported you?
Yeah, I want to shout out David, Sergio, Gerard, helping me with the team during all the month, because I prepared Toronto like 1 month before. And also to all the Koi community, Canecro, Tony, everyone who have been supporting me, friends, family, thanks to all of them.
Well, just like your Porygon 2, Eric, we're going to let you recover yourself, ready for your next round. And in the meantime, stay tuned because we've got more Pokemon action coming right up.
Carson Confer, no stranger to success here in VGC.
My name is Carson Confer and I'm from Oklahoma City. I convinced my parents to take me on a 12-hour drive to Fort Wayne, Indiana to play my first regional. I had to weed a lot of gardens to do that one. Starting Pokemon that I would pick is probably Froakie. It was the one I picked when I was like 10 or 12. When I was starting in 2014, this like friend group that we had, they kind of just like, took me under their wing and they were all like a lot older than me. They let the annoying 12-year-olds stick around and kind of taught them how to play Pokemon. Honestly, I tend to get a little hot-headed, so there's been a lot of moments where I was like, okay, I'm done. Most of my friends that I've had for my whole life have been from this game. It kind of always pulls me back in because I'm like, man, I want to see my friends. It won't let me leave. I've got a lot of top cuts. I got top 4 at EUIC 1 year. My favorite memory is definitely when I won the 2016 Senior World Championships. It was one of the greatest moments of my life. The last time I won a big event was 2018 LAIC. Since then, I've gotten close, but never finished the job. Louisville Regionals, I started out 11-0, and then I kind of had a heartbreaker of a loss in top 16. Was struggling. I was thinking about not even showing up to the tournament. Since coming back in like 2022, I was 0-8 on stream. And when they told me my top 32 match was on stream, I was begging them, please don't put me on. I did win, and that one was a pretty decisive win, so I was really happy about that. Marcus, my top 4 opponent, and we both had the same team. We built it off of what OE used to get top 8 at LAIC, dropped my Dondozo matchup entirely, and focused all on beating the Marco's Sun team that won LAIC. I'm really surprised that like all the changes that we ended up making like so last minute came together into such a cohesive team. You know, finals was pretty hectic with all the misses on Joe's side, and there's a lot of damage rolls. There was really no point where I was like, oh yeah, I won, until like it's completely over.
Tô de volta.
I have a really big competitive
Tá,
drive. I come to the
tô meio mal do estômago, gente, por isso que eu acabei dando uma sumida aí. Mas voltei, como é que vocês estão? Salve Marlon, salve Zuri, salve Dragapult, como é que vocês estão? Desde já um ótimo dia pra vocês, um ótimo sábado aí, cara.
To not only
Eu tô
break the stream curse, but break it in a
mal do
very
estômago.
definitive way. My main goal is probably to win a
Então,
regional.
acabei
I've been trying for a really long time.
acabei
and
sumindo.
I'm happy that it finally happened. My overall goal playing competitive
O
Pokemon is just
engraçado é
to
que
do
eu
the
só
best I
tomei
can.
café, cara.
I think it's just the continual
Eu comi
improvement
pão,
aspect.
tomei
I really
café
hope I win the World Championship this year. You know, we'll see what
e
happens,
não
but
sei o que
I'd love to win
aconteceu,
again.
foi e me
Winning
derrubou.
Worlds and Masters for me
Sei por quê.
would just be that pinnacle
Droga.
accomplishment. I've kind of achieved almost everything
Tá
I've wanted to in this game
caraca,
already,
5 horas de
but
live já.
I just love competing,
Tamo
so I'm
no
gonna
round
keep trying to do them better.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important
Onde
matches
você
throughout
tava?
the history
Cara, eu
of competitive
tava
Pokemon. Let's flash back to the
tava passando mal,
2017
não tô muito legal do estômago, não sei porquê. Eu só tomei café, eu literalmente só comi um pão e tomei café.
So it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. we turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni
E
Costa
só
is a
isso,
West
e
Coast
isso me
VGC
derrubou,
trainer
cara.
that had one simple phrase, believe in Eevee. For the entire 2017 season, Gio played a team revolving around Eevee and its
Não sei o que
exclusive
houve,
theme,
cara.
Extreme Evo Boost.
Extreme
But at the start of
Evo
Game
Boost.
3, Gio's Eevee plans
Eu vi
fell
que
through
teve...
as Tobias
Ó,
gets
o
a
Alexandre de
perfectly
volta aí.
timed poison.
O Gio Costa ali. Uhum.
And it would only get worse for Gio, because after
Eu
once
vi
he got
que
an
agora há
Incineroar
pouco tinha um
knocked
Iron
out, he
Crow,
was
né?
now in a 4-to-1
Ô,
Pokemon disadvantage.
ô
A
Dragapult,
situation so
acredita
dire
que teve um
even three-time
garganaco no
world
começo aí?
champion Ray Rizzo
No
didn't
primeiro
believe in
round
the
da
comeback.
transmissão aí, teve um garganaco. Onde tu tava, Nimbus? Eu não tô muito legal do estômago não, Alexandre. Por isso que eu acabei dando uma sumida.
Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of
Foi
all
por isso que
time.
eu dei uma
Dragonite
sumida
was
aí.
added to his Eevee team just in time
Teve
for
um garganaco aí no primeiro
And now
round,
it's
cara.
time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe make out, score,
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
put it to sleep, and Tobias now completely free to just
Teve-
relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
Aí teve o Shifu, o Gil falando 3 Pokémon só não mudava, né? O Dragapult, caraca, os Amungus que estão vindo estão muito tanques, caraca, estão tanques pra caramba.
Hariyama, it gets the knockout on Nihilego, it gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What
Os Amungus que estão vindo, pô, estão tancando tudo, caraca. Teve pelo menos uns 2 aí que... Teve pelo menos uns 2 aí que veio bom pra caramba, tancou tudo e tudo mesmo. Tudo e tudo mesmo, pra vocês terem noção. Antes dessa partida de Iron Crown, teve um cara que veio com a Moons. Não, mas ele tava mais tanque que o normal. O bicho tava aguentando, sei lá, uns 6 hits. O bicho tava aguentando, não tô entendendo mais nada. Não tô entendendo nada, mas tô entendendo tudo. Então, né? O famoso inglês das ruas. Aliás, eu ainda quero fazer, tá? Aquela live da gente aprendendo inglês, tá? Saindo e entrando de campo. Não, o Regenerator eu tô ligado que recupera bastante vida, mas não. Ele em campo, papo de tancar 5 golpes e nem metade da vida ir embora. Tava nesse nível. Tava mais da metade, mais ou menos. Mas, como eu tava falando, chat, eu tô pensando... Meu Deus do céu, tudo bom. Eu tava pensando realmente da gente fazer aquela live de... aprendendo inglês no Duolingo, tá? Quero ver se vocês apoiam, eu quero ver quem vai estar. Eu quero ver quem vai estar e eu quero ver se vocês apoiam. Mano, também um gol ainda, cara. Live de Duolingo será cinema, então. Eu quero ver se... Eu quero zerando o Super Mario. Aí eu vou ver se eu vou intercalar. Eu vou... Pra gente fazer pelo menos umas 2, 3 lives de Duolingo por semana. O que vocês acham? Será que é uma boa? Vocês acham que dá pra gente praticar um pouquinho de inglês?
Both of them, I spoke to both of them independently, they both said how good the match was and kind of like, hey guys, kind of missed out there on stream with the quality of what was happening there. And if that's what's happening off the stream, what's happening on the stream, we get so many matches, just like the one with Kenway versus Eric in the last round.
Vamos ver se o pessoal aparece, né? Não, eu já achei legal que o fato de ter aparecido Garganacle, Iron Crown, o Porygon 2, né? É o Porygon 2 que apareceu agora, né? Sim, tem live, pô. Tem bastante live ainda, o Ellison. São 8 rounds, tá no 5 ainda. Ó, a gente vai ter Wizen de Hisui, ou de Galar, Dondoso com Tatsugiri, Horimun aí, ó. Ainda tem, ó, são 8 horas de live, tem mais 3 rounds para acontecer. E ainda tem o Alisson, amanhã ainda. Acabei de ver a animação de Pokémon. Oh? Tu quis dizer Pokémon, é isso? Quis dizer de Pokémon? Ó, vamos ter Dragon Knight, ó, Among de novo. Deixa eu ver aqui. Pior que não tem muito time diferente, né? Tô torcendo pelo Edu. Mas não vai ser a dele que vai passar, vai ser essa de cima. Vai ser a do Nils, do Luke versus o Marcos Cole. Ô Dragapult, caraca aí, a Pokémon Company fez mó confusão, tá? O horário, não sei se vocês viram, mas era pra ser 5 horas da manhã a live, né? Caraca, a live, a transmissão foi começar quase 6 horas, cara. A transmissão foi começar, quase não, foi começar às 6 horas da manhã. A do Gol começou primeiro, mas então, e no site que eu coloquei aí pra vocês verem o pessoal jogando, caraca aí, o pessoal tava bugado o site, aparecia um cara que tinha ganho uma partida e o resto nenhuma. Aí voltava. Nossa, pegar sorvete 10 horas da manhã, meu Deus do céu. Onde a menina salvando nas costas Não sei qual é essa animação não. Não sei qual é essa animação não. Sabe qual é? Alguém aí do chat sabe qual é essa animação que o Ellison tá falando? Tá, é relativamente diferente, né, o time que a gente vai ver agora, de certa forma. Mano, ia soltar a geladeira, comer sorvete 10 horas da manhã é inovador pra mim. Indras, tu já jogou no Emo? No Emo? Não conheço. Por nome não conheço. Por nome não conheço, Alexandre.
Digging a little bit deeper into as we go into the match.
Yeah, Marcus is running that Dondo's and Tatsugiri team, but we'll save that just for a little bit later on because there's a lot of really cool things we can go through. And you know, Niels, I spoke to him earlier yesterday when he was checking in, and he was saying that the team that he won EUIC with, he didn't think it was quite as strong in this format, so he wanted to run something a bit different. And Marcus, of course, going with a very wild team of, well, I would say wild. Dondo's Tatsugiri isn't quite that wild, but it is a little bit less common in this current format. So now, let's look at Niels. Very focused, and I'm also actually quite relaxed, you know. Yeah, focused and relaxed.
Niels is definitely used to being up there on stage, and certainly up there. You know, nice to see both of them having a little bit of a smile, and you know, I think it's that moment before the match where you've really got to start locking in achievements. If you haven't seen either of these players before, you've got Niels on the left, our EUIC champion in regulation set Air.
Sou campeão ainda por cima, ó.
He's a three-time regional champion as well, top 4 of the World Championships, and back in 2018, which was about when that Mega Swampert was coming into its own. And of course, Marcus on the left, getting top 8s in some global challenges there, playing in the Singapore local metagame as well, where they're very well known for their Singapore community, building lots some really interesting different teams. They're not afraid to go against the
Não é
grain.
assim.
That's something
Oh,
I really
meu Deus
like
do
to
céu.
see. And something that's coming out in Marcus's team building here.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of Singaporean players have these really
Tá.
cool teams.
Ó, o
but
time
first now, let's take a look at Nils' team.
do
Different to that EUIC
é Incineroar de Citrusberry, Goldengo de Metal Coach, Urshifu de Mistwara, Amungus de Rock Helmet, Landorus de Life Orb e Horimon de Boost Energy.
See now whether or not this Roaring Moon is going to get that win for Nils.
Lots of common decisions on this team as well, but I mean, you've got the breaking swipe that did very well. Carey managed to pilot to the victory in Toronto. That's, I think, going to become the metagame standard overall. But then you've got the metal coat on Golden Go because the life orb is taken by Landorus, so you have to, if you want the Golden Go to do that little bit more damage, that's the kind of best bet to make those Make It Rains do a little bit more. And then Terrify on the Urshifu, which again we saw a little bit at the Toronto Regional Championships last week, and that's been an adaptation that allows Urshifu to just hang in there a little bit more.
Então eu tenho que fazer desde a tem que fazer desde o piso aqui. Tá. Aqui eu posso fazer um pouco antes.
Usually does that a little bit more damage.
Eu posso fazer assim. Não, pera, errei. Tá, e o time do Marcus Cohen, Tiu de Fox Sash, Dragonite de Choice Band. Caraca, Dragonite não veio de Loaded Dice? Ok. Weezing de Galar de Citrus Berry, Fluttermane de Boost Energy, Tatsugiri de Safety Goggles e Dondoso de Rock Helmet. Caraca, primeiro Dragonite que eu vejo que não veio de Loaded Dice. Lindras, eu mandei no teu Discord a animação que eu falei. Ah, ô Marlon, você tá aí na live? Make sure that status condition is in play so that maybe when the Tatsugiri and Dondozo combine, that residual damage is building up, allows Dondozo to muscle through some threats that otherwise it may struggle to be able to do. And if that's not enough, well, you've got the choice band Dragonite up there backing everything up. Marlon tá, o próprio Dragapult, o Ellison, ele tava querendo fazer um time, ele gosta muito do Shuckle. Ele tava querendo fazer um time com Shuckle. Tava falando que o Marlon e tu costumam. Eita. O Marlon e tu costumam jogar bastante e fazer bastante time competitivo. Tá. Eu conheço uma estratégia de Tiu, ó. Aí o Ellison, o Dragapult aí, ó. O Dragapult, você ou o Marlon, depois, se o Ellison quiser, manda lá o grupo do Discord do Marlon pra vocês ensinar direitinho ele. Ó, Tio, Shiny, Dondoso também. Eu tenho que gravar, mas o que o Tio, ele tira o que mesmo? Especial ataque? É isso? Eu sei que o Chimpao é defesa. O Chimpao eu tô ligado que é defesa. Eu tenho que gravar de cabeça o que os lendários das ruínas fazem.
Yeah, Nils has such a strong lead here, and as you mentioned earlier, that breaking swipe is actually a really nice tech because unlike Intimidate, you don't need to switch out, switch back in. You can just stay on the field and just keep spamming the breaking swipe. But first, they're going to get immediately combined Dondozo, Tatsugiri combinations, and Dondozo is going to get a commando boost from the Tatsugiri.
É Pokémon mais quebrado. 5 horas de live. Opa, bom dia, Limãozito. Salve, como é que você tá? Desde já o último sábado. Sim, cara, estamos aqui fazendo o primeiro dia do regional de Birmingham, do Reino Unido. Let's go, tem mais 3 roundzinhos. Tá. Eu vou defender essa bola. Como é que você tá, cara? Bom. Não foi a melhor defesa, mas foi defesa. Pra você ver lá. Sim, o regional... Na verdade, Limãozito, era pro regional começar às 5 horas da manhã. Mas ele acabou começando às 6 horas. Estava lá programado para as 5. Mas eu não sei o que houve com a transmissão da Pokémon Company que ela começou às 6 horas da manhã. Eu quero aprender a fazer o famoso campo de batalha cheio de armadilha do shampoo. Tá, ele vai vir.
The fact that Dondozo and Tatsugiri are combined means that Marcus cannot change his position at all, cannot switch, can't do anything else against these two threats. So Neil's saying, well, maybe I don't want to commit the terror right away on my Roaring Moon. Instead, I'll bring the Amoonguss to redirect order-ups, to redirect wave crashes into it, especially with the Rocky Helmet adding to the damage on that Dondozo, and maybe just go for those breaking swipes, make sure the Dondozo is not doing nearly as much work as it would otherwise.
Alice Roaring Moon wanting to knock off that Rocky Helmet on that Dondozo. Of course, it is going to be taking a little bit of recoil
Beleza.
that way.
Nindras, posso ver? Não, você não pode fazer isso não.
A sliver, 10 HP. So Roaring Moon is going to be around for another turn with a Sludge Bomb. So Niels trying to make a bit of a read onto the Dondozo, going for that Terror Grasp, but didn't quite get there. But still, the Sludge Bomb is nice chip damage.
Marcus is bringing the Rocky Helmet Dondozo to this match partially because Urshifu in the format is one of those real counters to Dondozo because it critical hits through the defense boosts that it gets when it combines. But Niels has done a really clever thing here, knocking off that Rocky Helmet, so later in the match, if Urshifu is coming in, Niels is able to just surging strikes for free without taking the recoil damage.
Oh, it's not later, it's right now, because there's the Urshifu coming right in. Like, thanks, Roaring Moon, for knocking off that Rocky Helmet, because now I'm going to have a great time. You know, Dondozo does resist the sonic strikes, but it's still a critical hit, and it's getting very, very heavily whittled down from all of these attacks. And the Amoonguss just continue to go for the Sludge Bombs. Just, you know, think to yourself, I don't care, I can still continue to chip you, maybe get that poison.
Well, because this Dondozo doesn't have recovery, just getting that consistent damage down onto the Dondozo is really racking up. What I think Marcus is doing really well, though, is actually not committing the Terror Grasp, maybe thinking that there is a backup strategy, maybe that Marcus needs the Terastallization later in the match to be able to take victory. Once the Dondozo has done what it's doing best in this composition, but at least for this matchup, is chipping down
outro youtuber, o Limãozito, não entendi. Nindras, tu sabe o quão absurdo é não perder o Mundial? Mundial dos melhores do mundo. Sim, eu tô ligado. O cara teve um ótimo dia, se pá. O Mundial do Brawl Stars. Muito mais do que... Meu Deus do céu. É muito mais do que isso, se pá. Não, quase que eu pego. Eu tenho que ficar aqui, aí. Eu tenho que subir. Caraca. É entender aonde tá, ter calma e subir.
Is able to maybe utilize the regenerator on the Amoonguss a little bit if he chooses to do so, or just keep whittling it down, just wait for the right position. In this situation, what we're waiting for is an opportunity for Nils to knock out the Dondozo and then do something to the Tatsugiri afterwards.
Yeah, there's always that turn when the Dondozo's knocked out. The Tatsugiri comes out and you can't do anything because it was inside the Dondozo's mouth the previous turn, and that's the opportunity for maybe the Amoonguss to go for the Spore, and suddenly then Tatsugiri is forced to take another turn on sleep. And now, see another Sludge Bomb doing a nice bit of chip damage onto this Dondozo, which is going to be at neutral damage thanks to that breaking swipe.
Não, tem que voar pouquinho mais alto.
Of course, Roaring Moon at 10 HP really is just going to go down to any hit, but Dondozo will wake up.
It certainly could. I mean, it's worth noting here as well that Marcus has chosen to bring safety
eu tenho que começar a voar a partir daqui,
so it's
vai.
not going to be able to go to sleep. You can't. That combination, a pretty classic combination against Tatsugiri, that you knock out the Dondozo, put it to sleep. It doesn't quite work in this matchup, but there is knockoff that's available on this Roaring Moon, and certainly a bit of speed control or a little bit of tailwind going on. And Nils certainly could take advantage of knocking off the safety off and putting it to sleep.
Esse aqui é só 50%. Quase. Eu tenho que subir um pouquinho antes. Se eu subir aqui. Tá. Caraca, o quê? Tem um cara que tá começando Pixel Mall agora. Se chama Vinícius B2000. O mais engraçado é que ele já começou no mundo. Nossa.
I don't know if after the item has been knocked off, knockoff is a little bit less powerful. So I'm not even sure that knockoff would be able to do what it takes to knock out this Dondozo this turn. I think that's really sensible from Nils to go for the tailwind this turn.
O Dragapult, o Pixel Mall Brasil, se eu não me engano, ele só tem até os lendários. Ele não tem nenhum de Scarlet Violet, até Scarlet Violet, tá? Ele só tem os Aço e os Amazenta de lendários lá. Até os Aço e os Amazenta nessa número. Ah, nossa, eu não tinha visto.
A nice time, and of course, Tatsugiri can. It's not holding a focus sash, but I think the Tatsugiri will probably survive a breaking swipe.
Oh, certainly survive a breaking swipe, yeah, absolutely. Whether it can be a close
Ele já
combat or
perdeu
not, we'll have to see. A lot of these Tatsugiris that
Caraca.
safety goggles do tend to run that little bit of bulk as well. So it's not
Tu
like
tá errado,
the
Unido.
focus sash
Ué?
or the scarf ones that are really trying to be.
Como assim eu tô errado? Só tem até Dex de Scarlet Violet. Lá tem o Soul Galeo da... O Ellison, o Soul Galeo é antes. Enfim, o Dragapult, ignora o que o Ellison falou e ouve o que eu tô falando. Só tem até a Dex de Scarlet Violet, tá? É isso. Então, baseado nisso, você consegue montar um time pra ele.
Dragonite, so it's a bit bulkier, and we see that extreme speed just taking up that final bit of 10 HP from that roaring moon. But it now, of course, is locked into extreme speed, which is very useful information. The Draco Meteor is going to come up, connect.
Mas ele quer um choco no time, é isso. Ele quer montar um time em torno do choco. Caraca, mano.
Also break the multi-scale on the Dragonite as well. So Dragonite's multi-scale halving the damage from any attack, but only if it's at full HP.
Não sei, aí eu já não
it's in a pretty good spot overall, especially if Marcus can protect it. It's whether or not you want to switch out the Tatsugiri into the Focus Sash GU while the Tailwind's up and while you've got a couple of threats on board that could, if Nils predicts it, go for the spores into Marcus's side of the field.
Não, ele tá... O Ellison, ele tá perguntando se você pode, contra outro jogador, você consegue usar um Pokémon só ou dois Pokémons? Se é um contra um ou são dois contra dois? É isso que ele tá perguntando. É um? Ah, então é singles, o Dragapult. Ele disse sobre o Choco, me lembrou uma coisa. Eu tinha um Choco no Pokémon Part Gold. Quase levei Ô, Limãozito, eu levei um Choco pra liga. O pessoal falou, pô, Nindras, por que tu fez isso? Ele não vai fazer nada que não sei o que. O bicho tancou 3 Flame Towers do Charizard do Lance. E ainda derrubou o Charizard do Lance. Tem no canal. Tem no canal. Enfrentando Elite 4. Dele levando o Charizard do Lance. O pessoal totalmente desacreditado dele. E depois, caraca, nunca duvidei que não sei o que. O bicho é brabíssimo, cara. O pessoal tava descrente dele, pô, brabíssimo. Tem que subir antes. O problema do time é que ele até tava bom, mas Só tava desbalanceando. Ô, Limãozito, tu não tá lá no grupo do Discord não, né? Tu não chegou a ver o que aconteceu comigo hoje não, né? Tu não tá ciente não, né?
And so the only damaging move that it has is the Amoongus has his sludge bomb. That would close things out pretty quick, if not for the poison on the Tatsugiri. But equally, this GU is getting closer and closer to waking up, and I think Mills is respecting. Yes, very much respecting that, making sure that it's not going to wake up.
Tem parada. Não, ô Dragapult, escuta o que eu tô falando. Só tem até a Dex de Sword and Shield, tá? Só tem até a Dex de Sword and Shield, só. Até Sword and Shield.
This turn, but it's actually looking like next turn the poison is going to take the Tatsugiri out.
Yeah, the Tatsugiri has very limited time on the field, and both the Amoongus and the Urshifu having access to protect means that they can just protect this turn, scout out exactly what this choice band Dragonite is going to lock itself into, and then
ele quer um time com Shuckle, mas que tenha o... Ele quer um time em cima do Shuckle, basicamente, pelo que eu entendi. Entendeu?
The instinct is to maybe just try to extreme speed and muscle through the Amoongus, but it's carrying a rocky helmet, so that might not work with Spore and consistent sludge bombs. If you ever get poisoned, maybe that causes you some problems in about 6 turns' time. But on the other hand, if Marcus decides...
Ô Dragapult, tu sabe se no Pokémon Brilliant Diamond Shiny Pearl tem como fazer Hyper Train de algum EV? Ó, tem, tá. Agora esse Dragonite leva, será? Inclusive, tô tentando gerar um Pokémon Figure pra fazer uma série no meu canal secundário. Problema ali. Deve saber. Ô Limãozito. Ah, tá. Ô Limãozito, tu tá lá no grupo do Discord, do meu Discord? Não sei se tu chegou a ver o que aconteceu comigo hoje. Eu postei lá no grupo. Eu não posso? Ah, tá. Basicamente, Limãozito, eu peguei o Pokémon Leaf Green pra jogar, né? E eu tava jogando antes da live começar, né? Aí, meu time era... Eu tinha uma os Pokémons que eu tinha, né? Uma Butterfree, um Monkey, o Squirtle, né? Que foi o inicial que eu comecei, um Spearow e eu acho que só, né? Eu acho que só esses. Aí beleza. Eu tinha esses Pokémon. Aí eu venci o Brock, né? Com o Monkey e com o Squirtle, né? Que por sinal o Monkey bateu mais do que o próprio Squirtle. Aí beleza. Tô chegando ali na entrada da caverna da Caverna da Lua, né? Do Monte Moon. Aí eu tô com a Butterfree na frente, né? Aí eu falei, bom, vou caçar ali nos matinhos o Nindoran macho e o Nindoran fêmea, né? Que eu vou trocar, o outro eu vou ficar pra mim. Aí beleza. Aí nada de vir Nindoran. Aí veio a Nindoran fêmea, né? Veio duas, né? Eu capturei duas. Uma eu vou ficar, a outra não sei se tem como trocar, mas eu já peguei e tal. Aí tô procurando o Nindoran macho. Aí me aparece um Monkey, né? Só que apagado assim, né? Tá apagado. Limãozito, quando o Monkey brilha, era o Monkey Shine. Tu acredita que veio um Shine pra mim? Eu falei, opa, mano, caraca, depois de muito tempo, assim, é a primeira vez que eu tô pegando o Leaf Green pra jogar mesmo, né? Eu sempre instalei, mas nunca joguei. E aí, eu peguei o Leaf Green, a primeira vez que eu pego o Leaf Green, eu ganho um Monkey Shine. Falei, caraca, eu tive que tirar, né, o Monkey que eu tinha no meu time e agora eu tenho um Monkey Shine. Quando esmola é demais, até um minuto. Desculpa. Opa, lindo. Opa, salve Gabriel, tudo bom? Como é que você tá, cara? Desde já um ótimo sábado pra você, cara. Como é que você tá? Beleza? Beleza! Aí eu postei lá no grupo do Discord. Eu postei lá o Monkey Shine. E sabe qual é o melhor, o Limãozito? Eu quero ver se eu consigo passar ele para as versões atuais, porque eu quero transformar ele num Annihilate. Pior que Monkey usa ali. Então, o Monkey maduro, exatamente. Eu quero ver se eu consigo fazer um Annihilate futuramente. Eu quero ver se eu consigo passar ele pro Emerald, né? Pro Pokémon Emerald que eu joguei em live. Se der pra passar... Pô, se der pra eu conseguir jogar ele mais pra frente... Pô, tô bem, cara, velho. Eu completei a Dex do ZA. Nice, parabéns, ô Gabriel. Boa. Oi, amiga. Bom dia, Luquitas. Salve, salve, Luquitas. Como é que você tá? Desde já um ótimo sábado pra você. Eu tenho trauma de Spiro Monkey por causa do bug do dia. O pior que... Como você tá? Oxi. Eu tô bem, você. Mas Miriam eu acho que um pouquinho demais de Luquitas. Ô Limãozito. O pior que o que eu tô fazendo nesse Pokémon Leaf Green, eu tô fazendo um time para cada ginásio. E por incrível que pareça, o Brock eu já tenho certeza que dá pra fazer. Já dá pra fazer. Pelo menos contra o Brock já dá pra fazer um time pra jogar. Entendeu? Que countera ele. Porque como os pokés que ele tem, né? O Onix e o Geodude são ground também, né? Ele perde pra lutador. Aí, nossa, é maravilhoso, tá? O Monkey com o Low Kick e o Karate Chop, nossa, ele bate muito bem. Nós não somos 10, calma lá, Luquitas. Não é desse tipo ainda não. Tu não é de aparecer muito nas lives e já chega assim, oi amiga, calma lá, pô. Fiquei procurando um Alpha Machamp por meia hora. Legal. Eu já pensou eu consigo um Machamp Shine também no Leaf Green? Nossa, ia ser muito legal. Aí eu quero ver se eu consigo passar esse Monkey Shine pros jogos mais pra frente. Ia ser muito legal. Ainda? Como assim ainda? Esse Lindra está estranho. Esse Lindra está estranho. Tá, já consegui 2 ovos, vamos em busca de mais. Tá, imagina um Odd Shine no Leaf Green. Pena que você não vai poder capturar. Por que não vou poder capturar? Você disse que não era esse tipo de música. Ah, tá. É, porque o mano mal aparece na live. Já falou em miga, eu falei, oxi. Não tem odd no Leaf Green. Ah, tá. Qual é, então, o poke que vem? Que tu acredita que eu não sei quais são os exclusivos do Fire Red e Leaf Green? Eu acho que o único que eu sei é que no Fire Red é o Arcanine. Se eu não me engano, é o Arcanine. Não. No Fire Red é a Vulpix. E no Leaf Green que é o Arcanine, né? É o Belo Bro? Ah, não tem problema. Só que eu não vou usar, eu vou usar um Execute. Tem um Execute, né? Pelo menos. Eu amo o Art muito viciado, meu bichinho tão idiota. Ô, Gabriel, ele como belo som é da hora de usar, eu gosto. Gabriel, eu prefiro a Sunflora do que o Watch, então... É o contrário? Ah tá, então é o Growlite no Firehead e a Vulpix no Leaf Green, é isso, né? Então, dessa vez eu falei certo. Chat, não reparem se eu estiver olhando pra baixo, é porque eu tô jogando Brilliant Diamond aqui e eu tô pegando ovinhos pra chocar, porque eu tô fazendo Pokémon aqui. Firehead, Growlite, Leaf Green. Ô, Limãozinho, tu sabe me dizer se o Execute só pega no Safari? Eu tô querendo usar um no meu time. Ele vai ser o Pokémon de grama que eu vou querer usar. O grama e psíquico, no caso, né? Só no Safari. Quem? O Execute. Os ovinhos lá que evolui pro coqueiro. É só no Safari? Ah, obrigado, Gabriel. Mas é muito chato de pegar? É. É o Execute. Só no Safari. É muito chato de pegar ele? Tem que andar bastante pra pegar ele? Porque eu tô querendo usar ele no meu time. Não sei, nunca usei. Eu sei que ele é bom pela tipagem dele ser grama e psíquico, né? Eu já consigo cobrir duas tipagens num Pokémon só. Por enquanto de garantido eu só tenho o Squirtle, né? O Squirtle e o Monkey, que eu tô pensando em usar. Eu quero ver se eu consigo o Execute, né, o Executor. Entendeu? Prefiro usar Flare, cara, o meu primeiro Shine foi um Golbat no Fire no Fire Red. Cara, o meu... Tu diz o teu primeiro mesmo? Porque eu tenho um primeiro Shine, mas eu também tenho um primeiro Shine no Firehead. Eu cheguei a jogar um Firehead uma vez. Porque se for o primeiro Shine, eu tenho um. Agora, se for no primeiro Shine no Firehead, eu tenho outro. Meu primeiro Shine mesmo. Tá, o meu primeiro Shine, cara, foi no Pokémon... Foi no Pokémon Y. Foi um Corsola. Perto do ginásio psíquico. Eu tava pescando aleatoriamente. Eu não lembro o que eu tava fazendo. Por que eu tava pescando. Eu sei que do nada apareceu um Corsola Shine. Foi o meu primeiro Shine. Meu primeiro Shine foi um Growlite. Por isso que eu amo Pokémon de fogo. Ah, legal. Eu só fui ter acesso aos jogos de Pokémon no 3DS. O meu primeiro jogo de Pokémon, eu já conheci os jogos de Pokémon, mas o meu primeiro contato com os jogos foi no 3DS no Pokémon Y. Aí o meu primeiro Shine foi Scorsola. E aí no Firehead, o meu primeiro Shine foi um Geodude. Foi um Geodude Shine, eu cheguei a conseguir evoluir ele pra Golem. Só que, infelizmente, ele ficou no meu outro telefone. E meu outro telefone não liga mais, ou seja, eu perdi aquele Shine pra sempre. Entendeu? Engraçado que eu só tô jogando no game pra fazer a piada de botar o nome. Pô, eu achei esse singles meio chato. Não, sim. A estratégia é muito... A estratégia muda muito, cara, de singles pra doubles. Mas cada um é cada um, né? De repente pro Ellison é divertido, entendeu? Eu também não... Cara, a única vez que eu joguei torneio de singles, cara, foi na série de Pixelmon que eu participei. Só lá. De resto, eu sempre joguei batalha em dupla, entendeu? Sempre joguei em doubles.
Trade overall sets Nils up a little bit more for this end game where there's Tatsugiri and another Pokemon in the back that Nils has to get through. But Marcus has been playing this so well, having just that little bit of HP remaining on the Dondozo, choosing the Roaring Moon rather than the Urshifu, which may have been able to take the Wave Crash on the switch-in and denying any opportunity for Tailwind later in the game.
Lindras, eu tenho uma dúvida sobre tu. Dependendo do que for, eu posso responder. Manda aí, se eu puder responder, eu falo. Oh, sabe uma coisa? Tu gosta de botar apelido nos Pokémon? Sim, dependendo do Pokémon eu faço referência. Alguns eu coloco, outros não. Por exemplo, o meu Monkey, o Monkey que eu peguei antes de ser Shiny, ele se chamava Suguru, entendeu? Não sei se você, ô Limãozito, não sei se você já assistiu, não sei se você já assistiu ou assiste Jujutsu Kaisen, mas eu apelidei o meu Monkey de Suguru, entendeu? Antes do Shiny, né? Porque o Shiny veio fêmea. Eu boto apelido em todos. Cara, se eu acho que eu só coloco se eu tiver alguma referência de alguma coisa legal, entendeu? Por exemplo, se eu pegar uma Ponyta, eu posso chamar ela de evoluir para rapidez e chamar de cavalo de fogo, entendeu? Não assisti o Jujutsu Kaisen? Ô, Limãozito, basicamente, nesse anime chamado Jujutsu Kaisen, existe um personagem chamado Suguru Geto. Ele é um feiticeiro, né? E ele chama a raça humana de primatas imundos, entendeu? E o Monkey é um primata, é um macaco, né? Então, que referência é melhor chamar o macaco, o primata de Suguru, fazendo referência a ele, entendeu? Foi essa referência que eu fiz. É mais ou menos nesse nível que eu coloco o nome nos meus Pokémon, entendeu? Normalmente é assim.
Marcus saw that coming in game 2, knocked down the Amoonguss and said, nope, we're playing this my way this time round. Leading with a Tatsugiri, which we really don't see that often in these sort of compositions. I love seeing when people treat Tatsugiri as a Pokemon, as opposed to like a little stat boost slot that they have on their team. So, game 3, everything to play for, Zoe.
Não entendi, mas compreendi, definitivamente.
You know what? Tatsugiri is not just something that boosts Dondozo. I can use it and use that so effectively to knock out the Amoonguss. Now, of course, it was a critical hit
é muito estranho. É uma forma de estratégia diferente, Dragapult. É uma forma de estratégia totalmente diferente, entendeu? Você não builda seus Pokémons para ajudar uns aos outros. Você builda os seus Pokémons para cada um se ajudar e raramente ajudar o outro, entendeu? Tipo, metade das possibilidades que não existe lá. Então, pra entender o porquê ter colocado o nome do Vec na minha Pikachu, deve ser muito nerd nos Stranger Things. Aí eu não vou saber, sinceramente. Eu só jogo no Showdown, não jogo
Our trainers are locking in. We're getting into game 3. Another change up.
Porque tipo assim, eu tô tentando entender. Porque o Pikachu Shiny, ele é um pouquinho, ele é um amarelo mais forte, né? Quase um dourado. É praticamente um dourado, né? Aí eu não sei o porquê, sinceramente, de ser o Vecna. É Harry, não sei. Ser o fulano, não sei. Eu sinceramente não sei o porquê o Limonzito. Ô Ellison, manda no privado dele, né? É mais fácil. Porque se tu mandar no meu Discord, as mensagens vão subindo, vai ficar meio chato. Beleza, vou te chamar. É exatamente, vou te chamar. 3, 2, 2. Caraca, mano. Tá impossível de conseguir fazer esse bicho, cara. Meu Deus do céu. Mano, eu nunca achei que fosse tão difícil fazer um ovinho perfeito, cara. Oh, que saco isso, na moral. Eu tenho um bicho que tem 5 de 6 níveis perfeitos. E o bicho não dá um ovo com 6 níveis perfeitos, caramba. É porque no Stranger Things provavelmente o Vecna humano antes Ah, tá. Entendi, por causa do raio, entendi. Agora fez sentido. Nossa, mas aí é realmente ter que se aprofundar muito no negócio.
To have a little midday nap here at Birmingham. But yeah, Nils has played this so well, where Marcus has not pressured the Amoongus in the same way. Nils has tried to take advantage of that, just slow the game down and start to be able to get some damage down. Now,
cara, o bicho não vem perfeito, por quê?
He's going to be able to do lots of damage anytime soon, but that damage is going to build up over time. It allows Nils the space to reposition his Pokemon and start getting into a space where actually he's taking the advantage. Yeah, now this Roaring Moon finally switches in on the turn where both the Pokemon alongside are asleep. Dragonite could potentially wake up, but it does not. It's going to stay asleep for another turn, whilst the Dondozo takes its first turn of sleep and allows Amoongus to just get some chip damage away. And then the Sludge Bomb onto the Dondozo without the Commander boost doesn't really enjoy taking that. Well, Roaring Moon is also quite free now to get any attack off. It's pretty good damage overall, and now the Roaring Moon with its boost to speed is going to be able to outspeed Dondozo.
Poké que tá dormindo. Não é mais fácil jogar no outro, no Dragonite, ou no... Os dois estão dormindo? Cara, os dois estão dormindo? Eu não reparei.
Tick down the counter, do a little bit more damage a little bit later if you can, but more importantly, even though that Dragonite is switching out and hasn't woken up yet, when it comes in, it's tick down enough sleep turns to maybe have a chance of going
Gyarados chamado Will, Pikachu chamado Vecna, Rattata chamado Ratatouille e Belo Broto chamado Peixe. Esse do Belo Broto eu não entendi. E o... na verdade o do Belo Broto, do Artoto e o do Gyarados. Ô, Limonzito, uma pergunta. Aonde você pegou esse Gyarados? Você já pegou ele como Gyarados ou pegou ele como Magikarp?
Most of the sequencing for this sort of turn means this is the turn where you can just go for a protect and then go for another spore as the Dondozo wakes up, but Nil's not wanting to risk it at all, just going straight for the knockoff and the Rage Powder so that if the Dondozo does wake up this turn, type attacks
Como Magikarp? Mas tu pegou ele onde exatamente? Só pra eu saber.
take its own little bit of Rocky Helmet, chip damage there, and raise its attack back up with Order Up.
Yeah, and now that the Rocky Helmet has been knocked off on Dondozo's side, Nils is very happy going to be able
Ah, tu mandou no privado? Boa, velho.
Dondozo is so heavily whittled at this point. It's still in this
O
health
Breno
range. I would not expect
Ah, tá.
go for that Terror Blast. It does. It
Se
is
pá, dá pra fazer. Eu não sei. Eu acho que dá pra fazer Shiny Hunt desse Magikarp, não dá não? Eu também peguei esse esse Magikarp também. Com aquele mano. É, eu tô ligado. Se eu não me engano, esse cara ele faz referência no anime, né? Porque o James da equipe Rocket, ele também compra, né? Um Gyarados, um Magikarp, né? Se eu não me engano.
Again, going to sleep this turn, there's at least one guaranteed sleep turn. Nils has the opportunity to regenerate a lot of health on the Amoonguss for later in the match.
E se eu não me engano, acho que dá pra fazer Shiny Hunt desse Magikarp. Mas é aquilo, né? Você vai fazer uma Shiny Hunt de Magikarp, com aquele Magikarp, sei lá, né? Tem doido pra tudo. Do inicial eu até entendo, tem um Blastoise, um Charmander, alguma coisa Shiny, beleza. Mas... Lindra, tu ficou sabendo que nerfaram o Rayquaza? Agora ele tá uma bosta no anime. Nerfaram? Como assim, Wellison? Se tu tá falando do anime novo de Pokémon, ali é um pouquinho, eu não sei, ali não é um tipo de anime pra mim, se tá? Meu Gyarados é o que mais tem level, mas tem Splash e Ué, teu Gyarados é que nível, Limãozito? Ah, tá, eu tô ligado, Ellison, então qual é? Você sabe que é roteiro, né? 20. Ué, era pro teu Gyarados. Era pro teu Gyarados ter mais golpe. Ter pelo menos um golpe. Eu acho que é no 21 que ele aprende, né? Acho que é no 21 que ele aprende golpe, né?
Now the Tatsugiri is back in play. We know that the Dragonite is in the back, so again it comes down in part to what that last Pokemon
porque era pro teu Gyarados, sei lá, ter crunch, alguma coisa assim. Ah, Bite, isso. Era pra ele ter o Bite, é isso que eu achei estranho. Eu falei, ué, teu Gyarados não aprendeu o Bite? Pô. Deixa chegar em... Ô, Limãozito, deixa chegar na cidade da Erika. Que tu vai conseguir comprar os ataques lá. Uma dica que eu dou é pega se conseguir, provavelmente tu vai conseguir, pega um Miau com ataque Payday, né? Que é pagamento em inglês, né? Com esse nome aqui, ó. O nome desse ataque aqui, ó. Com esse ataque. E coloca ele na frente da tua party. Coloca ele em primeiro, né? Da tua party. Upa ele, né? Deixa ele no mesmo nível que os teus Poké e tal. Depois coloca ele na frente e spama esse ataque. Não importa se o Pokémon demorar a cair, spama esse ataque. Porque tu vai ganhar dinheiro por ficar usando esse ataque em Pokémon selvagem, entendeu? Aí tu farma dinheiro. E se o Miau que você tiver vier com um item chamado Amulet Coin, ou amuleto, né? Amuleto moeda, alguma coisa assim, deixa equipado, porque ele dobra o dinheiro que você ganha contra treinador. E eu acho que contra Pokémon, quando você enfrenta Pokémon no matinho também, entendeu? Então é ótimo pra... Ele é ótimo pra farmar grana. Então se tu tiver zerado de grana, pega o Miau, usa esse ataque que eu falei e spama até tu conseguir bastante dinheiro, entendeu? Esse é um método muito bom pra comprar item, essas coisas. Principalmente quando tu estiver chegando perto da liga. Então. Ou tu faz o seguinte, ô Limãozinho. Pega o Miau e deixa guardado. Quando tu pegar as 8 insígnias e estiver prestes a ir pra liga, pega esse Miau, upa ele até o nível dos teus Pokémons, spama esse ataque aí, vai enfrentando todo treinador que tu vê pela frente, spama esse ataque em Pokémon, entendeu? Aí farma bastante grana pra tu comprar bastante poção, hiperpoção, sei lá o que você vai comprar, entendeu? Bastante item pra tu ficar bem preparado pra liga. Linda, tu sabe como eu farmo muito dinheiro no Pixelmon Brasil? Mesmo método que eu falei, o Limãozito, o Ellison, mesmo o método que eu falei pro Limãozito serve no Pixelmon Brasil, Ellison. Pokémon que eu quis. Por mais que ele usar no time é um Tangela. Porque sempre do time já tá definido. O Tangela é bom pra caramba. Se eu não fosse usar um Exector, eu ia usar o Tangela com certeza. E como é esse método? Você vai atrás de um Miau. Você vai atrás do Miau, aquele gatinho. Conhece o Miau, né, o Ellison? Aquele Pokémon gatinho. Você vai capturar esse Pokémon. Você vai atrás dele e vai capturar esse Pokémon. Ele tem 5% de chance de vir com um amuleto, com um item chamado Amulet Coin. Não sei como é que se o teu Mine tá em português ou não. Se o teu Mine tá em português, deve vir como amuleto moeda ou moeda amuleto, alguma coisa assim. Se tiver em inglês, o item se chama Amulet Coin. Você sai capturando todo o Miau que você achar pela frente. Ele tem 5% de chance, se eu não me engano, de vir com esse item. Veio com esse item, você pega esse Miau que veio com o item, coloca ele no teu time, upa, né? Deixa ele no nível bom. Ele tem que ter esse movimento aqui que eu vou digitar no chat. Então vou ter que capturar até vir. Sim. Dá pra fazer 100, mas com o item é melhor. Aí tu vai capturar o Miau com esse golpe. Se ele não vier com esse golpe, se eu não me engano, no level 26 ou 28 ele aprende esse golpe. Aí você vai utilizar esse golpe em todo Pokémon que você encontrar pela frente, vai derrotar usando esse golpe. E todo treinador que você enfrentar, você vai usar esse golpe também. Por quê? Esse golpe, ele vai fazer você ganhar um dinheiro a cada vez que você usa esse golpe. E o Amulet Coin, o item que ele vem equipado, ele dobra o dinheiro que você ganha contra os treinadores. Então todo treinador que você enfrentar, você usar o Miau equipado com item, você vai ganhar o dinheiro dobrado por estar usando o item no Miau, entendeu? É assim que eu farmo bastante grana.
What a roller coaster of a turn. I'm kind of wondering, like, okay, so the Dragonite would have taken a lot of a good chunk of damage there. Probably wouldn't have been knocked out. But I'm kind of wondering if Marcus would have preferred the choice band to get knocked after the earthquake. Like, oh, hang on a second. Great, I didn't take all of that damage, but oh no, now I'm earthquaking into a Tatsugiri. I kind of felt like extreme speeding this turn. Yeah, he almost,
cabeça
I think he
dura
let the Tatsugiri
e
take
teve
damage,
relações
or you
cortadas.
have to switch out that
Esse cara me
Dragonite so that it's not
arruma
hurting
o
his own
peso
teammate.
dessa
Now,
frase.
I wonder at this
Sou
race,
só
is
cara
the
normal,
Mongoose going to go
me
down
desculpa
to
mais,
Muddy
essa é a
Water?
verdade.
Yeah, probably.
Desde quando eu conheci meu canal, minha voz deu uma engrossada. Cara, se tu pegar... Ô, Limãozito, se tu pegar o meu canal antigo, se tu pegar o meu canal antigo que tem aí, tu vai ver que a minha voz é muito diferente, cara, de hoje em dia. Se tu pegar o meu outro canal lá de 10, 11 anos atrás, pô... Não dá drop? Acho que desce drop. Ó, o Dragas, salve Dragas, bom dia, desejar um ótimo sábado pra você. Aí Dragas, viu lá no grupo o que veio pra mim? Tava jogando Pokémon Leaf Green e consegui um Monkey Shiny.
Marcus making a really great call there to really put himself in the driving seat. And now a combination of icy wind and muddy water really looks very devastating for Nils to be able to deal with. It is very devastating, which is why that Urshifu just swaps out immediately. Does not want anything to do with this blood rain. Amogus, how many times has it swapped in this turn and just got it right there finished? If this Amogus ever goes down, it's
a melhor parte.
like taken
E
about
como
3 health
metrônomo bater,
now the icy wind does come off. It is super effective onto this Amogus, but Amogus is incredibly bulky, so
e quanto mais eu me expor, eu sei, não vão gostar. Por isso também desabafo com você e tá tudo bem. Nindra, sabe a coisa que eu mais queria fazer? O quê? Trocar Pokémon no Virtual Boy Advance. O Virtual Boy Advance. É o aplicativo? Ô, Limãozito, se você tiver, se eu não me engano, tu consegue trocar localmente. Se for, é o que? De telefone ou é de PC? Se for de telefone, eu acho que dá pra trocar com você mesmo. Agora, se for de PC, eu não sei como é que troca. Emulador de PC? Aí eu já não sei. Eu acho que se você tiver... O único problema é que meu VPA não tem link. Mano, veio Shiny! Mano! Veio um ovinho Shiny! Gente, veio! Mano! Veio um Easy Shiny no ovo! Caraca, 2 Shiny no mesmo dia! Como? Caraca, veio Shiny, mano, nem ferrando! Mano! Veio o Coffin Shiny! Eu tô chocando o Coffin aqui no Brilliant Diamond e veio o Coffin Shiny! Caraca, mano, que da hora! Caraca, mano, que massa! Mano, veio Shiny! Caraca, veio Shiny, mano! Vamos! Caraca, 2 Shiny no mesmo dia, mano! Caraca! Mano, eu tô olhando! Mano, eu tô olhando! Porque o Weezing é roxo. E do nada ele tem uma cor meio verde. Eu falei, mano, é Shiny! Caraca, mano, 2 Shiny no mesmo dia, cara! Que massa! Caraca, finalmente veio o Coffee Shiny! Vamos! Aê, caraca! Mano, só falta ele ter vindo perfeito. Nossa, se ele vir perfeito vai ser maravilhoso. Caraca, mano, que Nossa, mano, que legal! Caraca, mano, que massa, cara! Mano, por favor, Coffin, tenha vindo perfeito. Ah, mano, ele vem com 3 vezes perfeito. Não. Droga. Caraca, mano, que massa. Mano, assim que acabar a live eu vou tirar foto pra mostrar pra vocês. Caraca, mano, que massa, cara. Eu consegui um Coffin Shine. Mano, é o segundo Shine que eu pego aqui no Brilliant Diamond. O primeiro Shine que eu peguei foi um Scroop Shine no Underground. Não passava de mais um minuto. Mano, eu consegui um Coffee Shine, vamos, chat! Let's go! Aqui, ó, box do Shines aqui. Esse Magma era da onde? Eu consegui ele por troca no Pokémon Go, é isso? É, ele veio do Pokémon Go. Pera, quem é o dono dele? Tá. É. Os 4 Shinies que eu tenho aqui é um Scroop Shine, que eu consegui no Underground. Esse Coffin agora. O Magikarp, que ele é japonês aqui. E eu tenho um Magma Shine também, que veio por troca de alguém. Up against the Golden Go, which you couldn't touch at all. I think actually, you know what? I don't need the damage. I just need them to stay healthy and just need to exist. I'm still a little bit speechless over that Game 3 and Nindras, o que tu acharia de um filme do Super Smash Bros? Não sei o que seria. Me adiciona no speech agora, Alessandro Nindras da Silva. Oh, vai se lascar, ô Dragas. Ô Dragas, tu me tem no Discord, é só tu me mandar o teu nick pra eu te adicionar, pô. Eu já falei 300 mil vezes. Você e o Marlon, já falei pra vocês me adicionarem e vocês não me adicionam. Esse veio com um IV Bash no especial ataque. Pra mim, seria do cinema. Seria um caos, né, na verdade. Mano, caraca, 2 Shine no mesmo dia, cara. Que massa, cara. Caraca, que massa, mano. Nossa, mas também depois de não sei quantos... Sabe o engraçado, gente? Sabe o engraçado? Eu não tava fazendo ovos pra conseguir Shine. Eu tava fazendo ovos pra fazer um Easy perfeito. Só que acabou... Mano, veio, caraca. Ah, então... Só que os dois... Ué, então eu fiz um método Massuda, é isso? O Massuda método, né? Eu acabei fazendo sem querer o Massuda método. Mas deve ter sido um papo de quê? Deve ter sido um papo de um... Ah, eu devo ter chegado uns 300, 400 ovos, mais ou menos. Vou ganhar uma pedra de estimação. Uma pedra de estimação hoje. Um Shine dá mais felicidade com 100%. Cara, se ele viesse perfeito ia ser melhor ainda. Mas do jeito que ele veio, eu posso passar pro home. E aí do home eu jogo no Sword and Shield ou Scarlet Violet. Deixo ele perfeito, eu consigo usar. Tá maravilhoso. Mano, eu tenho... Nossa, mano, eu tenho um Coffin Shine, cara. Caraca, mano, eu consegui um Monkey Shine e um Coffin Shine hoje. Caraca, mano, que da hora. Caraca, mano, que massa. Nossa. Oh, gente, eu tô muito feliz, na moral. Eu tô muito feliz. Vai pra nossa galeria de shines aí.
Yeah, that's. I always find that locals are a great way to really start to prep.
Ô Dragas, o pior é que eu acho que eu não... Deixa eu ver se eu consigo te adicionar agora, rapidinho. Pera aí que eu tenho que sair do jogo, no caso. Calma aí. Como é que adiciona mesmo? Que eu sempre esqueço. Eu tenho que ir aqui nas configurações, né? Eu esqueço como é que adiciona aqui. Tem no perfil. Ah, aqui, adicionar um usuário. Não, não é. Tem no perfil. Mudar a ordem e adicionar um usuário. Ué, não é adicionar um usuário. Aqui, adicionar um amigo.
Some of them get pretty stacked overall. We've had some in the UK here that were like, well, yeah, we've got some world caliber players here. We've got like 50 people competing in a challenge. Even if there's not many championship points on the line, everyone's still having a great time. If you want to have a great time as well, not only the locals, but have a little look at our link to find the regional championships that are coming up. rk9.gg/events/Pokemon. There's all of the regional and international level events that are on there.
Yeah, you don't have to compete, you can also just spectate. I know a lot of players who are maybe a little bit newer to the scene, maybe not feeling that confidence, just want to check out and see what it's about, especially at ICs. There's so much to do outside of competing. There's a lot of side events. You could go to the pop-up shop, Pokemon Center pop-up shop, and there's a lot of plushies, booster boxes.
Vê se foi aí, Dragos.
My favorite thing is just going shopping there.
I'm right there with you on that, Zoe. I was out on the floor actually, chatting to one of the players from a group that came down from Newcastle in the UK, and they were saying like there should be a photo of like them back in 2014 playing some of like the local tours that they were playing. They went through this like qualification stage to another level event. It was a great time, but they haven't really played since. And they were telling me it's like they've come along.
Não me... É porque eu deixei o YouTube aberto. Eu deixo o YouTube aberto pra ver os jogos de LoL da Liga Coreana. Por isso que tem essas horas. Deixa eu ver, como é que eu vejo isso?
To the regionals, they say, oh, I'm not that, I don't really need to get, top 16 or top 8.
Potencial agora que eu jogar no Reino Unido. Meu Deus do céu, Zulin. Tu acha que Birmingham fica onde? Ô Zulin, tu tem Switch? Aliás. Zulin, acabei de ganhar outro Shine. Veio um Coffin Shine aqui. Deu chocando os ovos aqui pra fazer o Easy.
Here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. In every trainer's journey, luck is a valuable.
São quantas horas de live já? 6 horas de live já.
At its core, VGC is a game of risk.
Deixa eu beber água, chat, bebam água, não esqueçam de se hidratar. Mano, 2 shines no mesmo dia, cara. Que massa.
Knowing every turn there's a chance the game doesn't go your way. Commentator Adam Doricott had a favorite phrase that perfectly encapsulated luck in Pokemon. You've got to buy a ticket to win the raffle. Adam believed that luck leads to opportunity, and that opportunity can make for some of the most iconic moments in competitive Pokemon.
To knock out the Landers.
Let's flash back to top 4 of the Salt Lake City Regional Championships in 2022. This was the first live event for Pokemon in over 2 years, with a new competitive format for the season.
Senhoras e senhores, eu tenho isso, eu tenho Coffee Shine, por favor. Let's go. Zurlin, tu tem Switch, por um acaso?
You'll have 2 restricted Pokemon per team. 2 of North America's best were vying for a spot in the finals. Joe Ugarte was a regional champion known for succeeding with Sun teams. Groudon and Zacian were the restricted duo.
Olha o Joseph Ugarte.
Charizard was the
Tem.
powerhouse of the team.
Manda teu código pra eu te adicionar aqui no Switch.
Over a decade of experience in VGC.
595 horas de Fortnite, explique em Andrade. Eu gosto de Fortnite, ué. Eu gosto de jogar Fortnite, eu gosto pra caramba de jogar. Inclusive, assim que eu conseguir trazer em live, eu com certeza vou trazer live de Fortnite. Então, o cara tá vendo meu histórico de jogos. 210 de FIFA, sim, eu jogo FIFA também. Cara, o que mais você vai ver é jogos variados eu jogando. Oxi. Fiz um P2 a 1 pra mim.
So now Joe has lost his Dynamax Pokemon. It is 2-2 right now with Groudon knocked out.
Ô Dragapult, tu perdeu agora, tá? Acabei de chocar um Coffin Shine novo aqui. Em contraste, eu só tenho Pokémon. Ué, tu tem Ô Dragas, tu tem o ZA, tu tem o Legends Arceus, eu só tenho o Brilliant Diamond Shiny Pearl, só. Ô Dragapult, 2 Shines no mesmo dia, cara. Um Monkey Shine e agora um Coffin Shine novo. Mano, eu tô muito feliz, cara, na moral. Gabi está no Gabriel. Não sei, eu acho que sim. Tem que perguntar a ele. Mano, já pensou? Eu choco outro ovo e vem outro Shine do Coffin. Olha, salve moço! Bom dia, como é que tá? Desde já o último sábado aí, como é que você tá? Tudo bom? Estamos de volta nos regionais. Sim, voltou semana passada. Semana passada voltou. E agora estamos aí com mais um. Estamos não só de volta com os regionais, como de volta com os regionais de madrugada, porque esse começou 5 horas da manhã. Bem, tu? Tô com sono, mas tô bem. Deixa eu ver o código, tá? Beleza. Tirando o sono, eu tô bem. Porque 5 horas da manhã é pedreira. Ainda mais que eu acabei não dormindo. E aí, moço, fazendo muita live? Como é que tá por aí? O Smith tá amassando o farm de XP aqui. Tô falando. Cara, segundo eu faço 3 anos que eu criado na Twitch. Boa, parabéns, moço. Que venham muitos mais anos aí. Venham muito mais aí. Que adotei uma nova estratégia. Adotei uma nova estratégia, parece que tá correndo bem. Qual a estratégia? Eu também tive que fazer algumas mudanças aqui no canal. E assim, sinceramente tá do jeito que eu queria, mas tá correndo bem até, de certa forma. O pessoal o feedback tá sendo bem recebido, de certa forma. Tô com a impressão de que não era pra eu ter feito isso. Por que, Zuri? Por quê? Se tu quiser apagar e me mandar no privado, pô. É porque, tipo assim, eu vou te adicionar só, não vou fazer outra coisa mesmo.
That's a great point. No, and that's what you've got to remember as a player as well. Exactly. But let's have a look at our notable matches here for this round 6 as well, because like it's really heating up, and we've already seen so much incredible trainers, and there's still
Cara, agendei conteúdo pra janeiro, mas com o vídeo do hype eu tive que mudar as contas pra aproveitar o hype do jogo.
Other ones though.
Yeah, Lasso versus Eric, and we saw Eric on stream earlier, had a really great game against Hengwei and was able to come out on top, losing the first game, coming back in games 2 and 3. I said this last round as well, David. I've spoken to 3 people that have already been Shohei at this tournament round. Shohei coming over from Japan and playing in our circuit. Already played in Frankfurt, where he was able to get top 4, one of the best trainers out there in the world, but versus one of France's best as well, Adam Shafui.
E tá sendo mais produtivo, moço, em questão de live, de horas de live e visualização? Como é que tá o retorno? Eu acho que ganhou o Dragapult, eu não lembro. Tá sim? Que bom, então. Mais um retorno aqui. O retorno tá top? Então. Eu também tive que meio que fazer isso, moço. Se você coloca... No meu caso, eu tive que tirar... Passei de 253 para 264. É uma mudança boa, pô. Uma mudança considerável. Eu tive que fazer... Eu espero que continue a crescer. Vai sim, moço. Seu conteúdo é bacana, pô. É um cara carismático, com certeza vai continuar assim, com certeza. Vai dobrar, vai multiplicar, vai fazer vezes números muito mais altos. Questionando, eu lembrei e tudo isso para ler o chat. Não, no caso agora, Zuri, eu não tô usando o Switch para ler o chat, eu tô lendo aqui na aba a mais, entendeu? E, moço, no meu caso, eu em vez de programar, eu tive que desprogramar, porque eu vi que tava muito cômodo deixar um cronograma de live e o pessoal só ter meio que dia certo pra vir. Então eu tô fazendo meio que... Se você quiser saber o que é a live de hoje, você tem que aparecer. Entendeu? Porque dá um ar de curiosidade e dá um ar de chance também, né? Porque, tipo, agora, não sei se tu tem acompanhado as lives, eu tô fazendo live de Super Mario 64, do Nintendo, né? Do Nintendo 64. Tá um feedback muito bom até. O pessoal tá gostando bastante, entendeu? Tem gente me gostando bastante. Ó, o time do Victor Medina, rapidinho. O Incineral de Safety Goggles, Urtifo de Água de Chassis, Orgepon de Fogo, Máscara de Fogo, Raging Bolt de Leftovers, Landro de Life Orb e Zulabum de Assault Dash. Ele tá fazendo isso. Eu vi lá. Tá fazendo os segredos todos? Como assim? Como assim os segredos todos? Não sei. Agora o cronograma da live do Unido não é todo dia. É até o zerar. E não tá muito longe, a gente já tá... A gente tá na... Ó, falta a fase de... Lá de baixo, falta aquela fase do buraco, falta a fase de areia. Beleza. Aí depois tem que entrar no portal na fase da água. Na fase da água, né? A gente enfrenta o Bowser, pega a chave da porta do meio, lá em cima. E aí é só fazer as portas lá de cima, depois a gente vai pro meio lá em cima mesmo. Ó, o time do Ryan, Incinerado de Safety Goggles, modelo de Iron Plate, o Shifu de Splash Plate, Fluttermane de Booster Energy, Raging Bolt de Assault Vest e Among Us de Rock Round. os glitches que o jogo tem. Não, eu tô fazendo 100% legítimo. Eu tô pegando as estrelas 100% legítimas. Não tô usando um glitch sequer. E Zurlin, as 9.999 horas é porque eu gosto de LoL. E aí tem o campeonato da Coreia, né? Tem o campeonato de LoL da Coreia que é de madrugada. Aí eu acordava de madrugada, colocava no campeonato e deixava rolando. Por isso as 9.999 horas. Entendeu? Porque ele passava o campeonato, aí acabava, ele ficava na reprodução automática. Entendeu? Por isso essas 9.999 horas. É por isso. Eu tenho 0 horas no YouTube. Parabéns,
So this overall matchup, you got a couple of raging bots, but one's Calm Mind on Victor's end, and the other's the more supportive Assault Fest set on Rayan's end.
Moço, tu chegou... esses números que tu falou, crescentes aí, é no YouTube, no caso é na Twitch, ou é no YouTube e na Twitch, ou só na Twitch, ou só no YouTube? Deixa eu ver aqui quantos anos eu peguei. Tá. Falta um, vamos lá. Em busca do quinto. Mas não foi por querer, porque tá com preguiça de logar na tua conta, é isso? O retorno foi menor. Moço, o que pode fazer, assim, uma ideia é tipo assim, fazer um conteúdo diferente na Twitch e no YouTube. Tipo, focar em um ou dois jogos específicos na Twitch para trazer um certo público, e no YouTube deixar a variação, entendeu? Ou no YouTube deixar específico e na Twitch, entendeu? Porque às vezes é mais fácil trazer o pessoal do YouTube para Twitch do que vice-versa, entendeu? Então se tu, por exemplo, manter um certo conteúdo na Twitch, o pessoal que vê no YouTube vai falar assim, poxa, eu queria ver o conteúdo. Aí tu fala, você quer ver o conteúdo? Eu faço lá na Twitch, entendeu? Aí a pessoa vai passar a assistir na Twitch, o que te dá mais números na Twitch. O problema é multistream, mas aí não precisa ser agora exatamente, mas cogita a possibilidade de fazer isso, entendeu? De deixar alguns certos conteúdos só para Twitch para ter um certo número maior na Twitch, entendeu? É uma ideia, de certa forma. É uma coisa que eu quero fazer, por exemplo. Eu tô pensando em fazer lives na Kik, só que eu tô pensando em fazer live assistindo anime, né? Que é uma coisa que eu quero fazer bastante aqui com o pessoal. Eu quero assistir anime com chat. E como não dá pra fazer isso no YouTube, eu tô pensando em fazer na Kik, entendeu? Aí fazendo dias esporádicos, eu assisto bastantes episódios, eu interajo bastante com a galera. Aí se o pessoal pedir gameplay, aí eu já recomendo, ó gente, eu faço as gameplays, eu faço no meu canal no YouTube, eu faço lives lá, entendeu? Aí eu já trago de certa forma o público que quer assistir da Kik no YouTube. Ainda estou a estratégia. Reduzir a quantidade, mas trazer mais consistência. Sim. Porque sempre, moço, é fato, sempre. Assim, por mais que deem pra maquiar, que sempre qualidade vai ser melhor do que quantidade. Entendeu? Infelizmente no YouTube, de certa forma, você tem que trazer mais quantidade se você quiser ter mais retenção. Mas assim, eu prefiro optar pelo menor e trazer mais qualidade do que quantidade e ter, sei lá, 5 pessoas do que trazer quantidade de 300 pessoas e a minha live não ter uma boa qualidade, entendeu? Eu posso demorar mais para crescer assim, sim, mas eu prefiro criar uma comunidade, criar um público que me assiste porque gosta e pela qualidade da live do que pela quantidade, do que pelos números, sinceramente, entendeu? Eu sei que é um pouco contraditório fazer isso no YouTube, mas eu prefiro fazer desse jeito, entendeu? Eu prefiro criar uma comunidade agora com pessoas que gostem de jogar os mesmos jogos que eu tô jogando, apreciar, né, os jogos que eu tô jogando, porque é aquilo, eu não faço live de coisas que eu não gosto, independente se isso vai me trazer números absurdos ou não, entendeu? Eu poderia muito bem pegar um jogo aleatório aqui, ferrar meu telefone e trazer um jogo que tá hypado e ter altos números, mas eu não quero isso. Eu quero ter uma comunidade que esteja aqui por mim e goste de assistir, porque é uma coisa que eles gostam, entendeu? Então eu prefiro fazer isso agora, porque mais pra frente eu vou ter uma comunidade de pessoas que me assistem, que vai ser grande, e vai ser jogos que vão divertir elas e vão me divertir, entendeu? Esse é o meu pensamento. Também estou com esse pensamento, quem vem curtir, não pelo conteúdo. Sim, o conteúdo sempre vai ser um a mais, entendeu? O conteúdo sempre vai ser a mais. E é aquilo, às vezes eu trago coisas que o pessoal não conhece, que por eu trazer e gostar e ver que é legal pela minha live, a pessoa acaba gostando também, entendeu? Tem isso. Nindra joga, Dokidor tá doido. Eu não quero ser cancelado pelo YouTube não, Dragas. Sei muito bem o que esse jogo faz. Já tive um colega que teve a live dele meio que cancelada aí por causa desse jogo. Então assim, eu prefiro 1000 vezes ter 2, 3 pessoas assistindo um jogo que eu gosto de jogar, que eu sei que é um jogo que as pessoas vão gostar também, do que trazer um jogo, cara, só pra trazer número. Eu não quero isso, entendeu? Eu não tenho 600 e poucos inscritos à toa, entendeu? Os 600 e poucos inscritos podem não vir na minha live todo dia, mas eu sei que o Zurli, o Marlon, o Alexandre, o Dragas, eu sei que eles são pessoas que vão vir na minha live e vão me assistir, entendeu? Vão assistir por mim e vão gostar do conteúdo, entendeu? Então eu prefiro ter 5, 6 pessoas na live me assistindo do que 300 que vão ser vazias, entendeu? Porque assim, de certa forma, pode até ser bom, entre aspas, para quem faz números agora, mas lá na frente você não vai saber quem é a tua comunidade de verdade. Vai ser só um bando de pessoas que vão ver um conteúdo vazio, entendeu? Vai ser um bando de pessoas, pode se tornar uma coisa vazia, tóxica, entendeu? Tanto que aqui eu sempre deixo claro que aqui o meu canal é um conteúdo para a família assistir. Não é um conteúdo para criança assistir. É um conteúdo que a família consiga assistir. Vai ter pessoas que eu vou chamar para jogar junto comigo, elas vão xingar, não tem como evitar esse tipo de coisa, mas é aquilo. Eu não vou privar a pessoa de xingar, chegar assim, ó, eu não quero que você xingue na minha live. Eu jamais vou fazer isso com qualquer um que vier jogar comigo, participar da minha live, entendeu? A pessoa, com certeza, vai ter o bom senso de chegar e falar, pô, eu não tô na minha live, eu não tô na minha live, eu não tô na minha casa, então, sim, eu tenho que me comportar de uma certa forma, entendeu? E aqui o pessoal tá pra se divertir também, entendeu? Eu vou trazer um conteúdo que não é pra criança, com certeza, entendeu? Por isso que eu falo, não é pra criança. O meu canal, o meu conteúdo jamais foi com a intenção pra ser criança. Até porque se fosse, eu não estaria nesse YouTube, eu estaria no YouTube Kids, entendeu? Fazendo um conteúdo totalmente diferente. Então assim, quando eu tiver condições, quando eu puder, cara, eu vou trazer jogos em que vai precisar ter um certo, uma certa restrição de idade, né? Não assim, mais 18 que eu digo e tal, mas vai ter um conteúdo que vai ser engraçado, que vai ter infelizmente, é inevitável, né? Não vai sair um xingamento ou outro, mas é o que eu falei, cara. Eu jamais vou privar a pessoa de fazer alguma coisa, entendeu? Eu só quero que ela tenha o bom senso de me respeitar e respeitar o chat. É só isso, entendeu? Me respeitando e respeitando o chat, cara, você é muito bem-vindo aqui, entendeu? É isso. Se tem tipo de gracinha, eu já corto logo, entendeu? E eu ainda sou legal, cara. Tem um cara que chegou aqui, um tal de D&D, um tal de D&D aqui, que ele chegou já falando um monte de besteira. Eu falei, cara, olha o que você tá falando, vê se releva, que não sei o que. Eu fui e cortei direto, entendeu? Ele chegou a aparecer aqui ontem, se eu não me engano. Não falou besteira, não sei se vai continuar, mas é aquilo. Se falar, eu vou cortar, entendeu? Por isso já pensar nisso, sim, entendeu? Tem que entender que não, assim, pra mim, sinceramente, não importa os números. O importante é se a pessoa está por mim e pelo conteúdo, entendeu? Aqui eu já deixei claro. Eu comecei com Pokémon, mas eu sempre deixei claro. Aqui é um canal de conteúdos variados, entendeu? Aqui é um conteúdo aqui é um canal de conteúdos variados. Opa, esse aqui é interessante, só não veio speed. Já tá melhorando aqui, entendeu? Ó, agora, por exemplo, eu tô trazendo o Mario 64. Eu tive um certo receio, mas no final das contas o feedback foi muito bom, entendeu? Já estão pedindo para eu trazer Super Smash Bros. Eu tô pensando em trazer Zelda de Nintendo 64, entendeu? Então assim, tá. Aos poucos eu tô conseguindo fazer o que eu queria fazer com esse canal. E é aquilo, se a pessoa, por exemplo, pede um conteúdo tipo Minecraft, futuramente, gente, eu vou fazer eu tenho um canal de Minecraft, é só vocês darem exclamação Minecraft, se eu não me engano. E eu tenho um canal de Minecraft que futuramente, assim que eu conseguir, né, usar meu notebook, eu consertar meu PC e tal, eu vou estar fazendo lives lá também, entendeu? Porque eu gosto muito de Minecraft. Então assim que eu conseguir o meu notebook, o meu PC de volta, de certa forma, eu vou trazer bastante série, com certeza. Sempre que puder, eu vou fazer série de Mine com o moço aí, também que o moço joga bastante Minecraft, vamos quebrar a cabeça junto. Cara, então vai gostar de Hytale. Cara, eu vi o Hytale, ele é mais aquele RPG de aventura. Não é muito o tipo de jogo que eu jogo normalmente, mas eu acho que eu vou gostar. Eu tenho que jogar pra sentir. Não. Eu tenho que jogar pra sentir a vibe do jogo. Entendeu? É isso que eu reparei nisso. Eu tenho que... Nidras, o botão da XJ tá ficando magro? Ué, bom pra ele, não? É bom que ele não fica com problema, né? Tô sentindo muita falta de dublagem no Legends Arceus, geralmente tem mais eficaz. Ele foi de 350 quilos. Caraca! Pô, ele emagreceu bastante. Que bom, cara. Mas Marlon, isso é bom, cara, porque ele tá daquele estado que ele tá, cara. Podia trazer doenças muito prejudiciais pra ele, cara. Não que doença seja boa, né? Mas assim, poderia ferrar bastante a saúde dele, cara. Então assim, outra coisa, chat. Aqui, vocês gostam de jogos e tal, mas tentem sempre fazer alguma atividade física. Jogar vôlei, futebol, fazer corrida, sei lá. Tentem sempre se manter ativo, porque a saúde é sempre em primeiro lugar, entendeu? A maioria dessa pele, se tirar, pode chegar então, ele vai ter que fazer cirurgia, né, Marlon, pra tirar essa pele, né? Esse excesso de pele, né? Ó, moço, inclusive, uma live muito aleatória que eu pensei em fazer, que eu acho que vai ser engraçado. Eu não sei nada de inglês. Eu não sei nada de inglês. Eu consigo entender o significado de algumas palavras. Então, o que eu fiz? Pô, chat, o que vocês acham da gente fazer uma live aprendendo inglês no Duolingo? Olha só, imagina. Ah, mas, cara, que ideia aleatória. Não, uma ideia aleatória, mas pode ser. Eu aprendo inglês, o chat aprende inglês, todo mundo sai ganhando. Entendeu? Antes. Entendeu? É uma live aleatória, mas ó, nessa brincadeira, eu tenho conteúdo, eu tenho aprendizado, né? Eu interajo com o chat interage, a gente aprende junto, entendeu? É uma via de mão dupla e todo mundo sai ganhando, cara. Todo mundo sai ganhando. É uma live que pode parecer besteira, mas não é. Entendeu? É uma live legal de fazer. Como eu vou aprender inglês sabendo inglês? Você vai reforçar o seu inglês, Marlon. Melhor ainda. Eu só lembrava dele ganhando uma coisa que eu emagreci. Ah, mas ele pegou pedra no ridículo. Mas antes, parece que ele vai fazer tirar. Espera aí que eu já volto, chat. Rapidinho, já volto. Um minutinho.
Quite there, even despite not being Assault Vest. And there comes the knockoff from the Rillaboom. It doesn't have a fire move, this Incineroar, so that's as much damage as it's going to do. But the Spore actually into the Rillaboom instead there.
Wow.
That was quite a call.
Okay, so Rayan was doing something really proactive there, and we've got to shout it out, because if Rillaboom did switch out into the Incineroar, the combination of knockoff plus Spore would knock off the goggles and put the Incineroar to sleep. That means the Amoonguss could then next turn go for the Spore onto the Raging Bolt. And so, although in front of a Rillaboom it looks really weird to go for a knockoff and then a Spore into that slot, if the Rillaboom had come out there, it would have been a crazy good play.
That's a really good point, Ben. I love that you shut that out. Because, yeah, like, Victor looks like he really wants to U-turn there, right? Because Grassmoves aren't doing a whole lot, are they?
What's the Rillaboom doing in that situation? Well, quite a lot with the Woodhammer, but equally so, this Raging Bolt is one of those Pokemon that really does like to protect itself regularly. But now the Incineroar's taken too much damage. It's in U-turn range, and so now Victor can go for the safe U-turn, be able to switch himself out, bring in that Incineroar to resist the Amoonguss Spore, and then be able to fake it out next turn. And we've got the fake out pros in full swing.
Beautifully safe play, isn't it? Oh, so satisfying to see right there. And there's the Spore, as you call it, now into the Raging Bolt, of course. But going to the next turn, supported by fake out here, Amoonguss does not like to see that. And so Rayon's going to really think through this at the moment, as you can see. I mean, what do you kind of send in here? Yes, Urshifu could come in, really threaten down this Incineroar. But then you can kind of trade fake out for fake out. Or fake out into the Urshifu, and then you can launch a Spore if you're Amoonguss, or you fake out Amoonguss, and then Incineroar gets the attack off.
Yeah.
But Victor can still Terror in this point too, so the Incineroar could just completely avoid anything there, and especially if you go for a Terror Ghost, you can instantly through that and shut down the Amoonguss.
É coffee. Como eu vou aprender inglês? Sabendo inglês já, tá. Todo gente learning. Viu? Tá vendo? Não sei pronunciar. Eu não sei pronunciar. Eu sei entender mais ou menos, né? Algumas palavras. Minecraft ajudou bastante. Por incrível que pareça, muito do que eu entendo de certa forma de inglês é por causa do Minecraft, por jogar ele em inglês, entendeu? Por muito tempo eu joguei em português, mas um dia eu peguei para jogar em inglês Eu só jogo em inglês agora. Igual o LoL. LoL também, eu jogo em português, mas muito dos itens eu gravei o nome em inglês. De tanto que eu vejo liga em inglês, né, no caso. Entendeu? Então, assim, cara, e é um leque de opções de jogos, assim. Eu tenho vontade de trazer um jogo de Play 1, moço, que eu não sei se o pessoal conhece aqui. Provavelmente, eu acho que ninguém do chat deve conhecer um jogo chamado Atlantis The Lost Empire, entendeu? É um jogo que marcou minha infância e é um jogo muito legal, que eu não zerei, infelizmente, porque o meu PlayStation acabou queimando. Mas eu tenho vontade de fazer no emulador aqui e jogar pra zerar com o chat, pra mostrar pro chat como era legal o jogo, entendeu? Enquanto isso, eu tô jogando Mario Maker. Ó, o Super Mario é outro também que eu joguei bastante. Que o feedback tá sendo muito legal, entendeu? As lives regionais, por mais que muitos aqui, assim, é mais o Dragapult, o Marlon e o Zuri manjem mais, né, do que tá acontecendo, eu sei um pouco, mas essas lives também servem pra isso exatamente também, pra conversar, entendeu? Pra ter uma conversa, um bate-papo enquanto tá tendo a live também, entendeu? Então eu acabo unindo o útil ao agradável, entendeu? Então cara, eu tô cheio de ideia, que eu tenho muita vontade de fazer muita live. Minecraft é uma... Nossa! Minecraft é uma coisa que eu quero muito fazer também. Nossa, como eu tenho... Cara, eu jogo Minecraft, gente, desde a 1.5.2. Pra você ter noção, enquanto você dá um clique com o botão esquerdo do mouse, você dá uma espadada e tem que recarregar, você dava um clique, era 300 pancadas de uma vez só. Os blocos eram feios pra caramba. Nossa, em vista do que é hoje, tá maravilhoso. Nossa! Os blocos hoje em dia, meu Deus do céu, tão lindos demais. E também um negócio que eu tô querendo, não tá dando pra fazer atualmente, com um jogo, por exemplo, com Super Mario, por exemplo, eu não consigo fazer ainda, infelizmente, mas, por exemplo, lives assim que eu tô com VTuber, né? Que eu tô com esse bonequinho na tela. É uma live que é muito legal, que de certa forma eu tenho mais interação com vocês, entendeu? É uma live legal, que é mais interativa, né? Deixa eu ver quantas horas de live eu tô. Eu tô a 6 horas de 58 de live, quase 7 horas de live, gente. Meu Deus do céu. Desde já uma ótima tarde pra todos, né? Já estamos chegando aí no meio-dia. A live deve acabar lá pras 2, mais ou menos, eu acho. Gente, eu tô com sono. Vou falar pra vocês, eu acabei não dormindo. Nossa. Eu tô com soninho. Sei nem se eu vou conseguir dormir, sinceramente. Mas que eu tô com sono, eu tô com sono.
I don't know, we might have to extend the tournament to Monday if that was going to happen. But I think for the leftovers for now, I don't know there's a way. Can you feel like
I feel like Detect is only 8 PP as well.
Yeah, it is.
If it was Protect, it would be 16. Yes. This one's only 8. So, no, I think like, the Urshifu would have to borrow a few Protects from Among Us.
Ah, eu consegui pegar já?
Maybe that's a mechanic for a future game.
Yeah,
já tem 5 a 20, beleza.
Maybe not.
Agora vamos nós chocar mais 5 ovos. Já pensou ver mais um Shine, cara? Vai ser legal se viesse mais um Shine.
doing so much damage into that Amogus. Zoning strikes though, we are confirming it's going to get a KO. So Rayan is starting to turn up the damage that it needs to do. This Raging Bomb gets to move.
It's going to get knocked out this turn. And now ainda tem mais 2 rounds para acontecer. E cada round é uma hora e meia, que haja falação, meu Deus do céu.
Not doing really any damage. That poison is doing more damage than any sludge bomb ever could.
Ô, Zulin, o Mario Maker é legal de jogar? Ah, é menininha. Ela fica meio em destaque quando eu passo por ela. Quando eu passo aqui, ó. A menininha fica meio brilhante ali. É legal de jogar o Super Mario Maker. Eu sei que eu tenho vontade de... Oxi? Eu sei que eu tenho vontade de jogar o Mario Odyssey. Eu acho legal o Super Mario Odyssey. Super Mario Odyssey.
Victor navigating this game so well. There's the grassy glide into the Urshifu, knocking it out, and it is just Amogus versus 3 Pokemon on Victor's side, just like last game. Victor's been able to secure a really clean victory as a 2-0, but Victor Medina here, round 6 of the Birmingham Regional Championships.
Melhor dupla. Melhor dupla de todas. Ah, o Victor Medina ganhou. Pergunta é, quando ele não ganha, né? Ele tá no MCOI? Esse é a blusa da MCOI? Não sei qual é. Ah, não é da MCOI não. Achei que fosse da MCOI. Oh, sabe uma coisa que eu queria ver? É compreensível, tenho respondido. Sabe uma coisa que eu queria muito ver? Eu coloquei na capa da live o Articuno. Eu queria muito ver um Articuno hoje. Eu queria muito ver um Articuno hoje, cara, sério. Já teve Iron Crow, já teve Garganaco, mas eu queria ver um Articuno hoje. Se não hoje, amanhã, no dia 2. Eu queria muito ver um Articuno, cara. Queria ver o pessoal jogando de Articuno. Quero ver o Shifui Tornado. Engraçado, maluco, eu tô vendo mais o Shifui Landorus do que o Shifui Tornado, sabia? Pessoal, tem muita gente optando ainda pelo Pelipper. É porque eu não sei se... eu acho que não tá liberado ainda os times, né? É que não tá liberado os times ainda. Queria ver os times. É, não tá liberado. É. Só amanhã, aparentemente, que a gente vai conseguir ver. Mas pelo menos os que eu vi, não vi nenhum. Oi, fale. Fala, mano. Oi. Quero ver o Shifui Tornado. É, o Shifui Tornado não é uma dupla que eu tô vendo. Se você acha que Shifui Tornado bravo, esse que tu não jogou com o Tio foi terminado. Mas pera, o Tio é o peixinho, né? Mas é o que? É... Overhit com um Blast? Seguinte? Porque o Overhit com um Blast deve ser muito forte, né? Porque o Tio, ele é Glass Cannon, né? Então é ou Overhit ou Off Power. Não sei se ele tem Off Power, mas eu sei que ele tem Overhit. Vamos ver se vai vir outro Shine. Cara, eu já tô feliz, mano, que eu consegui meu Coffin Shine. Já tô feliz. Ele não veio perfeito, mas eu já tô muito feliz, cara. Já tô feliz. Eu consegui um Coffin Shine, cara. Eu consegui um Coffin Shine e um Monkey Shine. Mano, 2 Shines no mesmo dia, cara. A sorte que eu tô hoje, meu Deus do céu. Eu tô muito sortudo.
our trainers, especially your top trainers, these
Cara, eu
tools,
tô
these big
muito
pieces to go and show
orgulhoso,
us
na
off
moral.
what Pokemon can really do. Yeah, it is really cool to see, and why so many people like gravitating to these teams. We saw our notable matches earlier. Like, it is these 6 Pokemon that everyone seems to be all on the top tables right now.
Ah, eu tenho que ver se semana que vem. Acho que semana que vem não tem regional não.
Absolutely like unbeatable.
Deixa eu ver quando, qual o próximo regional, deixa eu ver aqui.
There's always something out there or someone out there who can beat it.
Deixa eu ver quando que é o próximo regional.
Just waiting to see if they show up.
Yeah. They're going to be switching in
Deixa eu ver
later.
quando que é o próximo regional.
Yeah.
O próximo regional transmitido
About the video
vai
game, but
ser...
you know what? We'll have to come back to that because Victor is ready to go. So
Vai ser
take
dia
it away
13 a
on the
15 de fevereiro, que vai ser o Will Week, né? Vai ser o Will Week, nossa, vai ser 3 dias de campeonato. Vai ser o Will Week lá, vai ser em Londres, no Reino Unido, realmente, vai ser em Londres. Ok, a gente sai de Birmingham e continua em Londres. Beleza.
I qualified for the 2 already. So I'm feeling great. I think I played well.
Lembra já, é Giants o nome do time? Heatwave. É Heatwave que eu falei? Não, eu falei... Eu tinha falado Heatwave ou Marlon? Eu não lembro do que eu falei. Heatwave com Destiny Green. Destiny Green. É porque Moonblast não pega em todo mundo. Destiny Green pega. Falou Overhit? Obrigado. Mas ele tem Overhit, não tem? Ou eu viajei?
I was trying all the time to Lando be the centerpiece of my game plan, and then the problem was that Urshifu. So I knew that I have to play Lando plus my
É porque normalmente não é o ataque assinatura, mas quando você pensa no Team U, você automaticamente já pensa nele usando Heatwave, né? Por isso. Eu não sei se tu chegou a ver, Marlon, mas teve Chimpao também. Então hoje teve Tiu e Chimpao, os lendários da Reino. Vamos marcar um dia pra nós jogar com duplas. Eu tenho que ver. É por isso que eu queria o PC barra notebook, de fazer batalhas em live, seria muito mais legal, entendeu? Vai ser Chimpao, Dragonite, Shiu, Flutter. O Shen Knight, né? A dupla Shen Knight, né? Ô, Marlon, em falar em Dragonite, eu vi um Dragonite que não veio de Loaded Dice. Por incrível que pareça. Tá tão ruim usar nesse meta Loaded Dice, pô? É porque nesse meta meio que expande mais os pokés de gelo, né? A Lula na Ninetales pode aparecer mais, o próprio Articuno pode aparecer mais, né? Então querendo ou não, esses pokés de... O Articuno de Galactus, querendo ou não, né? Tem a Flutter, exatamente. Tem... Volta o perigo do Dragonite cair rápido. Ele deixa de ser prioridade, né? Engraçado, né? Quando não tem Flutter Main, o Dragonite é prioridade. Quando tem Flutter Main, a Flutter é prioridade. Igual... corrigindo. Quando não pode Paradoxo, Dragonite e o Shifu, né? Não, é só o Dragonite. Quando pode Paradoxo, Flutter e o Shifu, eles voltam. Incrível isso. Uma coisa que eu vi também, o pessoal voltando a usar bastante Grizzle. Mas Por Snow, beleza, tem o Prankster, né? Que dá prioridade e tal. Mas será que eu sou muito louco de pensar que um time com a Lona, MTZ e Articuno aqui nesse meta não jogaria bem pra caramba? Ou eu tô muito louco? Eu tô muito... Cara, não é possível que eu esteja louco. Cara, no meta que você pode abusar basicamente do Blizzard, cara. Você pode usar... Ó, você pode usar até o Regis pode usar. Não jogaria tão bem. O Regis pode jogar nesse meta, ou Marlon? Acho que pode, né? Pode. Então, aí, é outro, cara. Regis com Iceborne, pô. Não, porque olha só, você tem o Aurora Veil, que já seta as duas telas, beleza que não é prioridade. Não é prioridade, mas pelo menos você levanta as duas telas de uma vez só. Cara, o Articuno bate em boa parte do meta que tá atual. O Shifu não leva tanto, beleza. Incineroar, tá, ele pode até tomar uma certa pressão pro Incineroar. Vamos lá. O Landorus ele toma. O Landorus toma pra ele. Rillaboom também toma. Aí, ó, só falar no Rillaboom. Deixa eu ver o que mais. Dom 12 Tatsugiri, talvez. Flutter eu acho que não toma. Pô, mas olha, cara. Gelo é de certa forma interessante nesse meta. Regice, lembrança de tempos antigos, né? O famoso 200 de especial defesa. Ou tu acredita, Marlon, que na live do... na live do School, ele usou um Regice, né? Aí teve um cara que falou, o Regice tanca, não é possível, ele tem 200 de especial defesa. Quando o cara falou isso, eu automaticamente lembrei de tudo. Aí eu falei, cara, um cara na minha live falou isso também, e não deu muito certo pro Regice, sabe? Mano, foi muito engraçado, tá? Automaticamente eu lembrei de tudo. Às 7 horas e 12 de live, gente. Desde já, muito obrigado aí a todo mundo. Um ótimo domingo. Um ótimo domingo. Uma ótima tarde de sábado pra todos. Eu já tô falando domingo. Esse é dos meus. Cara, foi muito engraçado. Não, o pior, Marlon, não foi nem o Regice ter caído. Foi o Regice ter caído por o Brelon, ele é inseto ou ele é grama e lutador? Eu não lembro se ele é inseto e lutador ou grama e lutador. Eu sei que ele é lutador também, eu acho, né? Grama e lutador. Então, o pior do Regice não foi ter caído. Foi ter tomado um crítico e ter caído com um Pokémon de grama, cara. Que é o Pokémon que simplesmente o Regi bate. O Regi é super efetivo contra, cara. E o bicho caiu com um crítico ainda. Isso que foi mais doido. Justamente o mesmo que matou o Então... Mano, aquele Brelon lá foi lendário, tá? Aquele Brelon foi lendário. É mesmo. Então, né? Mano. Aquele Brelon simplesmente foi lendário, cara. Foi lendário. Aquele ali, pô. Aquele ali nunca mais vai ser... Nunca mais vai ser a mesma coisa. Foi o que ele disse. Chat, bebam água, não esqueçam de se hidratar. Vou fazer um musical pra mim, cara. Eu tô com fome. Tá, pensei que fosse aqui. Caraca, ele foi campeão do EWIC e o NAIC. Caraca, que massa. Que massa, eu não... Ah, o Kevin Han. Lendário, sim. Só não ganhou o Mundial, né? Só não ganhou o Mundial. Ah, o mesmo controle que o meu. O cara tava usando o mesmo controle que o Nori. Caraca, Iron Torrent? Iron Torrent. Falando em Mundial, daqui a pouco teremos um... Teremos o quê? Daqui a pouco teremos um campeão mundial jogando. Tu sabe que só faltam dois jogos e é a comunidade que escolhe, né, mano? Tu sabe disso, né? Kimura? Não sei se ele vai jogar. Não sei qual vai ser a próxima escolha de comunidade. Tomara que ele jogue. Tem que ver agora se vai ser ele ou não. Porque eu acho que vai ser a escolha da comunidade, sinceramente.
Glacial Lance. Welcome back, trainers. It's nearly Swiss Round 7 at the Birmingham Regional Championships. He loved it.
Cara, que derrotou o Michael Kell mundial. Outro que é bom pra caramba, né? O Michael Kelch, né, cara? Ele é bom pra caramba. É, gente, já volto. Vou pegar um negócio aqui pra comer e já volto.
I mean, that was unintentional. I think maybe you gave me a wide berth there, just any Pokemon-related word. You give me a little laugh, so thank you. Thanks so much, David.
That's all right.
Yeah. Victor Medina,
a bit of a boost there.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, yeah, especially after that first one fell flat. Victor Medina winning in that previous game. Could this finally be the weekend? I said it in the couch earlier, didn't I, Dave? I said it. I believe that this is Victor's season where I finally get that first major win. And could it be here in the UK, in Birmingham? And also put a stop to the Italians who keep becoming regional champions over here in EU this season.
Well, at some point, though, all the Italians will just be regional champions, and then everyone else can be regional champions after that.
Really?
Yeah.
I think. As long as they, then stop winning.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true. But maybe it spurs them on if they haven't won one yet, A little bit more motivated to do it for the first time, and then everybody else can then win some after all the Italians have won a regional.
How very egalitarian of you, David. I mean, let's aspire to that. Let's hope that I don't know. Well, as long as those fantastic Italian players will be in the circuit, then they could still go ahead and claim those titles. We are nearing the end of Phase 1 here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. We've just had Swiss Round 6, and because Victor is undefeated, 6 wins is what you need in order to progress to Day 2. That does mean that there'll be some trainers out there who know that they have no longer have the capacity to make Day 2, unfortunately, but not every trainer is here to make Day 2, not every trainer is here to go all the way. They'll have their own goals that they've set themselves. Maybe it's just to turn up in the first place, maybe just to get the one win. Who knows? So we're all proud of every single one of you trainers.
We are. Well done. And you. Proud of you, Charlie.
Thanks.
That's all right.
So much.
You're a trainer.
Yeah, true. So yeah, I'm very proud of you as well, Dave. Dizzy Dave. Here we go with our Generation 2 pins as well. I got an unknown. We got a Murkrow. Does your Murkrow have a name?
No, it doesn't actually.
Shall I name him?
Yeah, sure, go.
Looks like a I don't know why. I want to name him after Stefan Mott. I want to call him Stefan.
Why?
I really don't. It's just the first name that came into my head.
Yeah,
but Stefan.
It does suit Stefan, actually.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah. What about
I'm
my
just a fan of that.
Hey, there you go. He's here all weekend.
Yes.
My question mark unknown.
I mean, that is the question, isn't it? What if we call it something a little bit inquisitive? Or,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, something unknown, you could call it, or... What? Question backwards.
Neunzig.
Neunzig, yes. Neunzig.
Sure. Yeah, it's a questionable name as well, so it kind of works in that sense. You can use the hashtag Play Pokemon, can't you? To let us know what you want to name me unknown, and David's Murkrow over there. Go for it. Love the Johto love there, the Gen 2 love, Dave, and that's my favourite generation. Let us know your favourite generation while you're at it, trainers. We'd love to know. What's your favourite?
I think Generation 3, actually. Yeah, it's kind of like Emerald was my second game. I started in Leaf Green, but then Emerald I loved so much. The Battle Frontier was incredible. I loved Sceptile just as a Pokemon as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. Amazing designs in that generation as well, particularly.
Really good. Yeah, Generation 3, no, absolutely. I remember, this really dates us. But back in the day, going from the Game Boy Pokemon games to then Game Boy Advance with Generation 3, Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Fire Red, Leaf Green, and just the technological leap that it felt like at the time. Like, whoa! Everything's so much more colorful, everything's so much smoother. I mean, a far cry from now on the beautiful Nintendo Switch system, of course. But listen, that's how technology evolves, trainers, just like us here in the Birmingham Regional Championships, all the Pokemon out there on the stage. But let us know your fondest memories as well with hashtag Playing Pokemon, of how your experience of the games and how your mind was blown. I remember playing Sword and Shield for the first time. I had my mind blown, seeing these 3D Pokemon, how beautiful the art style was. Ah, yes, nostalgia with Chaz and Dave. Mainly Chaz, I just sort of went on a monologue there.
Yeah, that's all right. You did.
That's absolutely fine.
Okay.
Memory lane. Exactly, yeah, I'm still
Good.
there. Of course, Gen 3 was where we first were introduced to double battles. Yeah. Like, as a entire format. But when your Pokemon got KO'd in Gen 3, you could switch into Pokemon immediately within the same turn. And then the turn carried out. Yeah. So that would really...
E aí, já apareceu qual vai ser o confronto, Marlon? Deixa eu começar o confronto.
He was talking about that. Attended a tournament in Generation 3 where that was being used. He was talking about the strategy where you can use something like Explosion Mewtwo.
Não. Quando eu fui e voltei, eles ainda estão falando.
Basically, because Gengar's immune to the normal type move. It might not have been Gengar, but then you use Explosion followed by Explosion or Self-Destruct or something like that. And that meant that, okay, maybe you take a couple of KOs on your opponent's side, they switch in, then Gengar uses Explosion, and then they go down 2. So, like, on turn 1, you won the entire game. Those were the days. Those were the days. But from the past, bypassing the present into the future, because in a few weeks' time, it'll be the Europe International Championships, trainers, over the Valentine's weekend, no less. Love you, man.
Agora eu vou botar no certificado. Faça ser Pokémon. Ô Marlon, agora que eu reparei, eu tô fazendo o bridge do Gastly com o Coffin. E veio um Shiny, e por isso que não tá vindo o perfeito. Tá explicado. E pá, por isso que não tá vindo o perfeito. E nenhum veio com especial ataque bom até agora, né? Mano, mas com o Gastly eu consegui o Shiny, que doido, né? E o Gastly também é meu, os dois Pokés são meus. O Gastly eu consegui aqui na cidade de Solácio. E o Coffee eu consegui no Underground. Que doido, os dois, cara, eu não precisei de nenhum Poké de outra região. Que é esse coração do lado do chat? Não sei. Acho que é reações. Ó, dá pra você mandar algumas reações, ó. Aí, ó, tô clicando pra vocês verem, ó. É reações. São algumas reações que tem pro chat. Reações imediatas, eu acredito que seja.
With his fantastic Porygon 2 Earth Lunar team. It's essentially a team that says, no thank you, Reagindo.
Oh.
Then we had Tim Edwards with one of those Reagindo in the finalist position.
Marlon, Kimura não tá... Kimura não tá no top 8 não, hein?
One of their first competitive Pokemon tournaments, going all the way to second place, one of the most stacked tournaments in the Pokemon calendar.
Ah, o Lucas Cerebelli, tá ali, ó.
Definitely is, and
Pô, esse Nildo é o cara do Polygon, Esse é o Polygon 2, né? Ou é o Polygon Z? Eu sempre confundo.
Makers as well, doing incredibly well too with a really tried and tested 6 there, and probably the more spicy picks maybe towards the lower end of the top 8 for that Team Blue.
Todos eles são campeões mundiais? O top 8? Só tem campeão mundial. Caraca. Top 8 de pesos então, hein? É que você falou, só tem campeão homem. Ah, tá. Só o Luke é campeão mundial. Tá. O engraçado... Engraçado que o time... Ó, o time se repete bastante no quesito do ensino. Nossa, o Diego Gutierrez ali, ó. Tem um Golden Fire. Pô, ia ser legal, tá? Ver o Golden Fire. Tem algum ET? Não, não tem ET. Olha, tem um Okidog ali, ó. O David Cauteruccio ali tem um Okidog ali, ó. De time diferente, eu acho que só eles dois, né? O resto tá se repetindo muito padrão do time. Cara, um Golden Fire e um Okidog. Caraca, no top 8, que legal. Que massa. Ó, mas o time se repete bastante, ó. Among Us, Fluttermane, Incineroar e Urshifu. São os que estão sempre se repetindo. Goldengo, ó, vamos lá. Fluttermane tem 2, 3, 4. Tem 4 Flutters. Among Us tem 1, 2. Tem 3 Among Us. Incineroar 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Among Us. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 Urshifu's, 2 Porygons. Ursaluna só tem uma. O Dengo eu acho que tem uns 2, né, mais ou menos. A Local Knight, então, né? Qual é a estratégia por trás do Chimpao e Dragon Knight? Dragon Knight usa o Extreme Speed e o Chimpao usa o Ice Wind ou alguma coisa? 4 Raging Bolt, Raging Bolt cresceu bastante, cara. Mas geralmente é ou Terra Elétrica ou Terra Fada. Eu acho que tem mais Terra Fada do que Terra Elétrica. Sash? Não, eu tô ligado que é foco Sash, mas qual é a estratégia por trás? O que o Chimpao faz? Ele abaixa a defesa pro Dragon Knight bater forte, é isso? Porque ele tem o Ice Spinner, né? Ice Spinner, Ice Wind. Ah, tá, ok. E aí ele tem o Ice Wind pra dropar Speed, né? Tem o Ice Spinner também, né? Eu não lembro o que ele dropa. Extreme Speed, Terra Normal, Choice Band. Ah, por isso que é Choice Band. Tá. Ah, Terra Normal por causa disso, agora eu entendi. Porque eu vi um Dragon Knight com Terra Normal e nem tinha entendido. Dragon Knight no caso. Não, sim, eu entendi. Eu entendi o cara.
Let's see what the standings are like in the venue out there at the Birmingham Regional Championship. Which of these trainers is sailing right through today too? Which of them still have to clutch out the next couple of rounds on the day in order to make it into that phase 2? Eric Rios, loud and clear at the top there with a 6-0 record. Marcus Coe,
ali, o Kimura tá em 13º, o Marlon. Ele tá 5-1 ali, ó. Tá em 13º.
And Marcus Herman, our fellow
Agora é hora da verdade.
is there, so that's 6-0 as well. Nice. Yes, there he is, and running a very Marcus team, which is the currently
É, um time padrãozinho. Incrível como o Roguepão de Fogo e a de Água ganhou bastante espaço nesse meta, né? O Roguepão de Água e Fogo, meu Deus do céu, tá aparecendo muito, cara. A de Pedra aparece pouco, mas aparece. Mas agora a de Fogo e a de Água é a que mais aparece. E normalmente o pessoal não pensa duas vezes, teraliza na máscara mesmo, né? Era que ele sempre primeiro. Não, mas o que adianta ser o primeiro e chegar no top cut e não ser eliminado? Aí complica, pô. É igual aquele argentino que eu acho maneiro. Ele ficou 10 ou 9, eu não lembro quanto. Eu sei que ele ficou zerado de derrota. Chegou, caiu no top 8, se eu não me engano. Pô, aí não adiantou muita coisa, né?
Just because you're having a fantastic day so far, just because you've been clutching out all these wins so far, doesn't mean it's necessarily going to continue in that direction. But it's for the love of the game, isn't it? And the friends we make along the way.
It certainly is. Have you made any friends today?
Any friends that I've made today?
Not doing so well at the moment, then, actually.
No, actually, no. No, of course, I've made friends.
Oh, you have? Oh, okay. Oh.
I've made friends.
Ele foi eliminado? Ainda não tá no... Ainda não tá no Top Cut não, mano. Top Cut é só amanhã. Qual é o nome desse Edu? Qual é o nome desse Edu? Dá pra ver pelo link aí que eu mandei qual colocação ele tá. A não ser que você já tenha visto. Eduardo Cunha, deixa eu dar uma olhada aqui. Vamos olhar aqui.
That will be my goal. If it's about making friends along the way, then yes, I will try and make some new friends.
Okay, but up to now you've just been sort of kept silent in a corner, deliberately.
Yeah, pretty much in shares.
Classic Davey P. I say old Davey P.
Yeah, it's been a bit of coffee. It's been good actually. Coffee has been my friend.
That's true. You did have a coffee next to me. But what match will we be featuring?
É, ele tá em 38º, ele tá 5-1, mano. Ele tá 5-1, ainda dá. Ele ainda tem chance, pô. O top 16 tá o quê? O top 16 tá 5-1, cara. Se qualquer um do top 16 perder, ele tá em 38º aqui. Aí ele tá 5-1, ainda dá. Se ele vencer aí alguém do top 16 perder, aí ó, você queria ver os Shifu Tornados aí ó. Toma teu Shifu Tornados aí, mano. Games Edu, do nada Games Edu. Aí ó, você queria o Shifu Tornados, toma teu Shifu Tornados. Mano, duas Crescélias, olha que doido. Não, mas ô Marlon, esse não foi escolha do chat não, não foi escolha da comunidade não. Esse foi escolha da transmissão mesmo. Quando tá ali, onde tá ali ó, no Table Matches, era pra tá Community Choice, entendeu? Se tivesse Community Choice, aí sim seria escolha da comunidade. Mas como é no Table Match, é a própria transmissão que escolhe. Aí ó, mano, o Shifu, Tornados, Indeed, Flutter, ó, Iron Crown e o depois de Máscara de Fogo contra Incineroar, o Shifu, Flutter, o Repão Máscara de Fogo, Raging Bolt e Rillaboom. Marlow, qual a chance desse Jonathan ter trago o Shifu Dark? Ia ser muito engraçado. Tem que ser o Shifu de água, mas ia ser muito engraçado se fosse o Shifu Dark. Ia ser muito engraçado.
And the big was hanging away. Zhang was using it as well versus Eric Rios in our earlier match.
Não, eu tô ligado que tem que ser o Diabo. Tem 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tem 6. Tem 6 Urshifuis.
So yeah, when you're both using a tried and tested team, then it starts to become a bit about skill and player difference.
2? Não, era um só.
Really interesting because you need to start making those
O
calls.
Shifui Tornados era um só. Opa, meu Deus do céu. Quase que eu derrubo o Shifui Tornados é um só aqui, pô. Quer ver? Vou até voltar aqui a transmissão pra mim aqui.
Sure those plushies are lurking in some backpack somewhere cheering on their beloved trainers. Indeed, Iron Crown, I'm very pleased that we're able to showcase this for everyone at home, because if you're not familiar with this strategy,
Só tinha Shifui Tornados que foi escolhido.
Size Spam also is called setting up the psychic terrain with Indeedee, and then expanding force hits both targets on the other side of the field. And hits them hard as well. It's a really powerful move, not least because Iron Crown often gets a boost to its special attack.
É o que foi escolhido. Não, só tinha um. Eu voltei aqui a transmissão, só tinha um.
And dark types, more notably, like Incineroar, that will be totally immune to that damage. But looking at Marcus's team, it remains to be seen whether there'll be any resistances or immunities that Marcus has to offer in the face of a really threatening Joe. And of course, indeed, it can also go something like Helping Hand just to boost the damage further.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential options both these trainers have. You can argue so many arguments for all 6 of the Pokemon that could come versus either of them, to be honest. So Marcus, though, I mean, like, I would love to just kind of see inside Marcus's head for like 30 seconds, just to kind of see all of the kind of thoughts that are going on, like, constantly, right? Just,
I don't think anyone would understand it, that's the thing. It makes sense only to Marcus, he's just operating on a higher plane. But Jonathan can absolutely do that too.
100% there, yes, definitely. Jonathan has proven himself being that regional champion that he knows he is, and a very strong trainer too. And the heart of the UK scene as well. I know good friends with Dillium as well, seeing getting that finalist position in the UIC 2024. And speaking of the accolades, there they are on your screen for your pleasure.
Yeah, you called it out, David. The Harrogate Regional Champion from 2019 over on Jonathan's side of the field. Now, these accomplishments there from 2020 to 2019, so, but Jonathan is still around and still achieving fantastic results.
Hoje tu viajou. O Shifui Tornado só tinha um. O Shifui tinha vários. Mas o Shifui Tornado junto só tinha esse aí. Esse Jonathan. Só ele.
It might be more pressure playing on stage under those stage lights, but at the same time, what a wonderful opportunity to be up there in front of everyone, playing the game that you love so much,
cara. Já consegui 2 shines.
To just relishing that too.
Uma chance de eu conseguir terceiro hoje. Ia ser legal. Ia ser muito legal. Olha, ele foi campeão. Ele foi top 4 mundial ali. A última vez que um jogou foi em 2016, o outro foi em 2020. Tá, o time do mano Jonathan Marston. O Shifu de Água Foxsash, Indeedee de Rock Helmet, Fluttermane de Choice Pass, Orrepon de Máscara de Fogo, Tornados de Covid Cloak e Iron Crown de Boost Energy. Esse é o time do mano Jonathan. O combinho mais insuportável do meta atual, o Shifu e Tornados. Ah lá, ele é ele. Jurava que era um Tornados. Embaixo que tava tudo. Nossa, já pensou? Um mega do Tornados ia ser doido. Ó, eu cogitei aqui. Aqui no canal em live que no especial de 30 anos, das 2 uma, ou ia vir todos os jogos da geração passada pro Switch, ou eles iam lançar a PW3 com Megas. Já pensou um Mega Tornados? Nossa! Ia ser absurdo de cinema. Time do Marcos, o Shifu de Mistura, Incineroar de Citrus Berry, Fluttermane de Push Energy, Orrepon Máscara de Fogo, Killaboom de Assault Vest e Reagindo de Life Orb. Tá, esse...
equalizes them basically. And so Fluttermane's normally the
Cara, ele tem Thunderbolt e Thunderclap. Thunderclap é prioridade, mas ele não tem chuva pra bater bem. Mega de Pokémon suporte tá demais, beleza. Ué, qual o problema? Tem gente reclamando, mas a Mega da Audi não acabou sendo precisa. Não precisa de chuva. Não, eu sei, mas seria bom, né? O T-Bolt bateria melhor, né? Eu sei que o Thunderclap é prioridade. Eu tô vendo que ele quer bater bem forte com esse Reagindo. Mega Audi não é inútil. Então, mas é aquilo. O pessoal acabou gostando, acabou aceitando, de certa forma.
Instead, so perhaps a little bit more flexible, and of course there would be regulations to F without a Raging Bolt on the field. So, Swiss round 7 here at the Birmingham Regional Championships, everybody. This is our penultimate round of Phase 1, so let's lock in as these two incredible trainers take the stage. Jonathan Marston versus Marcus Harmon. Raging Bolt and Incineroar staring off against Indeedee and Fluttermane.
Oh wow, okay, so Indeedee going straight away for the psychic surgery, not paired with its typical iron ground, but it's going to be that Fluttermane instead. Indeedee showing it is.
Aí já pensou uma Mega Audi não ganha campeonato? Aí eu queria ver. Aí todo mundo ia pagar pau pra Mega Audi.
Dishing out that damage, just kind of chip everything into range of what you've got in the back, could be a really nice and pretty just safe option here. None of the Terror types on Marcus can resist Fairy either. So just a helping hand Dazzling Gleam or a Follow Me Dazzling Gleam just looks really strong just to kind of get damage on the board. And Marcus can't respond with Fake Out or any sort of defensive Terror.
Tá. Derruba esse... Ô Marrom, se o Raging Bolt não tivesse protegido, ia derrubar o Raging Bolt, esse Dazzling Green bufado com Help Hand?
Shot. This is not something a choice bet Fluttermane wants to see. Of course, it has no utility to be able to boost up its special attack again. It's now been dropped. Now Marcus can switch something else in. So this
não, se não fosse pelo Protect, o Pokémon que foi banido do Mega Mawile ou Mega Rayquaza. Era uma... Ué, então ele queria deixar na range, se pá? Pra forçar ele inteiro alguma coisa?
Gives you maybe more of an opportunity to try and KO it past the Citrus Berry instead later. But as you say, Charlie, sometimes it's quite good to get it out of the way now instead, so that you know at least it's gone for future turns. So looks like Oakabon is the switch in instead, being a half lane, but it's going to depend on the training as to whether it can still actually survive the onslaught that this Fluttermane has.
Tá, trouxe o Gipon. Vai teralizar o Gipon aqui? É, porque aqui é muito conveniente o Gipon bater, né?
Indeedee actually still has Psychic and looks just really strong generally into the overall offense, because you need something that can still hit this Oakapon half flame, which is the main thing that can resist the fairy moves that can come out. And being that Sword Stance, it's a really tempting thing to go for right now. So Jonathan needs to punish that somehow before it gets completely out of hand, and going for Psychic could just be that.
Will that be what Jonathan is thinking along the lines of, well, for now, Mark is going for Terrafire on the Oakmon, of course, has to be Terrafire. Oakmon, whichever mask it's holding, will determine the Terror type it has, and it will determine the boost in stat when it goes to that Terror. So the attack boost thanks to the embody aspect now. Raging Bolt takes a heap of damage from the Dazzling Gleam, and let's bear in mind this Fluttermane is at -1. Now Oakmon can respond
with a teralizou, vai levar o quê? Indeedee? É. Nossa, gritou na Indeedee.
Cudgel, of course, does have that boosted critical hit chance.
And now the Raging Bolt can respond with that Thunderbolt. Now with the Life Orb, though, boosted, it's going to do a lot of damage, and that's a 2-hit KO on Fluttermane, which is normally a very bulky, especially defensive Pokemon. Now, Jonathan does have the opportunity to switch something in here, obviously. Marcus, I wonder if he has the Rillaboom in the back. If he's got it, it's a really nice switch in here to be able to get that Grassy Glide, have that priority, and just kind of basically snipe the Fluttermane before it can go for any sort of attack here, which is not yet revealed. But now probably feels more confident about bringing in, seeing as the Indeedee's gone.
Of course, Marcus might be expecting that Jonathan has an Iron Crown lurking at the back, having led the Indeedee, but we've just seen that Jonathan has no such thing. No, there's no Iron Crown in this matchup, and maybe this is a game plan that Jonathan has honed, priming your opponent to expect that the Iron Crown is at the back, when in fact, no, maybe Marcus is playing around unnecessarily.
Yeah, that's a good point. The information game is so crucial here. Of course, Jonathan doesn't know what's in the back of Marcus either. Either way, this Flux is still going to be pretty strong, but if it is threatened by, say, like that grassy glide that's in the back, assuming that then goes down, then what does your Urshifu do into this turn? Starting strikes is looking great now because the grass typing has gone from this
Algepon, cara, o Algepon gritou bonito aqui, tá?
Risk that trade at this point.
It is indeed the Rillaboom, David, who's going to be providing this lovely meadow on the field. It's overwriting the psychic terrain. That grassy surge is now in play. Thunderclap, though, able to be super effective into the Urshifu, bringing it right down to its focus sash, meaning that Urshifu is able to get off at least one attack here, but will that attack be enough? And where was that Urshifu targeting? Dazzling Gleam is going off next. That's saying sayonara to Raging Bolt, Marcus having lost that crucial piece in regulation set F. So both trainers down to 3 Pokemon here.
Cara, agora não é possível que não venha perfeito do jeito que eu preciso. Porque os dois poucos que eu tô fazendo tá perfeito aqui, pô. Eu só preciso, cara, eu só preciso que venha perfeito agora na Speed, só isso. Os dois Weezing que eu tenho tá perfeitinho. Só falta Speed, só a Speed. Um tem Speed e o outro não. Então o filhote tem que vir com Speed. Se o filhote vier, cara, mas eu já tô feliz que eu consegui um Coffin Shine, cara. Eu vou guardar esse bicho, eu vou mandar ele pro home. Assim que eu conseguir comprar um Scarlet Violet ou Sword and Shield, cara, eu vou meter Hyper Train nesse bicho. Vou mudar a natureza, vou colocar Hyper Train. Esse bicho vai ser meu Weezing, cara. Na moral, mano, cara, eu consegui um Coffin Shine, cara, que alegria. E no mesmo dia eu consegui um Monkey Shine. Caraca, mano, que da hora. Pô, deixa eu só fazer uma coisa. Estamos às 7 horas e 46 de live. Desde já, muito obrigado aí por todo mundo. Deixa eu perguntar uma coisa. Marlon, Julian, quem souber responder aí. Uma dúvida que eu tenho. É possível fazer time counter pro ginásio em Firehead Leaf Green seguindo a jornada normalmente? Eu sei que pro Brock é possível, agora pra mim e pro resto eu não sei. Tem pokés antes da rota ou durante a rota da cidade que countera eles? Porque o do Brock eu tô ligado, em Viridian você consegue a esquerda de Viridian você consegue um Monkey, então você consegue counterar o ginásio do Brock. Se você começa com o Squirtle, melhor ainda, mas se você não começar, você tem um Monkey na rota na esquerda ali, perto da liga, mais ou menos ali, que já countera o Brock. A Mish é água, né? Você consegue deixa eu ver.
Defensively is the most important way that you want to play this, because you want to be able to resist the fire moves, obviously, this Ivy controlling Pokemon on the other side can dish out, but you need to be careful of the high horsepower that could follow up instead. So it's going to depend so much on this turn, basically. But Marcus has
tá, você consegue Pikachu.
Reduce the amount of variability that could come out from Jonathan.
Very easy switch in here in the face of Jonathan's two physical attackers, dropping their attacks down, and they're not hitting as hard. Although the Urshifu, of course, will still hit through with the critical hit, surging strikes. That damage will not be mitigated. Finally, time for Jonathan to go for this terror. Really fantastic that Jonathan was able to conserve this for later in the game, just knowing which piece would be crucial in order to try and clinch the victory. Going to be very tight margin between these two incredible trainers. Can Jonathan perhaps turn it round? For Jonathan, going for Follow Me again. Marcus does not have access to Follow Me here. Just the Ivy Cudgel, big
querendo ou não, você consegue, né?
and this Terrifier into Jonathan's own
Nossa.
Good thing he went for the terrestrialization because that would have been a neutral hit otherwise rather than resisted and would have just cleanly knocked it off the field. Surging strikes, of course, now enough to take care of this Oakmon, but Marcus still has the Rillaboom in the back.
Some good information kind of revealed there as well, in that Jonathan's Urshifu is actually faster than Marcus's Oakmon, which is not always the case.
Da Mish tem como, você consegue uma Butterfree, você consegue Kakuna, Bitril, né, no caso. Tá, da Mish dá pra counterar. Do Tenente Surge. Tenente Surge. Tem a Caverna de Eclipse, que é durante a rota, querendo ou não.
Yeah, just sorting out the fake out term from this freshly switched in Rillaboom here, and then we take things from there.
A Erika é planta.
But the Urshifu looking a little bit healthier than the rest of them, as fake out was attempted down into that Urshifu slot. You may as well go for it just in case Jonathan doesn't go for the double tap.
A Erika você também consegue bem antes. Depois vem Sabrina. Consegue.
Marcus still has the priority,
Aí vem o Koga.
and with that grassy terrain recovery, this Rillaboom's most likely now out of grassy
Consegue.
glide range, and therefore you can't secure, you can't
Blame.
get the grassy glide off, and into the Urshifu and just KO.
Consegue.
Now, talking about Acrojet, but actually Jonathan's Urshifu doesn't even have Acrojet, it's got Taunt instead
E o
to
Giovanni.
get around it. So,
Cara,
yeah, to save this Urshifu,
é possível, velho.
that needs to do the damage in the Incineroar,
Nossa, que doideira. É possível.
so that you can actually KO the Incineroar, which is now Burger Citrus Berry from earlier.
It might all come down to this turn.
É possível counterar todos os ginásios antes e durante as rotas no Firehead. Caraca, que doideira, cara.
So Marcus is left with the Rillaboom on its lonesome. And heading into the next turn, maybe Jonathan's two Pokemon against Marcus.
Você consegue, nossa, você consegue counterar todos.
Yeah, this has been a real turnaround for Jonathan actually.
Você consegue, mano, você consegue alterar todos os ginásios, tudo, antes e durante as rotas. Que doideira, eu não sabia disso.
Especially now the grass terrain is gone. I mean, either way here, it's just Ivy Cudgel and it is that close combat to kind of.
Eu tava vendo aqui, eu tava parando pra pensar aqui, porque o Brock eu counterei, né, o primeiro ginásio eu counterei. O primeiro ginásio eu counterei por causa do Monkey.
Really good showing from Jonathan, even when it looked like it wasn't going in their direction. But what would you like to see, David, heading into game 2?
Eu counterei por causa do Monkey, então foi rapidinho. Aí eu tava vendo se da Mish em diante dá pra counterar, e dá. Todos os ginásios dá pra counterar. Que você pra ir pra... Você pra ir pro ginásio do... Da... Esqueci o nome dela. Da Sabrina, você tem que passar por Lavender, né? Se eu não me engano. Você tem que passar por Lavender. E você tem que ter feito a quest lá do... Você tem que ter feito a missão lá do cassino, lá na cidade da Erika. Ou seja, você libera a Lavender Tower. Ou seja, você consegue Poké Fantasma lá. O Koga depois, você consegue também. O Blaine, você consegue também. Logo no começo lá na cidade de Pilter, eu acho. No centro Pokémon de Pilter, o cara vende um Gyarados, um Magikarp. E o Giovanni, cara, o Giovanni também, você consegue. O Tenente Surge também você consegue. Nossa, mano, dá pra counterar todos. Doideira. E eu descobrindo o que já existia há anos.
But Urshifu is in a strong position to start dishing out the damage that it needs to. And with close combat lowering your defenses, because you're focused, I shouldn't mind that as much. What you do need to be careful of, though, is if Marcus does end up switching into that Rillaboom now, because Jonathan has let the Indeedee shown his cards now, and so we'll definitely lose the terrain war unless Indeedee wants to come out to then be brought back in later on in the game.
Exactly that. Just have to pivot these pieces around in the revolving door, as Okamon will be joining the field in the stead of the Ndidi now. So, Incineroar now switching for Marcus. There's not going to be a parting shot here, just the manual switch this time around. As Rillaboom, there it is, just coming in and overwriting that terrain.
Tá. Então esse Rillaboom vai disputar terreno.
Okay, a really good switch, and obviously you definitely want that versus Urshifu, and definitely
O Shifu de Protect, não de Detect.
There's the Thunderbolt going into that slot either. A great call from Marcus to deal a lot of damage to that Okamon, bringing it just over half damage. That is still so powerful for a resisted hit here. We've got a little bit of reveal of speed interactions there. Not a huge deal there, because Okamon is almost always faster than the Raging Bolt, but just to be sure. But now we've got another terrain mind game, Charlie. Indeed, he could just come in straight away once again, and Urshifu could do it for the damage. But it's probably not Urshifu that you want to stay in at the moment, because you risk Incineroar coming in, lowering your damage for the close combat, and then Raging Bolt just sits there taking so many hits really well. So you might want to actually switch out Urshifu at the moment and preserve that, or you kind of go on the offensive, because you need to start dealing damage at some point.
You do. These trainers know what's on the line here. Of course, they stand their ticket in today too, but the better record you have in Phase 1, the more smoothly Phase 2, the more mistakes you can afford heading into that latter stage of the competition. Incineroar switching in instead right now, again, to provide this Intimidate. Urshifu can just get critical hits right through that as long as he uses his Surging Strikes move. But cannot be said for the close combat. Will be the call here. Surging Strikes into what was a Rillaboom would have been not very effective. Of course, it means that Incineroar is going to be able to have the barrier. There's no way the Incineroar is going to be knocked out by the Surge Boot here. But again, it's softening it up so much, heading into successive turns. So a very rude welcome for this Incineroar as Rillaboom got in on out of there. And now the Thunderbolt again, super effective into Jonathan's Urshifu, bringing it all the way down to its focus slash.
That was an amazing call there from Jonathan, honestly. Like, just Rillaboom that's just
Normalmente vem na
freshly
flor
switched
dele,
in,
né?
right? That is just so tempting.
Não, mas
Fake
como
out, go for cross,
nesse método o Shifu precisa ficar com...
for instance, that could come in, like, very tempting. But again, Marcus kind of switching out his fake out user on the turn that it was on the field for the second time in the same game. And Jonathan calls it really nicely, and super hard punishes it now, getting a lot of damage onto Incineroar. That's now in range of whatever Fluttermane probably wants to go for in terms of Snary moves or anything else that probably wants to go for too. So, and Jonathan's also been able to not switch his Indeedee yet, which was obviously a piece that he probably wanted a little bit more often in that previous game. That would have maybe closed things up a little bit nicer. But we're still in front of a Raging Bolt that's delishing out a lot of damage and it's very bulky. So Jonathan needs to start applying pressure onto it at the moment, and this might be Marcus going for a responding terror.
Really nice that the Fluttermane is now not parting shotted and is going to be able to deal with this Incineroar before it gets that parting shot off. So it keeps it choice specs, all shiny and sparkly and ready to dish out just as much damage as it ever could. The fake out meaning that Urshifu is just going to go down so much for flinching. It was on such low HP anyway. It's going to be enough to secure the KO. And now the Moonblast into Raging Bolt, no longer super effective, but it's still so much damage. You can see the dividends that the choice specs plays. Responding with the Terra Electric boosted Thunderbolt now into the Fluttermane. It's known more for its special defense, and it is able to take that hit with just a sliver of HP remaining. Both of those past Paradox Pokemon staring each other across the field. They've been brought down oh so low, but will they become a thing of the past?
It's a really good question, Charlie. It was a really good call from Marcus there. So Jonathan kind of calling the terrain-based play in that previous turn by going, oh, you're going to switch out your Rillaboom here, you want to preserve it. And Marcus going, you're not going to switch in your Indeedee though, and just goes for the raw fake out into a non-protecting Urshifu, and it just goes instantly down, losing such a key piece that Jonathan could have easily swapped or just protected, showing the mind games and the level of that complexity here that's going on between these two trainers. Now Jonathan's flicking really, really hard here, because if you go to Indeedee, Marcus could just switch in Rillaboom. So if you go Okamon first and then have the option of Indeedee going back in, you keep the mind games guessing for Marcus as well, so that he can't safely win the terrain war either. Now, Okamon with Follow Me here looks very strong, right? Because you can redirect away a Thunderclap potential. And when you redirect away a Thunderclap, it doesn't actually do any damage to the redirecting Pokemon because you're using a status move. So that's immediately on the board at the moment. That frees up this Fluttermane to just continue Moonblasting. And into the Raging Bolt, that looks really strong. Unfortunately, you're not onto Dazzling Gleam, which would be a little bit better bit here, but still Moonblast is great. Marcus just needs to make the decision
Lembrando que amanhã tem mais.
go on the offensive.
Tomara que comece no horário, né?
Or go for the protect and maybe switch this Incineroar out to refresh some fake out. As soon as you do that, you're giving up the terrain more again. There's so much going on, Charlie.
Well, there's no follow me. Marcus makes another call there. The thunderclap into the flutter main. So a big KO there for Marcus, and Jonathan brought down to their final two Pokemon. And this means, of course, that Marcus has won the terrain war. The Indeedee is going to come in and set the Psychic Terrain, but after that, just going to be grassy all the way from here on out. Ivy Cudgel, of course, enough to deal with this Raging Bolt. So Marcus now with the Pokemon advantage 3-2. Jonathan won our first game, trainers, if you're just tuning in. If Marcus wins this one, then we are going to a Game 3 here in Swiss Round 7 of the Birmingham Regional Championships. Ogabon, of course, now cannot reset that attack drop either. There's no Sword Stance for Jonathan. It is Follow Me, and you cannot switch it out. Jonathan down to their final two Pokemon.
Yes, a really good switch there with Parting Shot, and it could just come in straight away for the next turn too. So yeah, Ogabon being revealed as the last makes a lot of sense here, and you probably want to bring in your Incineroar once again to make sure you do indeed win the terrain war, because if Gorilla Beam is faster than the Indeedee, then the Indeedee will get the Psychic Terrain instead here. So it's come down to the last two Pokemon again. Game 1, we did not see the speed interactions between the two Ogapon still, so there's still all to play for, but Marcus definitely has a huge advantage at the moment, being one Pokemon up, given the speed interactions that can still happen here, and you've got an intimidated Ogapon on top of that too. But critical hits can still happen, and even at -2 attack, Ogapon has the opportunity to go for that Terra and start dealing the damage it needs to. It is certainly not over when you've got an Ogapon half-flame.
All the less so when you have Helping Hand available on your Indeedee boosting up the damage. Yes, the Ogapon's at -2. They could still potentially sweep through, especially with a Rillaboom lurking in the back. So Marcus still has to think very carefully if they definitely want to secure their spot heading into Swiss Round 8, the final one of Phase 1 with an undefeated record.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line right now. 6-0 is great, but 7-0 is definitely better here. Marcus at the moment can still play this very safe, switching into that Rillaboom, and even if you go down, you still means you've got the grassy terrain ability here, and it means you can get in your Intimidate and turn again with your Incineroar in the following turn. But looks like that's not going to happen here. Jonathan going straight on the offensive instead, with that in Body Aspect.
Body Aspect boosting up the attack of this Ogapon, and again, as you say, David, boosting critical hit chance on the Ivy Cudgel as well. And if there's one thing that can turn it around, it would be a Helping Hand boosted Terra Ogapon with the crit chance of Ivy Cudgel. But it will be Marcus going first. That could be confirmation that Marcus is faster, or it could be a speed tie. Remains to be seen. Ivy Cudgel now coming out from Jonathan's own into Incineroar. Will this be enough for the KO? No, it's not. There's no critical hit there either. Knockoff now into the Ogapon. That's going to be enough to secure the KO. Indeed, he is not a Pokemon known for its damage output, so it looks like Marcus has secured himself for Game 3.
Yeah, 100% now, to be honest. Psychic is it's a good move, but it can't touch Incineroar at all. So this is definitely a lock now for Marcus. And yeah, a definite Game 3 as well. So really well played from Marcus at the moment there, because you saw how he was just able to make those calls exactly when it counted. But those calls weren't necessarily calls that were super risky either. He was already slightly ahead and just was playing it a little bit safe there. Now, just because I wanted to talk about that turn where we saw the thunderclap into that flutter lane, right? It looked like a call, but actually, if it goes wrong and Ogapon goes for Follow Me, you know Ogapon's then not attacking, and as well as say Raging Bolt not attacking, and so then Flutter Mane maybe at maximum gets a KO on either the Incineroar or the Raging Bolt, and then you can still bring in something fairly safely after that, like your own Ogapon, and it's still definitely not over from there. You still have the option of going for Grassy Glide, possibly switch in, so it was more risky for Jonathan to go for the play that he did rather than Marcus did for that. So when you're playing that risk management game, you've got to work out how much you feel like you can afford to go for the risk, and whether you feel like your opponent needs to go for the risk as well. God, there's so many layers there.
There certainly are, and it's those layers that you have to think deeply into in order to be in as fantastic a position as these two trainers on stage here, Jonathan Boston and Marcus Harmon. It all comes down to this final game between them, the Swiss Round 7 at the Birmingham Regional Championships here. So, was it the same four Pokemon we saw from both trainers as in Game 1? I think it was. It seems like they're fairly locked in on their game plan. Even though it was a different lead from Jonathan in that game, we had Urshifu rather than Flutter Mane in the lead, which I would say would have worked out relatively well for Jonathan, but then did end up losing. So, going back to the Flutter Mane and the Indeedee that worked so well for Jonathan in Game 1 as Incineroar and Ogapon for Marcus.
Yeah, so Marcus actually switching up for the third time in terms of his leads there. Yeah, Jonathan going back to what won him that Game 1 instead. Now, Terra coming out is not going to matter against these two targets. But it makes sense that Marcus is actually bringing the one Pokemon that does resist Fairy, which makes it not completely safe for Jonathan to just lock into a Fairy move. Now doing minimal to Oakmon and risking it, he's trying to set up on it as well. But you've got to be afraid of the Psychic that can still punish that too. So, but anyway, I still like this play from Jonathan. Even if a Rillaboom comes in, you're still a Fluttermane. You're still immune to Fake Out. Even if you might kind of go down, you're at least going to be trading damage, say with a really powerful Shadow Ball that might come out into this Oakmon.
Well, Terrestrialization immediately on the very first turn of Swiss Round 7 here. Marcus' Oakmon has gone for his Terra, and that means it's going to get another boost to its attack, just like it had done in previous games. The Ivocardle's going to be hitting all the harder, especially with that boosted critical hit chance. The Helping Hand, though, this is a play that Jonathan loves to go for. Boosting up the move of its ally Pokemon. The Shadow Ball is not resisted into the Oakmon. Will it be enough for the KO? No! The Oakmon is hanging on. I don't know if that's a calculation Marcus knew, but seems fairly confident that it was going to hang on. Now they're responding Ivy Cudgel. That's good.
Down. That is a one-hit KO, and that is a massive damage dealer for Jonathan. Just totally removed from the equation, and now Indeedee just affording the Incineroar the opportunity to switch on out of there.
Wow, it was a good call from Jonathan. I think like there's definitely a lot of Ogapons that can go down to that Helping Hand Shadow Ball, but maybe there's not quite enough special attack critting on the Fluttermane. Maybe it's just a little bit of cheeky bulk on Marcus's Ogapon's end. But I can understand from Jonathan's perspective, knowing from Game 2 that his Ogapon is actually slower than Marcus's Ogapon, you might feel like it's a little bit more of a frailer Ogapon. And so you might feel like it will go down to that Shadow Ball, but yeah, just clinging on that. It'd be really interesting to know how much of a chance that was to actually KO or not. And now you can see Marcus is able to bring in that Rillaboom when Jonathan's Indeedee is also stuck on the field as well, which is massive here. But Jonathan has brought things back before, and Oakmon Half-Flame is in a decent position here. Going for that Terra will be able to make it resist a lot of hits going into the following turn. So it's certainly not over. And that Shadow Ball is not wasted either. You know, 90% damage is a good amount of damage.
Yeah, 90%, and that Ogapon could be out of there as well as Marcus's Terra option. So, great information heading into this next turn, as Ogapon will be flinching in the face of the Rillaboom's Fake Out here. The Ogapon's Ivy Cudgel over from Marcus's, and it kind of just has its choice of targets right now, just hitting wherever it wants, because even resisted, I mean, look at all of that damage into the Urshifu. A two-hit knockout, doesn't matter that it's not very effective. All you're trying to do is empty those health bars.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage there, my goodness. So Urshifu now in a decent position here to be able to try and Surging Strike to that Ogapon, but in the face of that Grassy Glide threat, you really need to have that Indeedee switch in to make sure you can deny that. And you can definitely do that this turn, but you are still facing two grass types, not just one. So either of Marcus's targets can KO this Urshifu. So you've got a question. Do you go for that? Do you switch to your Indeedee and then KO something? Or do you predict Marcus to double up into that Urshifu to do that and protect your Urshifu to kind of catch that play and actually attack with your Ogapon Half-Flame and get up some free damage?
Well, right now it's just going to be Incineroar switching in and reducing the attack stat of the Ogapon and Urshifu over on Jonathan's side of the field. Of course, critical hits would hit right through that, but Urshifu will just be scanning out from behind its protect now. So Ogapon, Ivy Cudgel resisted into Marcus's own Ogapon, but thanks to that big damage from Fluttermane earlier on in the game, still enough to secure the KO and still enough to remove the terrestrialization option for Marcus from contention altogether.
So yeah, kind of a mid-ground play from Jonathan, actually. So obviously, we didn't see Marcus actually go for that Grassy Glide, so kind of making that call that Jonathan would kind of cover for that, and still gets in another Fake Out Pokemon in Incineroar, which is a really nice play. But Jonathan, crucially, still has that Indeedee in the back, which is really nice. But something that Marcus can do here is bring in his fourth Pokemon, say that Raging Bolt, which he's been bringing all this time, and then because your Incineroar is quite slow, you can then switch to Rillaboom, and know that you'll always be switching last to get your terrain if Jonathan wants to go and switch to their Indeedee this turn. So, because of that play, like, you know, you can't necessarily get up the Psychic terrain that you want. But then if you're switching Incineroar, then you are you're not going for Fake Out at the same time. So you might want to say switch your Raging Bolt back out instead and then go for Fake Out with Incineroar, but then you're not doing a lot of damage. So actually Jonathan with Oakmon and Urshifu, a very good duo, is actually in a decent position here. But without Fluttermane, your damage options into Raging Bolt is very limited at the moment. So maybe we can see Jonathan wanting to try and maybe go for a Terra Stellar Close Combat potentially into the Raging Bolt, because otherwise you've got to rely on Ogapon's just naturally good attack to do it.
So fantastically expressed there, David. But what is coming in from the back now for Jonathan? It will indeed be that Indeedee overwriting the grassy terrain, just so that Marcus might be able to overwrite it in a successive turn, but meaning that Fake Out, of course, would be null and void if that were to come into play. The terrestrialization option now will be the Urshifu for Jonathan, going for his Terra Stella, giving a one-time boost to every individual type of move that this Urshifu could so choose to go for. With Aurora Victory, let's see if it's enough to secure the game for Jonathan here. Yep, that was the Fake Out. Indeedee, though, protected, and now a Terra Stella boosted Surging Strikes. Will it be the one that will surge Jonathan all the way to winning Swiss round 7 here, trainers? It all comes down to this. This is our decisive game 3. It's just going to be Incineroar down and out for the count, as long as it can hit through the recovery from this berry, and it actually might look like this Urshifu is going to just fall short here. No, just enough. I reckon that came down to literally the minutest calculation of HP there, but it does mean that Jonathan will have won the terrain war here. But Raging Bolt for Marcus, it could still turn things around. Super effective Thunderbolt into the Urshifu, and that is the terrestrialization option down and out. But maybe that Urshifu has done all it needs to.
It's done a lot of damage, but it's not into the Raging Bolt, which is a really crucial piece that is just sitting there with so much damage potential behind it, and with just a really nice natural dragon typing that resists the fire and grass moves that this Ogerpon can do. And also Marcus is in a really nice position to kind of go for Fake Out this turn, so a really safe Fake Out into the Ogerpon, and you can kind of just target down the Raging Bolt with just some really decent damage. Or alternatively, you can just Fake Out the Indeedee because you know it's a target that can't protect, and you could just Dragon Pulse the Ogerpon as well. So Jonathan's got his back against the wall here.
Yeah, Marcus showing why their victories in previous years are no fluke. So fantastic, such fantastic skill that Marcus has access to. Yes, the Spike Shield will deal a little bit of recoil damage to the Rillaboom here. The Thunderbolt, critical hit too into the Indeedee, brought down oh so low. The Life Orb putting in work. Now it's going to have to take a Psychic for its troubles. All we can see is the neck because Raging Bolt is such a tall Pokemon. But yeah, it looks like slowly but surely this game is coming to a wrap. And Marcus has gone from losing that very first game to potentially being able to win the successive 2. Again, the mark of a tried and tested trainer to be able to just not get tilted, keep their head in the game.
But it's not over when it's over, because Ogerpon Half Flame is very powerful, and you can see what Jonathan's gone for there. It's a powerful option. When you've got Woodhammer in the grassy terrain that's already been provided, thanks to Marcus's Rillaboom, it's more powerful than an Ivy Cudgel here. And into a Raging Bolt that's maybe not protecting, this could be enough.
The Indeedee, the Grassy Glide, means that it's going to be going down. Everything comes down now to this Ogerpon Half Flame, and this could be, you can see Jonathan with hands clasped together. Is this going to be enough damage in the grassy terrain? The Woodhammer! It's enough for the KO, and Marcus head in hand with the critical hit to boot. I would not be surprised if that Woodhammer mattered. Head in hands for totally different reasons on either side of the table. Jonathan in glee, Marcus in disappointment, as now the Ogerpon has an incredible matchup, of course, into Marcus's Rillaboom. Wow, what a topsy-turvy game, David. It's just gone left and right. The ship has been swaying this way and that, but maybe now it's finally settled in Jonathan's favor.
Yeah, it certainly has, and Marcus knows it. Jonathan Mustard is your winner.
Well, wowee, David. So well played by Jonathan and so well played by Marcus. Right up until the very end of that game, we were saying, well, it looks like Marcus has locked this up here. But yeah, the critical hit, do you think the critical hit mattered from that Woodhammer to secure the KO?
I think it depends on the training of that Raging Bolt, honestly.
Yeah.
And I'd imagine if you're a Life Orb set, you're maybe wanting to go with a bit more special attack in your investment and maybe not as much in your bulk. I could be wrong, but I think it would have been very close either way. And it also depends on the training of the Ogerpon on Jonathan's end as well. How much attack have you given it as well in those valuable base points as well? It may have all added up as well. Very interesting to know, but there's a lot of multipliers there. Helping Hand, grassy terrain, Woodhammer just being very powerful as well. And Raging Bolt, yeah, it's got decent defense, but it was only on 55%-ish. It may well have just dropped.
Wow. Oh, wow. And that it just goes to show, you've just got to play to your outs, because Jonathan there could, on a turn earlier than that or a turn or two earlier than that, decided, okay, no, this is just going to be a wrap here. but just staying firm and showing that it's not over, as you said, David, until it's over. And Marcus Harmon has been felled. Jonathan Marston, of course, a trainer who has fantastic results to their name as well, just keeping their head in the game and showing what can be achieved if you just play right through to the bitter end. But it did go to a 3-game set there, trainers, and both trainers did such a good job of trying to keep their opponent in check.
Yeah, it was so well played, wasn't it? Like, again, Marcus just seemed to be on the front foot for a lot of that game 3 after that Fluttermane just went down turn 1 after hoping for a KO trade at least there. Didn't get the KO at all on that Ogerpon, and it just dropped that Ivy Contra instantly. All your damage gone. But yeah, if you just keep adding up that damage, that's what we've seen from Urshifus generally as well. Surging Strikes is just such a good move. It can put things in range or even start KOing things.
Voltei. É o quê? Boa sorte. Pokémon bom e competitivo são porque boa parte? Não sei. É uma ótima pergunta, Oso.
You're going to want to go back in the stream to make sure you catch up on Swiss round 7.
Jonathan
Marston versus Marcus Harmon. The upset, Jonathan Marston has beaten Marcus Harmon. One of 2 of the best trainers in the world, and of course the EU region here facing up against each other in Birmingham. Jonathan potentially with the home and turf advantage. Now, not all is down and out for Marcus. Of course, Marcus still is stamped their ticket through to phase 2. Whatever happens from here on out, having got those 6 wins. But
incrível como o que com máscara de fogo ganha muita prioridade, né, cara? Eu acho doido.
In order to try and be able to secure your ticket into top cut as well, because very soon it's going to be just elimination from here on out. If you lose, then you're out of the competition, and to try and reach into that top cut, the few losses you have.
Definitely is, Charlie. I think there's a lot on the line every single match you play, but at the end of the day, it's 6 Pokemon versus 6 Pokemon. Everyone's level 50, so it's all fine. And you just got to play your best every opportunity you can, and play to your outs, honestly, as well. That's what we saw Jonathan do. I think in both of the games he won, actually, it seemed like he was very much on the back foot, just turned it around. That's what high momentum teams like Jonathan's team can really do.
Finalmente,
if you're in the exact right position, you already have naturally high offensive stats. It's just the right target, and your opponent just needs to not protect, or you just not switch, or maybe they do switch and you predicted it correctly, and suddenly a game will swing instantly, and that's exactly what we saw happen there.
Wow. Well, I hope you're taking a lot of inspiration from that game, trainers. And it just goes to show, even if you have some similar pieces on the board, you know, you've got your Urshifus a piece, you've got your Oakmon Arthflames a piece, it's the way that you train them that makes all the difference here. Of course, Marcus's Oakmon, for example, had the Swords Dance, whereas Jonathan had Follow Me. And sometimes, when you're bounced against the wall, what you need is that Follow Me just to be able to give your more offensive pieces the wiggle room to be able to attack. So even what might look like a matchup where we've got some similar Pokemon, it's pretty standard stuff. It's all in the trading, it's all in the moveset, it's all in the abilities, the held items, etc. And it's that nuance that keeps us coming back time after time to this game.
It 100% does. I mean, let's
finalmente! Finalmente o Spiritomb! Nossa, finalmente eu consegui no Brilliant Diamond, finalmente! Nossa, finalmente, finalmente! Nossa, cara! Finalmente eu consegui! Nossa, que alívio! Oh. Nossa, caraca, que alívio que foi achar esse bicho. Finalmente vou poder pegar ele agora, se eu quiser, no Brilliant Diamond aqui. Posso até fazer Shiny Hunt se eu quiser. Mano, agora eu posso só chegar no poço e interagir. Ai, mano, que alívio. Joga Clash Royale? Não jogo faz anos, ô Marlon. Não jogo Clash faz anos. Eu não tenho nem mais minha conta. Eu teria que começar tudo de novo. Engraçado, né? Aqui no Brilliant Diamond eu vou conseguir o Spiritomb e no Platinum eu não vou conseguir. Olha como o mundo é. Qual arena você tava? Cara, Eu não sei, o Marlon, mas eu parei de jogar. O Mega Cavaleiro tinha lançado. Então faz muito tempo que eu não jogo. Muito tempo mesmo. O Mega Cavaleiro estava sendo lançado quando eu parei de jogar. Pois é, pra tu ter noção. Deve ser o que? Uns 5 anos aí, mais ou menos? Ou mais? Tá? Eu tô indo pra Arena 18. Cara, pior que eu não faço a menor ideia de qual arena eu tava. Porque as arenas eram todas, entre aspas, balanceadas, não é igual hoje em dia. A arena que eu tava era uma acima do Lava Round. Na época que o Lava Round ele era em uma arena junto com... Cara, eu consegui todas as cartas dessa arena, menos o Lava Round. O Lava Round era o único que eu não tinha conseguido. Eu fui pra arena seguinte. Agora qual arena que é, eu não lembro. Não faço a menor ideia. Mas não era alta não, acho que era uma das... era baixíssima ainda. Tanto que das raras na época, eu consegui, ó, eu consegui a P.E.K.K.A, eu consegui todas as cartas da época, menos o Lava Round. O Lava Round eu só fui conseguir na metade da arena seguinte, eu acho. E aí foi quando lançou o Mega Cavaleiro. Aí eu parei de jogar. Eu parei de jogar porque eu tava tiltando muito. Tava insalubre de jogar, definitivamente. Qual nota você o meu deck? Bruxa Sombria, Golem, Mega Cavaleiro, Mini P.E.K.K.A, Flash, Zap, Flash, Reagindo, Espírito de Cura. Cara, a bruxa... Pior que a bruxa sombria eu não conheço. A bruxa sombria que invoca os morcegos, essa bruxa sombria? Porque a bruxa ela invoca os esqueletinhos, né, se eu não me engano. Essa sombria é a que invoca. Ah, tá. Eu tô ligado, então eu tô ligado qual é. Tá, o Golem é aquele de 8 de elixir que ele demora, mas ele é aquele bicho que você vai ficar batendo bastante, né? Tá. Mega Cavaleiro é bom, né? Porque ele chega já, o pulo dele é bom. Mini P.E.K.K.A é ótimo. Zap é bom também. Flashes é bom pra cauterar, sei lá, aqueles esqueletinhos, golem e tal. Lenhador, cara, lenhador... Tá, o lenhador eu acho que eu sei. O espírito de cura é um azul transparente? Ou marrom? É aquele que se chegar na torre, ele meio que dá uma explosãozinha amarela. Ah, então não conheço. Esse aí eu não conheço. Pô, mas o teu deck... Pô, qual é a média de elixir do teu deck? Porque parece ser bem alta.
A couple of days ago, I was sort of like, okay, I've actually got to lock in something, and I was testing a few different stuff, and Iron Crown indeed just felt really nice. I also realized, so I've top 85
Caraca, é alta pra caramba,
every
pô.
single time I've had Psychic Surge.
É um deck pesadíssimo, tu tem que saber muito bem o que tu vai fazer. Não, tu deve, acredito eu que tu deve fazer um combinho tipo... Se for pra fazer um combinho, tu deve fazer assim, tipo... Mini P.E.K.K.A lenhador... Ou bruxa sombria com Mega Cavaleiro, aí joga o golem do outro lado. Deve fazer combos assim, né, mais ou menos. Ô, mano, deck pesadinho, mas, ó, não parece um deck ruim, não. Eu não sei como é que é em prática, mas eu não sei como é que é hoje em dia. Então não sei como é que eu daria uma nota. Sim, no 2x começa o caos. Nossa, no 2x tu deve spamar golem horrores, né? Golem e a bruxa, né? Cara, eu tinha um deck. Deixa eu ver se eu lembro do meu deck. Meu deck era. Se eu não me engano, o meu deck era Mini P.E.K.K.A, aquele bichinho voador, acho que era Batedores o nome deles. Eles parecem um monte de gárgula. Parece um monte. Eu acho que umas 3 ou 4 gárgulas. Era o servos, isso. Era servos. Era servos, mini P.E.K.K.A, príncipe. São quantas cartas? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, tá. Então era servos, mini P.E.K.K.A, corredor, o príncipe, a bruxa, o veneno e a máquina de elixir, se eu não me engano. O meu deck era esse. Eu acho que era alguma coisa assim. Era alguma coisa assim, se eu não me engano. Sim, mas na época era bom pra caramba. Que eu fazia o combo. Eu jogava o corredor de um lado e o príncipe do outro. Então o cara tinha que se preocupar. Eu vou deter quem? O corredor ou o príncipe, entendeu? E aí eu pegava a bruxa. Às vezes eu fazia o combo de corredor e bruxa. Pra, né? Os servos e o corredor, entendeu? Era muito legal. Eu falava Go Runner. Eu cismava que era Go Runner. Não, e a mini P.E.K.K.A também era. Eu falava só que é pancake, que ela fala, né? Então, pancake. Eu falava que parecia que ela falava Eu cismava com isso. Mas esse era o meu deck. Tu que deve manjar aí, o Marlon. O meu deck tem quanto de elixir aí? Quanto o custo de elixir dele? Aí tá o Marlon agora indo lá abrindo o Clash Royale pra fazer a média de elixir do meu deck. Tu deve ter, né? Acredito eu, todas as cartas que eu citei, né? Tu deve ser bem viciado no jogo. Era muito engraçado falando. Eu gostava de usar o veneno, porque o veneno, querendo ou não, ele dava um daninho meio, parecia ser insignificante, mas era o dano muito bom pra ficar na range de algumas coisas. Ai, esse aqui também é interessante. Pena que a defesa dele que é ruim. Ah, mano, quase.
The thing that I'm most looking forward to in San Francisco is definitely going to be that we're playing on champions. I think it's so exciting to be able to move into a new game. I think being able to stand at that absolute top echelon of the scene is like one of my goals right now, and I think, the world's win every world's trophy. There's no better way to prove it than that.
Deixa eu ver quanto tempo de live, 8 horas e 27 já.
William Marcelino, WG Box. As a user, it feels unbelievable. I worked so hard in the last 10 years. Like this January marks 10 years of career, and I really wanted to celebrate some way, and I think I found the best way to celebrate.
Mini peça, não perde essa organização do bruxa aí. E o príncipe colocou? Pera, então. Pera. Vamos lá. Mini peca, servos, veneno, corredor, coletor de elixir, príncipe, bruxa. Quem que eu falei? Eu acho que o bebê dragão. Eu acho que era o bebê dragão que eu usava. Como eu não tinha o lava round, eu usei o bebê dragão, acho. Acho que era o bebê dragão que eu usava.
I just fell in love because of her versatility. Okay, a new favorite Pokemon. I always said I had 3 dreams. One was to get streamed on this stage. The second one was to win a major, so like a regional or an international challenge. And the third one is to win worlds. I started playing in the 3rd of January 2015 with the idea I want to be the very best.
E veio com a habilidade que eu queria.
Another brick towards that goal.
4.4? É, altíssimo então. Mas na época o deck quanto mais pesado era melhor. Na época valia a pena ter deck pesado. Que o pessoal jogava golem, o pessoal jogava balão. Entendeu? Às vezes eu colocava a torre ou aquela torre que queima. Às vezes eu colocava aquele negócio que deixa rápido também. Aquela carta que deixa rápida.
We're going to be seeing how well Emily can unscramble these Pokemon names. Play along with us at home. How are you feeling about this one, Emily?
A 4 out of 10.
A 4 out of... Okay. Pretty brutal. Well, let's find out. So we're starting off with this one. Len Hog Dog.
Não, sabe um que eu também gostava pra caramba de usar, que irritava bastante na época? Era o... a lápide. Eu usava a lápide com aquele negócio que acelera. Que era insuportável.
What Pokemon is double G's?
You're gonna have to make it rain.
Goldengo. Não, Goldengo.
That one's good.
Okay, we're seeing how this works. That's your teaser, that's your pilot. But now it's time for number 2.
Lápide com fúria? Sim. De vez em quando eu usava.
Scramble the Pokemon name again. These are all steel types.
E era chatinho, tá? Porque saía tanto esqueletinho pra encher o saco. Caraca. Metagross. Não, esse aí é Metagross mesmo.
Let's think Generation 3.
That's one of my favorite gens too.
Okay. Well, there's only one steel and psychic.
I got it.
Yeah?
I got it. Is it Metagross?
Metagross. Congratulations, Emily. Okay, this is good. But
this is hard.
Yeah, it's hard, but I think you're working these out pretty well. I reckon that you now you've got the hang of it. I reckon you'll sail through these next ones. Let's see. How are you doing at home, trainers? Let us know. So, number 3, Eglestia.
Ah, tem outro ovo
Which
já?
steel type Pokemon is this? Unscramble the name and see what we get.
Esse é o...
Would you like a clue?
Yeah, I'm gonna need a clue, Charlie.
So this is a pure steel type, but I'd argue
É
this
o Blaster,
is
né? Blaster.
the quintessential steel type
É
Pokemon.
o cavalo de gelo, Blaster, sei lá.
Generation 3 again.
I'm making a fool out of myself, Charlie.
No, you're not. No, you're not, Emily. No. Everyone at home, whether you're screaming at the TV or whether you're right with Emily. What do you reckon it is? Okay, Generation 3 Legendary.
That helps, doesn't it?
Part of a legendary trio.
I got it, Charlie.
You got it?
It's Registeal.
Registeal. Very good. Well done, Emily. We've got one more for you. Let us know how you do.
Ah, era Registeal? Nossa, eu achei que fosse o Blaster.
What?
Lexiest. That's your anagram on Scramble. And let's work out what that Pokemon's going to be. Now, would you like a clue?
Yeah. Is it also Generation 3?
Yeah, it's not Generation 3. It's a dual type. It's Steel and Ground.
Steel and Ground.
Steel and Ground. This is introduced in Generation 2.
É o Regis. Não é o Regis Steel.
Generation 1 Pokemon.
Steel Ground.
My brain went Togetic, and that's not right.
It's not steel.
Tire-se, é boa.
Jess Elliott.
Tell me.
You're throwing in the towel.
I'm throwing it in.
It's Steelix. It's so easy when you know, but that's the nature of quizzes, isn't it, trainers? Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Thanks so much for joining us. We'll get back to the action very shortly. Test your friends with some of those Pokemonograms.
Pera. Tá me dizendo que peste não pode peste não pode. Acho que veio gol. O pessoal tá com veio ponto.
My name is Birmingham, and I'm from Unido, in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere is unlike any other I've ever been to.
Ô Marlon, tu sabe se no Brilliant Diamond é possível melhorar algum Eevee sem ser bridando? Tipo, dá pra usar algum item pra melhorar? Porque eu tenho um aqui perfeito, cara, só que faltou o HP. Ele veio com 5 de 6 níveis perfeitos, cara.
This weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I
Não,
aspire
pior que eu tô bridando, mas tá vendo tudo. Ó, por exemplo, o macho, a fêmea eu coloquei pra a abraçadeira de speed, né? É o que tá faltando no macho aqui. Porque o resto tá tudo bom. E o macho tá com a Death Note. E 3 dos poucos, 3 ovinhos passou aqui, ó. Um deles ficou com 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ficou 5 de 6 níveis perfeitos. O outro ficou.
How did you get on at home with those Pokemonograms, trainers? We were trying to do it alongside.
5 de 6 níveis perfeitos e o outro ficou 5 de 6 níveis perfeitos. 3 cofres que nasceram, ficou 5 de 6 níveis perfeitos, cara. O que tá faltando aqui? Só que não fica perfeito no que eu preciso. Quando fica, o outro não fica. Eu preciso, ó. Eu precisava que ficasse perfeito na defesa. Não ficou. O outro eu precisava que ficasse perfeito no especial ataque. Não ficou. O outro eu precisava que ficasse perfeito no HP. Não ficou. Entre as possíveis serem garantidas sem braçadeiras, 2 com mesmo níveis perfeitos. Difícil. Eu acho que só esse. Deixa eu ver aqui.
Yeah, maybe this is just over, maybe I can't win, but I think there's a really great example of how to dig in, you know, especially in these high pressure matches, there's always some sort of a way to try and carve out a little bit of an advantage. Sometimes things don't go your way, of course, but you can if you just keep battling on, keep trying to find those win conditions.
It's not over until it's actually over, folks, and that was such a great game from
O problema é que o que veio com o mesmo Eevee perfeito é fêmea, junto com a outra. Deixa eu ver aqui se eu tenho algum. Eu preciso com especial ataque. Ó, dessa vez é a escolha da comunidade, o Marlon. Esse aqui precisa de HP no especial ataque.
Adria versus Yol. There's some fantastic matches here. I'm going to give a quick shout out to Sam, who I've been playing the VGC with since 2012. Very, very long-term competitor. still making it potentially into our phase 2 of the competition. All of these trainers, I believe, should be around X1, X2 in this situation. So this is very much their chance to be able to make
Tem que dar sorte de vir ele, na verdade, né? Que aparentemente tem pouco. Cara, o máximo que eu tenho aqui de perfeito, o bicho não tem IV perfeito na speed e o outro tem. Isso influencia, o Marlon? A fêmea tem IV perfeito na velocidade e o macho não, mas o resto e o especial ataque os dois não tem o que eu preciso. Se eu bridar os dois, a chance de vir com a speed boa é alta ou não? Um tem IV perfeito na speed e o outro não. Mas não é tão ruim. Cara, igual o macho aqui, eu acho muito difícil. Acho que eu não tenho. Usa a abraçadeira pra garantir? Tá, no caso então. Você é... Ah, eu tenho um macho, peraí. Eu tenho um macho com especial. Não, não é esse aqui. Então no... Ah, esse aqui é ruim porque ele tem bash no que eu não preciso.
Cast your votes and then come back if you want to prefer to watch it on that broadcast, but there's only going to be Twitch that are going to be counted here.
Vote for your favorite players, vote for the player that you want to see or the matchup that you want to see. If there's a really fun Pokemon that you just want to see on stream, now is your chance to get them up on the stream. And I am really, really excited because all 4 of these matches are going to be so fantastic. So whichever one you choose, trainers at home, players, viewers, we're gonna really be
de especial ataque para esse daqui agora.
So. I think, like, especially with the variation that's there, I think there's going to be, and there's not really any sort of mirror matches where things can get a little bit dicey. It's quite hard to know, and like the way that Pokemon are trained get really, really important because if you're all using the sort of same tools, those little variations in how you've built your team really do come into play, and it's so hard watching it, trying to like unravel all of these things.
Não, natureza eu já tenho a mind.
Those sort of mirror matches, we get to see 2 trainers trying to execute their strategies as well as they possibly can.
Yeah, from what I can see, all 4 of these games, the matchups are fairly even.
Tá. Na fêmea eu coloquei o que eu preciso, que é o especial ataque. E no macho, o macho ele não tem speed, mas a fêmea tem. Eu coloco o Destiny Note no macho, então, para ele passar bastante desses EVs aqui. Ou eu coloco o de speed, a abraçadeira de speed.
Especially when it gets to crunch time. That's where we are now. Swiss round 8 in Birmingham. If you've just joined us, this is make or break for all of the trainers that have been voted for in our community choice. So, we've got our results. Shall we see, Zoe?
Drumroll, okay.
Which match are we going to be
featuring? Who have you selected for us to be featuring on stream? Let's take a look. It is going to be... we're going to keep you waiting a little bit longer.
The anticipation makes us shudder. Here we go, we're going to have...
Não foi dessa vez que a comunidade escolheu o teu, mano. Escolheram a do Adrian contra o Joel. Dondoso sem Tatsugiri, mas tem Ting Lu. Ó, tem Gogfire. Chimpao, Dragonite, Pawnite, né, no caso. Pokémon de planta. Ting Lu e Dondoso.
Composition. So we'll get to that when we get to the match. But all of these matches, I'm really looking forward to seeing the results of them. Thank you very much for everyone that casted their vote in the Twitch. We're really looking forward to this match, and before long,
our players will get set up on the stage and we can get things kicked off here.
Yeah, I'm just still in awe of the
Cara,
great
eu vou
level of
colocar.
play that we've seen this entire weekend. I know I constantly say, oh, it feels like every match is in a finals, but the reality is that it is. The caliber of play that we're seeing, especially in, you know, the modern day Pokemon, the skill level of all of our trainers is so high. It's just really thrilling to watch. And when you see some games, you can think one trainer has it, but all of a sudden they can make a very, very aggressive read, and suddenly the tide of the battle is turned, and I'm sure we'll be seeing something like this happen in our upcoming match. So Ben, what are you excited for on the matchup? Which Pokemon would you like to see come onto the stage?
I do want to see how that goes fire into it. I mean, the Tinglu Dondozo combination is one.
Não deu.
Let's
Dessa
talk
vez não
about it now.
deu
Let's
pra
take the opportunity while our players are getting set up to
não
actually talk
soltou
about it.
nada
Because
pro
if you haven't seen it before, it kind of
que
looks
não
a little
votaram
bit
no
weird,
Edu.
but
Se pá, não acharam interessante
the combination with Tatsugiri
o
is a
jogo
really
dele.
bulky Pokemon, but Dondozo is really bulky in its own right. Does have access to Fisher, and I think that's probably...
So does Tinglu.
So does Tinglu.
Ooh.
There we go. You went on the broadcast before when we were talking. So we played a match last night and fished 3 times against their opponent. So
clearly your skill, very skill based.
Maybe it's foreshadowing of what we're about to see. But they learn Fisher, which is a great move when they can't be knocked out very quickly, and that's the whole core of the strategy. Some of the other UK players were running Tinglu Dozo, and they were talking about like how much they enjoyed actually just clicking Yawn and Sand Tomb. So you Yawn, which means that the next turn you're guaranteed to go to sleep, but then you use Sand Tomb on Tinglu to trap your opponent in. And unfortunately for them, this time round, and also in Toronto, the Sand Tomb was... sometimes it gives and sometimes it takes away.
Not very accurate.
It's not the most accurate move in the world. So, yeah, but that sort of trapping strategy where you trap in a Pokemon that can't really do any damage to you, then you put it to sleep, and then you play around a little bit. Maybe you click the Fisher button, maybe you click the Wave Crash button. But it's a team composition that really likes to slow
Voltou,
down.
bem-vindo de volta, Azul. Estamos aqui no último jogo. Tomara que seja o último, né? Eu quero acreditar que é o último. Sabe uma coisa curiosa, gente? Eu tô chocando aqui os ovinhos no Pokémon Brilliant Diamond, né? Eu consegui, aqui no Brilliant Diamond, eu consegui falar com 32 NPCs finalmente. E agora eu consigo pegar o Spiritomb aqui. Enquanto no Platinum lá, nenhuma chance.
It's one of those Pokemon that's really indexing on being able to reduce physical incoming damage with Breaking Swipe as well. Also, Heat Crash it's a powerful Pokemon in its own right. Usually uses Howl, and I quite like the sort of duality of that, where you've got the slow Tingdozo mode, but then you've also got the opportunity to speed things up with Howl and actually go a little bit more on the offensive. But again, as we said, we won't go too far into that before we get into our team preview. I'm looking forward to seeing what Adria's team composition is going to be able to do in response, because it's a little bit more of a balanced
Cara, eu acho que eu só vou chutar esses dois ovinhos e depois eu vou colocar um pouquinho pra carregar, porque o controle já zerou a bateria.
Coming into round 8.
So let's take a look now. Which players are still undefeated in this game, and which players are excellent? Look at these. Marcus Coe, who we featured on stream earlier, Eric Rios, who was also on stream earlier, and Jonathan Marston, Taryn Birdie. So quite a bit of UK representation there. Adam Chafui, Victor Medina. So Shohei, my goodness, look at that list of all of our undefeated trainers.
And it was Adam that was able to defeat Shohei Kimura.
So he did not get Shohei.
He did not get
É, Marlo, aparentemente o Edu vai ficar de fora. Deixa eu ver aqui.
I'm not sure. We'll workshop it later.
Ó, o Victor Medina tá em sexto. O Shohei Kimura tá em sétimo. Ó, o Shohei subiu. Mas o Edu nada pra eles, tá?
Taking a little bit of a swing at the format. Some trainers, especially this close to EUIC,
are
really not wanting to maybe reveal those like secret texts that they're thinking of for the internationals, but really nice to see Adam just committing to trying to get a really, really strong result.
Yeah, also completely shuts down
Enquanto
Landress's
ele tá aqui
two
rapidinho.
most common moves, Earth Power and Sludge Bomb. Earthworm's ability, Earth Eater, actually allows it to gain health from absorbing a ground type move, and it's part steel type, which means it's immune to poison. And Landorus Incarnate, one of the top tier threats in this format, is really unable to touch an Orphan. So I can see why he brought in maybe a very goofy looking Pokemon, but there is a reason behind bringing it's this little face and the very blank smile. It kind of looks like a Ditto. Like if I looked at it, I would have said it's a Ditto that's pretending to be. What does a Ditto Earthworm look like?
Like an Orthworm.
Okay. I see.
I don't know. Don't quote me on that. I haven't seen it myself.
Okay, all right. Well, next time I see an Orthworm, I'll be a bit careful, trying to tease out the disguise from it.
Okay, so we've got our players getting ready on stage to play their match. We've got Adria versus Yol.
Caraca, até o time tá aqui
We
também.
alluded to it a little bit earlier. It's going to be a great match. These two
Mano, o
players
Edu
on the line
desceu
here,
colocação
trying to
pra
get
caramba,
into
pelo
phase
visto.
2 with as good a possible record as they can to secure the potential for them to make it through our phase 2 Swiss and into
Mano,
Top
o
Cup.
Edu,
Now,
o Edu com ele é que nacionalidade, só pra eu saber. Porque eu não tô achando ele aqui.
Phase 2 will have to play yet again in the final round of the day before we go into the later parts of our phase 2
Se eu vai
Swiss
falar,
tomorrow.
aí eu procuro pela nacionalidade dele, é bem mais fácil. O Edu Cunha, qual nacionalidade? Ele é de país.
You don't really want to say advance through to phase 2 and then all of a sudden take a loss and then know that the next day you don't really have that chance of getting into the top cut. But this is such a great matchup of both of our players. I don't believe they've had quite as many accomplishments as early, so we haven't seen their play styles or how well they play. And I believe Yo has been on stream once before because he's quite a popular
Mano,
streamer.
se tiver aí, o Edu Cunha é de qual país?
Adria's.
I'm not sure I've seen Adria on the stream before, and that's the exciting
Eu não
thing
tô
about
vendo
this
o
sort
nome
of
dele aqui.
situation where we can get some new faces on the stream. We get people having an opportunity to show us what they're all about. There's so many games of Pokemon that go on in the hall that are just
Aqui, ó,
lost to
ele foi
time.
pra
And
57º.
unfortunately, that's just the way it is. We can't broadcast all of them.
Peraí, tá
Otherwise, we'd be
quanto?
here for about 3 weeks solid. But what we can show is
tá
as many great
5-2.
trainers as possible, and that's one of
Mas
the
ele
other
tá
joys of
15, né?
having the
Pô, se
community
ele
choice
ganhar.
is that you guys at home get to vote on who you
Nossa,
want
mas
to
ele
be
não
able
entra
to
no
see.
top 16.
Yeah, it's such a great way also just to be
Alguém do
able to
top 16
interact
tinha que
with the
perder.
stream as well. And sometimes we get to
Teria que
see
ficar
how what the
6-2.
audience likes to watch. And I'm really excited for this match because there's a Hisuian Arcanine that is a Pokemon we don't really see in this format at all because of all the Urshifu's running around.
Yeah, not since like regulation set D or E, where it won basically like every regional championship. I think it got to like 5 or 6 in a row that it was on the winning team, and then it must have been regulation set F where things changed a little
Because
bit.
Incineroar came into the
Ah,
format.
mano.
There was another fire
Olha
type.
isso aqui, cara.
So
Pô, quase
basically what I'm
perfeito.
hearing is fire type intimidate good. That's
Yeah, pretty much.
that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, well, if you didn't know that already at home, this is it. Wise words coming from the broadcast this time round. It's at the end of the day. Don't hold it against us. But yeah, like it's gonna be great to see how that interacts with the matchup because it's looked pretty good overall. Yeah. Like getting the intimidate down is great against Pokemon like Chien-Pao, and this Dragonite
Fazer o
won't
seguinte,
be
agora
effective
que eu
from the
consigo
Unifocus,
fazer
but there
o...
is that Teal Mask Oakapon. So
Agora que eu
that's going to
consigo
have the
fazer
Defiant ability
tanto
and be able to raise
Spiritomb,
its attack if the
né?
Intimidate comes
Tanto
down onto it.
Spiritomb
Exactly, and it can
quanto
also
os ovinhos
hold
aqui.
an item. That's the great advantage of using a teal
with an item.
Desligar um
That's not a
pouquinho,
mask.
até porque eu preciso
I think Jamie Boy
deixar
once used the
carregando
teal
pouco,
mask Oakapon
tanto
at an
quanto
earlier Toronto regionals,
tempo.
and he managed to get into the top 4 with that teal
Deixar
mask
aqui
Oakapon.
descansando, beleza? E vamos para o último jogo do dia, né? Eu espero que seja o último jogo do dia, sinceramente.
Set I, I'm going to say confidently.
Well, my memory is a bit blank on the regulation set I, so I wouldn't be able to know. But let's take a look now at our trainers up on the screen. So they have had some previous
Ambos estão 5-2. Quem perdeu hoje provavelmente está fora.
Regionals top 64 and Yol with Stuttgart Regionals top 32. So they feel, some nice solid accomplishments.
And both of these trainers are 5-2. I don't know how many rounds they've been on the bubble for, but effectively they're playing the bubble all the way up through phase 2 Swiss. If they make it through this round, the player that loses this one will be out of the tournament. So this is so important for both of these trainers to carry
Time do
on.
Mano
Let's have a bit of a
Adria,
deeper dive through
Arcanine de Rissu de Choice Band, Urshifu Dark de Foxset, Fluttermane de Boost Energy, Orgepon, Máscara de Água, Raging Bolt de Assault Vest e Landorus de Life Orb. Esse é o time do Adria Rodrigues.
Abandoned Dragonite earlier with the extreme speed. This one is an Arcanine, and it's paired with a lot of great offensive options. That Fluttermane with a lot of support movesets like Thunderwave and Taunt. And then there's Ogerpon with the Follow Me, and paired with that Raging Bolt and the Landorus. Really hard hitters on Adria's side. And also that Urshifu, being Urshifu, just Yol can't really protect against it. Well, he can, but then just the wicked blow is just going to go straight through.
I mean, that is the strength of Urshifu, isn't it, overall? I like the amount of speed control that Adria has at their disposal, because it allows these powerful heavy hitters like Choice Band Arcanine, the Single Strike Urshifu and the Landorus to really get in, weave in big attacks and try and take advantage of a board state where they are going before their opponent. And not to mention the Electro Web that we had mentioned on the Assault Vest Raging Bolt. So many options on that particular set of, like, do you play Snarl, do you play Dragon Pulse, Breaker Meteor, like so many different decisions.
O time do Mano Joel Ramirez, Golden Fire de Boost Energy, Shipple de Foxset, Dragonite de Loaded Dice, ó, dessa vez veio o Dragonite, Orgepon de Planta de Cover de Cloak, Tinglu de Rock Helmet e Dondoso de Leftovers. Tá, esse Dondoso aqui é pra fazer o quê? Nossa, Orgepon aprende Stop Tranto. Caraca, que doido, não sabia disso. É Scale Shot, é Dragonite full speed, full ataque mesmo. É ofensivão da massa. O Tinglu, Foundation Touch, tá. Attack Crash,
And the Dragonite's got inner focus. It's oblivious on the Dondozo as well. So it's all physical but very intimidate resistant as a team overall. And I wouldn't be surprised to see you're starting off with that Tinglu Dondozo combination because it's just so stable. It's so difficult for a trainer to really try to knock out. There we go. Calling it turn 0. Let's see how that goes for the set. We're getting started here. Swiss round 8. It's Fluttermane, Landorus, Tinglu, and Dondozo.
Tinglu and Dondozo. Dondozo's other best friend outside of Tatsugiri, I would say could probably be that Tinglu being able to
já volto, gente, rapidinho.
Or the Pokemon on the field, which is going to be very, very handy against both of these special attackers in the Fluttermane and the Landorus.
This is a nice little synergy packet as well, because when you've got all physical attackers, you don't have to worry about the Vessel of Ruin ability that the Tinglu is going to be using. Not to mention, it's also got that Rocky helmet, so it was resisting lots of different types of physical damage, but Fluttermane gonna go on the offensive very early, just try to remove that Tinglu as quickly as possible, but it's so bulky. It's able to take those hits. Ruination comes down, does 50% damage into the Fluttermane, followed up by a heavy slam. That's gonna be a KO for Yol on turn 1.
Yeah, you're going immediately on the offense, just ditching all of these yawns and all these sand tombs, just wanting to get that Fluttermane off the field because it's a really big threat to the team. Not to mention, you can also spam a lot of Thunder Waves, so I can see why Yol was prioritizing getting rid of that Fluttermane there.
Definitely. Now the Urshifu comes back in. Single Strike going to be doing quite a bit of damage. The Tinglu is definitely on its last legs, but this Dondozo at full HP is likely to be able to tank another hit from both of these Pokemon. So Adria's got to
kind of consider how they're going to target down the two Pokemon in front of them and whether or not to risk the Sandsear Storm coming out from the Landorus, missing one of the targets that's crucial to get some damage down into.
Looks like that Ting-Lu does not want to be on the field at all and is going to be replaced by a Dragonite. Now the Landorus is going to connect the Sandsear Storm on both the Pokemon. Well, of course, the Dragonite is flying, so it's going to ignore that. And that Urshifu's Wicked Blow, critical here, guaranteed onto the Dondozo. It's knocked down so low, but allows the Dondozo to get a super effective Wave Crash. A one-hit knockout onto this Landorus. A critical hit, but that didn't matter. Landorus is not the bulkiest Pokemon, and all of a sudden, Adria's down to his final two Pokemon in a very explosive early game.
But this Dondozo is going down to the Wave Crash recoil, so Adria is doing just enough damage to keep it a little bit even here. The Ting-Lu, although it is still available for Yol to use, has been taken so low that any attack will be able to knock it out. Now the Arcanine comes in. The Intimidate not going to be so effective on the Dragonite because of that Inner Focus ability, but having Inner Focus means that you don't have multi-scale.
Precisely.
And so, yeah, it's like crazy reads going on here. And so this Dragonite is definitely very susceptible to Arcanine, who is naturally faster than the Dragonite and carries a Rock-type move that would be able to do lots of different damage to it. But the Dragonite's Terra Steel.
The Terra Steel, however, will be hit super effectively by the Urshifu if it chooses to go for the close combat. Now, this Urshifu is Focus Sash, so it is guaranteed to survive at least one hit at full HP. It looks like
on the offense with a Rock Slide, super effective onto this Dragonite. Does that flinch the Dragonite? Actually, no, Urshifu just gonna not want to take the risk, get rid of the Dragonite with that Wicked Blow, and it's going to be Yol now down to his final two Pokemon as well with the heavily chipped Ting-Lu. What does this Ting-Lu go for? Is it...
Oh, I think it flinched.
Oh, I see. Well, that was quite not a great turn for Yol. Now there's a Chien-Pao. Focus Sash though. Chien-Pao does carry Icicle Crash. There is a chance for clinch.
There is, yeah, there's still chances for Yol in this game, but what's happened is Adria's taken the early deficit on Pokemon count to make sure that Ting-Lu is damaged as much as he needs to, so that the offensive Pokemon in the back are able to attack through the final Pokemon. And Chien-Pao can only target one Pokemon at a time. If the Ting-Lu takes another Rock Slide, it's going down as well. And let's not forget...
Doesn't connect the Rock Slide though.
It has to connect. There is the Terra Grass available for the Hisuian Arcanine as well. So there is a call here about whether or not you go for Icicle Crash or Sacred Sword into the Arcanine this turn if you're Yol.
Chien-Pao now going for the Terra Steel, so wanting to boost up the damage even more. This is actually a choice and Chien-Pao, so it's going to be hitting incredibly hard. But a returning Terastallization on Adria's side, this time onto his Arcanine. So maybe wanting to mitigate any super effective fighting type moves from this Sacred Chien-Pao that can use Sacred Sword. So let's take a look now.
Okay, Arcanine going for its Terra Grass, and it is the Sacred Sword, but Arcanine is able to hang on there. It is a Rock Slide, it is connecting with the Ting-Lu. Chien-Pao goes down to its Focus Sash, and now it's going to be the opportunity for the Wicked Blow to come out in combination with that Rock Slide to be able to knock out this Chien-Pao.
Yeah, this will be the most unnecessary critical hit ever on this one. Oh, actually, it's a close combat on 1 HP Chien-Pao, yeah. A very strong Pokemon, but didn't quite manage to pull the game through. But that was quite an explosive game, I would say.
I don't think any of these trainers wasted any time getting the action going here, but it was Adria that was able to take things out. And I really like the way that Adria was targeting down that Ting-Lu early and removing it from play. Yol, on the other hand, played a little bit more aggressively in the early game, and especially because the Fluttermane on Adria's side was a Terra Grass rather than a Terra Fairy. That's why that double up happened with the Ruination and the Heavy Slam, to make sure that the Heavy Slam was KOing the Fluttermane that turn. But because Yol gave Adria a little bit of switching momentum and didn't terrastallize the Ting-Lu in the early game, it just allowed Adria to have the damage left over in the end game to be able to finish things up.
Yeah, things could have been very different if you all say went for the Protect on the Tinglu, and then the Dondozo went for the Heavy Slam. That is pretty much a guaranteed one-hit knockout onto this Fluttermane. But didn't turn out that way, so we'll have to see whether or not Yor adjusts to this. So here we go. It's going to be Tinglu Dondozo once again against Andrea, who has a bit of a switch-up with that Landorus and Ogerpon Wellspring.
Now this is an immediate pin onto the Tinglu, and Andrea has the opportunity here to play a little bit defensively, maybe bait out a Protect from turn 1 to see which direction that they want to target down into. Now that Tinglu is a Terra Poison, so a combination of a ground type move and an Ivy Cudgel, whichever ground type move that Landorus wants to lock into, either Sandsteel or Earth Power, would kind of pin it to taking super effective damage regardless of what's happening in the rest of the turn.
Looks like Andrea wanting to bait out a Protect there, so going for that double Protect himself first, just to see what Yor goes for. And yep, there goes the Tinglu, so heavily threatened that it's forced to go for the Protect and leaves Dondozo on his own to try and get an attack off onto this Ogerpon. It's in fact going to take a little bit of a no recall, so it looks like Yawn
into that slot. Yeah, makes perfect sense, especially against the water absorbed Ogerpon. But now Andrea is definitely on the front foot. Now you can make the prediction here if you're Andrea. There's like, okay, now I can get the knockout on the Tinglu. But if it has to switch and removes its Vessel of Ruin from play, is this the opportunity for Andrea to target down into the Dondozo?
Oh, a terrestrialization now, which is going to come up onto this Wellspring Ogerpon. So it's going to become the pure water type, and it's going to get a boost to its special defense, which isn't going to be that useful at the moment, but it also means that Ivy Cudgel gets a lot more power. So this Ogerpon now, it is going to go for the Ivy Cudgel. Which target did it go for? It looks like it is into this Dragonite, which resists it, and it's a very, very nice switch in. Did the Landorus go for the Earth Power? It looks like it has. So fantastic switch from Yor there, and a returning Wave Crash onto the Landorus. One hit knockout, easily enough to get that knockout, and Yor's got quite a nice turn, I would say. Should be quite happy with that turn.
That's a really, really big turn. Yor's made that prediction absolutely perfectly. Not over-predicting, not thinking, hey, I need to kind of get a little bit fancy here. I want to knock out the Landorus, and I want to do that while preserving my Tinglu in the back. Perfect switch in Dragonite to those two attacks, and now it does allow the Fluttermane to come back in. But I think especially with the Landorus now knocked out, a Terra Poison is looking great on your side for the end game to just try and have a Pokemon that really just Andrea's going to struggle to knock out quickly.
I agree, there's a lot of really bulky Pokemon on Yor's team now, and Tinglu is going to be a really nice complement to all the Pokemon that he's got remaining on the field. Fluttermane, of course, is still a really big threat, and it can go for those Thunder Waves, and we've seen how often those Thunder Waves, if it paralyzes a Pokemon, it can get just fully paralyzed that same turn and just do 0 damage because it just cannot break through the paralysis. So that Fluttermane is, I wouldn't be surprised to see Yor try to target it down and get rid of those support options.
Yeah, so there's also just the opportunity for the Fluttermane to just go on the offensive and do a little bit of damage. There's no Tinglu on the field. Moonblast is a pretty strong attack, especially into the Dragonite. I feel like Yor is feeling the pressure of that Moonblast and just wanting to play defensively, get a scale shot going onto the Ogerpon. But here is the Icy Wind, and trying to cover the Dragonite going for its Terra or not going for its Terra.
So that's Icy Wind, not going to do too much to either Pokemon, but does lower the speed, which might be important later on. Ogerpon now gets a neutral Ivy Cudgel onto this Dragonite, so Dragonite goes down. It's really, not really, as you mentioned earlier, kind of forced. If it doesn't Terra, it's going to go down to Icy Wind. If it does, it also just goes down. But looks like now a Yawn coming off onto this Ogerpon, so it's really going to be forcing the Ogerpon to either switch out this turn or just get put to sleep if it doesn't switch out.
The other tool that this Fluttermane has at Andrea's disposal is Taunt. We haven't really talked too much about that on the set at all, but just going for a Taunt onto a Pokemon like Dondozo or Tinglu, stopping it protecting, but also stopping that Yawn going out, could be really important for an endgame. Now the Chien-Pao comes in, but with the booster to... With the speed boost from the booster energy and the photosynthesis and all of that from the Fluttermane, it will be able to go first and maybe even take the Chien-Pao down to its sash. There is one more Pokemon in the back for Adria, and if they don't want their Ogapon to fall asleep this turn, they're gonna have to switch it out.
This Chimpel doesn't have a focus sash, he has a focus band, which means that... Oh, my mistake, sorry, I thought it was a focus sash. So it will be able to survive any attack from full health, but looks like Chimpel just wants to keep itself nice and safe this turn, scout out what Adria is going to be doing, and, well, first the Flutter Mane looks like it is an icy wind, so that's not going to do anything to the Dondozo then.
No.
A bit of a tickle does allow the Dondozo to get an attack off. It looks like it's going to be the heavy slam, and that looks like a crit.
That's a clean one-hit knockout onto the Flutter Mane there. A really nice turn protecting the Chien-Pao, especially with a Sword of Ruin boost as well. That heavy slam's doing even more damage than it usually would. And so now there is potential opportunity. You can see what Adria is going for there, getting the Icy Wind onto the Chien-Pao, bringing the Arcanine in, having the Arcanine then faster than the Chien-Pao, so you don't have to play those mind games of do I Terra Grass or do I not Terra Grass in front of the Sacred Sword and Ice Crash.
Now that's actually Yol, because he has forced his opponent Adria down to his final two Pokemon. The Dondozo is very free to start going for those yawns. Ogapon just wanting to keep its partner safe from any potential water-type moves, or maybe getting put to sleep. And now the Arcanine doing what Arcanine does best, going for those rock slides, trying to get the flinch, but Dondozo breaks through the flinch and is able to land a yawn onto this Ogapon, which means next turn there could potentially be a double protect, get that Ogapon asleep, and then target down this choice band Arcanine.
Yawn is in a position where Tinglu Dozo gets to do what Tinglu Dozo does best. Yawn, double protect, make sure that the Pokemon's falling to sleep while you're not under threat, and then kind of go for it again, really. And especially with the Ogapon going to sleep at the end of this turn, it's going to allow for this Dondozo to target a Wave Crash down into the Arcanine that is quad weak to water and probably pick up another KO there before Yol can turn his attention back onto the Ogapon and use the 3 remaining Pokemon to try and knock it out.
Yeah, but of course, Arcanine has locked into a Rock Slide. It is faster than both Tinglu and Dondozo. And where there is a Rock Slide, there is a way to... Tinglu does also have a Ground type move, which is tied more super effective against Arcanine. Of course, that ground move is Sand Tomb, which is 1, not too accurate, and 2, not very high in base health. But first, now that Rock Slide, it looks like he's missed. Oh no, Dondozo goes for the Wave Crash. The Arcanine is going to be going down. And Ogapon first takes that turn of sleep and... Wait,
there's the Ruination.
Ruination.
Yeah, coming out.
Now the Dondozo is going to, of course, Wave Crash into this Arcanine and easily dispatch of this Fire Dog. And it's going to be Ogapon, a snoozing Ogapon, up against a Tinglu with Ruination, very bulky Dondozo, and also Chien-Pao in the back.
Yeah, it's Chien-Pao in the back that really does put this in Yol's favor. And yeah, in the meantime, while the Ogapon is staying asleep, Yol is going to be able to just chip this Ogapon down, turn after turn after turn, and then as soon as the Chien-Pao gets let back in, it's still got its Focus Sash available, and so Ogapon's not going to be able to knock it out in one hit. There's the, I think that's the Sand Tomb?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know that Ogapon was going to spin around like that. That's amazing.
Doing a little dance.
Yeah, and going to take a little bit of recoil at the end of this turn. So Yol really only needs to play on the defensive, double protect, and then eventually that Sand Tomb damage is going to rack up and close out this game.
Yeah, next turn, basically, Yol has a very, very safe double protect. Ogapon, even if it wakes up, is not going to, well, it's going to go down to the Sand Tomb damage. So you can see that very nice and safe. Ogapon looks like it's sleeping for a, although it woke up, but it attacked into the Dondozo. And yeah, with the Tinglu also just getting a little bit of 8 HP damage onto Ogapon, but Ogapon will be going down to the Sand Tomb damage at the end of this turn, which means it's going to be 1-1.
Yeah, so Ruination doing the half of the remaining HP of that Pokemon. So the first time around it does 50% damage, and the next one, I'm not going to do the maths, but it does half as much as that, 25% damage to your opponent there. So Yol winning game 2. This and round 8 of Birmingham is going to be the deciding match between these two trainers, and which one is going to be making it into Phase 2 Swiss.
Oh, I always love it when a game goes all the way to Game 3 because the stakes get so high for both trainers. And for both of these trainers, if they want to continue into Phase 2, they have to win this game. There is no more room for errors, and that just really raises the stakes even more. I really like that adjustment that Bill made in the Game 2, swapping out the Ting Lu instantly for that Dragonite. That took both the Oaklapon's attacks and the Landorus's attacks so well. Had Adria made that read, he could have sludge bombed, but I can see why he didn't sludge bomb a Ting Lu on the field.
Yeah, exactly, or target down into the Dondozo. And these are the calls that these trainers have to make on this stage with the lights shining down upon them. We've got a switch up from Yol here, going for the Dragonite alongside Dondozo. No Ting Lu in the lead, but Adria switching things up as well, bringing that Urshifu back into the fray.
Completely different switch up now. This Urshifu being on the field means that Yol can't really go for the protect on his Pokemon because it's the Wicked Blow is just going to go immediately straight through to them. But the Dragonite is still a powerful, amazing presence. And, you know, it's got, well, with Scale Shot, Iron Hand, Extreme Team, I don't think either of Adria's Pokemon are really in danger of getting knocked out. It turns out we're going to get a turn 1 terrestrialization immediately into this Urshifu Terra Dark boosted. That Wicked Blow is really going to... Oh, yes, wicked.
Really wicked.
It's going to be overpowered.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. No Ting Lu on the field to be able to deal with that. Now the Urshifu following up with the wickedest of blows, knocking out the Dondozo turn 1.
Ô, Marlon, me tira uma dúvida. O Wicked Blood também é igual Surge Strike da crítico? Ou depende muito? Para dar crítico, ele dá crítico certeza igual ao Surge Strike. Para resetar o passe.
Now, Urshifu does have Sucker Punch. And Terra Dark is going to hit it quite hard.
Especially with that defense drop, and actually, this is the fun thing, right? Because now there's the...
Mas isso é a habilidade do... Não, a habilidade do Urshifu é passar por Protect, né? Isso é o efeito do golpe, né? Tanto do Surge Strike quanto do Wicked Blow, né? No caso.
That might go in
Isso é
Urshifu's favor, right? Especially if you
efeito secundário,
don't
né?
connect the scale shot. And so, even though the Chempal's doing a lot of work to support the Dragonite here, actually it's looking pretty difficult position for both of these trainers to navigate.
Looks like Landorus just wants to keep himself safe from a potential Times 4 super effective ice move, but the Urshifu is going to go for what looks like a Sucker Punch into the Chien-Pao, so resistant but does break the Focus Sash, but crucially allows the Dragonite to get another scale shot off, so this Dragonite now is going to be at +2 speed, and if the Floodmane comes in the back, potentially could be faster.
It could be faster.
And this Floodmane, and this Dragonite does carry Iron Head. So with that Chien-Pao on the field, and Adria having used his Terror, it's a very tricky board state.
Yeah, this is... Okay, so my mental math is not quick enough to work out if the Dragonite can now be faster than the Fluttermane with its 2 scale shots. But I've got a suspicion that Yol has maybe been in this position before against Fluttermane, so we're going to trust the process, Yol. And especially as this Fluttermane comes out, it's going to have the opportunity to try to outspeed this Dragonite. If it does, an Icy Wind would be really devastating because it would mean the Chien-Pao is slower than the Landorus, and Adria will be able to take advantage of that.
Now, Adria not wanting to take that risk does go for the Terrasize. Oh wait, no, it's Yol on his Chien-Pao, Terra Stella, but Focus Sash. So this Chien-Pao's moves will be dealing even more damage. So let's take a look now. Actually, it's going to be the extreme speed onto this Landorus, followed up with a super powerful that looks like a Sucker Punch onto, so maybe predicting a bit of a protect on this, or a Thunder Wave from the Fluttermane there.
Potentially, yeah, and now we get the Icy Wind coming out from this Fluttermane, doing 50% damage to the Dragonite and taking it down to be just that little bit slower. But more importantly, I think the Chien-Pao is now slower. And with this Ogerpon coming in, now there's the mind games again. The combination combination of Sucker
Caraca,
Punch
o cara
and
vai
Extreme
ganhar
Speed
ainda.
look really devastating. But
O
because it's Terra Stella
Joel
and not
ainda vai
Terra
ganhar.
Dark on the Chen Pao, Chen Pao's used its bonus damage for his Sucker Punch already. The second Sucker Punch is going to be weaker, and will that be enough, actually, in combination with the Extreme Speed, to knock out this Ogerpon?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And look, let's not forget, Yon does have an unrevealed Pokemon in the back, so he could potentially swap out the Chen Pao and get that Pokemon in to reset that speed drop. But now, because the Dragonite is at just +1 speed, it will no longer be outspeeding this Floodmane if it even did it in the first place. Does look like Chen Pao wants to reset that speed, and in comes this team.
Oh, this is clever. This is clever. I think it might do, yeah. So the Spiky Shield comes out from the Ogerpon there. Icy Wind on the previous turn only did about 50% damage, but here's the Dragonite and the Spiky Shield. Spiky Shield recoil damage might actually put Dragonite over the edge of being knocked out to an Icy Wind, but it's not going to be this turn. Just the Moonblast going into Ting Lu, and that's great, great damage.
Yeah, that's also now that Dragonite is in range of getting the Icy Wind. Ting Lu also not really in a great position because Yol has used up his terrestrialization, so the Ogerpon has quite a free Ivy Cudgel into it, and I can see the combination of Icy Wind and Ivy Cudgel just going out, and unless the Icy Wind misses, which it could.
It certainly could. Yeah, there is always that chance, and both of these trainers, this is it. Their tournament lives are on the line here. Adria does not want to take the risk whatsoever of Icy Wind either not connecting or not quite picking up the KO with that Ting Lu in play. The follow-up Ivy Cudgel going into it, not enough to pick up the KO on this turn, and the Ruination is going to fire its way back into the Ogerpon. But I feel like with the Ogerpon having the ability to follow me, Adria just needs to play the simple game of just knocking out a Pokemon this turn and knocking out a Pokemon next turn, using that follow me and targeting down with that all-powerful Fluttermane into Yol's last two Pokemon.
Tem que levar o Ting Lu, o problema é o Chen Pao, né?
It's paired up with this Ogerpon, which is going to make it really, really easy for Adria to just redirect away any Sucker Punches as well. Ting Lu, of course, really knocked out.
Mano, se a Ogerpon grita no Ting Lu, já é isso aqui, tá?
Has his back up against the wall.
Yeah, like there is some ways where Adria goes for some follow me. Maybe we get some critical hits, Sucker Punches coming in here as well. Like there's definitely options for Yol, but I think Adria is definitely on the front foot going into this turn. Here's the Moonblast going into the Protect, so no KO this turn, but there was no follow me there. Both of these Pokemon are going to be playing a little bit on the defensive, and now the follow me was at the start of the turn, not Protect. Right, okay. So now follow me and Moonblast gets to come out again.
Conseguiu double protect.
So it's going to buy itself another turn.
Mano, o cara conseguiu o double protect, nem ferrando.
Follow me to keep its partner safe. Does allow Fluttermane to whip that Moonblast into Chen Pao. So
mano, o cara conseguiu o double protect. Nossa.
Go for the taunt onto this Ogerpon. So nice play there. Now there's no more risk of.
Mano, se ele conseguir. Não. Isso, tempo. Não é possível que ele vai conseguir o triple protect aqui. Ele não vai conseguir o triple protect com o Pao, não é possível.
Both the Fluttermane and the Ogerpon have the opportunity to be able to knock out the Chen Pao this turn as well. And so, even though there's no follow me, and it's absolutely the right play that Yol made there to try and claw their way back into the game, Adria still really does have a very strong position. Moonblast, no Sucker Punch. Chen Pao is going to be going
agora tem que torcer para o que ponto, tá? Não, mas mesmo assim tá na mídia. 2020.
Going down very shortly from this Ogerpon, going for the Ivy Cudgel. And yep, there we go. The Ivy Cudgel into Ting Lu, knocking it out and leaving Adria Rodriguez the winner of the Swiss round 8 of the Birmingham Regional Championships. Fantastically played from Adria there. From that game one where, she had just so explosive both games. My goodness, I'm a little speechless right now.
I mean, that was the state of the game, and we talked earlier before the match started about how Ting Lu Dozo as a combination, as a composition in general, really do like to try to slow down a match
É,
and play
trazer
this
os
sort
dois
of your
lendários da ruína não
game.
foi tão
And after a few
estratégico
turns, you
assim.
get an opportunity to try to do some damage and take some knockouts, but
Acabou que não
kind of
foi
in your
tão
own time when you're ready to do
estratégia
so.
do francês
But I
assim.
think Andrea just had a composition that was too aggressive for that to be able to work, and I think that also having a single strike Urshifu rather than a rapid strike Urshifu with its dark type damage, being able to target down the Dondozo much more easily, especially in the game 3, where Adria made the read, getting into the Dondozo, picking up the KO on turn 1 with an Earth Power and a Terra Dark Wicked Blow, was the decision maker in the matchup, in the composition that both of the trainers brought to the match.
I really like how Adria recognized in both games 1 and 2 that Dondozo was actually a really big problem. So he led with that Urshifu and Landorus turn 1 of game 3, just prioritized on the Dondozo and recognizing that Dondozo is very unlikely to want to protect in the face of a single strike Urshifu. It's not really going to be able to tear out of that guaranteed critical hit Wicked Blow, and Adria just taking full advantage of that, doubles into it, gets rid of the Dondozo, and all of a sudden he no longer had to worry about his Pokemon getting put to sleep from all of those yawns.
And you've got to give it to Yol here. You can see the wave crashes going into the Landorus. The first one was a critical hit, but we found out that didn't matter at all. And so Yol being able to just knock out the Landorus really early in both of the games was a real testament to the way that Yol understood the matchup and understood that was really a problem Pokemon for him. And the Dondozo was a key part of his route to victory. I think there's that mind game, like we see the Dondozo going down at the end of start of game 3 there, where it's like, well, I haven't protected it so far. Maybe they think I'm going to protect it or switch it out or play defensively in this game. And it's like, oh, okay, so I can maybe hedge my bets a little bit and actually not protecting game 3. But Adria really was able to take advantage of that in the moment.
Yeah, it's also, I think, like that single strike Urshifu was such a good Pokemon into Yol's team. They're outside, well, Tinglu and Chien-Pao both
Acho que ele é
resisted it,
planta
but
também, né?
you know, when he's paired up with,
Nem me liguei.
I would say if Yol had maybe switched in the Tinglu into the Dondozo slot, things would have gone a little bit differently, because you know, Landorus couldn't really touch it with the Earth Power and it was resisted. But of course, these are the reads that our players made, and Adria was able to get that better read to turn 1.
And like, it's really all well and good us saying that at the end, once we've witnessed exactly what our traders locked into, right? Well, if you just you know,
do that,
just do that. Oh, hang on a second. Let me just rewind the clock and see if I could go for a different read this time. But that is the difficulty of playing in the video game championships. You do really have to think quite long and hard about how, you know, in the 45 seconds that you have, about how you're going to approach and, you know, well, I know that would KO, but they know that would KO, but I know that they know that I know that would be a really good move to make. And so, like, you have to play those mind games in the moment, and especially up there on the stream, with people watching in the crowd, and we've got all of you lovely viewers watching at home. It's so difficult to make those reads and get them right consistently.
And let's not forget, this is Swiss round 8. We are quite late into the day. A lot of these players, they've already faced 7 rounds of Swiss. This is the 8th round, and they are bound to be a lot less fresh compared to, say, round 1. And it's quite understandable at this time they may not be able to think that quickly on the spot and may not be able to make, say, the most optimum decisions. And in fact, they've still got one more round to play as our players advance into the first round of phase 2 that will be coming up next. So, you know, Adria can't rest just yet.
Yeah,
if he wants to get into top cut, he has to win on out from here.
Yeah, that's the real challenging thing about being X2. And it's great. It's a double-edged sword, right? Because you've been playing on the bubble for however many rounds, whether you've lost early and you've managed to make your way all back up to 6-2 and make it into phase 2 Swiss. But you know that every single round that you're playing, whether or not it's the Swiss round, where if you take 3 losses, then you're out of the tournament, or whether you make it all the way to top cut if you win all of your matches in phase 2, and then it's knockout rounds.
Yeah, and it has happened to some players. I believe, was it Matty Morgan?
Yes, it was.
Who
Yeah.
was on the X2 bubble. Back then it was day one, was it?
No, it was the X3 bubble.
Oh, X3
Matty
bubble.
made it in top 32 with an X3 record into what was then day 2 Swiss, and was able to win every single match the second day on the Sunday.
It was crazy.
And won the event. It was insane. And watching Matty play, it was like, how did you take 3 losses before this? You were playing so well.
Yeah, I remember that. And just like that, the amount of pressure it must have been on Matty, just the fact that knowing that he cannot lose a single game if he wants to win. And this is the kind of pressure for all of our players on the X2 bubble right now. Just gotta win on out from here. But it's been done before. So
It's been done before, so if you're watching this back a little bit later on, or if you're thinking, hey, win the next round of Swiss, and you're thinking, hey, can I make it tomorrow? You've certainly proved today that you are one of the trainers that certainly could take it all the way.
yeah, I really enjoy watching that, and I think it's also a lot to do with the mindset of the players. So, you know, Ben, you were at
Tem
Toronto,
Kling ali,
and I believe you started
Kling, sei lá, ali. Uma tentativa de Kling ali do lado do Legend, não sei.
But then you were able to win on out and advance all the way to phase 2. So can you give the viewers at home, you know, some advice on keeping your spirits up even when the matches don't go as planned?
You know, I think I had an easier time of it than some of the other competitors here, because I don't get to play that many tournaments.
Troca do
We
gordão.
like to be
Hoje do
behind the
nada,
desk, and
mano.
we enjoy you know, bringing the
Aleatório,
action to you guys at home.
aleatoriamente aleatório.
For me, it was like, it was a real like test of like, hey, can I still go and play good Pokemon, and can I still like have some fun doing it? And obviously going over to one of the NA regionals is a great time as well. You get to interact with a load of people. So for me, I think it was quite easy. I had no expectations going in, but like what I do better these days than I used to do back in the good old days, where I was a little bit more relevant than I am now as a player, was to just be like, oh, okay, I'll just go into the next match then. It's fine. Like you can only play the Pokemon that's in front of me, and lingering on those matches that haven't gone so well doesn't do you any justice. You just have to play the Pokemon that's in front of you. So, yeah, for me, I think that's really what it's all about.
That's a really good mindset to keep in mind, because you know you want to just focus on the next match ahead.
Ei, Edu apareceu de novo? Não, mano, foi a última luta. Foi a última luta. Eles devem falar agora como é que ficou o top 16 pro dia 2 e pronto.
Thanks, Zoe. Of course, Adrian, how are you feeling after a terrific, really close set and an amazing win?
Estoy muy nervioso, estoy muy nervioso, ha sido el final muy apretado, era un equipo que había estudiado un poco pero no mucho, así que emocionado, ¿no? También.
Yeah, he's feeling really nervous. He was afraid that he will do it that good because he didn't test that much the team, but he's happy now.
Excellent. You definitely seem happy as well. Like, it was a very impressive.
Ué, o cara entende inglês, mas não fala inglês? Oxi. Tipo, eu entendo uma palavra ou outra, mas o cara entende inglês e não responde inglês? Como?
Pues es difícil porque encima era contra otro español, era un win and in contra otro español, así que bastante difícil, sí.
Yeah, it's feeling really hard because it's against another Spanish, and it's really difficult for them.
Tá vendo?
So it must be always hard, but it's a testament to how well you both have done to already come this far. So
É Doomsday, o Dragas. Ninja retornará em Vingadores Doomsday. Em Doomsday, né, no caso. Vingadores do Poder. Do nada, o Dragas só parece do nada pra falar isso. Olha lá, o cara responde em espanhol, mas não sabe responder em inglês. Oxi.
I haven't prepared that much, so I just saw Marco Ferro and some other professional players playing it, and that team steals a lot, so I was just feeling it.
Exactly, and it's something that really obviously paid off. So, is it something that you could see yourself using in the future for Regulation Set F beyond this tournament?
No, I think no, no lo voy a volver a jugar, creo. Puede ser que sí, para el week que vengo, pues creo que voy a jugar otra cosa, porque, bueno, roba y no roba también.
So it could be, it depends. He maybe is playing it at London at the UIC, but he's not sure of that.
Mortal do gigante real não tá só nos quilos também, Duda, tá doido. Pera, cortaram o áudio ou impressão minha? Estouraram a minha torre. Eita. Cortaram o áudio do garoto? Belas palavras, exatamente.
I am Miguel Rodrigo and it feels amazing.
Regional champion. Rodrigo. Sevilla champion. Ainda tem mais um round, nem ferrando. Nossa. Ainda tem mais um round, chat. Ainda tem mais um round, não. Não. Por quê? Mano, caraca aí. Só porque atrasou. Nossa, cara. Tô achando que era o último, gente. Ah, não.
I was pretty lucky in that part. So my practice for this tournament was not too much because I have been using this team for 4 months, so I was pretty used to it. Coming to the tournament, there were some challenges that I was not prepared for, like Rocky helped me.
Eu lembro disso. Oh, se eu não me engano, a gente fez.
I will try to not face it and that's it.
A gente fez live desse regional, se eu não me engano.
Why? It looks like kind of a dinosaur, so that's probably why I like it. And Ron is always better than Kyle, so I used to play a lot of balanced team. Since I became champion with hyper-offense, so maybe now I start playing more hyper-offense. So my motivation now is, now that I won a regional, is to win worlds. My advice for new people and people that haven't played now a period of time is that every single time you lose, take a look at the replay and think about why you lose and what could you change so that that loss could become a win.
If I had one tip for a new trainer to the game, I would say it's to build relationships. And you rely on others for tips and advice to become a better trainer and improve on yourself to become better at the game.
I'd say the main thing that really comes into it is like 3 important things. Having people that are like solid that you can practice with. Also, you know, be very disciplined when you practice, trying to really just improve the most you can. And the final tip, honestly, is just have fun. I feel like when you're enjoying yourself, it's a lot easier to just grow from your experiences and you get a lot more out of playing.
Play your own game and don't be discouraged by the results. If you stick with it, stay consistent, you will improve and really enjoy the game.
Look at resources for Pokemon Go PvP, whether that's content creators that can help you learn the basics and the fundamentals of the game, like your move timing, like your typings, and just having fun with it, not being too hard on yourself. Practice as much as you can so you know your team well going into a tournament, and in the end, just trust your instincts and trust your gut in making those decisions.
It would be applying a growth mindset, especially during your practice, and look back and analyze your games, think about what you could have done better. There's a lot of variables in Pokemon, and there's like a lot of what-if scenarios, so you have to go back and analyze your games, otherwise you might make the same mistake again.
You should take everything one step at a time. Don't think about top 8, don't think about winning. Think about the game ahead of you, set your goals realistically, and focus on your game. Don't focus on anyone else's, don't focus on anything else, just play your game and have some fun.
Will Fennel take this whole thing home? There is so much on the line. The favorites here, a team that a lot of viewers would have said is their #1 to win the whole thing.
僕たちのチームをポケモンのタイプに例えるならば水タイプとドラゴンタイプだと思います。理由は水タイプは柔軟にどんな形にも適応できるということで水タイプを選ばせていただきました。
Fennel is just trying to assert their dominance here. They're trying to leave with the trophy here today.
ドラゴンタイプに関してはリーグ戦を優勝したのでドラゴンタイプを追加しました。
ちのチームは3月の WCS 予選から始まりました。この大会を通してチームワークを深く学べたと思います。
Who's gonna get it? It's gonna be taken by Fennel!
How does it feel to win? 最高です。僕たちのリスペクトしているチームはユニドシティで大会を2連覇してあり、オーバーロード選手が最強なので非常にリスペクトしてます。
Everyone expected that Fennel could be here, but I don't know if anyone expected it would go quite like that.
この大会を通して、特別思い出に残っているのは、やはりトロフィーをみんなで掲げる瞬間です。
It's no question. It's not close. They are your champions.
Zoe, who's the mathematical marvel of the Pokemon world?
I got Alan Cursor.
Oh, not bad. There's Togepi. I think you're giving that too much laughter. I don't think it deserves as much laughter as that.
How did I make you feel?
Thank you. I feel great. Great. I feel very. Charlie Merriman on the desk with Zolu here. And listen, trainers, yes, we finished our phase 1, but we're going to bring you a round of phase 2 as well, just to cap off what's already been a fantastic Saturday. Huh? You've been enjoying it, Zoe?
Yeah, we had so many fantastic matches that day. A lot of really well-known players, some not so well-known players, but just going up on the stage maybe for the first time ever, and just getting to that experience of just what it's like to, be on the stream, have the audience watching at home, and it's both really exciting and also a very nerve-wracking experience if you haven't been on stream at all. So, really a lot of shout-outs and props to these players for being so brave and so courageous to step up and
Yeah, it can be very nerve-wracking indeed. I mean, of course, you're under the lights and you can't see it, but you've got crowds of people watching you up on that stage as well as your good selves watching from home. So, huge props to any trainer who has been on stream for the first time today. But it's the thing, it's all about the newer storylines as well as the trainers who we have seen at regional after regional having a fantastic showing. You're all nurtured here, so if you're at home thinking, oh, maybe I want to give it a go, maybe I want to give my first regional a go, why not come and get involved?
welcome to the locals. That's
locals.
That's where I got my start in.
And cut your teeth.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, very good.
Try out some maybe more unconventional movesets.
Exactly
See whether or not they work in a bigger stage setting like the regionals. And we're really getting to that stage. We're now advancing into phase 2. So a good portion of the player field has been eliminated. Only players with an X2 record or better can advance to phase 2. And for all those players at X2, if they want to continue, well, they can continue playing tomorrow. But if they take that loss, they are no longer in contention of advancing to the top cut.
Yeah, exactly that. But before things get too intense, Zoe, I want to cast our minds back. Well, you can see this, but this picture is taken at the Birmingham regionals last year. So this time last year, Costa just came up with an insane idea that because I was called Charlie and this guy, Charlie Donnelly, was here in the regional as well, he would set us the challenge of doing the moves of a Pokemon, and Costa would have to guess what Pokemon we were trying to be. I just cannot believe that was a year ago today.
I enjoyed watching that.
Well, do you want to give it a go, Zoe?
Okay.
Do you want to guess, or do you want to do the move of a Pokemon?
Okay, I'll guess first because I need to think of a move.
Okay, fair enough. So do I, but I will come up with one quickly. Okay, let's go with... obviously, we can't do any quadruped Pokemon either because you just wouldn't, you wouldn't see it.
Just pretend.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. We will go with... I'm trying to think of the Regulation F kind of Pokemon as well. That's quite difficult. We've already done a couple earlier as well, me and David. So
I would challenge you to do Urshifu Rapid Strike and just spin.
Well, he doesn't spin. Urshifu Rapid Strike is like this.
But it
Idle animation.
turns around when
But here's one for you.
Oh, yeah?
Okay.
Okay. I'm just trying to stand away. That looks like an Incineroar.
But with the tongue.
Oh, okie dokie.
Very good. Thank you
we're not making me do that for too long. Let me get it out
I should have
quickly.
just let you do that.
Just feeling increasingly ridiculous as that went on. Yeah, very good. Okie dokie. Get it at home. Have you got one, Zoe? Got one to show us?
I was... Okay, so I had one already. I thought, this is too obvious.
Okay.
Maybe it is too obvious.
Give it a go.
Quadruped. No, biped.
Bipedal, ideally. So in the meantime, I'll just do a throwback for the audience.
Okay, I got one.
Yeah?
Just...
Is that... I was going to say single strike Urshifu, but what's that?
Okay, it is Urshifu.
Oh, was it single strike or rapid?
Well, it's... They both kind of...
Yeah, true. I feel like single strike is like this.
That's awesome.
Rapid strike is kind
I
of...
was trying to do the idle animation where like...
Oh, I see. Yeah. Like before he does his wicked blow, it does that. Yeah, very good. Well, hours of fun, trainers. Why not have a video call with some of your friends and try and guess some Pokemon animations? But anyway, let's take a look at how Phase 1 has shaped up and who will be progressing into Phase 2. We've got our standings ready to show you. Have any of these trainers got that flawless 8-0 record? Well, 3 to be precise. Eric Rios, Marcus Coe, and Victor Medina. Wow. Now, if you don't recognize the name Marcus Coe, go back in the stream because you can see him on stream earlier beating Nils Dunlop. But of course, that's just the 8-0 player. We've also got Shohei Kimura there at 7-1, who has come all the way over from Japan, our 2023 world champion in Yokohama, to compete here in Birmingham this weekend.
Shohei doing so well. Not surprising, of course, because he is a former world champion. With the Incineroar, Pokemon, Landorus, Fluttermane, Raging Bolt, and Rillaboom, so quite a standard balanced team. But I think a lot of players earlier said they got Shohei. He's just able to steamroll his way through the opponents. I believe his only loss was to Adam Chibui, who is also 7-1, just slightly below on the rankings there. You can see Adam's team with that little Orthworm, but
very
really, putting a stop to the Landorus, but it's paired up with more conventional Pokemon, like the Incineroar, the Fluttermane, the Chien-Pao, the Dragonite, and the Ogerpon Wellspring. So, a really cool team, and I hope we get to see that Orthworm up on screen.
Yes, please. You know when you've been Shohei, but it looks like Shohei with Jeff Weed. Exactly.
Oh, okay, that sounds better than got Adam.
Yeah, we'll watch on it later. Yeah, Orthworm, a Pokemon that, of course, is immune to the ground type damage. Not only that, but restores HP thanks to being hit by a ground type move, thanks to his Earth Eater ability. Yeah, we did see one on stream at Toronto last week. It'd be fantastic if we are able to see Orthworm do his thing in regulations set F now.
Yeah, it's such a good anti-meta call against the Landorus, and we've got also some other really cool players on screen. Also, I thought it was Stefano
Greppi.
Yes, and Nils Dunlop, who we featured earlier. That was up against Marcus Coe, and that was a very close game. That was only decided by time. That is...
Yeah, wow.
I think I can count on one hand the number of times I can, a top game went to time, but he also had some other players on the stream earlier, like Henway.
Which,
he's a local to the UK scene, and he's performed really consistently with this really cool Sizeman team of Indeedee and Iron Crown, and paired up with also the Regidrago, the Ogerpon, Pathflame, Tornadus, and Urshifu.
That damage is absolutely unstoppable. We often see Regidrago paired with Goldigo because they complement each other so well. But with spread expanding forces and big spread dragon energies too, this little guy over here, Mr. Snaps, that's what Regidrago, Mr. Snaps, yeah, because Snappy Jaw is all ready to dish out the massive damage. All the more so with Tornadus going for tail, and I do like a hyper offense team there. I also love Hengway's attitude in this pitch. See me?
You gotta deal with the side spam.
Yeah, exactly. Is there a Pikachu on the back of the jacket? I don't know, but he's got some attitude there.
Yeah.
And we respect him. We're always about this trainer photo metagame trainers.
Yeah, I've seen some very creative ones. Some trainers, was it Jack Clark? He's got a very themed Umbreon.
Yeah.
Umbreon player photo. So, yeah, to me, it's an absolute treat just to see the personalities of the trainers shine through as well. And I think we talked earlier about the game that went to time. That was between Marcus Coe and Nils Dunlop. I do want to revisit that just again because that was such a cool match, and it was very close. Nils almost had the timer unfortunately worked against him, but you can see Nils, our EUIC champion from the last regulation F4, and this time he's got a very different team of Incineroar, Urshifu, Landorus, Goldigo, Among Us, and Ring.
Yeah, now I believe Regulations F when he won the EUIC 2024. It was Ursaluna, Porygon 2, Incineroar, Fluttermane, and those three Rapid Strike and Lucas. So yeah, a couple of similar pieces here, but crucially, the core really of that team was the Porygon 2 Ursaluna more trigger as we were here. Really love to see Raging Bolt coming, and Raging Bolt was so prevalent there. But right now, I remember I bumped into, you and I both bumped into Nils yesterday, and he was saying that, yeah, that team that won EUIC back then, not so good right now, but who knows, maybe Metagame will come full circle, come all the way back round, heading into EUIC 2026, which is just a few weeks' time.
That's so exciting. I think another really cool thing was we also bumped into Nils' brother.
Yeah,
Daniel Dunlop, I believe, and I'm not too sure how Nils' brother is doing, but it's just really cool to see a lot of siblings come play these regionals together, team build with each other, play against each other, and just continuously improve on their skills. And it's so easy when you've got a family playing Pokemon together, and it just makes it so much more fun and so much more enjoyable to play.
Yeah, whether it's family or friends, there's so much to get involved in. But I tell you what, Zoe, Birmingham is not the only regional championship level event happening this weekend. We also have Merida over in Mexico. We can actually take a look at the usage stats there, the top 12 Pokemon, and it's not too much of a surprise, really. Fluttermane's still out in front, I believe, yeah.
Power usage.
I think that's the same top 3 as we have here in Birmingham, at least. There's some shuffling about lower down on that chart, of course, here in Phase 1 in Birmingham. Pokemon Wellspring was up in that top row. It might have been 5th most used. Pokemon Hearthflame a similar position, but clearly over in Merida, it's just Wellspring having the slight edge on Wellspring here. I don't believe we have Farigiraf in our top 12 Pokemon in Phase 1 here in Birmingham, so it's cool to see that coming over there.
Yeah, and I do really like how the two genies are right next to each other. So a lot of Lapras and Tornadoes on stream, and of course, no surprises there with the Fluttermane, Incineroar, and Urshifu core. That in itself is a very common core that we've seen on a lot of teams. You've got the balance with the Incineroar providing Intimidate and Fake Out support, and then there's the Fluttermane immune to Fake Out, just being able to dish out a lot of damage. We saw some choice spec sets today, a lot of also boost energy sets, and then of course Urshifu, the Rapid Strike set is the most popular Urshifu form. Single Strike we did see on stream at that last game, but it's not quite as popular currently in this format as the Rapid Strike one. It's able to whittle down Incineroars.
I think in Toronto, it might have been on day Phase 2 that the Single Strike Urshifu did make its way into the top Pokemon. At the very bottom, it is Rapid Strike out in front, but the Single Strike, especially in the face of all of this Ice Spam that's coming out, definitely has a place. We've got to talk about Raging Bolt as well, of course. I believe that is also in 4th position here in our Phase 1 usage stats for Birmingham. And it is kind of the Pokemon that defines Regulation Set F, or it was at least the first time we had this competitive format. Because it can be run so flexibly, it could be this Carmine setup set, it could be Assault Vest, it could be more offensive, we drink a Meteor, it could be slightly less on the damage, but at least more accurate with Dragon Pulse, we could have Snarl on there. Just a Pokemon that it's hard to do wrong by, because it's just a good amount of stats, it's got good access to moves, good typing, yeah, good stuff.
I think we're seeing several different Raging Bolt sets.
Today we saw an Assault Vest set, we saw a Life Orb set, Boosted Energy, and also Leftovers. Leftovers Raging Bolt with the Carmine when it's paired up with Incineroar and Rillaboom means that against that Carmine setup and you're cycling in those Intimidates, your opponent's going to have a really hard time trying to break through the Raging Bolt on top of having all of that grassy terrain support and Fake Out support. So it's not hard to see why Raging Bolt is such a popular Pokemon in this format. And it was on my caster prediction, so I'm very excited to have more Raging Bolts.
Yeah, you really covered the Paradox Dragon side of things, didn't you? With Raging Bolt, Gouging Fire, Walking Wake. Gouging Fire I've seen a bit. Walking Wake I don't think.
No,
Bad.
I just wanted to have some fun, you know, collect more, get
good.
all the Paradox Dragons, past Paradox Dragons onto my prediction list.
Pronto, eu anotei. Já passou, Luna?
That would have a bit more usage, but maybe, because it was very prevalent in Toronto, maybe players deciding, a lot of Fluttermanes in this format. Maybe
Ainda não passou, meu Deus do céu. Já vai passar o jogo.
Got a lot more Regulation F to be played, everybody. Yes, make sure this is a perfect time to be getting involved as well, be it a local or regional championship, because Reg F really has only just begun for the second time around. Yeah, Toronto last week and now Birmingham and EUIC the next event in a couple of weeks' time. And it's not just Merida and it's not just Birmingham happening this weekend, because we also have Auckland, indeed, over in New Zealand. So it'll be fascinating to see how that's going. I believe due to the time difference, Phase 1 of that will have finished by now, but we'll see. We'll bring results to you when we're able to. But yeah, Auckland going on as well, so much Regulation Set F action happening just this weekend. Sometimes we cluster around, and now let's compare how Merida is looking in terms of the Birmingham phase 1 usage stats as well. I wonder what they'd be like in Auckland as well. We probably can't bring that to you just yet, but here's Birmingham.
Okay, oh, so we also have Rigora.
Mano, a Flutter dominou, ó. Tô surpreso, sinceramente.
Wellspring Okamon is slightly higher at 5th place, so they're bumping down Tornadoes and Landgress, which were in their respective kind of rankings. So basically, Okamon's just jumped up a little bit, and there's that. Mook also
dominado completamente de A1 foi absurdo.
Yeah, and once again, those genies are next to each other. Tornadoes and Landgress, they're best buds.
Mano, para Giraffe nem apareceu hoje na transmissão praticamente.
It was really interesting because it's not necessarily the case
praticamente nem apareceu. Mano, quantas horas de live? Meu Deus, vai dar 10 horas de live. Vou ficar na finaleira da live.
So it's just a little bit of shuffling. I can't recall now if we're so on Merida. Golden Go made the.
I think so.
Traffic Air was in 11th position.
I think there was no Chen Pao in Merida.
No Chen Pao. No, there was no Chen Pao. You're right. I think that's the only difference in terms of Pokemon.
That's
at least, yeah.
Quite interesting.
Mas pelo menos o Chico de Água apareceu, o Tornados apareceu, o Landros apareceu, cara, o Rugipon de Fogo e Água apareceu. Chimpao apareceu, Reagindo.
Earlier in Toronto, a lot of the UK players just all rocked up with Okie Dokie, all kind of arriving at the conclusion that I want to bring Okie Dokie independently, and I think that's really, really interesting, and it just goes to show that players really have similar mindsets when they build teams.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sad. We have it in Regulation Set H as well. Yuma Kanagawa independently coming up with a team that had won a previous regional championship, I believe, there as well. I wonder if, because of the UK contingent, Okie Dokie made the Toronto usage stats so bad just because of the deluge of Okie Dokie that was seen. But that's how it can be, trainers. You know, enough of you come with the same Pokemon, and who knows, maybe you even dethrone Incineroar and Fluttermane. Probably not quite that. Probably not quite that. If you're all bringing out a Magikarp, it's probably not going to be.
It doesn't Hydro Pump. You know, hear me out.
Okay.
Terra, Water, Choice, Specs, Magikarp. With Hydro Pump.
O Labon tá muito baixo. Ele deixou de ser prioridade.
And it's got Swift Swim, so it will be going first.
I wonder how much that would do to it.
Eu acho engraçado o Incineroar tá ali em segundo, sendo que ele mal apareceu.
Maybe an Incineroar that hasn't been trained.
Yeah, I think it would too, sure.
Yeah,
as a safe niche bet, if it connects, that'd be really interesting.
Yeah, I believe in Magikarp. I really do. Magikarp.
Mano, eles não vão.
Magikarp once got top 8.
Eles não vão transmitir a última batalha, não é possível, cara.
That's fascinating. Tell us more.
This was back in the Kangaskhan Cresselia.
Eu dei uma cochilada e eles já transmitiram a batalha, eu não vi. Estão mostrando muito top 12 ali, mostrou o top 12, estão conversando muito. Transmitiram uma batalha. Transmitiram o round 9 já?
That's amazing. Thank you so much for
Não, pô,
illuminating us
9 ainda vai
as to
ter.
that, Zoe. I would never have guessed, and I love that. I love that. David and I were talking earlier about how Z Splash when Z moves were a thing.
I don't even know what that does.
You get a +3 attack boost, I think, which is
Eu tô esperando o
nice just
round
quirk
9
on
pra
Splash, but
acabar.
normally does nothing. It's kind of that's the whole joke with Magikarp. Splash does nothing.
Well, hear me out.
But then a +3 attack. Are we hearing you out again, Zoe? Okay.
Paranormal. Magikarp learns Flail.
Yeah, sure. We're gonna say not Splash because it's still doing nothing.
So you wait. If you do Z Splash, you need the Z Crystal.
Yeah.
So I don't think Magikarp learns Endure. Maybe you false swipe the Magikarp down to 1 HP with your partner.
Então,
And
tô esperando, eles estão enrolando muito, cara.
Terra normal. Gonna set up the the Reign at some point. Then just helping hand +3 to a normal play or...
There are more and more caveats to what you're saying here, so it does not say that the magic armor hasn't been knocked out already. Just to be...
You both swiped it, so it's at 1 HP.
Yeah, but what if the opponent is now just...
Set Reign up, so it's...
Okay, right, so the Reign's already up on the field.
Yes.
Okay. So the Reign's already up, and then Gallade and... Maybe Gallade is next to the Reign setter. The Reign setter uses U-turn or something, the magic armor comes in. You false... Maybe it's choice scarf penalty, you false swipe. Your magic armor, then you still have to Z-splash. And then
somehow,
you have to...
It's gonna work.
Scott swim. So...
Tô esperando
Maybe just evolve the magic armor.
I've heard you out.
Cara, eu dei uma cochilada de 5 segundos ali no sofá.
I will hear you out on that one. You should just evolve it. Yeah. The Intimidate will go such a long way. Gyarados is a Pokemon that it's hard for it to be bad. Like, it will often, it maybe not be the best in regulations that ever right now,
Do
but
jeito que tá
Intimidate always
andando
goes
a
a long way.
carruagem.
Maybe it's
Ei,
nice to
eu
have
vou
a
pra lá
Water
de novo.
Intimidator in the face of the Fire one in the form of Incineroar, of course. Yeah, I mean, Gyarados definitely has some merit to it. Yeah, and who knows, maybe one day we'll get these Mega Pokemon back as well, and they'll be able to have Mega Gyarados, they will make a Magikarp. Can you imagine?
But you can't evolve.
I know.
You've got to get a special Magikarp.
Just hear me out.
Okay, alright, I will hear you out.
What if we get Mega Magikarp? And I feel like it's just a big Magikarp. That's what Mega Magikarp.
The one from Magikarp jump.
Yeah, maybe.
Jump to the moon, gain some lunar powers.
Maybe just like with more whiskers or something. Yeah, I like that. Lunar powers. It's like what they did with the Dunsparce, just a bigger Dunsparce. I think Mega Magikarp should just be that. Yeah, Magikarp's already absolutely perfect. We'll be able to show you the matches going on for Swiss Round 9, our first of Phase 2. In just a moment, trainers, as the trainers get settled and ready out there. Yes, we're kicking off Phase 2 at the end of our first day of competition here, just to ease things along tomorrow, and of course to bring you even more thrilling Pokemon action. So there you go. Are you as excited as Omanite here? Dusty the Omanite? Bug Eyes going, woohoo! Yeah, well I hope you are.
Oh, I am, and this is the final round of the day. So for a lot of these trainers, there is so much on the line. So I believe these notable matches are ready. So let's take a look now. Oh my goodness! Isaac versus Marco Silva, who has already got his world
Marco Silva? Caraca, o Marco Silva que vai jogar? Ok. Tá explicado por quê. É, tá explicado por que a demora. É, do absoluto nada. Deixa eu ver onde o Marco Silva tá, a colocação dele aqui.
The trainer who is just so exciting, just gets fantastic result after fantastic result. Won across the tournament last weekend, top 8 at EUIC last year, and keeps top cutting these tournaments. Is Birmingham just going to be another one to add to their roster? But yes, Isaac Jones versus Marco Silva. What a privilege to be able to feature Marco Silva on stream for you all today. Yes, it was at the Little Regional Championships just a few months ago that Marco Silva was the victor. And let's see against Isaac if they're going to be able to keep that
Silva, né?
up. And I mean,
O nome dele, né, o Marco?
we'll be able to dive into the matchup in a moment's time, but clearly tall card is a pretty big piece for Marco.
O nome do Marco é Marco Remanta. Sim, tá, ele tá em 21º. Ele tá em 21º, 7-1. E o top 16. Cara, o top 16 tá 7-1 também. Talvez se ele ganhar aqui, ele tem chance de entrar. Esse Isaac deve estar 7-1 também pra ele estar. O Isaac tá em 15º. Isaac e Dr. Jones. É, o Isaac tá em 15º. Se ele ganhar, ele consegue subir esse papo pro top 16. O Isaac tá em 15º. Olha lá, girafa. É, a fase girafa. O time do Isaac é bem padrãozinho, não é possível ter. Que tava com a girafa. É, então. Pô, mas só ele ter mostrado aquela coisa. Ah, tá explicado. É por isso que ela tava em último. Por isso.
Yeah, some would say that it's unsurprising seeing so much balance. champs here in EU. The saying goes that we tend to play more balance over
É
here,
uma
whereas
de
they
pão
tend
de
to be a little
fogo
bit
contra
more
uma de
offensive.
pão
I
de
myself,
pedra.
I prefer the offensive way of things, and you know, each trainer will have a different wrinkle on the meta game, and Marco Silva is certainly not a trainer who favours the balance, can certainly play it very well, but as you said, that LAIC winning team from the 2025 season, that huge power with Charizard and solar power in the sun, absolutely tearing through. I remember when Marco won one of the grand or global challenges was back then in the Sword and Shield era with a Barraskewda team in the rain, just tearing through everything. And I mean, Barraskewda's a Pokemon as frail as anything, but you know, if you can KO Pokemon before you get KO'd yourself, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, the best offense, no, the best defense is offense. And I really like Marco being quite a bit of a hyper-offensive player, just watching a lot of the teams that he enjoys playing with. It's usually these Pokemon that can do really explosive damage. And I remember, I've forgotten which regional it was, but in one of the rounds, he had this Charizard in the sun setup, and then I think his opponent had the Porygon 2 and switched in the Ursaluna, and then the Charizard took on Heatwave in the sun with the joy snakes and just deleted 2 Pokemon on the board instantly, and that was just, I guess, for me it was really enjoyable to watch, but probably not so much for his opponent that just lost 2 Pokemon
O
without getting
Kimura, ele tá em quinto.
single move.
The Pokemon Red fans rejoice. How cool to see Charizard actually
O
sweeping
Marco
through. We
Silva
haven't
tá
really seen
em...
it since the Dynamax days of
Marco
Sword and
Silva
Shield.
tá em
There was that very
21º.
famous so-called Brynja Sun team
Esse,
where Charizard, Gigantamax go
esse
absolutely
Luca que
crazy.
tu fala
G-Max
é quem?
Wildfire. Yes, please. Residual damage at the end of every turn. Crazy move. And as our trainers get ready on stage, you know you're not going to want to go anywhere.
O Lucas
Marco Silva
Cerebelli?
taking on Isaac Dunkley Jones. Listen, maybe get yourself a beverage, but we'll see you back here in T-minus 2 minutes.
É o Lucas Cerebelli. Deixa eu ver onde ele tá. Lucas Cerebelli. Ó, o Frederico Camporelli também tá jogando.
My name is Birmingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah, the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere is unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed, so happy to be here now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun.
O Lucas Cerebelli é de que país, o Marlon? Que aí fica mais fácil pra mim.
People from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just
Fica mais fácil
absolutely
pra mim
unreal.
achar aqui.
It's something that I aspire to, but it's like really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思います。その練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思っています。次の大会を参加し
Ó,
て
o time Massalt também tá jogando. Caraca, vários nomes aqui. Vários nomes que já ganharam. Tudo bem abaixo aqui.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. I am so excited to bringing you the final match of the day. Marco Silva with that hyper-offensive Sun team versus his opponent. And my name is Zoe Lu. I'm joined by Charlie Merriman. Are you excited?
Yeah.
What we're going to be seeing next?
Excited, Mary, and I hope you all are too. Yes, we just saw Shohei Kimura being interviewed there. He's here, Birmingham this weekend. If you're just tuning in, firstly, where have you been? We've missed you, and also the action has been amazing. So you're lost. But go back and check out the stream from today. It's been wonderful action. Yes, Shohei Kimura is here at a 7-1 record too as we head into round 9. This is our first of phase 2 here at Birmingham Regional Championships. We're about to be bringing you Marco Silva versus Isaac Dunkley Jones. Marco running this Torkoals sun weather team, whereas Isaac going more for the Landers balanced style of things. So it's going to be an absolute corker to round out, the first day of competition here in Birmingham.
Isaac's got a bit more of a balance.
Marlon, o Cerebelli, o Lucas Cerebelli, ele é de que país, tu sabe?
Very quickly from up on the screen earlier. So now Isaac is going to be trying to mitigate the damage that his opponent can dish out with that Torkoal on the trick room, can deal so much damage. And also there's that Floodmane, which is going to be activated by Sun from Torkoal. So that Floodmane can actually hold an item outside of boosted energy, which we've seen quite commonly today. It was a lot of boosted energy Floodmanes.
A lot of boosted energy Floodmanes, but also we've seen some choice specs, and that's my preference, to be honest. So let's just hit things hard and hit things fast with those choice specs.
Well, Jonathan was able to play that Floodmane masterfully.
Yeah, UK player appearing on stream and beating Marcus Harmon earlier too. Go back and check out that round as well if you haven't. Trainers up. There's so much Pokemon action to catch up on, and of course we're bringing you Phase 2 tomorrow, going all the way to crowning our champion. Phase 9 though, round 9, the first round of Phase 2. So many numbers to get our heads around here. What's clear is that Marco and Isaac are ready on stage. They don't have any supportive plushies, unfortunately. Always supporting both of the trainers up there. And I mean, for Isaac, clearly a newer player, must be pretty nerve-wracking going up against someone like Marco Silva, and on stream, of course, under the pressure of the stage lights, everyone watching in the venue. But so far, they've still made it into Phase 2, so keep that resolve.
Acho o Lucas, eu tô perguntando de que país ele é, criatura. Oh, meu Deus do céu. Eu tô há 2 horas te perguntando qual é o país.
There's always a breakout player at every tournament, and it really is like a David versus Goliath kind of.
Eu não tô achando ele.
Marco is so experienced at the game. He's got so many accomplishments, whereas Isaac, we've not seen him at all play on stream, so nobody knows his play style. Is he a defensive player? Is he positional? Is he hyper offense? And this is something that Marco really has to work out if he wants to progress. Although, because both of our players are at Exit 1, they can afford to take a loss and still be in the running for getting into the top cut of tomorrow's rounds. But of course, no player wants to take a loss if they can, because that just leaves less room for error later on.
You make such a fantastic point there, Zoe, of course, with Isaac being a newer player, Marco not being so familiar with the playstyle, but these well-experienced players will, of course, know how to get a good read on their opponent and then take that into a successful Game 2, or potentially even a Game 3, and then ultimately come out on top. But I mean, Marco's achievements, the local regional champion from this season, as you said, Ping, back in 2019, 3-time international champion, only trainer to have ever done that. Exactly, Zoe. Thank you for providing that emphasis, as well as world's top 16 twice. Isaac, no achievements as of yet, but of course, making Birmingham Phase 2, that is the first one to add to that roster, and that could be you, trainers, if you're at one of these events. Who knows? Just making Phase 2, that is an impressive achievement in itself, in a field as stacked as this one.
We've often seen a lot of upset wins from trainers maybe that you wouldn't quite expect because they haven't had previous accomplishments, but that is not an indication of how well players are going to play. And now we see Isaac's team up on the screen. It's going to be Incineroar,
porque por máscara de fogo, Fluttermane de Boost Energy, Landur de Life Orb, Rillaboom de Clear Amulet e Reagindo de Assault Vest.
It's not going to be able to boost up at the cost of being in exchange for being very defensive and very bulky.
And it's clear Amulet Rillaboom as well, because of course if the Raging Ball has the Assault Vest, the Rillaboom can't as well. Clear Amulet meaning that it's going to be blocking those Intimidate drops from Incineroar, and
ele nem aparece aqui, mano. Nem aparece.
So this is the thing, it might look like a classic team on paper, but it's those little tweaks.
Tenho certeza que ele é italiano, né? Que ele não é francês. Do time do Marco Silva, Incineroar de Assault Vest, Turco de Chaco, Fluttermane de Trash Stacks, Ursaluna de Flame Orb, Orquepon Máscara de Pedra. Ué, é um Orquepon de Pedra com Máscara de Fogo, sai direto de Citrus Berry.
Amount of damage a Choice Specs Terra Fairy Moonblast with Helping Hand. Just how, oh my goodness, does not need, gets the booster, provided it gets the special attack boost, but if it does,
Tá, o Shui Kimura já passou, aparentemente. O Eric também. O Victor Medina também passou.
That flexibility. Okay then, trainers, they're ready on stage and we're ready here. It's
Tá
time
doido?
for Swiss Round
Ué,
9 here at the Birmingham Regional
eu
Championships,
termino
our
o
first round of
que
phase
isso, mano, tá
2.
doido?
And it's Cinnamon
É
apiece, and then
estratégia.
it's Landorus facing off against
É
Farigorov.
estratégia.
Isaac versus Marco.
This is the first Farigorov we've seen on the stream all day, and Farigorov is really nice at blocking those fake outs from the opposing Incineroar. Also means that Marco can go for fake out on his own Incineroar, maybe fake out the Landorus, prevent it from getting those really powerful attacks, or even fake out the Incineroar, because with that, actually this Incineroar on Isaac's side does not have a dark move, so it can't really threaten the Farigorov, and that's why we see it fake out the Landorus.
Yeah, Landorus isn't going to be moving this turn, not one little bit. The taunt though coming out to Farigorov, blocking a trick room crucially here, so Marco cannot set up for the Pokemon in the back, but Marco has gone for the Hyper Voice instead. The taunt though will last, so still no trick room into the next couple of turns, and Zoe, yes, regulations at F, the regulation of the long necks. If it's not a Raging Bolt, then it's going to be the Farigorov.
There's a lot of giraffes in this format, and really like how Marco did not fall for that taunt at all, just instead wanting to go for consistent damage with Farigorov. Farigorov is actually quite a decent special attacker, and we can see Landorus, not a very defensive Pokemon, doesn't take it so well, but the Earthbound's just going to come off, and it's not enough to get the knockout onto Incineroar.
Incineroar just about hanging on there, the bulkiest of Pokemon, but the parting shot, just so that the Incineroar can get safely on out of there. Now Isaac can switch in something else from the back, and we can get to see the full Pokemon that Isaac's chosen for this matchup. Rillaboom is going to be joining the fray in instead, setting up that grassy terrain on the field, and it can't be overridden by anything over on Marco's side. The Hyper Voice, once more, just chipping away. It's not a throat spray, of course. It's going to be the Citrus Berry. Super effective U-turn now into the Rillaboom, but it's not so much the damage Marco's going for there. It's the secondary effect of that move, meaning that the Incineroar can get out of there and Marco can decide to switch something else in this case, the Ogerpon.
This is a really, really nice play because the Incineroar just switched out. It can easily switch back in and then reduce the attack of the Rillaboom, which means that a combination of Woodhammer and the Earth Power from the Landorus will not be enough to knock out this Farigorov. Now, this Farigorov is also carrying the Citrus Berry, so it's going to be extra bulky. And I think previously, maybe if Landorus doesn't knock the Farigorov down to half of its health, then the answering Woodhammer will be able to knock it out. But because there's now the Incineroar waiting fresh in the back, it can just swap in, get that Rillaboom's attack down, and those taunt turns are slowly ticking down as well, so Farigorov can trick room later on.
Ivy Cudgel, it's got a basic crit chance, but the Rillaboom hangs on with 2 HP there on Isaac's side. A little bit more wiggle room for Isaac as the Earth Power connects into the Farigorov, rocks that berry, so it's going to be munching, and it's going to be healing up some HP. Yes, Oakmont Cornerstone, the rock type, not one that we see as often, and now Woodhammer, big damage, but thanks to its sturdy ability, the Oakmont is going to be hanging on there. And the Rillaboom going down thanks to the recall damage, massive because it took so much HP off that Ogerpon. In fact, it looks like it wasn't down quite to its sturdy, just hanging on maybe on 2 HP as Hyper Voice continue to chip away now at the Landorus.
Landorus really doesn't have very much time left on the field. Farigorov, even though it's being taunted, has just been really useful at spreading a lot of damage out. Now, of course, Isaac brings out his Ogerpon. That is a very, very offensive Pokemon. Of course, there is that Cornerstone Ogerpon with Follow Me, so it can buy a turn for that Farigorov to get an attack off. And I think in this range, the Ogerpon is faster than the Landorus, so it will be redirected.
What's really interesting here is Isaac is considering a grassy glide into the Ogerpon, even though the Farogov's on the field, so predicting that Marco's going to switch that one out because, of course, the Armatail is blocking any kind of priority movement. If you're going up against a trainer as experienced as Marco, you do have to make reads like that.
Well, the Ogerpon is Mold Breaker.
Yes.
Now, so it can actually ignore the Farigorov's Armatail.
No, this Ogerpon is the Cornerstone, so it would have Sturdy rather than the Mold Breaker.
Oh, no, the Fire one.
Oh, yeah, the Fire one over on Isaac's side of the field. Yeah, so it can ignore the Armatail coming out from Farigorov. Really nice way these abilities interact. Fantastic. So the Marco's Ogerpon now is down. Yes, the Mold Breaker, meaning that the Armatail is ignored by Isaac's Ogerpon Half Flame, and Farigorov just scouting out, going for Protect in the face of the Landorus. This is why we can sometimes see Ogerpon Half Flame, for example, going for an Ivy Cudgel into a Heatran. It ignores the Flash Fire, of course, thanks to that Mold Breaker ability. But now it's dropping the attack of Isaac's Ogerpon.
Yeah, Ogerpon going down is actually quite nice for Marco because he gets that Incineroar in fresh for that fake out, drops the Intimidate onto Ogerpon, which means that unless he crits that lightning cudgel, it's not going to be able to knock out the Freegraph. And because Freegraph is no longer taunted, he can get that Trick Room up and allow Marco to get his final Pokemon, whatever it is, in the back to just come in and start sweeping under the Trick Room.
The Incineroar is lurking in the back, ready to provide another Intimidate drop, but of course Marco hasn't revealed that final Pokemon. That's going to be crucial information for Isaac Key. It could well be the Fluttermane, because Marco's other Pokemon are much slower and would benefit from that Trick Room, but it looks like Marco wasn't going for that strategy in the first place, as Incineroar is once more switching in here for Isaac. This Landorus just hanging on with a sliver, but can it make it through another turn? It's sat on the field since the very beginning of the game, and it's still here now, but it might not be for much longer as Freegraph finally goes for his Terrestrialization.
Freegraph going for that Terrafly, trying to dodge any Earth powers that's coming from the Landorus, and also if there's a Grass type move coming from the Ogerpon, it could resist that. Looks like a really nice switch in from Isaac there, eating that fake out, and the Sludge Bomb is going to be neutral to the Freegraph, but Freegraph does manage to now set up the Trick Room this turn, and I'm very curious now what Marco has in the back, because Landorus is in range of any attack, and because there's no option of going for a fake out from Isaac's Incineroar, Marco could potentially say parting shot out onto this Incineroar, allow whatever's in the back to come in, or he could just allow maybe one of his Pokemon to go down and get that re-switch into whatever he's got in the back in the 4 turns of Trick Room that he has just freshly set up.
Really good call there from Isaac to go for the Sludge Bomb into the Freegraph as opposed to the Earth Power, just in case the Freegraph did go for his Terraflying, because he's still getting guaranteed damage. Of course, Earth Power would have done nothing into that slot. Because Marco set up that Trick Room, and because the Freegraph's gone for the Terraflying, potentially there's an Ursaluna in the back ready to get off some big Earthquakes. I mean, remains to be seen, but it will be revealed now. Marco wants to get the Incineroar out of their Shellfish, potentially because they need to benefit from the turns of Trick Room while they possibly can. And the Pokemon coming in from the back, it is indeed going to be the Ursaluna.
Wow, Ursaluna coming in. Firstly, the Freegraph is going to get that Hyper Voice off. So, what is Isaac's Incineroar going to do? It first will be eating that Citrus Berry, so get a nice little bit of snap off before he gets that move off.
Citrus Berry, and at the end of the turn, some grassy terrain recovery, but parting shot now. So Ursaluna is an unwelcome entry onto the field, but at least we Murmo's Flame at the end of the turn, meaning that its Guts ability will be online, hitting all the harder, and now Ogerpon, that's what Isaac has to switch in from the back here, trying to work out how to weather these turns of Trick Room.
Yeah, there's actually quite a lot that, Marco's, because it's Ursaluna, even though it's got the Guts activated, it's still at -1 from that parting shot. Isaac could potentially try and swap in his Incineroar once again to drop that Ursaluna down to -2. But Ogerpon is a fairly frail Pokemon, so it's not really going to, at this stage, like the Freegraph is actually quite a big threat with those Hyper Voices. Marco's still got a lot, and he can always just swap out his Ursaluna. So firstly, that all his Pokemon can see on the grassy terrain is also going to expire, so no more recovery for both the Ursaluna and Ogerpon. And tricky in this position, Landorus cannot protect. Are we going to see that Incineroar try and switch in and try and mitigate the damage that's going to be done to this Ogerpon, or is Isaac going to just allow that Landorus to go down and get that Ursaluna? I would say it's more likely to maybe try and get that Incineroar into the game.
Yeah, I mean, the Freegraph is very easy to just click Hyper Voice here and then secure the KO onto Landorus, especially since we're still in Trick Room. And then an Earthquake will still go a long way. You're so right though, Zoe. Switching in the Incineroar and just dropping this Ursaluna's attack stat even further is going to go a long way for Isaac in this situation. Because yes, you have the Guts boost, but forcing Marco to switch out and then the Ursaluna back in as the Trick Room turns are expiring. It's not the
Esse lado tem Intimidate ou
here it is, providing that important Intimidate, that thing that it does so well.
Se tinha uma chance de levar, agora não leva esse pá.
So Freegraph goes for the Hyper Voice, does a good bit of chip damage, but the facade now comes off. Ursaluna, it is enough to get rid of.
The invisible focus sash, the Ivy Cudgel into the Freegraph
Mano, esse
here.
Intimidate
That's what
ficou
it can
legal,
take,
tá?
Trainer, just a couple of Intimidates and the Ogerpon hanging on 1 HP.
Não, mas se não fosse pelo Intimidate
the regulation set F has to offer.
do Incineroar, a Ursaluna levava.
Pokemon, and the Ursaluna is still dishing out so much damage, and now you can switch in and get an active
Ursaluna
fake out.
levava
Both players have just
Ogerpon.
swapped in their Incineroar, so fake out is active now on both teams, and Frigora, there's no blocking of this Baker. So there is a question of which Incineroar is faster or slower on the Trick Room. And it looks like actually Isaac doesn't want to kind of play that game and just wants to go for maybe that Terra Ghost, because Isaac, well, actually Marco has gone for the Terra Flight, but Isaac has not. The Ogerpon surviving on 1 health is actually really crucial. Also, Marco's Ursaluna is stuck at -2. It can no longer swap out and swap back in again to reset. So Isaac's actually weathered the storm quite well, I would say. And once he can stall out the Trick Room, then the Landorus can come in and just start dishing out damage.
We don't reach a 7-1 record without being able to weather some storms along the way, but bringing it right down to the timer there, just about able to lock in their move. Ursaluna is going to be flinching at a good call because the Ursaluna did not protect there. So now the knock-off into the Incineroar, of course Ursaluna flinches. We turn our attention to the Ivy Cudgel. Into the Incineroar, going to be enough here for the KO. The added Incineroar on such low HP. The critical hit might have mattered there, but it was so low anyway, it was probably going down. And now it's Ursaluna against the world, and you've got to benefit from these final couple of turns of Trick Room.
Yeah, Trick Room turns are really ticking down, and once that goes down, this Ursaluna will also have taken a lot of chip damage from Burner. So it's really interesting that Isaac's Incineroar actually outspent Marco's Incineroar, but first Facade comes off easily enough to get the knockout onto this Incineroar.
0 dear, but then when the Trick Room expires, the Landorus comes back in. Yes, it's on 13 HP, but 13 HP and critical 0, and the critical hit now into the Ursaluna as well from that Ivy Cudgel. And at this point, the Twisted Dimension returns to normal. So yeah, this Landorus, even though it's on 13 HP, and even though Isaac's Ogerpon is on just the 1 HP, looking like they've been able to secure the victory against Marco here.
What a fantastic takedown. Both the Ogerpon and the Landorus just clinging on to help with that 1 HP. That Incineroar swapping in onto that Ursaluna. Just how crucial that Intimidate was. The combination of Intimidate, Parting Shot just made sure that the Ursaluna wasn't dish out enough damage. And Ogerpon, usually a bit of a frail Pokemon, but with the correct support, as we saw just in that game, it was able to survive and just did so much work.
Yeah, unbelievable. Wow, well, there you go, Zoe. It seems like for this game at least, David has taken down Goliath, but can they do it again? Of course, it's best of 3. That's how it works around these parts. Trainers gonna have to get another victory to secure that Swiss that round 9 victory. So, heading into this game, how do you think Marco can adapt?
Well, I think he got the Ursaluna in maybe a bit late, but I can also see he couldn't earlier, literally, because the Farigiraf got taunted. And you know, he used the Farigiraf quite wisely, not falling for the taunt, but he wasn't quite able to put out the damage. And because it went for the Terra Flying, it took neutral from Sludge Bomb. That turn may have gone a little bit differently if, say, you know, Psychic type and was able to resist those Poison type moves.
Yeah, true. Will Marco be angling more for the Trick Room route here? Will they maybe be leaning more into the Torkoal mode as well and just getting off some big eruptions? Or indeed just going for that supportive helping hand? Well, it's going to be the Farigiraf and Incineroar once more for Marco, and now Landorus and Incineroar coming out for Isaac.
So the exact same leads from both of our players. The question is, are our players going to do exactly the same as the last game? Because in the last game, we saw that the Incineroar was able to drop a taunt onto the Farigiraf, which didn't, you know, it immediately have an effect, but it meant that Isaac could rest assured that the Farigiraf was unable to set up Trick Room. But we also saw later on, didn't matter when the Trick Room went up, he was able to mitigate damage, but we're going to get a Terastallization immediately, turn 1.
Let's step on the gas.